This week on Piddle, we're facking off with Mighty Bear. Zyrene is back for some real talk, and
we have a pause.
Oh, we have a pause.
We do.
We have a pause, Pulse.
We do.
We do have a pause.
Really? What do we have, Deficio?
I'm not happy about it.
sorry about that. Technical difficulties. We're just gonna skip to the very best part. Primetime League starts right now!
Oh my God! He stole the Elder Dragon! Sneaky!
Jin Green Wings are going to be the first team to take down SK Telecom T1 in the summer split with a 2-1 victory.
EDG will retain the most dominant position in the LPL.
Hello, welcome to Primetime League! I'm Riven Nimbus III, and this Master of Disguise is Aiden Zyrene Moon. We're about to get freaky up in the LCS.
Just to prove that I'm Aiden Zyrene Moon, Freak sucks and so do puns.
We have that on tape now. It's official! All champions have now been played in competitive League of Legends, as a rookie of Invictus Gaming was the first to take Talia to the big stage over in the LPL. This is a huge win for champion diversity everywhere.
And we got to see her played support by Double Doge over in Turkey, so that's really awesome. And honestly, if you talk about it, Champs played in multiple roles. Garen, Skarner, Teemo, and Warwick have also been played in 2 roles in top tier play. So, you know, similar boat to be in. Honestly, though, I think Talia is actually quite good. I think people had to learn the champion. Also, the last round of buff certainly helped. And I think at this point, like, as we're seeing people playing her, I think she's totally viable.
I'm excited. I want to see it in the NALCS. Hopefully we get some of our own Talia play. There are currently 6 teams that remain undefeated in the major regions around the world. That means no match losses. These are Team Solo Mid, G2 Esports, H2K, Flash Wolves, J-Team, and Edward Gaming.
Yeah, these, honestly, it's pretty awesome. So we're seeing teams in Europe and the LMS are playing best of 2s, so you just assume they won game 3. You know, if you want to kind of like pretend they're not cheating, of course, G2 and H2K played each other, which makes that awkward.
Yep.
Either way, TSM, Flash Wolves, and EDG definitely look like the strongest in their respective regions. I think G2 kind of rounds into that one as well. I think they're slightly better than H2K, but they went 1-1, so you can kind of argue which one is actually better.
It's crazy how a few of the teams at MSI went back and did well. I'm excited already to see what happens at the next international event. And it's so far away.
October, you know, you got 3.5 months. We'll get there.
Thanks for making it sound not so far away, Freak.
3.5 months. I got you.
Now you'll notice that one team wasn't on that list. We're looking at you, SKT, who suffered their first loss of the split against the Jin Green Wings. And to rub salt into the wounds earlier this morning, they were also 2-0'd by the Freak of Freaks in a performance that echoed their MSI slump.
Yeah, it's really crazy. FLICKR obviously had very, very bad games in LeBlanc. I mean, so did the rest of the team overall. Like, their KDA across the matches was pretty poor. The really funny thing, though, is the team that SKT Perfect Game that we talked about last week, MVP, they beat Jin, who beat SKT. So there's some weird rock, paper, scissors thing going on where Korea's doing weird stuff. I actually think it's a bit of SKT playing a longer season and just trying things out. After they lost to Freak of Freaks, they didn't seem very sad. They're just kind of like, well, we lost, but they're just kind of whatever. So I think there's a chance that they just bounce and, you know, come back.
It's SKT. I think they'll do that.
This
is like that point where they're down 50,000 gold and they're still going to come back.
Yeah, I mean, SKT are clearly a very good team. You lose 2 matches, okay, that sucks, but we expect them to do well later on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you hear that?
No?
It's the latest edition of Mic Check. Do you hear that?
No, I don't.
Shut up. Can we play the video?
We are born ready. Yes, we are ready. Hashtag we ready. Hashtag we ready. Hashtag vacation and so.
Never sing here, or it instantly goes into the mic check thing.
I actually didn't get full of singing last time.
Luckily.
Maybe you need to sing again.
Yes, this time better.
I don't want to be rude, Gilius, but I got both Baron and Elder Drake.
Yeah, I need to practice my Torino. Really, CB. It's my Torino!
I'll be there, I'll be there, I'll be there.
You're here.
Maybe I can gank top 2.
I got it.
Nice,
Nice.
Good job.
Not bad.
Nice! Holy shit.
Oh, nice!
Oh, is that a W?
Yeah.
Holy shit. All right, go to Dragon. Go to Dragon.
Let's rush Baron.
Oh,
Sneaky W?
shit.
Sneaky W.
Good job. All right, nice.
Low. That is 220 damage.
I don't get the same kind of excitement playing Braum, you know?
Why they not
What?
You get the controlled,
what is it, excitement.
I don't get excited.
Wait,
Carrying the team with their comps.
winning is the most fun you can have, man.
Wait, we're killing keys. I'm helping keys. We're killing Rumble. Run Rumble.
Nice.
Nice. Back off. Back off. Back off.
Good job, guys.
Back. Almost mid. I'm Papa
Yeah, push.
That's it. Okay. Take deep breath, guys.
Let's go.
Can we get them?
Slow.
Nice. We can finish this.
Like, turn it.
I can stop.
He's slow.
Wow. See ya.
I'm fine.
Okay, nice.
Nice.
No,
No, flash.
Nice.
Nice.
She's fighting. Mid-tech all kills, yeah. Support carry. XD.
Just talk about everything.
Yeah.
If you guys feel like it's not relevant, who cares? Talk about it.
Okay.
Talk about like your pizza or something. I don't know.
What is the taco?
Taco?
Name of the food?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, it's like a shell with vegetables and meat.
Ah.
I have no mana.
Focus on overject, guys. Focus on overject.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Tower.
Kill.
The guy is just too excited. Can we just tower?
Let's hunter.
Peel.
Chinko Tsugi.
Hey, Gragas is on me. Gragas, finish. Stop him finishing. I'm gonna Elbow Toronto. Finish Gragas first.
Can we finish?
Yeah,
we can finish.
We have 2 minutes. Go top. Yeah, go top.
Oh my.
Let's go top.
Holy shit!
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the first FAC Off of the Summer Split. I'm honored to have Vitality jungler Mighty Bear here to FAC Off with me. Thank you very much for coming. I've never FAC'd off with a bear before. How are you today?
So exciting because I have this interview, so I'm so excited.
Yay, I'm very happy to hear that. All right, Mr. Bear, here's how FAC Off works. For the next 2 minutes, I'm going to read the questions that our viewers have tweeted in and they want to ask you and they want to know from Mighty Bear. And you've just got to do your best to answer as many questions as you can in the 2 minutes.
Okay.
Make sense to you?
Yep.
Now, I know that you did understand because you've already been replying to tweets like this one on Monday. Comes from @SpacemanRiff. He was talking about Mighty Bear, not as strong as Russian Bear. Did you mean Diamond Procs?
No, just joke.
Okay.
Yeah, we know Russian Bear is so strong. Just I say, my mean is I'm more strong bear than Russian Bear, so it's just a joke.
Okay, just a joke. All right.
Yeah.
Well, maybe one day we'll see you against Diamond Procs as well. All right. Let's get this FAC Off started and see how mighty you really are. Get that timer ready. Let's start it in 3, 2, 1. This question comes from @UnknownVirus. Who's the best jungler in Europe at the moment?
Now I think G2 Trick is the best jungler in EU.
And will you be able to catch him?
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe. I like that. Next question comes from @AdrianMisk. This is 2 parts, and the second one said, how did you come up with your nickname?
Before my nickname is Moon, but Moon is also in China and NA, so I need a more specially nickname. So I asked my manager, Gabor, so Gabor said to me, you look like Mighty Bear, so...
That is so good. I like that one.
Yeah, so I just did.
That is great. Thank you for that. All right, the next question comes @TheBackQuill. When your mid Nuke Duck asks for ganks all day, 24/7, do you sometimes tell him to FAC off?
I just say, oh, wait in Nuke Duck, and then I don't go.
So you troll him. I like that. Yeah. Next question @WavyYX. What is the worst jungle pick that you have ever seen?
Actually, Schalke is the terrible to teammates, and enemy also don't like Schalke, so both team or enemy don't like.
I agree with you. I hate him as well. Yeah. Let's get to the next one from @McBantar101 tweets, I just got into Bronze 2, so party at Mighty Bear's house?
Unfortunately, if you're Bronze 1, you can come party at my house, but Bronze 2 is no.
Not good enough? Only Bronze 1 up?
Yeah, Bronze 1 up.
Okay, Bronze 1 up. One last question @MaViewer tweets, are you satisfied with your overall team?
Yeah, of course. all my teammates so kind to me, and always talk about the game. We can focus on the summer split, so it's good.
That's good. Only when you're trolling Nuktak if he's asking for ganks and you say no. That's it?
Yeah.
All right, well, that does it for this edition of FLICKR. Thank you, oh mightiest of bears, for playing. It was great asking you all those questions.
Yep, thank you very much.
You can watch this predatory beast and his Vitality team take on the Giants this Thursday and first place G2 this Friday during our Week 4 coverage of the European League Championship Series.
Now it's time to break it down. That with the NALCS and TSM are still the top dogs in North America as your only undefeated team. Maybe they can thank Coach Weldon for that.
Maybe they can, or maybe they should just thank Bjergsen for 1v9ing every game anyway. No. Honestly, though, they're at the top. They're closely followed right now by both Immortals and Team Envy. Envy, speaking of them right now, I mean, obviously a great start for them, but now, this next week, they're playing both TSM and Cloud9. This is really going to tell you what they're made of. If they drop to 5-3, okay, they're good, but not super amazing. If they win one or both those matches, they're clearly a very top team.
Yeah, and Cloud9 coming up for them. Cloud9 are doing their best to break records. This time they're heading for most games played. And then NALCS, with another weekend of the 3-game series, they're going to really try to make it hard on themselves. Moving on, Liquid and Apex sit in the middle of the pack, with Liquid now splitting time between AD carries Fabi and Piglet. And Apex are trying their hardest to convince us that Jarvan is viable. Make it happen, Ray.
Definitely a possibility. I'm afraid myself, but it's okay. Counterlogic Gaming, though, are still counterlogically tilted after doing well at MSI, so their faith well is dried up, which means that if no one believes in them, they'll probably do well again. That's how CLG works. If you don't believe in them, they do wonderfully. It's like the opposite of Never Neverland or something. I'm sure there's some fantasy thing where it only works if you believe in it. Either way, Beetlejuice, who knows? Cop turned in his badge and gun. He and Echofox have parted ways. He's no longer their coach, and all the Team Dignitas fans need to give their energy to Kiwi Kid because, well, his team's not doing very well. Week 2 energy looked okay. Week 3 energy looked bad, just like Week 1 did.
Yeah, they're going to have to turn things around, as well as finally Phoenix won. They are still winless, and even I'm struggling to think of more Phoenix Rebirth metaphors. I even asked this guy.
Yeah, there's none.
Didn't work.
Nope.
And moving on,
despite you're wrong.
Despite TSM's dominance here in the NALCS, there is still an interesting trend that we've seen in their matches this split. Looking at the matches, their opening games tend to be resounding wins, and their Game 2 is substantially worse by comparison. Their only losses have come during those Game 2s, and their average KDA between games is 11.5 and 4.0 respectively.
Yeah, and you can see all the stats on your screen in a second right here. Their gold leads are worth, etc., etc., etc. Some of this is just like, well, sometimes you lose games, and when you lose games, your stats look a little bit worse. I think it's honestly more of TSM understanding that they're playing this split to improve. Everybody's eyes are on Worlds. Now that the individual games don't mean quite as much, you're seeing teams play more aggressively. You're seeing them try more things out there, and I think we'll see, TSM uses as learning experiences to, like, there's actually Doublelift on stream that said he wanted to lose a game to Energy just to see how teams would abuse them. Like, what their mistakes were so that someone could kind of pry them open. So I think this is TSM just probably improving over time.
It'll be very interesting because it doesn't seem like anybody has cracked the shell, but this is kind of seeing TSM now not coming from a losing position, not having to fix up a lot of patches, kind of float around at the top still, but being at the top, people are going to have to be afraid.
And the cool thing is there's a lot of really good teams. I think there's 4 very high quality teams in NA with TSM, Immortals, C9, and Envy, and those will take games off each other all the time.
Well, we'll see what happens. Sometimes it takes a... David, what are you still doing here?
Standing.
You know this is the pro, not Twitter or fantasy.
Yeah, isn't it for me? Am I the...
No, go do Twitter.
Oh, okay.
Thank you, freak. This is my domain. Sometimes it takes a pro to know the pro. Are you a pro? How many pros are out there this week? That's what we wanted to find out when we gave you the eye earlier this week. But whose eye is it? I'm sure you want to know. Let's find out. If you guessed that it was Team Envy's jungler Proxen, then you would have been correct. Good looking out. Proxen started his pro gaming career in Korea. After a quick stop off in Japan, he found his way to the sunny shores of California and became the starting jungler for Team Impulse. Now on Team Envy, he's finally found his groove. Proxen currently holds the highest gold per minute of any junglers in the NALCS and is third in both KDA and kill participation. Pretty nice. This weekend, he'll get to prove his worth against FLICKR and Meteos as Team Envy take on TSM and Cloud9.
Hey everybody, it's time for Story. Once upon a time, there was a Twitter segment, and almost everyone who entered it sucked. The end. Cool story, right? Well, it's true. Last week, we asked you which undefeated LCS teams, plural, would lose a match in Week 3, and for a spot in the Hall of Fame, you had to tell us how many deaths there would be across those teams. Well, if your answer featured exactly Team Envy and Rocket, then congratulations, you are doing better than almost everyone else in this story. Team Envy lost to Immortals. Rocket lost both their matches over the weekend. So 11 of you are awesome and worthy of a small amount of praise for predicting that the fact that these teams would lose. But it's not quite good enough to join me in the Hall of Fame because, well, there were more deaths than any of you would ever guess. So sadly, you got that one wrong. It's okay, 50-50. Now, let's talk about next week's, whatever, Week 4's Twitter question. Now, last week, the top 3 players in fantasy points in an individual game, like all-time best game in that week, were Trick, Sneaky, and Keen. Now, this week, we want you to tell us who will score the most fantasy points in a single game in Week 4 of the LCS. So tell us the player. If you want to get in the Hall of Fame, tell us how many fantasy points that will be for that single game to the nearest whole number, so round it. There's your question. Good luck. It's going to be really hard. Tweet your predictions to @LLEsports. Use the hashtag PTL, and we'll see if we can write a better story this week.
Welcome, everybody, to the PTL Fantasy segment where I get to fly solo this week to help optimize your fantasy LCS drafts. That means I actually get my real name. I'm Optimus Tom. Let's kick it off with the studs behind me here. We got a couple of top laners and a mid laner to talk about, but the big key for the studs is going to be long games. Both Impact and Keen are going to be in for long games this week. Keen specifically wants some wins against Team Liquid and Fox to put up those big fantasy points. But let's talk about some guys who aren't going to be performing as well, the duds. Now, 2 of them come from the same team, and that's Origen, who are going up against both Fnatic and Splyce this week. Fnatic offers the least opposing fantasy points against junglers, so Amazing's going to have a hard time. And Power of Evil, his projections are less than average for other mid laners, so there's a lot of better options to pick up, like Keen, who's a stud. And of course, we have Piglet on the side there. We don't really know if he's playing or not, so you might not want to start him off there, like 85% of you that still have him. But let's move on to some more risky business here. The risky picks. 3 different guys. All of them are going to have some pretty tough matchups this week, but they could kind of be one-game wonders, especially in those best game fantasy point leagues as opposed to the 2-game leagues. Sunstar particularly is a bit of a surprise to see up here, but if Giants is able to grab a win in one of those games this week, he puts up an average of 37.03 fantasy points and wins, which is insane. It's pretty good. But this week we also got a chance to turn to the Fantasy LCS subreddit and answer your guys' biggest questions about the Fantasy LCS. Now, something I kept seeing that was brought up a lot, specifically by user Frankie464, was, do you think Smoothie or Bunny are good pickups as support with them constantly sharing playtime on C9? Well, Frankie and everybody else in Fantasy LCS land, it really depends on the structure of your league. If you're in that 2-game league, you really want to stay away from subs because you never know if they're going to be subbed out in game 2 or if they're going to start to begin with, so it's really difficult to predict who's going to be going there. In the best game league, the switching up might actually wind up working out for you guys, especially like Cloud9, because they seem content to put both Bunny and Smoothie in consistently. But you're going to want to know who puts up the points, when, and when it matters. Now, Bunny on average puts up 2.5-ish fantasy points per game more in losses than Smoothie, but Smoothie crushes Bunny in wins with about 10.4 fantasy points per game more when they actually win games. Now, Cloud9 has played a lot of games this split, and even though they have a very positive record, they have put up a decent number of losses in games. So if you're looking for consistency, why don't you go for the 4th best fantasy pick, Hakuo? He's only owned in like 30% of the league, so you might as well just pick him up for consistency. Anyway, guys, that's all the fantasy we got time for today. And until next time on PTL, don't forget to check out the Fantasy LCS subreddit and get your questions heard on air.
Now it's time to quickly look back at last week's European LCS games. 9 out of 10 series resulted in a 2-0 victory, securing 3 points for the winning team. The only tied series was H2K against G2, and it swung super heavily. H2K were able to win a game off a team fight that led to Baron, and G2, on the other hand, they simply Goomba stomped the early game. This allows them to maintain their top-of-the-table placements. Schalke maintained their middle of their table position alongside a very meditative-looking Splyce, while Rocket, unfortunately, they took a nosedive. They dropped all 4 games, they fell 3 spots, they're down in 7th position. Continuing to surprise is Origen, sitting in that 9th position spot. They picked up their first series win against Rocket, only to get taken down the next day by Giants 2-0, and this is becoming a worrying trend for the team that placed 2nd in the spring split. Finally, rounding out the table, the Unicorns of Love continue to look like a deservedly 10th place team. Unless big changes are coming to the Unicorns, they might just become extinct. Look, maybe Unicorns as the animal aren't real, but neither is this team's chances at a playoff position if things continue at this rate. That does it from last week's LCS. For now, be sure to tune into Mid Lane Week starting here in Europe on Thursday at 5 p.m. CEST.
Summer 2015 CLG, Spring 2016 Week 5 TSM, Week 6 Renegades, Week 7 Liquid, and TSM in the quarterfinals. Each one of these teams saw an improvement in their performance at those times, but what do they all have in common? Weldon Green, sports psychologist trainer, current performance coach for the undefeated TSM, and the man responsible for the term, the Weldon effect. Now, Weldon would work with the team for a week, and they would instantly see results which led to the coining of this term. But in the weeks that would follow, teams would come down from that spike. They would use Weldon as a consultant, a quick fix for their problems, and then discontinued investing in his services. Teams had identified that a sports psychologist could help them, but failed to recognize the time and commitment needed to see a lasting impact. Now, we are seeing a pattern. Teams that utilize performance coaches in the long term find success, like Immortals, CLG, the last 2 splits, and TSM right now. They have people on staff staying up late, making plans and stressing so that their players don't have to. Now, I'm not attributing all of a team's success to their coaching staff. When the player's up on stage, it is 99% them and 1% the coach. But that 1% holds the key to unlocking the other 99% so they can perform to their full potential. Normally, a psychologist is there to help create a healthy work-life balance, but at the highest levels of competition, it's about finding well-being without a well-balanced life. We criticize pro players when they get girlfriends. The more you train, the better you become, but the more is demanded of you and the more you have to sacrifice to become a champion. It's because of this that performance coaches are becoming a necessity in professional League of Legends. Teams are made up of 5 or more young adults that must work together to compete, all live in the same house and are in the public eye while having very little privacy themselves. With all of this stress, players are also required to take on a training regimen that exceeds most traditional sports, having to scrim 8 hours a day and keep your skills sharp in solo queue, all while tending to their mindset and their lives. I, for one, am shocked when I learn a team doesn't have a sports and performance psychologist on staff. Because in order to compete at that highest level, you have to be consistent, operate as a team, practice hard, and have all of that happen all while avoiding burnout. And providing those services for a team is their fucking job description. It's not salt, it's just being real.
Hey everybody, I'm Jat, this is Kobe. We're here again for This or That. We've done this a lot of times. I think
you don't know by now.
Yeah, it's gonna be the best one I think we've ever done. We have 5 slides, which is fewer slides than we had last time, which to me makes me think that
each one has to be
better.
That much more important.
They're gonna be such high quality. Let's get into the first one. I will be so disappointed if they're not. All right, is COG underperforming or just plain bad? Ooh.
I mean, they got 2nd place at MSI. You can't just say they're bad.
Just bad.
Of course
I'm not
they're
a fan. You always do have to ask the questions like, are they underperforming or is this their actual record? Like, technically they are what their record indicates, but I think they are better than they have been playing because they're back-to-back champions.
So they have the same players that we have seen perform at a high level. We've seen them win the North American LCS. We've seen them compete in international play. So I would say they're underperforming. I feel like that's kind of the definition.
They're underperforming.
This one.
Let's go to number 2. Next slide. Better ADC sneaky or reckless?
Ooh.
EU versus NA here.
So I do have NA bias, but I did meet Reckless personally when we were at Paris in All-Stars a long time ago. So I've known him for so long. This is really rough.
Yeah.
Who's the actual better AD
There's a
carry?
couple things, like Sneaky, there's that whole thing about him being underrated. I like to think there's really strong AD carry competition in NA.
Yeah.
But I also think Reckless gets a bunch of shade thrown at him, like totally undeservedly.
Follow-up cleanup AD carry?
He's a cleanup.
No,
like, this dude is actually really good,
Yeah.
and he's a really try-hard player, so like...
I'm still going to go NA, though. I'll go this.
I'll go Reckless to keep it balanced. Now, before we get to the third slide, someone just told me it's a Game of Thrones spoiler, which just makes my mind race.
Quick, roll it before they can change.
Turn it off right now if you haven't watched Game of Thrones up to the 9th
If you
episode
haven't watched
of the
it, you
final
should feel
season.
shame anyway.
Yeah, who was worse at dodging arrows?
Wait, well, let me... Roccat, this looks pretty bad.
Yeah,
they get hit a lot of times.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure this is only one. I remember only one arrow right through the heart.
Yeah, but he just ran in a straight line. He was like 100 feet away.
He didn't really try.
Juke to the side a little bit once in a while. It takes a while to get there. I blame Rickon a little bit. It was more dramatic that way, I imagine.
I mean, this was really sad too, but...
They got hit by a lot of arrows.
I have to say, this was actually pathetic.
Yes.
I'll go with that.
I go with that. That was high quality. That's why we only have 5 here. Let's go to the fourth slide. Who had a worse week, FLICKR or Steph
Oh,
Curry?
God.
Steph Curry.
I have to go Steph Curry for
It's not
sure.
even close.
I'm from Oakland. He let us down.
Yeah, he missed a bunch of threes down the stretch. I mean, FLICKR, he got like danced on by Mickey.
I thought the last slide was bad. This slide is
Spoilers,
bad.
by the way, FLICKR lost to the Africa Freaks. Terrible week, but like, it's the regular season, dude. That's like Steph Curry losing 2 games.
That loss doesn't really matter. This loss was for the fucking championship.
It affects his legacy a little bit. Okay, definitely Steph Curry. Let's get to the final slide that we've never seen before. River Freak.
Ooh.
Gotta be careful with this answer.
Ooh.
Who do you cast with next?
River, I don't know. Ooh, I think I cast with Riv next. I'll go Riv.
I'm just gonna list the positive qualities.
Oh, okay. This should be good.
Yeah.
Just a very short list. It'll
Riv
be like
is a silver fox, a young George Clooney, one would think, and he's very smooth.
So
in his
looks, he's
delivery.
going looks for Riv. Okay.
Yeah. Freak as well has personality, and he's very fun to theory craft with.
He does. He does.
So it's really like, I mean, Riv is also a smart guy, but Freak, I cast with Riv next. Riv is better. I'm going
whoa, we're super biased.
Silver
on this
Fox.
one. We're both
Silver
Riv.
Fox. Yeah, I'm sorry, Freak. These guys trying to trip us up with these last questions. That'll do it for this or that. You can tweet to us at LOL Esports or at RightKobe or at RightJat.
Or at Freak to let him know that he got burned.
Rivington the third being like, they all like you, congratulations. We didn't see enough tweets last week. I'm just gonna say that because I wanna get more tweets. It's fun stuff.
Okay, me too. I like tweets.
That'll do it for this or that.
It's time for the regional rundown where we sit down, and we're starting with the LMS. After earning their region a top seed for this year's Worlds at MSI, the Flash Wolves have come out strong for the summer split. They 2-0'd AHQ for the first time in a regular season series and are currently undefeated, aka doesn't suck.
AKA does not. That's very correct, man. 8.5 Team KDA, first in the LMS, 100% first Towers, 100% first Dragon, suggests that, well, look, they're stepping up their macro game. They're doing quite well for themselves. It's still early, but honestly, look, we've kind of known for a while Flash Wolves are one of the best, if not the best team in the region.
And they're showing it right now. In the rest of the standings, J-Team sit behind the Flash Wolves, while Hong Kong Esports and AHQ are tied for third place. Maki, Midnight Sun, Extreme Gamers, and Team Mist round out the bottom half of the table. Now in the LCK, where not only did Jin Air beat SKT, but so too did the Africa Freaks in a crazy, crazy game. Jin Air went 2-1 in their series against the world champions, bringing out the rare but strangely fabulous sight of Angry Coma. What's even more surprising is that after beating SKT, they would go on to lose to a substantially weaker team in the LCK, MVP.
Yep, that was team the SKT perfect game. I know, it's weird. Korea does weird things. That's okay. You know what? It's fine. It's a long season. I'm sure these teams will get back to where they're supposed to be.
That's true.
Yeah. Either way, though, you're seeing kind of the records here, right? The score lines and whatnot. Jin Air Green Wings doing some cool things for themselves against SKT. They had a 4.7 KDA, 340 gold in 20 minutes. Against MVP, obviously it was much, much worse. Look, losing games looks bad. That's how stats work. You know, no big surprises here.
Now, if we were surprised about Jin Air winning, we were even more surprised when the Africa Freaks 2-0'd SKT earlier this morning. Could this be the world's curse coming back to haunt them now? Is it kind of almost tenfold this time?
In my mind, I can't say that because they already started this year off doing really well and smashing the Mid-Season Invitational in the playoff and already winning the spring split. They'll probably still end up winning the summer split. So I mean, I don't know what to tell you, right? Like, okay, that too bad series. Technically, you can draw a line with 2 points, but I feel like there's more to it than this.
There will be more. Probably a lot more SKT victories coming in the future. And with their 2 losses, however, this is how the rest of the standings shape up. SKT barely hold on to first place as 5 teams currently sit on 5 match wins. If SKT continue to stumble, we're going to be in for a barn burner to see how the top of the table shapes up. Now finally to the LPL, and the first week of intergroup play has left most of us scratching our heads as to who is actually better than who between the 2 groups. The only thing that we're certain about is that EDG are now at the top of the food chain in the LPL after their win over Royal Never Give Up. They took the series 2-1, and Deft had some amazing games in that match. You're always hearing his name.
Dude,
Deft being Deft.
I love seeing Def do incredibly well. He's one of my absolute favorite players and amazing AD carry. He plays so many different styles of champions as well. You can see him playing very utility-focused ones right here in this set. Really, really high KP as well. That's always a really big one. 81% is quite high, especially when you're playing champions that aren't just Saber. That actually means you have to do something reasonably difficult to get in there. His Ezreal was super good as well, 18 KDA on that one at the very end of the series. So a great player. I'm glad he's staying on form, by the way. There's plenty of really good players that go over to China and then stop doing well. Deft has remained a stellar AD carry.
The most crazy Ashe arrows we're going to see later. Now, as for the rest of the standings, it gets a little harder to decipher because apparently every team capable of beating every team and other team, unless, of course, you're Saint Gaming.
Yeah, so we can talk about Saint a little bit, but let's talk about some of the cool things. So Snake are good, they're fun. SOFM is really cool, but they lost the series to LGD, who had previously only beaten OMG. OMG got their first match win against Invictus Gaming, and then Game Talents beat World Elite, but lost to Invictus Gaming 2 weeks ago. Look, there's a lot of pretty closely skilled teams here in China. Honestly, I think the playoffs picture itself will be really interesting to look at down the line. Honestly, it's just a bunch of matches, and eventually you will see the consistency start to rear its head, and you'll start seeing who the top sort of 3 teams per group are.
We will. It's going to take a while. It's the middle, not even the middle. I guess it's just the start. It's just we've played more games, so it feels like we've gone farther. So I guess we do have a lot more to see from these teams. Now it's time for the part of the show that starts with T and ends with Enta. The Penta.
Coming in at number 5, Cloud9 picked up the sneaky Dragonsteel. So much pressure put on Cloud9, they lose to GAs.
Oh my God!
He stole it! Are you kidding me?
The Elder Dragon! Sneaky!
Here we have it once again. He has vision. They don't actually clear out this ward. Shoots the W. Are you kidding me? At number 4, KT Arrow's aim was steady as he hit Crown from downtown.
And they are being very still right now, working around that Rek'Sai. They're going to see him there so they can move again.
Yep.
Guys, you can move.
Move. They're waiting for the arrow. Is it going to hit? Yes, it does. Finds Crown, but can they actually finalize anything on this one? Actually, yes, they can. The hook comes through. He's going to get popped.
From Brazil's CB LOL, INTZ's Jockster brought on the pain with his calculated Alistar combo in our number 3 play.
E o Toque sem teleporte se precisar chegar e virar 5. E olha isso! O Jockster conseguiu. Enquanto isso tem o sofreu exaustão. Tenta fugir, mas não tem como. Yang fica com a eliminação. Resetou o Q dele. Pode tentar algo a mais. Sertuli Kami chega agora também na proteção. Mas é tarde demais. Está eliminado o Tail.
At number 2, EDG's Deft put on a true display of skill in this 1v2.
Whoa, forward. That's very aggressive. Mako is going to get stunned down. Boomerang comes back to the other side as Uzi. He's going to be able to take down Scout, who flashes forward. No, Def, sorry. He's going to try and jump on top of Uzi. Finds a return kill. Def picking that one up. Now, you can see Mutton trying to chase him down. They're going for it. We get the auto attack down. Def is trying to cut him. Def is going to be able to take him down. One more Mystic shot's all going to take. Gets the kill.
And soaring into number 1, it was Rox Tiger's prey with the ultimate Ashe arrow from across the rift to secure the victory.
Spray finds the mid.
Might get more.
He might be looking for more. They're going to try to recall, but Rox is just going to keep pitching in onto them, trying to deny this one. Expansion going to go ahead and use the teleport, but they interrupt him. He can't go back. It's going to be just Spray sitting on the Nexus Towers with the parent-empowered minions. He finds one of them, and Rox disengaging, trying to keep away from Longzhu as long as they can. Looks like the recall will come through Fury. Can he do enough? TP being used by Smeb. They're just going to try to finish this one right here at 42 and a half minutes. It's already exposed. Fury goes down. Rocks, Tigers, beautifully played. Deny the backs from Longzhu and take them down with the back door from Bray and the TP from Smeb. Wow, what a way for that game to end.
Big plays don't come cheap. They're earned with blood, sweat, and tweets. So make sure when you see a big play, you hit us up at LOL Esports with the hashtag #ThePenta, and we'll make sure your hard work is rewarded as always.
Of course, we got your back.
And to close out the day, we have to say, sorry, Faker. We know you had a bad week, though there is still something for you to smile about. After all, you did score yourself a pentakill in this week's last hit.
혹시 저희랑 인터뷰에서 약간 좀 아쉬움이 남는다는 예, 보고 싶은 또 사람이 있을 수도 있는 거고. 좀 아쉽네요.
더블킬.
이거 되네, 더블킬! 1세트에서도
예.
아우렐리온 소리 나와서 아슬아슬했던 장면. 거기서 혹시 나 이거 잡혔구나.
잡힐 것 같다고 생각한 적은 없었고
망했어요.
실수를 해서 제가
예, 그래서 결론은 페이커 선수가 실수해서 킬을 냈어요.
트리플 킬.
썸데이 선수가 진짜 마음 먹고 나온 듯 탑 야스오를
솔직히 야소가 나왔을 때 썸데이 선수 클래스로 될까라는 생각을 했어요.
쿼드라 킬.
페이커 선수 오늘 또 경기 앞두고 캡틴 잭 선수가 또 해서 이렇게 하고 있는데
캐스파컵 해서 잡아보고 있고요.
페이커입니다. 여러 가지 슈퍼 플레이들이 그냥 다 나왔습니다. 그렇죠? 그렇습니다. 역시 페이커.
기분 좋네요.
and that Lich Bane Alistair does a ton of damage to turrets.
Whoa, that's a super aggressive flash over the top there from Shushik. Absolutely amazing.
That was one turn dead, second turn dead. Fnatic going to win the Season 1 championship if they can hold on.
But Ocelot is there again. He manages to pull the ulti back in there. They have still not taken this Baron down. Yellow Beat has been dropped as well. Oh my god, Ocelot does it again and again. He gets the triple and the Baron. SK Gaming. Oh, we are the victim of another kill. Taipei Assassins are the Season 2 World Champions. They picked up $1 million and the
And now Genji's here as well. With the Zonies out on the edge of the fight. One more Alpha Strike. He can get another triple here. That is one.
Oh, the Master Yi has the
triple, has the quadra, and the chase. And the kill! And the kill!
He's trying to take the Nexus down. Is anyone going to be able to deal with this one? Captures him with another axe. He's very low. They're pushing on the Nexus to his back. God, bro is still somehow alive in this one as he flings Freddy away again. Can we see a kill? Can he get the pentakill here? Bjergsen chasing down. Oh, he's missing just about, but there's pentakill coming in for Bjergsen. And Copenhagen Wolves are going to push through here and pick up their first victory. Caught out. Pekka gets in there, gets one, gets a reset, gets a second. Can he get the third? It doesn't matter because Brogan's backdoored and he's taken down 2 Nexus turrets. He's not going to be able to quite get this. Nexus surely to God. He can't get away from this one. He's going to get taken down. The minions are on the Nexus. He does go down, but the minions are going to take it. He's got it. I do not believe what Brogan just did. He just got a Peke on Peke. They will be the Season 3 World Champions here at the stage. The Nexus itself and Samsung White are the 2014 World Champions.
And there's the jump bar coming in.
And will it be enough? The pop and the ignites. Feathervin 1v1's Faker. Faker eats 2 shurikens. The knockup is interrupted as Feathervin materializes. Ignite plus 1 more. That is 2 1v1s in a game. The chain of corruption catches Enrated and rolls, and Nukeduck are still alive. Candy Pepper kills him. Out. Triple kill. Triple. Nukeduck's gonna look for the quadra. Can he get it? He does. Quadra kill for Nukeduck. Back on Kitties, gets caught and apprehended backwards. Fate's back to time, but that's it. Incarnation gets the kill.
Two Tigers are falling. SKT will be your first ever 2-time world champions.
Zero vision in their own jungle for elements, so they can just kind of figure out what's about to happen. And whoa. Wow. EU mid laners, man.
EU mids.
That was a great prediction from Perks.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Mid Lane Week here, coming to you live from the European LCS studios in Berlin, Germany, where week 4 of the summer split is about to get underway. Everyone's hyped, and weren't we after seeing that video? The crowd outside enjoying a bit of the sun, and then Schalke having a last-minute strategy session. The before taking to the stage, as well as Roccat looking fly before they start to face Vitality. Hello, I'm EULCS1 supporter, and joining me at the analyst desk is Mitch Kreppel-Voorspoels and Andy Verius Day. What an opening video. As you guys all know, it's mid lane week here in the European LCS. You had a thing or two to say about the TF backdoor of Frog, though you of course were in the team when it happened.
Yeah, that was like it was literally a free win. We were setting up for the final team fight. I still remember it. I'm like, guys, okay, kite back, focus front line, we'll get them. We start the fight, and halfway through, we were suddenly losing it. I'm like, why are we losing this fight? Like, we're supposed to win the single hand. And then I look at the minimap and Froggen's backdoor, and I'm like, Froggen, what the F are you doing right now? Just like win us this team fight. He's like, no, I got the backdoor. I'm like, Jesus Christ, you own all the fame to yourself. PJ Salt, yeah.
Yeah, PJ Salt a little. Great moments though, Verius. It's just great. It all goes so fast that you kind of forget what a rival to history we already have here built up in EU.
Yeah, I mean, it's strange to think that it wasn't even that long ago. I mean, Alex's pentakill on the Master Yi. I still remember his Kazakh's pentakill as well. I mean, so many fantastic plays from all over you.
Slightly over-exaggerated.
Well, whatever. Let's hope we see a lot more of those big plays. Let's take a look at the standings as we approach the halfway point in the spring split. Obviously, Perks, we saw him there. G2 Esports is in first. Fnatic and H2K to round out the top three. All the way at the bottom, the Unicorns of Love, with interesting stuff in the middle of the table.
Yeah, I think the big surprise here is the fact that Giants, after having a pretty terrible first 2 weeks, are currently sitting in 6th place right now. And thanks to picking up those 2 big wins, they've earned enough points to actually be rivaling the middle of the pack right now.
Yeah, Origen in 9th place is something I did not expect. Yes, they lost their bot lane, but they were supposed to kind of kick ass here with Forgiven, and then that suddenly just stopped happening. Forgiven left the roster. Now they have Expect on AD carry. That and Splyce being tied for 4th place with Schalke, for me, are 2 of the biggest surprises so far.
Super interesting to see how everything will evolve. And this week, we are celebrating the European LCS's mid-lane might. And to start things off, let's take a look at our top 5 plays from the center of the Rift so far this split. First up, at number 5, it is Febivin showing off the Zed, that 1v1 faker, twice.
Oh, 2v1. Moves in, moves out, throws down some abilities. That was
dirty.
Super clean.
At number 4, Knight has just one word for the Unicorns of Love, Shurima.
Sunstar will pick up a kill first up, but that's a 1-for-1 trade so far. Sunstar will be coming in, and that's another 1-for-1 trade. Chachi onto the backline, he's onto Hustle himself, but he's separated from the team. Only Exile and Chachi are alive to try and deal the damage. Maxwell's going to jump in and pick up that kill. Double kill, triple kill for Knight, looking for the final one for the Quadra to the Azir.
But look at Knight here, really good positioning. Gets Vizichachi off him, then turns to Exile, turns around to Vizichachi, waits for Exile to step back into the fight. Not enough damage. Helps out Maxwell at the end. Yeah, really good awareness here.
At number 3, Exile makes a statement in his first pro appearance.
Now Nukeduck finds Exile, who hung around here. Ultimate available. Exile's gonna force it. Goes for the dive, actually. Flashes in.
Well played by
Exile. Starting to roll on this rise, and he even dodges the arrow.
Coming in at number 2, Betsy sends the Spring Champions running with a perfect Frozen Tomb.
Kikis is taking too much damage here.
Yep, that's the cue that they're going to start moving in. Traffic Cone comes down, flashes forward, there's the wave, but they get a 3-man Lissandra ultimate, and Airwax starts to pick up one.
And our number 1 mid lane play of the summer so far, it's Perks doing Perks things.
Trick looking for the angle on the barrel. Trashy and Senkuk's going forward, but now the flank comes out. That's a moment of misposition. Hop goes the Casio. Domination coming in for G2 once again. Hop, skip, and a jump back into Mithy to pick up the return kill, but in the end, he's still going to drop. And Perks, the triple kill. What? The quadra kill coming in. This man, 1v5, the dream for the Vladimir.
80% the play, 20% the call, or how would you rate
I mean,
it?
quadra kills do have a tendency to get some greatness out of play-by-play casters, and we all remember Freaks. So, interesting plays right there. Definitely like what Exile brought to the table at the start of the split. Hoping for more of that
Yeah.
towards the middle of the split, because the Unicorns need it.
Definitely. Knight, though, you had Said it straight from the beginning, he'll be making waves, and he is.
It's nice to see that he is coming into his own, being that carry that Giants needs, and hopefully moving into today's games, he can do the same sort of thing.
Yep, you saw the plays there, and of course on Mid Lane Week, we have a bunch of content coming out. Just go to eu.llesports.com/midlaneweek, and there you'll see everything in the portal that we designed for this specifically. However, there are also 5 matches on the slate today, starting in just a few minutes with Vitality jumping onto the Rift against Giants, followed by Roccat looking to extend their lead over the 10th placed Unicorns of Love. Meanwhile, we've got Schalke 04 battling it out with the league leaders G2 in the LCS arena, followed by our match of the week, Fnatic versus Origen.
Yeah, Fnatic versus Origen, what's supposed to become somewhat of a staple classic here in the European LCS, rather. Not in the Unicorns. LCS. Kind of sad what it may have become, depending on how Origen perform after another week of practice. They have recently given over some of the manager tasks to a new CEO, which means Expect can focus solely on gameplay and maybe like the in-team environment. But I feel that change comes too late and needs a little bit more of growth time. So right now, Fnatic heavy-handed favorites.
Definitely. We'll see how that plays out. This week's games will also be played on patch 6.12. Not the biggest patch, dubbed the ARAM patch, of course. Verius, what do you expect coming in here on the competitive?
Well, we have seen a couple of changes to Corki. We've seen a couple of changes to Fizz as well. They wanted to nip that in the butt very early on. And also, we have seen some changes to the last Whisper items. Adding plus AD to those two, I think, will be a big factor down in the bottom lane. We've also seen a couple of +5s, -5s onto some of the items to help the late scaling and mitigate some of the early power that some of these items have.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. As said, it is mid lane week, meaning we will be joined by some kick-ass mids on the desk today. Febiven and Perks will be joining us later, but we want you to join on Twitter and tell us your questions at LOL Esports with the hashtag #AskAMidlaner so we can get your answers later today. We'll see what happens, and it's always a lot of fun with those two.
Yeah, it's always some banter. Hopefully we can keep the broadcast clean of any swear words they're involved.
We'll see. I can't promise. So while the teams are setting up on stage, let's dive into our first matchup taking place in the EULCS arena. Schalke taking on G2. Schalke, a winning series versus Roccat last week. It's safe to say that the hype of week 1 died down, and they are starting to look like a solid middle-of-the-pack team, which is still better than some of us had expected coming in.
Yeah, it certainly is. Schalke in their games up against Roccat last week were better than what we've seen in the past. Their drafting in particular was very good. The way in which they executed that composition with the poke and the siege was actually really impressive to see.
Yeah, they had a game plan. They were executing it. Right now, when Nif drafts them a slightly more difficult composition, this Schalke team can actually perform in it, rather than what we've seen from Lostwitz Elements, for example. They have shown that they're a level above the bottom, but still a distinct level below the top 3. I think very similar to Splyce in that regard.
We'll have to see if they can challenge the #1 team here. G2 obviously tied in that match of the week versus H2K last week, but they beat the Unicorns of Love. And we looked at that series and at some point said, well, there's no way G2 is losing this game, but it did look tight.
At one point, they could have closed out, right? Because the Unicorns were super far ahead.
They certainly were. I mean, the Unicorns had a great early game. There was so much pressure coming out from both Move and Exile to try and shut down Perks and build an early advantage that the early game was going great, but they just couldn't quite get the tools needed to really close things up.
Yeah, and we also saw something that we need to see more from some of these top teams, which is coming back from a deficit, because not always will things go your way, and I think that marks the difference between like a top 6 team and a championship contender, when you can actually crawl back out of those mistakes that you did in the early game. And we saw that from G2 Esports. Mithy actually touched a little bit on that in the post-game interview that he did. He was talking a little bit about how Trick should do more shot calling, because Trick was really the guy that kept his mind cool. Mithy had mentally FF'd. He said if this was a scrim, we would have probably just paused the game and left. And Trick kept saying how we could still win this, kept micromanaging everybody, and Trick was apparently the person to praise for that victory from G2 Esports.
If anything, G2, of course, always has Sven, and he is doing fantastically so far, ahead in a lot of categories over the other ADCs in the league.
So yeah, if somebody stays calm, Sven can carry.
Yeah,
he certainly can. He's not only literally head and shoulders above a lot of the other AD carries, but he's also statistically not Mr. Alice, who will be his opponent today. And it is quite interesting, this matchup in particular, because both on paper look like very talented AD carries, and even though Roccat hasn't been able to Schalke, hasn't been able to perform, they've definitely always had that rising star and Rales in the bottom lane. So
we'll
going
see
up against
what
Sven
can happen there, indeed. Meanwhile, first up in the EULCS studio is a middle-of-the-table clash between Vitality and Giants. Giants a 2-0 win over Origen last week, and that is hugely important when you look at the standings, and it would be so good for them if they manage to best Vitality.
Yeah, if they can replicate the play that they brought to the table last week and maybe shore up some of these like erroneous map moves or maybe overextensions for Vision, then they can definitely even challenge this Vitality roster, because we have to be honest right now, Vitality are looking like a shade of their former self. The roster changes have not impacted their roster beneficially, and they're struggling to even get the core concepts of gameplay down. What was one of their strengths, like last split, in my opinion.
Yeah, and one of the big players who really hasn't been his self is Cabochard up in the top lane. We heard from Odoamne on the desk last week that Cabo had the winning matchup in the laning phase for both of their games, yet he wasn't able to put the pressure down, and Odoamne wasn't feeling like he had anything to fear from Cabo.
Yeah, at the start of last split, we had almost this meme about how Cabochard would have shook camp for him and then dominate the opposing top laner. He put his opposing top laner on the lowest CS out of any other, like compared to any other top laner in the game. So he had unrelenting pressure, getting a pretty high CS himself, but really putting the other guy in a dumpster, making him play from farther behind than he's usually used to, and that actually created a lot of pressure for Vitality. He no longer has that pressure. Jungler is Mighty Bear's looking for like some ganks here and there, but he's still looking to find his footing, and yeah, very disjointed Vitality, looking for a sense of direction.
Now we will see what happens. It's time to get this show on the road as the teams prepare for picks and bans. We'll send it over to our casters as we kick off week 4 of the EULCS.
Thank you very much, Sharks. I'm Trevor Quickshot Henry, alongside James Stress O'Leary. We're getting ready to jump into Game 1 between Schalke 04 and G2 Esports.
Yeah, we are. Is it Null Fear? I'm going to try Null Fear for the entire series, Trev. I'm going to try.
You do that. I'll do it for the both of us.
It's fine.
Let's start with a closer look at the two teams very quickly, starting on the blue side. In their home colors, it is Schalke 04, with Steve in the top lane, Gilius in jungle, Fox in the mid lane. It is mid lane week, do not forget. Mr. Rolls and Spratel, the duo, as well as their returning coach, Nif.
And looking forward to seeing what this team has to bring for us this week. Of course, it is going to be a bit of a tough ask against their opponents, the league leaders of G2 Esports. We have in the top lane, it is going to be Expect. Jungle is going to be Trick, Perks that man in the mid lane, Sven as AD carry, support Miffy, and their coach is Youngbuck.
And of course, coming into this matchup, G2 looking the strong favorites. The reason I'm going to start this pre-match that way is I said this last week about Origen against Giants, and that turned out to be 2 50-minute dramatic games. I'm going to use that instead. But realistically, G2, this is a match where they can prove that they are the more dominant team, that they're deserving of that first place seed.
There is, but there's also a somewhat similarity on styles when it comes to different points of the game. Schalke have shown us that they're better in the early game than they are in the late game, and so have G2. So there is an opportunity where if Schalke can get an early game, we do know there is suspect decision-making with G2 when they're playing later through the game. So there is the chance that this goes super late, but we also know G2 can just run away with the game if they get a lead.
They absolutely can. Luckily for G2, they fell behind early against Unicorns of Love last week. The analyst desk was talking about it, and G2 bounced back. Reminder, we are on patch 6.12, ladies and gentlemen. Caitlyn, Azir already taken off the table from Schalke.
That Caitlyn's a big one. Sven is undefeated on Caitlyn, 5-0. Schalke don't want to get that out onto the Rift. On the other side, we've got Vladimir and Nidalee banned away, both fairly standard bans here for a current patch. We've seen a lot of first picks on both of those champions.
So I'm looking for traditional red side ban that I'm not seeing, and Rise is currently screaming at me. It has been banned against G2 8 times, and they've only banned it themselves once, but of course, I don't know if you want to run the risk of giving that away.
Yeah, it's always a bit of a back and forth when we'll see what the last ban actually is going to be. After the Nidalee, we're seeing a Gragas. This kind of forces Gilius to first pick Elise in this scenario. It's really his best jungle that we've seen out of him. It's only the Gragas that he's done well on the side of that.
So maybe some clever pick and ban planning here from G2, predicting that Elise to a certain extent, but what did G2 take in response? Perks has been the recipient of a Rise ban, targeted many, many times. Would you think it's worth picking up?
It's, you know, it's one of those picks that you can take here, but at the same time, we've seen it drastically drop down in priority in a lot of mid laners' actual champion pools, just from the way that, you know, we've seen a lot of focus around the mid lane recently. So you can pressure out a Rise fairly early on, deny him getting into the game.
All right, so not going to be the case then. Where did G2 prioritize? Saw the little Hecarim hover. Actually seeing a little bit of play. Saw it in LPL, saw it in Challenger. Now we even saw Skarner earlier today. And for G2, it's most likely going to be this duo lane of Karma and Sivir. So safe, versatile, And really, you can build anything around those two champions.
Yeah, we could even see the Hecarim come out later on in the draft. This is the perfect kind of setup for it that you're alluding to, that we've seen a few times over in LCK, LPL. Mithy, this will be his third game on Karma right now. Everybody else has been having Karma as their first pick champion. Just like, lock it in for me, I'll play 4 games. Mithy's kind of tended away from that, so I'm now interested to see how they're going to do with this setup. Karma Sivir, obviously a massive amount of speed boost that's going to come out here. I'm looking over at Rales of what he's going to look towards now, because Civ is his most played champion. Does he go to the Lucian? Does he go to the Ezreal? There have been a couple of changes on the itemization that we'll pick up on when we go into game, depending on who Rales locks in.
Got a lot of time to figure that one out. You'd expect maybe the duo lane will be the safe one. You're not revealing any information, and you sort of know what you're coming up against. And instead, it will be the AD carry Ezreal, as well as the mid laner of Victor. 3 games played for Fox, so some comfort picks here, really. No big surprises, despite there being a new patch.
No, nothing huge on this, especially these champions haven't been hit too hard with the adjustments. Only really Ezreal is going to have an adjustment depending on how he builds, whether it's the Trinity Force route that we have seen a couple of times, or the blue build might end up getting the Blade of the Ruin King that was adjusted, plus the Last Whisper items. We'll keep a track of that as we continue. So what does Perkz want for the mid lane? That really is my next question here, because against the Victor, doesn't have the option of the Azir. Karma could go to the mid lane. They could do that swap up, have Karma mid, and choose a different support. So G2 may just sit on this for a while and not yet lock in.
All right, gonna swap over the last few seconds. Rek'Sai for Trick. That is a terrifying prospect to come up against. One of his best champions, and that Rise will finally come in. So all of my preamble and my excitement around this champion has finally come to pass. And they're going to allow Expect the option to counterpick. His Fizz has had some nerfs on this patch, but he did play good Maokai as well. So you can decide which direction you want to go here for G2.
And the direction I want to look at for Schalke now is, what does Steve lock in? The Aurelia that we've started seeing very commonly is available, but it's not the kind of pick that Steve likes to play time and time again. He's played 1 game on it, and he's played 1 game on another kind of carry when you look at the Na, but honestly, it doesn't really fit him down to a T. So will he stick on a tank? Will he play something that can duel and split push? We'll see if Schalke have adjusted their top lane in the last few weeks.
Yeah, I feel like a front line would be something Schalke would be needing. Buy some time for Victor and Ezreal to get damage out, and there we go, the Braum and the Trundle. So it will be that split pushing potential from Trundle, as well as some front line standing power. Also somewhat dissuades you for going the likes of Maokai, maybe. But if Expect wanted to run an aggressive pick, maybe Narc could be an option for him too.
Yeah, it is an option. We've seen Expect predominantly playing Irelia, hasn't been all that successful for him as an individual pick, and I'd be interested to see how he can cope with Steve on Trundle in this game if this does get locked in. It takes away a lot of the ability to play tanks here, but saying that, G2 also have a lot of engage potential, or at least assistance on the engage. When you look at a Sivir, you look at a Karma, things that can allow them to get into a fight. So if he does want to run something like a Maokai, it's not a great matchup over in a side lane, but grouped together, and the comp is perfectly made for it.
Oh yes, especially when you add in Rise and Sivir and Karma all for grouping. That is a terrifying prospect. We will not see that though. And Expect's going to run this Irelia. So just for context, of the 2 games that G2 have lost, Expect was playing Irelia top.
Yep, that is.
Admittedly, he does have 1 win with the champion as well. But now we need to see whether or not Steve can get some pressure. And really, nothing surprising in these team comps. I feel like they're very core meta, so to speak. What are you expecting from the early game from these teams now?
Well, from the early game, as Ezreal Braum is pretty much unkillable.
Yeah.
And you've got to be careful going into it. I wonder whether we'll see Sven and Mithy look for the lane swap. We've seen a lot of lane swaps out of both of these teams when it comes to being able to press their advantage early on. So I'm excited now because Schalke even out lane swap Fnatic in the beginning of their series. So they are fairly deadly when it comes to those tower pushes. I want to see if they do the same thing again.
Yeah, the trick is to maintain that lead and use it going forward, right? Yeah. And we'll find out whether or not Schalke can go toe-to-toe, because they are sitting squarely in the middle of the table. Analyst Desk alluded to it coming in, the Schalke as a team. I think there was low expectations overall, and despite the ups and downs already, it has been generally a positive trend for this squad.
Yeah, it has generally been a positive trend. I'm looking forward now as we get into this game to see whether G2 can hold Schalke's early game. I feel like they should be able to. But on this one, honestly, it could be a tough one. If Schalke find themselves in the lane swap, it has been particularly good for them.
All right, lane swap or not, let's find out who's going to get the advantage. Game 1 of week 4 here at the mid-lane week in the European LCS. You guys know the deal on Twitter. Throw up those votes and tell us who you think is going to win. As we load up onto the Rift, double teleports on the side of G2 Esports. And Schalke 04 have got the flash exhaust.
Yes.
For Fox in the middle lane. I think that's very clever because Irelia and Ryze are going to be running at him and diving at him multiple times.
Yeah, I mean, if there's one thing that deals with an Aurelia, it's double exhaust on a team. She goes in, gets exhausted, you burst her down, she has to go away. She tries to come back in, you exhaust her again. And that pretty much is all she wrote on that one. Aurelia has fairly low effect in any kind of team fight situation in that circumstance. So, from G2, first little bit of damage onto Sprattle.
There's some golf claps there in the audience for that skill shot connecting. I'm not seeing any lane swap shenanigans here. It's too...
Still a little early, just for it to settle. Sometimes you'll see the fake out. Mithy's going to drop back in vision and allows them maybe to readjust, but it depends. We'll keep our eyes on Expect here. You can see G2 have gone down to the bottom side. It's Schalke that are swapping things up to the top side here as Rales crosses through his own jungle. So Schalke have a record of 10 out of 12 first towers in their games. We'll see if they can maintain that, extend it to 11 out of 13. G2, however, they've got the Sivir, they've got Karma. Good champions to be able to push pretty quickly here, but contending with an Ezreal on the side of Schalke. It's on Steve and Expect to see where they go.
All right, so the ticking timer now with those lane swaps with the 10 out of 12 games for first tower taken. I'm always interested on the second tower and then what happens, right? Because I actually think for the most part, all EULCS teams are very good at the first phase of this lane swap. It's become a little bit more predictable, dare I say. Although this is a little bit of an adjustment from Mithy. Apply some pressure in the mid lane. Perkz doesn't have an extra level. Exhaust comes down. Fox is being chunked. 150 down to 100. Flashes for his life.
Too early for the Rune Prison to come out on that one from Perkz. It's still on the first wave, but they get the flash. That's everything that they wanted. And a lot of that is because as Mithy went hunting through the lower side jungle, finds them on the Raptors, says, okay, I'm going to delay our push here. I'm going to go gank the middle lane, try and get ourselves ahead from our carry in the middle lane. And that's exactly what they've done for now. Fox is going to have to play a little bit safer here.
Oh, very much so. The potential kill threat from really anybody roaming could be beneficial for G2. Wind speakers on Perkz' Ryze. Wind speakers on Fox's Victor. So
Storm Riders.
Sorry,
just for the
Storm
record.
Riders, thank
You said wind speakers. I was
Thank
looking
you.
at mine. I was like, why has he got?
Yeah,
it's okay.
I always get the names backwards.
It's okay. It looks like there's a lot of wind in his cloak behind him. So at that point, don't want to think about that too much.
Yeah.
At that point, it's all good. That's fairly standard. And speaking of fairly standard, we are actually seeing both turrets go down at roughly the same time. You can see Steve will get the last hit on the top one first.
Does that maintain their first tower record?
It does. That does count as first tower. So 11 out of 13. Trend stands, Trevor.
It does. I think this one was a gift, though, because Mithy opted to gank in the mid lane.
Yeah, they lost flash for it on Victor.
Yeah, they did indeed.
Did you know another trend?
Tell me.
Fox has not given up first blood for his team this split yet. So, yet, hey, there's still time in this game. All I'm saying is Flash is now down. We'll see how safe he plays off that Flash being down. So, it's on G2 to try and punish that.
For any Schalke fans watching, Stress has just cursed them. That is the definition
I'm sorry.
of cast a curse. There's actually one guy yelling boo in the audience. All right, so Mantra on that inner flame from Mithy. A little bit of a slowdown on Steve. He's got himself 9 CS as he'll get rooted in place. Mithy's just going to keep chasing him and zoning him away. What was Expect able to get from the lane? Both level 2s on the tops, both 6 CS, and both recalling. Just keeping track of who can keep their opposing top laner controlled or contained.
Expect is a little further out of the base now by a couple of seconds, and despite the flash being burned early, of course Victor has a fairly easy time in the early game, has got a CS lead for himself in mid lane, so Schalke are doing all right now.
I think I caught Perkz with the blue buff as well, so Very early blue buff for Perks in that middle lane.
Yeah, you are correct, he does. But look, there's a teleport coming out of Steve. This is to now accelerate the second part. And this is what Schalke have commonly done. Expect didn't have to use his, and he's going to be there slightly later. So the actual knock-on effect from this shouldn't be too bad for the side of G2. They'll have teleport advantage. What they will likely lose out on is the Dragon. If Schalke go over there, however, it's Cloud Drake. Nobody really prioritizes it.
Yeah.
We may not even see Schalke go for it.
Yeah, I think a few more levels, a few more items, take that Dragon quicker, and then the potential cost is lower. Despite the teleport, it looks like G2 have done a good job. They actually take the tower about half a second quicker.
It's because G2 left a lot of their players around there to actually push it down faster. Steve gets a few more tower shots onto the minions. It's slower, but at the same time, he gets the majority of the benefit there.
So we just caught a glimpse there of Gilius on Elise. It is, I think, his most impressive looking champion this split. And I want to see how he handles himself.
Ooh, Perks is TPing in.
He absolutely is. Look, Trick's coming in from behind. There's no flash available.
Oh, they've
Exhaust
got
comes down
Fox!
at the Trick. Fox is in trouble. It's not enough, and first blood secured for the first time in summer on Fox.
Oh, I'm sorry, Fox. Not 2 minutes after I say it, he gets ganked again on... Honestly, you've got to look at this scenario. Why would Perks TP into the middle lane? Why would you have to protect from that? Well, its Trick is aside the lane, looking for the gank path in on this Rek'Sai. And this is one of the reasons why every single time Trick has played Rek'Sai, he has secured player of the game for his team. He's been so instrumental in the early game, so instrumental in fights. This is a great pick for G2.
It really is. It's a good start to the game already. G2 able to secure a successful gank with Mythy roaming, then first blood. Look, just out of vision on the minimap, Trick is going to roam in. And they just executed this so well.
Yeah, I mean, from here, knock-up from Trick is easy peasy. No flash from Fox is able to take him down.
I love it. Literally 2 minutes after saying he hasn't given
Sorry,
first blood.
Fox.
Yep, it happens. Caster Curse, man. It is a real thing. Absolutely real. Gilius, though, to go back to the original talking point, is a guy who showed up in week 1, struggled in week 2, and then had a mixed week 3, right? So now we start to see some of these expectations of his play become normalized. As you've got 2 extreme cases, and he's on his arguably most comfortable champion, which was first pick, so there's even more pressure.
Even more pressure, but if there has been one pick, really, that has worked for Schalke, it has been that Elise. Honestly, when Gilius is playing it, he looks like a different player. We've seen a couple of games that have been really rough on the Rek'Sai, where we're like, oh, honestly, Gilius, he's reaching too far, he's looking for too much. But on the Elise, he's looked pretty good.
Yeah, the Gragas games in particular stand out for me. You know, when to go in, his barrel usage wasn't the greatest. And it just caused some troubles. We got a glimpse there of Sven and Mythy running across the ward, so Schalke would have been well aware of it. In terms of the lane assignments, the duos will be meeting now in the top despite no towers being there.
The thing is now Expect is getting punished. Look at where Expect is on the map. Look, he's going to run over a ward and try and push down into enemy territory. He's doing it right now because Trick is on the enemy red. They have enough vision control, but what they can't do is punish Steve, who actually is coming up to collapse through the jungle. They're actually going to try and fight this, which I'm not sure if this is the right option. And Steve actually left the wave there. He should have been able to farm out that entire wave and get a little ahead when it comes to experience and farm. But for now, he was looking to assist for just a moment. So it's a 2v2 bottom side. I don't really feel like Schalke are going to want this for now, at least.
So I feel like early potential, if a Cocoon doesn't connect, is in favor of G2. Expect's going to jump into the lane. Marginally behind in experience. You can see level 4 and level 5. But CS is pretty close.
It becomes apparent when you look at the actual experience. Expect a whole level behind.
Expect he stepped too far forward and then got a pillar in his face, taking that tower shot.
Steve's only a few minions from 6 here. If this pushes under the tower and Expect sticks around, he may very well end up losing just from the power of Subjugate there, just to get extra back for Steve. Flash in the top jungle.
Flash for flash. Felt like there was a half-second delay there on that Cocoon. But Mythy, slightly easier target to gank next time.
Next time, Gadget. We'll see how that works out. Trick, first ultimate of the game, just to the top side. No real impact, but he's going to be able to secure his top side jungle here as well. see what the damage was on the bottom side. So Trick actually left one of the small minions or monsters on the red camp bottom side, so that's why it's still showing as being alive on the Schalke red jungle. So that's going to be frustrating for Gilius again. Trick going to edge himself ahead.
He will, and as we crest over the 10-minute mark, G2 have got themselves a small lead. It's only 600 gold, a lot of fan vote as well, 62%. But it's an early game where if you're just looking at the inches taken, the small advantages, it's in favor of G2. Multiple ganks, they've got summoners, they've got a kill. And now G2 are even starting off on this dragon, It's safe, and truthfully, there's a wave being pushed into Expect up top, and a wave, I believe, coming towards G2 in the bottom. There's not a lot being lost for this objective.
Yeah, there isn't too much being lost here at all. Even though it's Cloud, now they're going to be able to get the read on the next dragon, see what it is, see if it's anything useful. It's Infernal. That tends to be fairly useful when you look at it. But we've just passed the 10-minute mark, and G2 actually have the lead in 2/3 of their games at 10 minutes. So this is a pretty familiar territory for them, but they're about to lose the tower, and they're about to lose the lead.
It is familiar territory for most of the team. Unfortunately for Sven, though, he was actually behind in CS at 10. That's not something we're actually used to seeing, if at all. That will make Vedius a little unhappy, because if you're taking a closer look at the 80 carries here in Europe, Sven traditionally up 12. He found himself down around 9 for that game.
Yeah.
Not that it really matters, right? Like right now, but it's just an observation.
12 is quite a lot for an AD carry. That is actually rank 1 out of European AD carries when you look at it at a 10-minute lead. We've got to take a look at how the rest of the game plays out, though, because a lot of what Sven is doing, as with most AD carries, is later on into the game. That, honestly, is where Sven gets so many of his kills in team fights, and playing a Sivir, he's going to look for exactly that. But it's not really the bottom lane that we want to focus on right now, it's the top side. Because, again, Schalke have been able to get resources into Steve. He's ahead when it comes to farm. He's ahead on levels still. And that makes it very difficult for Expect actually to sit over in a side lane like he wants to. Also, the fact that Expect doesn't have a tower in this lane now means he can only just about push up to where he is right now without the vision control. He's going to get a few minions off this wave, but will have to concede once Schalke show up.
This is a worrying sign, because Steve is going to be able to go further ahead. Gilius and Trick are in the same area, so no real plays going to come from that. But I think the wave is pushing towards Steve, so if he wants to freeze it, if he wants to control it, can extend. The cost here, though, is Trick has been able to steal a lot of camps from Gilius. He's up around 15 CS, Merc Trader and Cinderhulk. That is already a tanky Rek'Sai, and we could see a duel being set up in the top lane.
Yeah, it looks like we may see it kick off, but both junglers know the other are here, I'm pretty sure. Gilius knows that as he was moving initially, would have been spotted out by Trick. So I actually think it's probably going to result in not a lot happening here. Trick's going to back away to his own jungle. However, it's whether Gilius goes back up to the top side. There is no ward that would be spotting him out, only just... but you can see, look at it, Expect backed away from the lane, just in the right time, reading that there was the potential for Gilius to be heading top.
Those spidey senses tingling, excuse the pun, as Gilius was approaching. So, again, it's G2. They're not making massive inroads into Schalke's territory, but catching the waves, making up some of those CS deficits. Sven's been able to bounce back. He was down 10 or 12 at one point. Now he's up because of this wave shenanigans that he's been playing.
Take a look at the bottom lane. Now that we've got Perks strong enough to go down into the side lane, he's got his Rud, he's got his Tier, he's stacking up. So Perks is able to play on the second lane like he wants to. The same with Expect. They want to play over 3 lanes, have very strong side laners, and then just hold in the middle lane. That's what Mithy and Trick are trying to do here.
Sprottle's brave.
Poking
Sprottle's
out.
very brave. The resolve locks him down on the hunt. Flash over the wall. Stand behind me, he yells.
Ooh, hang on, Rales.
Gilius to taxi. Rales is able to channel that arcane shift. Perks is running. He flashed forward for that one. Rales gets away with his life, and G2, they set up control.
Yeah, you can see how quickly G2 are able to cover for each other in that scenario, come down through the pathways into the jungle and try and take themselves a fight. Steve's going to push up a minion wave that when you look at it, I believe it's going to die just before Expect can get there. Yeah, he's not going to be able to make it in time, even if he did have his ult available, which he didn't. That's a tower passively going down to Schalke.
Down 38 CS. You know, the lane swap lane assignments have gone heavily in favor of Schalke and their top lane. Trick and Sven are doing well to sort of counterbalance that weakness for G2. But it's going to be a while before Expect Irelia is going to be a scary threat, especially with those 2 exhausts.
Oh yeah, a long, long time, because they somehow have to get Expect ahead over in a side lane scenario rather than being able to team fight, because as you said, 2 exhausts means he's never going to get anything done when he gets there. They have to, in that situation, rely on Perks, rely on Sven to actually bring the damage.
And one of those damage sources is Perks. He thinks he's setting a trap, but he's the one that's surrounded. Cocoon lands from Steve. He keeps a chair from Spratel, and Steve gets the kill. Schalke, they're on the board.
And this is the kind of thing that we've started seeing from G2 a little bit too much, perhaps, that they're trying to make these fancy trap plays. They're looking for things, and all of a sudden you get collapsed upon. You don't have the numbers advantage, and Perks gets caught out.
And there's one advantage for G2. Between Mithy and Spin, there's quite a lot of wave clear.
Aye.
Mantra Qs plus Boomerang means that wave is shredded where it stands, but unfortunately, it means Fox and the rest of Schalke can get uncontested damage on the mid-outer.
Yeah, it's damage for now if the rest of the team group... Hang on, here comes a double TP coming through.
Oh, that's
G2 on a fight.
G2, Expect and Perks, they have arrived. Schalke did not expect that one. Perks takes down Raul. Spratel follows shortly thereafter at the cost of Trick and Expect's life. Schalke are trying to turn this one around, but Mithy says no, sends forward the inner flame, secures the kill, and G2 come away 3 for 2.
Oh, big fight for G2 in that scenario. I don't think Schalke were really expecting the double TP that came out there. And when you look at how that played out, Irelia goes in, but it's Perks that's cleaning up a lot of the damage. Yes, there was some damage that came out from the rest of the team, and Sven was in the mix too, but that was a pretty good fight for G2 off that double TP. When we take a look at it, we'll be able to look a little closer. But Infernal Drake is pretty much up. That's where Trick's headed for.
That's very big. If G2 are able to get the team fight, as well as the Infernal, uncontested, but it does look like Schalke slowly coming around. There is a steal opportunity. True Shot Barrage is available. Spratel, I don't think you're going to steal it with Winters. Ooh, that was close.
Close.
Goodbye Trick in the end.
But in the end, pretty much like Graves on that one. But Schalke, this was them pushing up to the tower. Here they had to be careful because they didn't really have their flanks warded, and they were pushing up. And look, G2 had wards on both sides for this, so they get in. Again, Trick starts the fight, able to get a lot of, crowd control off. Fox gets exhausted, but it's a little late on in the fight because the double kills already come through. And from there, Sven and Perks still dealing damage on that fight. Had to respect what Fox was bringing to the table, though.
Yeah, they did. Thanks to the work that Fox had done earlier in that middle lane, Schalke secured their 4th tower of the game. The outer, it was caught in that little picture-in-picture. G2 were able to secure the Infernal Drake. The next one will be another Infernal, so we can expect some sort of shenanigans and team fights in around 5 minutes' time. But G2, they're behind in gold, up in kills, down in towers. So another sort of even early game, actually. And now we can see the strength of the team's mid-game and map-based calls.
There you can see the damage from the last fight. That's how much 2 exhausts will do for Irelia. Drops it all the way down to 461 damage. Everybody on the every other side was pretty even, apart from Rales, who got burst down early on in that fight. So G2 still maintaining territorial control here, perhaps, when you look at it. Still looking for enemy buffs, despite being behind. This is one thing that they're actually very good at, establishing dominance over one half of the map and saying, no, this is our half now.
They're going to keep making plays in that half of the map. G2 should be able to secure the Rift Herald uncontested. I expect this to go to Expect. Oh, that's going to be hard.
So hard not to say.
It's going to be
like,
so
I think this
hard.
is the 3rd series I've done of G2 with Expect, and it's... I've had to use, like, Anticipate.
I'm actually going to have to get a Thesaurus after this. I'll do that after game 1 and see if we can find some. I anticipate the buff will be picked up by Expect.
Now I need a new word.
Yep. See? It's fine. Comes with the territory, comes with the job. But Expect is still down, right? 30 CS. Yes, there's a Triforce there, but he's coming up against the Merc Treads, the Titanic Hydra, as well as the Spectre's Cowl. So I think Steve is in a very good position for now. And it's going to be interesting to see how G2 play this mid game, because there's no strong advantage, and there's, I think, a lot of scaling on both sides.
The thing is, though, Subjugate will not steal damage reduction away, so that will always persist for Expect. So while that's a minor interaction in that scenario, it is something that is worth keeping an eye on. As we will hopefully at one point see Expect and Steve go head-to-head, but you can see right now, it was mainly G2 playing on their side of the map with their Aurelia, trying to get her farmed back up. She's so far behind in CS that is the big tipping point between the two. If somehow they can let Expect farm up for the next 10 minutes, he will become a threat.
Important to note as well, Mr. Riles did go for that Trinity Force build. We've seen a few more of them in the last couple of weeks after the Manamune. Archangel Staff already completed for Perks, done a great job of stacking those tiers, while Sven has gone the Essence Reaver route. And Steve's not going to be able to 1v1 Expect because he's in the middle lane. He was actually jumped by a few G2 members, while the rest of G2 are just playing on the side lanes. Well, the teleport users anyway.
Yeah, TP users going to hang out in those side lanes. You can see Rales putting damage down onto Perks. Of course, no Iceborne Gauntlet now that he's gone for the Trinity Force, so he's able, well, not able to get the slow, but will have a little bit more overall damage when you look at the fights. So for Rales and the rest of Schalke, they want to secure that top side. However, they don't have a turret up there because they kind of got that one from the minions earlier. So this is a lot more about trying to just secure vision control and then cut down behind G2 if G2 overextend in the middle lane, which when you look at where they are on the map, here comes the TP though. Fox, they're all going for him.
Great flash away, teleport for Flash. G2, they don't even get position on the tower. Now all of a sudden, G2, they've bitten off more than they can chew. Expect is caught out or finds Mr. Rolls rather. Sprotle saves his life. Exhaust comes down before Rolls is taken out. Sprotle will now be in trouble. Perks and Expect looking to turn around on Schalke. This is messy everywhere. Trick sends out a Prey Seeker to secure a kill, and Sven's running for his life. What comes up must go down, and Gilius sinks in the fangs. Here comes Perks, not before he eats a cocoon. Slow from Miffy, looking for those overloads. A very nice pillar of ice will slow down Perks, but it may not be enough for Gilius to get away. G2 have lost Sven only and taken 3 members of Schalke in return.
They're being run around the map for now, though. You can see Trick's just going to clear out topside. Mithy has to be careful because Gilius will turn this one around, given the opportunity.
He can. He's flashed forward for this one. The bite comes down. Cocoon connects as well. Gilius is rooted in place, will not be able to secure the kill, and Trick gets his 3rd of the game.
Mithy proved too tempting a target. Would have been an easy kill if it had been on his own, but Mithy, of course, as a Karma, has a lot of utility, keeps himself alive for just long enough for the rest of G2 to rally around him. But that fight, honestly, the thing that turns that is the fact that Expect forgoes the majority of that fight and says, I don't care, I'm going to get Mr. Rales. There's an Ezreal running through the jungle and he's not going to be able to survive against me. And honestly, that is the key factor there, because there was no way for Schalke to regroup, and they actually get split off. So this is the very beginning of the fight, which actually happens over 3 portions of the map. First, Fox manages to run back away and get himself clear, which is key here because look at the damage that Chaos Storm is doing. But from here, Expect knows that there's an Ezreal in his jungle and he's going to find him. Takes him out very early on. Sprattle, too late, too little too late with that exhaust there. Everything goes the way of G2, but mid lane.
Oh, we got to jump back live because the Infernal Dragon's up. Miffy's caught out. Somehow Schalke find him. Expects running for his life. He's going to get caught up by the concussive blows thanks to Sprattle's Braum. 2 members down. The #1 squad in the European LCS, and Schalke, they set their sights on an Infernal Drake.
This will be an important Infernal Drake for them here, because not only are they tied up now on the gold totals, they will have, I believe it's 1 Infernal apiece now. I'm just going to double check that.
Yep,
I believe
1
it's
Infernal,
just an error.
An additional cloud for G2.
Yes, so they're going to be even on that damage amplification here. And this is what I was talking about, Trevor, before this game. There is the possibility for this to go back and forth here, because you would expect G2 to be a heavy favorite, but Schalke have shown us time and time again that they do have early game plays. It typically is later that they fall apart, so maybe we're about to see 2 teams that don't really have the cleanest decision making in the late game go towards the late game, Trev.
We have to find out, because I was thoroughly impressed with the come from behind win that G2 had set up last week. I'm looking at the mini-map, so Miffy...
He's on a ward, just tries to go aggressive.
Unexpected, I think. The unexpected Steve's Trundle is the deadliest.
Yeah. very deadly at that point. And then Expect tries to go in. Cocoon, Gilius once again using this Elise to great effect. And honestly, it looked like G2 would have been fine in that scenario, but the way that they were kind of blocked by terrain meant they couldn't go aggressive as much as they wanted to.
Well, in picks and bans, we talked about Trick's Rek'Sai and just how good he is on that champion.
Yes.
3-1-3, plus around 40 CS at the moment. Great position. We also somewhat criticized Expect's Irelia. Now, there's a little bit of Expect playing the champion and a little bit of the lane swap affecting him, but he's not had the greatest first 20 minutes, and it's been tough.
Yeah, I mean, he started to farm his way back into the game, and to be fair to him, it is a lot about resource allocation in the lane swap. Expect ended up in a situation where his lane was pushed away from him. Steve was collecting it on the other side and was busy getting experience. And
oh, did Sven get that?
No, Sven didn't.
No, he did not.
I believe Gilius.
Ralls. Thank you, observers. They have highlighted Ralls.
Gilius has one too. I got baited. Observers, I'm sorry, you're wrong. It was Gilius. Ralls is
Just
2/3 left.
Yep.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, observers. I love you normally.
They're framing the owl here.
I
not
know,
the red
right?
buff, just for the record. What was it? Steve?
It's Kevin.
Oh, Kevin.
Oh, it
The
doesn't
name.
matter because here's
Boomerang comes out. Trix in trouble. Glacial Fissure goes down, but Trix is able to flash away. Fools you, Schalke. Sven's running for his life. Down to 100 hit points. Mr. Rolls takes him out with a true shot barrage. Perks is already exhausted. Schalke are running low. Teleport's going to come in from Expect, but it might be too late. Perks takes one with him before Miffy and Trick are hiding in the bushes. It's a 1-for-2 in favor of Schalke.
And Expect just was not prepared to TP in early enough. And then when he does TP, actually goes straight up to top lane and ends up doing nothing in that fight. That was a real poor use of the teleport. That's one of the things we criticized with Expect coming into this lineup, but here he goes!
He's not done! Through the exhaust, he gets 2! Expect is alive! He's inspired by Miffy, not before Steve chomps him down. Steve is rooted in place, and Trick and Miffy run away. But we need a slow-mo of those double, because that was crazy damage.
Well, we're not going to get it quite yet. We'll get the first trap to begin things off. So Trick with a good flash over the wall avoids the Braum ultimate. From here, keep your eyes on Expect and where the TP comes from. Sven is already dead by the time that TP even decides to come through. But look at the damage that came onto the rest of Schalke here. They're communicating with the rest of G2 here that Schalke are low enough for an Irelia to come in and clean up, and there's only one exhaust left on Schalke, so there is still the opportunity, and this is a much better play out of Expect. He's already in the area, knows he can go in. Here comes your slow-mo, Trevor. There's the first one, gets the reset on the Q, has to flash to get over the wall for the second. Even through the exhaust from Fox, it was enough to pick up the second, and runs into the troll at that point. So that one wasn't going to go that way. But
absolutely not. Steve, 3-0-5, Spirit Visage, Titanic. Got the Warden's Mail for the time being as well. Getting tankier and tankier with each fight. Perks, though, getting a lot more damage. Void Staff completed. Null Magic as well as Cloth Bomber getting some tanky stats to back up that Roa and the shield from Archangels. And still, despite G2 not being as dominant, maybe, as at least I would have expected, they've still got a gold lead, and they're still somewhat in control. Sven is just getting chunked down. Fox is flashing forward. Death Ray, true shot. Oh! Sven, that was a little close. Gilius has found Trick. Queen of the Xerxite, cocooned up. Baron has been employed to help out Schalke. G2 forced away. So with the chunk damage and the flash blown on Sven, this could be pivotal in the next few minutes.
could be. Trick will not quite have his ultimate either, had just used it before getting caught out there. So I don't think Schalke are going to all in for the Baron in this scenario, but one thing they do have to be careful of is look at where Perks is on the map. All the way down in the bottom lane pushing through, so he's going to try and get damage down on that tower to equalize at least the mirrored tower that was killed earlier from Schalke. He's got his teleport available, so does Steve, so it's Steve that's going down there. Perks already has his tower. That is gone in favor of G2. And it means that they're just stalling out Schalke right now, getting ever so slightly further ahead. Remember, they have a Ryze, they have a Sivir. Yes, it's kind of equalized by a Victor and an Ezreal being on the same, on the opposite team. But there is a lot of potency for G2 the later this game goes to.
There absolutely is. And the value of that Ryze Sivir Karma combo actually goes up the moment you group them together. The versatility of the AoE shield or AoE speed ups and then the AoE damage It is scary. So G2, they even out the towers. They maintain a 3,000 gold lead, and we're about to crest 30 minutes in game. GA is up as well, so G2 have actually got that extra half-life to play with.
Yeah, Perks is going to be pretty strong, especially once he hits that level 16 point. He's not too far from it. But when you look at it, I like the itemization from Expect. He's not going the Blade of the Ruined King that we've seen some people go, which makes you very glass cannon on this Irelia. They know that there are 2 exhausts. He has been behind this entire game. So what he says is, well, I'm just going to go for the tanky route. I'm going to get Frozen Heart, slow the attack speed. That'll hinder some of what Steve wants to do. It'll hinder some of what Rales wants to do in that scenario as well. So Expect is playing within this game is not just building randomly. He's not going, hey, I'm Irelia, I'm going to kill some things. He's like, no, I need to play for the team right now.
Needs to be sensible. G2 were actually peeled away from this Mountain Drake as Schalke had started setting up their Baron vision. And this late in a game, one team fight could determine the victor.
PvE mode.
Yes.
Expect. Raid boss down.
Which is good, because he's had to play a lot of PvE to get the gear up before he can challenge the PvP.
Luckily, Trev, with his itemization, he's been rolling Need instead of Greed. So it's working pretty well for him. Trick has been caught out, though.
Yeah, but the drops just haven't been in his favor. So Expect needs to find a little bit
off
more
on this
opportunity. Perks is lingering in the bush. He's waiting to teleport in. I don't really know what was happening there, but Schalke have set up pretty good vision behind G2, and 2 sweepers, no pink wards. So G2 got to do a little bit of work to clear that out. Unfortunately for Schalke, there's only 1 teleport available for them, so Fox always has to remain in close distance, whereas Perks can have the option of playing a side lane.
I think that might be a new clan name for me. 2 sweepers, no pink wards. I think that's pretty much a way of life right now, how to play. But for this point, Schalke, I honestly think a lot of people would have counted them out. Looking at this matchup,
I did,
against G2, saying, I don't think they'll hang with them to the point where this game's still going. 30 minutes, 32 minutes on. But Schalke are in a good position. They are still behind. Let's not lose focus on that. But Steve is fairly strong, can still hold the 1 versus 1 against Expect for now. They still have a lot of damage from Fox, who has got that Lich Bane, gets that extra cooldown reduction, which is not coming from anywhere else on him. Perks and Expect have shown up, but they are fairly far away from this fight. Perks is trying to come around the side. Will a pillar come out? Good pillar from Steve.
Fantastic play from Steve, but a flash forward from Trick. Expect's looking for rolls. The first victim is Trick. G2, they've not relented yet. Steve's on the front line. The rest of Schalke are low, running for their lives. G2 are backing away. Perks caught by a cocoon. Gilius has a venomous bite to pop a GA. Now Perks is in trouble. Expect's taken down. G2 have lost 2 in a fight that they initiated.
An uncharacteristic mistake from G2. Normally, Trick's engages are on point, and he got the good knockups that he needed. The problem is, the pillar from Steve denied 1 flank. Then the Chaos Storm denied the next flank from Expect coming in from the bottom side, and G2 couldn't bring their damage to the fight fast enough. Schalke ended up very low, and there was still the opportunity for Sven to maybe clean that up. But the initial setup was one that we don't normally see G2 make. It just wasn't coordinated because of how good the denial from Schalke No Fear was.
And Schalke know the teleports are down. They've already grouped towards Baron. The farm alarm comes down. Trick needs to pull off a hero smite. The rest of G2, they've grouped around. Sven is on the northern flank as Rals, he arcane shifts aggressively, looking for Mithy. Here comes Perks. Baron gets interrupted. It's down to 5,000 hit points. True Shot Barrage not able to kill Mithy. Perks running forward. On the hunt has been used. Movement speed from the discount. On the hunt for Mithy too. And Baron gets stopped at no cost just yet.
No cost. Even Expect managed to arrive before the Baron actually got completed. So G2 were able to hold on for now. That was a tense moment. So look at how far out all these TPs go. They go into that pink ward in the river, both of them. And it means they have to try and cut down. Steve already knows the entrance path. Thanks to the pink, the blue trinket ward that comes out here. Look, Trick flashes forward, gets the knockup onto Gilius, Sprattle, and Fox, but he gets shredded down, blasted out of the fight to begin this one. And it meant, look, Expect cannot cut in. He had to deal with the Chaos Storm, and from there, Schalke pulled forward. Expect is still scared. He knows that there's a potential of an exhaust, but both actually had already been used in that fight, so he could never get in to clean up. And Schalke ended up low. G2 started the Baron while we were in that replay, but they pulled away.
They have indeed. Steve's teleported in. The rest of Schalke have grouped up. Ultimates are all available shortly as Ral's True Shot Barrage comes off cooldown. And that advantage that G2 had built up, that level of control that we had come to expect, is now being challenged. Schalke looking comfortable post 30 minutes. Blade of the Rune King, Muramana, Triforce.
Trick's coming in from the side.
Oh, Trick, he's got to be
again.
careful. He can't flash and unburrow because it's on cooldown. And Schalke are able to successfully disengage. Now, this is one thing that Schalke may struggle with a tad. If they don't get a good cocoon or a tag from Spratel, they don't have the strongest engage.
But then you look at the options for G2 right now, and G2 don't have their TPs to play on the side lanes. So G2 are kind of stuck in this scenario of trying to get a flank onto Schalke, trying to punish and overextend from Schalke, but if they can't, they just have to concede and wait. They have to wait for a few more minutes until these teleports are available so they can then punish Schalke for only having one teleport available. And at that point, G2 will look to be aggressive once again, but for now, they're both going to be content to kind of be hands-off and just wait this one out. It's on Schalke to try and make a play to come back in this without G2 making a mistake themselves.
We'll find out if this Baron bait is a mistake. Number of pings in the top lane as G2 peel away from the Mega Raid boss. I asked Mithy last week why G2 always looked a little questionable in game 1 of most of their recent series, and he said he doesn't know, and it's looking again.
Schalke pushed too far up. G2 have decided to start the Baron. They're tearing this down very quickly. In goes Gilius.
Gilius comes in, but he's going to take some Baron damage from behind. The team fight breaks out in front of him. Baron's been peeled away. Nobody's tagging it. Baron continues to help out Schalke, and it's hammering down G2. Baron resets. It's a top laner for a support trade so far. Burgerallo goes down shortly thereafter. It's Gilius that takes him out. Fox has flashed forward. Wow! Trick is able to bite down and secure the kill. Ral's Arcane shifts away to safety. 2 for 2, and Baron is interrupted.
G2 attempted the Baron while Schalke were pushing up to mid lane, hoping they could rush it down. They didn't actually come out with the Baron, but they do come out with a little bit of a win on the fight there. And they're going to go for it again. Sven comes back. Trick doesn't even fully heal from the base. There's no smite available in the area for Schalke, but G2 are going to be doing this fairly slowly comparative to their whole team. It's down to 4,000 here. Rales is around. They're going to try and chunk down Trick, but it's gone.
250 mana, it's secured. G2 take the Baron. A gutsy call. It will cost Biffy his life, but I think that's definitely worthwhile. G2 regain control.
And if ever there was a good time to secure a Baron buff, it is as your 2 teleports come back up when you're playing a 3-lane composition. Schalke have got their work cut out for them now, as they're going to have to try and defend here with Baroned up minions. And with Elder Dragon available and G2 having everybody but Mithy, it's not even like Schalke can look to trade that. They have to kind of concede at least the area for now and hold on and hope that G2 don't secure this too easily. But with only 10 seconds on Mithy, G2, they're going to start this one off.
Well, G2 have got Baron. Perks was dead when they secured the buff and Mithy died, so 3 members remain. They'll be happy if they can secure the Elder. Ralls, however, will be able to join the ensuing team fight. He's just about closed the distance. And G2 have peeled away, keeping themselves safe for the time being.
In fact, Expect doesn't have it either. So neither of the side laners, thank you for bringing that up, Trevor. It's a big factor here because it's only going to be the mid lane pack that will have it available. So that is a big factor for G2. Something that can be quite difficult to keep a track of. But you can see Baron power play just hanging out there. It's been somewhat equalized by Schalke getting a bunch of kills and a bunch of farms. So let's take another look back at this first rush Baron attempt from G2. Perks takes so much damage to begin this off here, and I want to see how much damage Trick comes out with later, or if it's actually Sven, because Fox is doing so much for Schalke from this fight. And it looks good. Perks dies, looks like everything's going for Schalke, but Fox tries to go in. Who does he get tagged by for the massive amount of damage? Yeah, Trick gets the kill counter on that one, but Sven is the one that actually deals a massive amount of that damage. Oh, we're into an Elder Dragon attempt. Trick's going to rush in.
Steve's going to teleport in. Gillies has got himself a GA. Perks' GA's come off cooldown. Elder should be secured here very cleanly by G2. True Shot Barrage was way too late. And this just means that G2 with Baron wearing off, with Elder to buff up their team and the 4,000 gold lead. They can look to use this very powerful team fight composition of theirs even better.
You can see Expect heading top side. Wave's not quite pushed in for him yet, though. A whole lot of GAs in this game.
Oh, yeah.
Possibly another one if Trick does send that chainmail that way. Could be very extended fights.
Schalke can't even defend this tower. Not worth the risk right now.
Nope.
Trick will have his flash available shortly. 30-odd seconds, 30, 35. And the way he has been playing, Trick has been the initiating force for G2 on the front line. Unfortunately, it's been a little bit early at times. And he's got to be a little careful now.
Gotta be very careful out on these side lanes as well for Schalke. With G2 having control of that middle lane now, with that tower being down, once vision is established, that's the kind of situation where if you're a Trundle, if you're somebody that's stepping up to try and clear a wave, easily G2 can come in behind you. Maybe look to set up a TP or something like that. So we'll see what Perkz is doing. He's waiting around. This is the position because Trick, if this was a solo player out on the side for Schalke, Trick would come across with the rest of G2. It's actually what they're doing in this scenario, just trying to push him away from the turret now at least.
Ooh, looked a little scary. Sven uses that spell shield. Manages to block what I believe was the cocoon. And the chainmail was actually upgraded to a thorn mail for Trick, so not going to be another GA. But G2 have to get through 2 of Schalke's. Now the Dragon just wearing off. You can see down in the bottom lane, Expect with teleport is pushing. He's going to go head-to-head with Steve, who does not have TP. Only 50% of the cooldown has begun to tick away. And Sven forced to run for his life, respecting the all-in potential that Fox has.
No Baron buff right now for G2 means they've got to back themselves away. So it's going to be stalled out for a little while longer. G2 have a bigger lead than they've had all game right now. And honestly, this is where we get to test G2.
Yeah.
Once again, into the late game. How do they play while ahead? Normally, that's a question that we'd say, how do they play while behind? But for G2, I feel like this is the biggest issue that they have had, is once they get to this point, how do they make the right decisions? What decisions do they make? Because they have frequently been caught out in these scenarios and haven't always lost because of it, but certainly...
I quite like that. What decisions... Oh, very good spell shield from Sven. What decisions do G2 make? Keeping in mind Expect...
They're going to decide to TP soon by the looks of Expect. Oh, Gilius. Oh, Trick didn't know until it was too late.
Yeah. Wasn't able to find the TP that maybe he wanted, but also there's a GA to burn through, so a lot of additional damage and time has to be invested to get that through the itemization. But yeah, second week as a full-time starter in that top lane position for Expect. Rough early game. We may be in for one more big team fight. The Unbreakable Shield, slightly the wrong angle. Sprattle's in trouble, not even gonna get the Fisher down. Perkz is able to flash forward aggressively. Rolls is running for his life as Gilius gets chunked down. Critical hits bouncing across the team. Here comes Expect and Trick. Trick flashes forward, knocks up Steve into the air. Defensive flash from Gilius before he's forced to repel. Now Steve, he continues to run. Expect's not done. He dashes forward at the Blade Surge, gets one. Gilius taken out on the back foot as the GA revive comes in. The Trundle Pillar knocks men closer. 3 members of Schalke are down, and G2 will crack open the base at 43 minutes in game.
It had become so difficult for Schalke to get anything. Cocoons were easily blocked by Banshees. There were Guardian Angels. There's a Mikhails on the side of G2. So the actual options for Schalke had run fairly dry, and they were trying to make a push up mid lane to hold on to something, try and get any kind of pick, and it just transitions into an overextend, and G2 come out ahead from the fight. They can continue to push in for the base. Again, Expect pushing in through the bottom lane. They're going to take a second inhibitor turret here.
They're going to look for more. Sprattle's been able to respawn, puts the Fisher down just because it looks good. That's not going to do anything to slow G2. And Methodical, every inhibitor turret, every inhibitor is the target. Expect won't be able to finish the bottom lane though, as he doesn't have the support for it. And he backs away. G2, that could just be the final nail in the coffin.
So you can see here, Schalke looking for individual picks, trying to just lock down Perkz, lock down Sven at that scenario, but there was not enough. Sven even has himself a death stance right now, so a lot of this damage is ever so slightly reduced, so Sven's able to heal a lot of it back up. Schalke, they're going to go for the all-in play. They're going to try and rush it. Expect is pushing in the bottom lane. He's got the inhibitor already. Schalke are rolling the dice here on the hopes that G2 don't steal this and ace them. It's going to be the end of the game. G2 are TPing back.
Yeah, G2 are looking for the back door. As long as Schalke are kept busy or unable to recall, they're still on the Baron. They're finally backing away, but Mithy's going to interrupt the bunch. Fox will be back just in time.
It's too late.
Watch his Nexus die. Perkz and Expect hammering down on the Nexus turret. Here comes Steve. The minions are helping out. The Nexus turret, one more hit. It's taken down. And G2 are victorious.
In our intro package for the day, we saw some fairly famous backdoors. We saw the Peke backdoor, we saw the Froggen backdoor. Unfortunately, I don't think that one quite goes down in history with the same kind of effect. G2, they had already secured themselves a significant lead, a game-ending lead at that point with all the inhibitors going down, but it was the right decision to be made by G2 nonetheless.
Yeah.
Get 2 people down there. Schalke, they were trying to rush, trying to get anything they could, but unfortunately, it was not to be.
No, it wasn't. And I think you said it best, that for Schalke, it was rolling the dice. It was a last ditch. Thank you for that. Yeah, my collar's a bit messed up there. Sorted out the back. But yeah, for Schalke, it was a last ditch effort. Rolling the dice. I think we didn't quite talk about how limited their engage options were, and it came back to bite Schalke. While he's giggling, we're going to head to the LCS to break down that game.
Well, thank you. I'll immediately follow up on that. How much could we tell off the beginning draft? Did you guys have the same idea that they would get into trouble later in the game because of it?
I think that looking at G2's draft, they do scale quite well with the Ryze and the Sivir. In terms of the late game teamfight damage, they have a lot of it. You also have the Aurelia to act as that split push threat, but you're always going to get to a point with a Trundle where he's going to stop that Aurelia being to effectively split push. So you're going to be forced into these late game teamfights, which G2 don't necessarily lose, but when you're going up against a Victor who's going to be building the Rylai's as well as the Ezreal who's going to be going for the blue build, it becomes very difficult to hard engage onto this composition of Schalke, which G2 somewhat struggled with in the later game.
Yeah, a couple issues with the draft here. I just don't like the Aurelia pick this late. You could have easily went for a Gnar. If you look at what G2 built here, clear 1-3-1 composition, indicated that it's failing is because they played pure death ball in the middle of the game. Like, they were really stuck. And then Aurelia is not a death ball top laner. If you want to play that style, not even Gnar isn't really, but the Gnar would have won the 1-3-1. If not, just pick up the Trundle yourself. Echoing the point, I think Mr. Wallace on the other side made the mistake of not going Iceborne, because I think Iceborne is fantastic against like a Rek'Sai coming at you, an Aurelia coming at you, even a Ryze. Any additional slows would have won a lot more fights, and that is what we saw a lot of, though, this game, a lot of fights.
Yeah, a lot of fights. That Aurelia obviously probably coming out does seem to be kind of the comfort pick for Expect. We saw it 3 times already before this week. As you say, a lot of fights. Let's start with the beginning and the first blood, something that Fox should have seen coming, Frank.
So instead of going over the entire game, we're just going to focus on a couple core concepts I think that were very pivotal decisions in the game. Right now, this is Perkz teleporting back into the mid lane, but Fox's flash was blown earlier by a roam from Mithy. I think that's very important to remember. We can roll the clip, and as we see, why would Perkz ever teleport back in here despite there being a gravity field? It's because Strix coming up from the left side, and for me this is a positional mistake from Fox. There's nothing he can do once this play turns out. The second he sees TP, he needs to bolt. He needs to get the hell out of dodge, because he knows or should expect the jungler to be around. He's down a flash, and I think those are the things that Schalke needs to shore up still.
Yeah, it's really a matter of Fox disrespecting the potential of a play being coming out from G2, and the fact that G2 have a history of making these early aggressions, and Trick and Perkz in particular have this great synergy of setting Perkz up for success. Fox just didn't respect that and ends up getting punished for it.
Yeah, now after this play kind of happened, Schalke still got a lead because they got the lane swap, and in the lane swap, Aurelia performs really poorly, in addition to the fact that G2's bot lane couldn't assert their dominance with a 2v2 matchup that was heavily in their favor. Like, that's why Schalke got a lead. They started playing the map, but G2 still showed that they have some good reactions with a double TP play, and that's our next replay that starts, and that's what they need to do more, in my opinion, is look for this double TP, because this is Schalke sieging. Cocoon here, very vital from Gilius missing, because it turns the entirety of the fight. Now Expect and Perkz come in, and it's kind of it's a death ball, but at least from different angles. And I think that G2 needs to look for that more, because later in the game they kept going death ball from the front door, and it was very easy for Schalke to counter.
I do want to praise Shox for his use of the gravity field, though, because many... sorry, Fox. As well as Shox, I'd like to praise Fox for his use of the gravity fields, because he was doing a really good job of locking up the front line of G2, and he was getting full channel ultimates onto the Rek'Sai and the Aurelia, who typically, yes, you're going to have a tanky Rek'Sai, but that Aurelia gets shredded down insanely quickly, which means that Expect couldn't have the same sort of backline pressure combined with the defense reductions that you have coming out from the Trundle. It means that Aurelia died too quickly for him to have any real impact.
And you saw the kind of other end of that play, where if G2 doesn't surprise in the second replay that was on our screen right there, is if they can peel from the front with the Braum and some of the pillars slow some of the G2 members down, they can isolate objectives like that. I think Infernal Drake they took there. In the end, it was still G2 pulling ahead, but it could have easily went Schalke's way, I think, with some slightly different execution in fights. And we need to criticize G2 there. I mean, they're a #1 team. They need to shore these things up. I'm questioning the Aurelia pick and how they kept it in the game. Expect was put low priority, low econ, and he fell behind a lot, and Steve could have carried this game.
Yeah. For me, there was also a lot of questionable TPs. There was this big fight where they had so much vision that allowed them to make a really good team fight in the mid lane, and then instead they're not teleporting in the right places to maximize their setup for these fights. And that could be with Expect still coming in, but we'll have to see if they fix that moving into game 2.
Yeah, as always, when you're on top of the league, we have to criticize those things that they can improve on. And Schalke could have won that game, so they can bring this back to a 1-1.
Definitely impressed with what Schalke's brought to the table. Something I think we need to track in next game is whether Gilius gets outpaced in the jungle again, because he's getting consistently outfarmed, even last week in the series versus Fnatic.
Even on his favorite Elise, on which he has been doing very well. Player of the game, still on the slate, is Sven out of G2. We highlighted him before the game as well, crushing it in the across all AD carries in Europe, but again, a solid game from him.
His positioning in a lot of those team fights was instrumental, and the fact that he was still maintaining such a massive CS advantage over his lane opponent just demonstrates how powerful he is as an individual.
Yeah, Sven's biggest strength is realizing when his teammates get aggressed upon, and then he steps into that space kind of that gets created. Like if they're attacking the Ryze or the Aurelia, that's when you see Sven aggressively step forward, sometimes flash forward, knowing that this damage output may get him killed, but it will win the fight. Especially on the Sivir, late game damage. Yeah. Just so much in these AoE team fights.
Yeah, G2 taking it home game 1 here over Schalke. But now for a look at the action on EULCS2 between Vitality and Giants, we're going to check in with Sifa.
Thank you very much, Shox. Of course, while G2 and Schalke were battling out in a longer game, things were a little bit faster over on the side for Giants and Vitality. Of course, as we jump into our first replay, you can see that things start off pretty good for Giants overall. They're going to pick up a double kill here in the top lane, and how they do it, a little bit of luck. Almost feels like kind of a Christmas present coming in here, or a birthday present coming in here for Smitty J. You see Hustlin spots him out with the seed, lands the snare, and from here, Giants simply have more members on the top side of the map, and it's very easy for them to pick up kills from here. Kasangi's doing his best to survive, but at the end of the day, it's a simple collapse coming in from Giants. They get 2 kills, they get a small lead, but unfortunately, this is where things start to go south. You can see Max Lore happy to pick up that first kill. But as I mentioned, it's not all golden for Giants, and as we move forward, Vitality, after a good turnaround on the bottom side, transition into a fight with an ace. You can see Cabo constantly on the front line. He's going to flash in here to secure this fight, doing so much to secure the team. And unfortunately, Giants don't have the consistent damage here to come out with a team fight win, in addition to the fact that, quite frankly, Vitality are executing better than they have in the last few weeks. We've seen them. Now, as we approach towards the final kills here, you're going to see that from this, they're able to pick up their 3rd Dragon as well as a Baron, and then transition this towards the end of the game. At this point, they've got a massive lead. They've got 3 Infernal Dragons backing them up, and it's a clean and simple closeout to come in from Vitality. You're going to watch Nukeduck. These last few kills just going to ensure that the team can push in safely, that they can close out this game, and give Nukeduck a little bit of an opportunity to style. Kasing, of course, bringing in the backup. What we love about that Tom Kench pick, and while Nukeduck does drop low, that empowered Q just makes it so easy for them. But overall, very strong win coming in from Vitality. They are now into Game 2 over on EULCS2, but we're going to need to take a quick break here on Stream 1, and we'll be right back with Game 2 between G2 and Schalke No Fear.
I don't think underdogs even is enough to explain it. We're under, I don't know, under rats.
What?
Whoa, whoa. I don't know, man.
Look, Trick's coming in from behind. There's no flash available.
Oh, they
Exhaust
got
comes down
Fox!
at the Trick. Fox is in trouble. It's not enough, and first blood.
Yeah, really?
I tied him. I have a Q.
Go Inferno, go Inferno.
With Expect coming into this lineup, but
Oh,
here he
he's
goes!
not done! Through the exhaust, he gets two! Expect is alive! He's inspired by Miffy, not before Steve chomps him down!
Wait, can you slow them and VTP and then?
And Expect hammering down on the Nexus turret. Here comes Steve, the minions are helping out. The Nexus turret, one more hit, it's taken down! And welcome back to LCS Arena here in Berlin, Germany, where G2 Esports are looking to start the week off with a 2-0 over Schalke 04 after they took game one in what was quite a slow fashion.
It was to begin, but speaking of not quite getting to a fast point yet, we're going to take a bit of a breather. It is mid lane week. Let's hear from Perks before we get into picks and bans about his opinions in the mid lane.
Long range champions and mages are better than assassins or whatever because they are not high risk. So basically you can just farm up and always be useful with them. And also they cannot die to assassins that easily because assassins are just underpowered right now. Their item builds are bad and their laning phase is really horrible too. So even if you play assassin, you need to camp the assassin and get him ahead so he can snowball. Otherwise it's really pointless to play assassin. So mages just have really safe game pattern and just outscale assassins.
Yeah, the Assassins outscaled by Mages, the Rise pick evident of that fact, despite the Zed hover in picks and bans. And I like hearing some of the opinions from the players. I actually got to sat down with them for the round table, and we discussed a lot of stuff at length. And Perks in particular is one of the I have to win every game myself kind of personalities. He likes to play forward. He likes to have those hard carry assassin type plays.
And I feel like that's actually weird because it doesn't quite fit with what he's been doing this split. He's been playing a whole lot of Zillion, and his Azir games haven't relied on him carrying. He's actually kind of had an equal amount of kill share to what we've seen before, about 26% of the kills on the team, so it's not like he's getting all of the kills. On the other side, Fox averages 39% of the kills for Schalke and Ulfia. So when you look at the comparison, it's very, very different.
It also tells you, though, that Perks has players like Trick and Sven, and in the beginning of the split, Kikis on that Aurelia to help win games, for G2.
Oh, it does help.
Oh, yes, it certainly does. But in this particular series, it is Expect, and there's a lot of top lane bans here. Trundle and Jax removed. Once the Jax was banned, Nif actually burst out laughing. He had a gigantic smile on his face, and you can see him peeling away. Vladimir and Caitlyn, the target bans from Schalke, with Azir to round out the 6.
Yeah, we've started hearing rumblings about Jax here and there. Obviously, anytime you see carries come back in the top lane. Historically, we've had a handful of players here in Europe that have been good on the Jax, normally Werlin, but he is no longer in LCS. NA tends to have a lot of Jax players.
I'm just thinking of Soaz from
Very true.
2 weeks ago, roughly, where he was helped out by Amazing and had a great performance. Regardless, we are being sidetracked because it's banned. So we'll take a look at what is locked in. It is a Gragas early lock-in here for G2. And that, of course, is somewhat of a flex. We've seen it play top lane infrequently.
And it's going to deny one of Gilius' picks here. We saw how much Schalke struggled when they only had the Elise as one of their options to engage from exactly what they were doing. When you look at what Gilius is going to play here, will he go to the Elise? I feel like in my mind that's the only place he really can reliably go. Rek'Sai is available, but he was lackluster on it.
Yeah, there's not as great as 2 games played, 2 losses for Schalke. And the mind games of picks and bans, the adaptation. Because first rotation in the previous game was Karma Siva for G2. And it looks like both of those champions will be stolen away. And Schalke secure 2 very versatile champions. Very importantly, Ral's most played as well as Sprathel's most played. So it's their comfort bottom lane.
Gives a lot of insight, perhaps, though, with what Schalke have been doing as well. Looking through some of the build-up to this matchup was looking at what Steve's been playing in the top lane. Steve, on his public accounts, has been playing a little bit of Hecarim mixed in there for a top lane pick, as well as a game here and there on the Jax. So obviously G2 knew that by banning out the Jax. You saw Trick hover over the Hecarim, which we may see G2 do as well. But if ever there was a good setup, we talked about this in the first game pick and ban phase, Karma Sivir allows you to just kind of go straight into a fight, run in there and go a million miles an hour.
It'll also give you some initiation that was sorely lacking for the Schalke team comp in the previous rotation. Perks was hovering that Zed. We just heard that clip from him. Assassins in the current meta just outscaled by the mages, which is why we're seeing primarily mages being played, and it'll be a Victor steal away. So when the option or the blind pick is something you're looking into, the slightly safer Victor.
Well, at this point, we've got almost identical pick and bans in the mirrored form, only the Gragas coming in instead of Elise. Ezreal Victor was the second rotation. Obviously, with the Sivir unavailable, get that Ezreal. We spoke about the Caitlyn and how good that has been for Sven, so we'll see what he can do on the Ezreal. That was one of his most played champions as well, alongside Sivir.
Yeah, it really was. Great performances all round. Still not a guarantee that this Gragas is going jungle or top. There is, again, that option. We'll find out what they prefer to play. Only 1 game of Gragas for Trick, this split.
Oh, I want to see it.
The Swain, why do you want to see
I like
Swain?
seeing... So as long as the fights go for Swain, I like having that other, tank style coming out here. It has been locked in. We'll see whether it's a bird-eating spider in this one. I guess not in the case that they're on the same side.
Chasing the rabbit a little bit with that one, I think.
Yeah, it got away from me.
But with the Swain locked in, Steve or Fox? I mean, I would expect it to be Fox.
I would say Fox at this point. Steve has the option to go Irelia if this is a Gragas, where you kind of concede a little bit of the lane, but the later the game goes, it actually tends out to be fine if it's Gragas in the top lane. So we're going to see from G2, in fact, where they're going to go. I anticipate this to be jungle Gragas, and then we'll see perhaps just the Irelia come out from Expect, and we'll see what Schalke want to go for themselves.
So there's a little bit more initiation here from Schalke. The Cocoon, the Never Move. It's still very situational, very difficult to pull off, I feel. Especially when you consider the mobility from the Gragas, the Ezreal, flashes, for example, being available for their Never Move. Ooh. And G2, they will lock in the Hecarim. Onslaught of shadows in your faces.
And I like it because it's still a double flex. You could put the Hecarim top lane. You could put the Hecarim in the jungle. Depends on what exactly comes out from Schalke. If they lock the Irelia, you can run Hecarim into it and it's okay. It used to be better before Hecarim's passive changed. Right now, though, Hecarim does fairly well into most melee matchups in the top lane. Gragas is fairly similar because you can punish anybody that tries to get on top of you. So G2 have a lot of options. Schalke may go Gnar here if they want a ranged matchup specifically in the top lane and want somebody to be like secondary engage as well.
20 seconds to make that decision. I think the G2 composition has got a great number of options for both engage and disengage. With the Gragas, the Nami, Hecarim again makes it very difficult for Schalke to stick to any targets. 5 seconds left to rotate, and there's going to be a quick bait and switch to the Olaf top.
Well,
instead, so what do you make of this?
Olaf in the early game is going to have a pretty good damage output when you look at both of these laners in the melee, but at the same time, Steve, the later this game goes, is going to have to at least struggle a little bit in fights, trying to lock down an Ezreal, trying to lock down a Gragas, a Hecarim. There's a whole lot of mobility and ways to get out of a fight for G2.
The contrary point, if either of these squads get ahead, they've got a lot of tools to just stay ahead by continually forcing fights. Sivir, Karma, Olaf, plus Ghost is terrifying. As long as Steve can keep running at you. Throw that Ragnarok down, throw out a few undertows. It's not hard CC, but good luck outrunning that.
Yeah, good luck with that. So we have Gragas in the top lane, Hecarim in the jungle, confirmed at this point. It's a kind of pick that Trick will be happy with. He can kind of farm fairly easily early on. Not really reliant on getting into lane early on. If he gets a little time here, can get to 6, run into a lane with Onslaught of Shadows.
Run into lane with Onslaught of Shadows. Has Ghost as a summoner spell as well. I'm very excited because I've not had the chance to cast Hecarim in a very long time. G2 Esports are 1 game up in this series. Hashtag G2 win if you think they're going to win. Schalke, on the other hand, they're looking for a point. They've gone down 0-2 to Fnatic and Splyce. Will G2 do it as well? Jump on Twitter, vote for them if you think they can pick this up. Hashtag S04. That's 04. We're typing in English. Unfortunately, guys, we build up all the hype and we do have a very brief pause. So we will quickly talk a little bit more about this early game. Lane swap, yes or no? What do you think? Ezreal Nami as a lane matchup against Sivir Karma.
Yeah.
And then, of course, Gragas into Olaf.
I mean, you've always got to look at it. Like, Ezreal plus anything that can protect it that isn't an all-in lane is always very difficult to kill. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Schalke and G2 opt into the lane swap again. We saw Schalke have the slight advantage coming out of the lane swap, but it was at the cost of their TP, which ultimately we saw a couple of fights depended on those TP usages early on. So it was only a brief pause. You can see the lights are going. We're getting ready to go in, Trev.
We are indeed. It was just a quick client restart. And now that the engines are loaded, we're loading up onto the Rift. Schalke Nulfia trying to bounce back against the league-leading G2 Esports. And we've got some fun picks. Arcade Hecarim in the hands of Trick. I also think this is a slightly different kind of playstyle with this Hecarim, with this Gragas top. And it'll be interesting to see how G2 pull it off. How well practiced are they with their newer top lane? Not exactly brand new.
Sneaky. Ooh,
look at that damage.
A lot of damage. That's one of the dangers of going up against Sivir Karma, is getting chunked out by a Mantrid Q and then eating a boomerang blade as well.
Yep, that Soul Flare really, really hurts. Mithy Gonna get 2 shots down onto the ward. Do a little dance. And then he's gonna back away. So lane swap looks like it's gonna be initiated by Mr. Riles. You can see he had already recalled.
But it's gonna be evened up by the looks of it for Sven. So at this point, G2 can't get any vision topside here to actually know it's a lane swap happening. So at this point, they're kind of calling the bluff. But it will be the wards on top side. Hang on, there were ones placed by the top laners. I wonder whether they're going to time out just in time for Sven to show on it. Oh, a matter of seconds left on that ward, and Sven will show.
Walk straight over it, yeah.
Yeah, Schalke do know now.
All right, so what does Schalke decide to do? Maybe the cost of moving back bottoms too high, but then again, they've got a lot of damage in the early stages. I want to mention that Mithy is running with Ignite, Perks, Flash, and Ghost. No exhaust on the side of G2 against a Swain and Olaf as well. So that could be problematic if Schalke have a strong early game. And if those 2 carries are able to run at G2. Alternatively, G2 have got that Gragas barrel on the tidal wave for potential disengage.
Oh, Rallis just got chunked very hard. You can see it on his health indicator on the side. Rallis took a cue from Sven and Mithy. Extra damage, and it's G2 that are actually going to get the level 2 key. You can look at the minion wave in front, you can tell that with more minions remaining on the blue side, that experience is going to go over in their favor, going to hit them level 2. You see it once again on the side indicators that allows Sven and Mithy to very easily push back Rallis and Sprattle for now. And as you said, that Ignite going to be key as this goes on, because Mithy's going to have kill pressure on this bottom lane matchup, which is in the top lane, because it's Australia.
We're in Australia for the time being. Everything is upside down. We catch a quick glimpse. So G2 have the advantage in the duo from that very early trade in early level 2. Steve getting the undertows and the reckless swings down and expect. He's got a minor advantage, but the wave is pushing to expect, so they'll have some freedom to clear that up.
Talking about minor advantages, it's very funny for both of these top laners. When I was looking into the stats, researching this matchup, Steve and Expect are both normally on average down CS at all of the major points in the game, that being 10, 20, and end. So I was like, one of these is going to have to win. But oh man, this damage coming out down onto Rallis once again from that level 2 advantage for Sven is really punishing the Schalke bot lane.
Yeah, Mr. Wells has got to be so careful. Still sitting on a cookie, relying on the shield from Sprattle, has heal and exhaust as well. And for the time being, again, this is just a good early advantage for G2. Where is Trick? Level 3, full clear, about to finish on the bottom half of the map.
And this is one of the difficulties here, because although you can see the tether comes out, there's very little situation for Sprattle that he can actually get this tether to lock because of how Sven always is going to be mobile in the lane. Mithy doesn't really want to be pushing too far forward to actually engage, so it becomes a very difficult matchup here when you're playing the Karma, trying to get the slows, trying to get the lockdown. It's very tough to get without Mithy pushing too far forward or Sven making a mistake.
That's not something that happens often
No.
at all, right?
If that's what you're banking on, good luck with that.
Exactly. All right, let's take a look at this mini-map. Gilius making his way down bottom. Expect has actually body slammed his way forward. Olaf and Elise, that could work in a tower dive, but there can be no room for error. Expect is running low on mana as well. Oh, there must be something happening up top. Mithy, Tidecaller, blasting into the Aqua Prison. Sprattle goes down to 150 hit points, and Expect, he sidesteps the cocoon, body slams away from the volatile Spiderling, and all of the potential shenanigans actually results in nothing.
Actually results in Trick being able to invade topside. There's nothing there for him to take, but there is the ability to put down wards. And now at least gives a little bit of safety to that duo lane being pushed too far up. They knew exactly where Gilius was bottom side, no real threat.
Every time we look top, I think Mr. Riles and Sprattle might be goalkeepers. They're catching every single skill shot, and you can't afford to do that. They're down 13 CS already. There's going to need to be some help here for the Schalke duo. The one thing we do need to mention, that CS deficit is balanced out by the top lane because Steve is having a great laning phase against Expect.
And this is one of the things as Olaf is going to have that in the early game here. Just Expect can't really punish it too heavily right now, and with Gilius being down in the bottom lane, that kind of gets evened out. I mean, Expect even used his teleport to get back to lane, so he's covered a little bit of the disparity between the two. But this bottom lane, top lane matchup for now is real tough for Rales and Sprattle to get themselves back in. They're going to try and do Krugs. Problem is, as soon as they leave to try and do that, it takes so long. You can see Sprattle's like, no, the wave's pushing in. It's a cannon wave. We can't really miss this one, but they get zoned off even then. This is real tough for this top lane.
Yeah, it really is. And, gonna go back to it. Last week, G2, they lost their first game against H2K. They were down massive amount of gold against Unicorns of Love and had to bounce back. And even in game one, it took 45 minutes for them to come back. Cocoon finds Sven. That is a lot of damage. Schalke couldn't follow it up.
But you could see, it's not that they couldn't follow up. That was not a gank attempt by Gilius. He knew there was vision control. He knew he'd been spotted off the pink wood. That was pressure release from Gilius, coming top to at least show and say, hey, look, you've got to respect this 2v2 or 2v3 scenario right now. I know there's nothing you can do to punish this. So that bought Schalke a little bit of time there and has kind of now bought the time for G2 to recall as well. So they will be able to expand on that lead that they already had. But Gilius, even though the Cocoon landed, the damage on Sven, they just didn't follow up.
No, they didn't indeed. Fox throws down the Ravenous Flock, regens any of the poke that Perks has put down. Plus 11 CS in the laning phase, so another strong early game here for Fox. He did the same on the Victor into Ryze matchup, which I think is expected, to be fair. Regardless, helping out in the early game. Approaching 8 minutes on the clock, and we're going to take, again, another closer look at how the teams, which team has the advantage, because G2 have traditionally been ahead in the early game in most of their matches, and Schalke have traditionally secured the first tower regardless of the cost. It was a gank attempt last time.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what they give away, but at this point...
Gotta keep that stat high, man.
Stats all about the stats. Stats win games. Some players do not agree with that. I also am the same mindset.
The mid laners heavily agree with that one. That stats are less than decision making. I'll put it that way. I'll put it that way. They had some strong feelings when we were talking about in the round table, and there was a lot of saltiness around who had the higher KDA.
Always saltiness over there. But you can't tell the whole story from stats all the time. So as this game continues, we're seeing that lead on the AD carries grow. Perks grabs himself a blue buff. Mid laners on the round table were talking about how much they love blue buff.
Oh, yes.
It was a pretty funny set of interactions.
The training in EU West solo queue, apparently. All right, so 9 minutes in. Gravity Field, not enough. Never Move, not enough. Both mid laners, really this is just a farm battle until somebody comes to play.
Oh yeah, and until somebody buys an Executioner's Calling is the other side of that, because at that point Fox is going to lose a lot of his potency in fights. Now I wonder whether Sven will translate his lead into a fairly early Executioner's Calling, because at that point you punish Schalke when they try and group, rather than trying to compound your lead identically against your opponent. So that might be something we see, but I wouldn't bet my house on it. Very few things I would bet my house on, just saying.
Yeah, that kind of went from like 0 to 100, right? There was no middle steps. But we were looking at Steve pushing in Expect, growing that CS advantage again. It's been a rough day for Expect. His Irelia was really hurt from the lane swap. Now in the head-to-head matchup, he's struggling against Steve's Olaf. Again, I think the matchup has the potential to go badly. The true damage, the undertow, built-in sustain there for Olaf, I think can give Gragas troubles.
Well, I'm pretty sure he didn't account for some of the ways that these games have gone for it. I mean, he got starved of resources and then wasn't exactly sure what was coming out in the matchup when the Olaf was locked in. So the problem is, Gragas is going to have a much, I don't want to say larger impact, because Gragas can have a very large impact on team fights, setting them up, playing as the engage. Of course, Olaf can as well, with the right flank, get into a fight, but it's so much more difficult to have impact on Olaf than it is on Gragas. And Olaf's impact relies on him being able to get into a fight while ahead to really shut down a carry, whereas Expect can just throw out an ultimate and suddenly a team fight's won.
I think that's very fair, but I also think you can throw out that ultimate and also look very goofy.
Oh yeah, of course.
If you miss it or you're predicting correctly, right?
I mean, it's a fat man wearing a Santa suit in the middle of summer. It's 35 degrees in here, Trevor. hardly dressed for the occasion.
Actually, as you can see in the bottom left, tickets are available. eu.lolesports.com.
That was the most random plug.
We have air conditioning in the studio, so you can escape the 35-degree heat, especially if you're in a Santa suit.
Woo! Our whole audience has turned to us with thumbs up at this point about being able to escape the heat.
Yeah.
But, nevertheless, the heat is on for Trick right now.
Potential first blood. Cocoon finds Trick. He's in trouble. Onslaught of shadows away. First ultimate is a defensive one, as Laser Bird pushes Perks out of lane. This could be a Cloud Drake if Schalke wanted to.
That's
because there's no
optimistic.
cost. Yeah.
I mean, nobody's rushing for the Cloud Drake at all, ever. Not even for cloud cover on a hot day in the sun. Not even worth it.
Perks was caught by the Never Move, but it didn't really do a whole lot. And we've just got extended laning phase. I mean, we're Season 2 again. 20 minutes of farming into a team fight. I apologize. I cursed Perks.
Done it again? Whoa! Who needs assists right there? Gilius picks one up, gets the repel just in time.
And you see, that's why we like watching Gilius on Elise.
Yeah. It's been his best pick, really, when you look at it. Coming into this series, he had a pretty monster KDA on it, and Schalke are going to keep the streak alive, perhaps, Trev. Are they going to get it? Yeah.
Tower as well. So first tower again. What is that?
12 of 14.
Out of 14 games. And Gilius secures first blood.
Yeah.
Onto Perk. So this is a good start for Schalke. It will cost them their top lane tower, though.
Once again, it's a tower. They get the first one. It still counts, but they do lose one straight after. Now, I wonder, in this scenario, if they can get Rales to farm up for a while, this disparity between Ezreal and Sivir may not actually be exacerbated too greatly. However, that does punish if you don't have your AD carry with them. They would much prefer Steve to be accepting that wave to expand his lead and end up in the 2v2. So for Schalke right now, punishing the Sivir a little bit more isn't actually the most impactful thing, because once you get into team fights, the Sivir's going to have her ultimate as utility, will be able to still deal damage there. It just isn't quite comparable to the Ezreal damage when you look at it from the lead that Sven has.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how Schalke play this, because they've got a very strong top lane, very weak bot lane. There's some wiggle room for Fox, but it's taken a long time to get to this point. In terms of the slowest or the longest first bloods, G2 have actually been involved in 6 of those. 3 of those, rather, of the top 6. Whether that's securing or giving it up. So read that as you will. Low risk or low reward. Or in Gilius's case, just tower dive it in a turret. Why not?
Yeah, I mean, Perks was so low, didn't have his ghost available. Didn't really anticipate the flash at that point to try and get himself out. Now Perks has to be careful in the mid lane, has his flash, but Fox, if he can land a Never Move,
it's
running
such a hard skill to
trying
land.
to use W doesn't really work too often.
Press R, press R. There we go. Both players pressed R. Mid lane weak in the European LCS, and they can't kill each other, I'm afraid.
No, that's not a whole lot of damage, especially when your Victor has gone Mercury Treads.
Yeah.
Very early on, you almost never see it anyway, but once that added tenacity, you know, once the extra movement speed, the magic resists, get away, Trick, he's got his ult, he's fine here in this scenario. So I'm going to say this, I'm going to promise you at some point there are going to be some real long, exciting team fights.
Oh,
it's not going to be right
That's
now.
a real brave
okay.
call.
I'm just saying, at some point we're going to get him with a Hecarim, a Gragas, we've got an Olaf.
Don't know about that, Cotton. We'll have to see how it works out.
Coming into this, I was looking at this maybe looking to be a bloody game at times, because out of the top 5 players of KDAs coming into this, we actually had 4 of the top 5 in this matchup. Here comes the engage.
And it may be thwarted. Teleports are being channeled. That's a cancel from Expect and a cancel from Steve, as Mythy was potentially caught out. So teleports down for the top laners. And Expect, still yet to complete any item, is now going up against a Black Cleaver Olaf. This is just going to get even more worrying over the next few minutes.
The thing is, Expect is sat on 1,500 gold right now. So while he knows he's not going to get punished because Gilius is in the lower side jungle, he does have to be a little careful in these trades, because as you talked about, Steve already has an advantage. Steve has about 1,000 on him. but it is still tough because Expect at some point is going to have an Olaf running in his face.
He will, but I think Steve will run straight past Expect and try to take down Sven. Sven has built up a 50 CS advantage over Mr. Riles. The Man Immune's been completed for a little while. It's 1,300 gold as Sven continues to stack up that tier. Cole has still not yet popped for the max farm, and it's going to be whether or not Mr. Riles can bring the utility to Steve while not dying, because he's not got a whole lot of damage to offer just yet.
Oh, Trick didn't show on that ward, but thought twice. I believe they communicated that there was a ward top side, a pink ward. This game and this pace of the game is the result of having a Cloud Drake and neither team really wanting any kind of fights early. There's nothing that's forcing it. Cloud Drake isn't worth it. There's no point. You get 15 movement speed. They're saying, who cares? We got a Sivir, we got a Karma. I don't need that anyway. G2 are running 2 Ghosts.
Lots of wave clear for Schalke, actually.
Yeah.
Laserbird, Boomerang, Karma as well to throw out that AoE.
G2 have got a lot on their own right.
Yeah.
Barrels, lasers, everything. Gilius walks past the dragon, doesn't even want it.
No, but Gilius, you know, I think he's one of the more interesting junglers to talk about because there are such big disparities in his individual performances. And we're not seeing a stable level yet. Aqua Prison connects from mid-peak before he takes a lot of damage himself. And True Shot Barrage used just to try clear out this wave. All right, looking down at this bottom lane, Steve is coming round.
Gilius.
Trick is looking to engage. Onslaught of Shadows. Gilius goes up with the Repel, trying to use as much time as he can. Tidal Wave has already been used. Here comes Steve. He's ghosting in. Teleport's coming down from Fox as well. Steve needs to land an Undertow. It does not connect. Picks up the axe. Finds 2. Mythy cannot move as Schalke grab their second kill.
Schalke are able to take advantage of the overlap in the bottom side. Perks was still mid, did not have any impact on that fight. And Expect was up in the top lane. It was just a sheer numbers advantage in that fight for Schalke. They managed to take 1 kill, take a tower, and expand on their slight lead.
And we're starting to see again, G2 are the ones that initiated the play. Schalke can respond and punish. That happened multiple times in the first game of the series. In addition to that, Expect's teleport. He either opted not to TP down or was late, and by the time he could, didn't. I'm looking at the minimap. There's no pressure from him.
Yeah. And
it was already in place.
At this point, Gilius has already been engaged on. You can see Swain trying to drop out of vision, and Perks lets him go. Doesn't continue to chase there, because Perks doesn't think anybody's dying here. It's probably even communicated by the rest of G2 that they don't want anybody to join that because it would be using summoners for no ability. In fact, Perks, as I said, doesn't have a TP, so only a gravity field would have been able to lock him down. So Perks would have had to have run. There was no point in him going bottom lane. It would have taken him far too long.
All right, so Rift Herald picked up now by G2. The Eye of the Void, I believe it is called, was there picked up by Trick. So that's quite interesting. As he's going to be more capable as the game scales, I feel, than Agragas to make use of the buff. And maybe it also tells you that Expect might be hanging out with his teammates just a little more frequently for that disengage.
It's going to help the first attack that comes in from Trick. When Trick runs into a fight with his abilities active, that extra movement speed, and hits somebody now with that extra buff from Rift Herald. He's even going Trinity Force. We rarely see Hecarim's finish Trinity Force. They'll pick up a Phage and leave it there for a while. It's kind of a vanity item that if you manage to get yourself there, it's like, hey, look at my damage. I die really quickly if I build a second item. So Trick playing a bit of a risky game, but he's going to look to use it top lane.
He is indeed. Steve throws down the Ghost and the Ragnarok, running for his life. Undertow will slow Expect. Trick continues to run. Onslaught of Shadows was used already. Devastating Charge should come up shortly. Steve is running for his life, and the crowd goes wild as Steve escapes.
Steve gets himself away. At that point, the horse isn't quite fast enough. Needs some velocity 9 in his system at that point. G2 want to engage again, but Trick, no ultimate. Here comes the counter engage.
Gilius found nobody with the cocoon, and G2 are able to disengage. Expect cancelled his TP, so that's on cooldown.
So did Steve at that point. They were both looking to come in, both cancelled at the same time. So a lot of hands-off fights in this exchange. Only 2 kills so far, and they've gone to Schalke, who once again have had themselves a decent early game. They've been ahead on towers for a fairly long time right now, and they've been able to at least maintain a lead while being so far behind in their AD carry role. A lot of it is just coming from that added global gold that they've had and the top lane matchup.
Yeah, I think there's a pretty good matchup there in favor of Steve. Still plus 30. We're already seeing the impact that he's had. Fox was able to farm up a minor advantage over Perks, 15 CS at this stage. It's about 2 waves. And I think we can accredit that to a very successful Gilius gank. That alleviated some additional pressure. As Cloud Drake is again the next dragon, not going to be the highest priority, but it is Schalke that once again have this lead. And now we need to compare their mid-game decision-making to Game 1.
Yes. One decision that needs to be made at some point is that Executioner's Calling that we were talking about earlier. Spirit Visage is completed on Fox right now, but Gilius is the one that we are focusing on because he's forced to flash. Trick was around.
Trick coming up. The ultimate's on cooldown actually, so couldn't engage with it. But Mythy, my word, I think he's hit nearly every bubble that we've looked at on stream.
And speaking of Mythy, one thing we glossed over earlier, I was kind of tunnel visioning the Ignite on the duo lane. Of course, also deals with the Swain in the same kind of way, not just the Executioner's Calling, so I'm sure someone will have been like, no, that's the reason he's taken it. And I'm like, yeah, I was tunneling on duo lane. I'm sorry.
One of the few times that actually becomes really beneficial the later the game goes as well. That exhaust tends to be better in those late game team fights. Spirit Visage was picked up for Fox. No real surprises there. Rylai's for Gilius. Taunting Perks ever so slightly. And Fox is actually left to deal with Expect in the bottom lane. As both teams starting to group up around these mid towers. No real tower pressure this game. 23 minutes in, only 2 towers apiece.
Not even 2. Only 1 on the side of G2. I mean, you would be forgiven for expecting more. At this point in the game, you would expect a lot more to have happened. It's not really that G2 haven't been able to as such, but they've been trying to press this advantage with Sven, but the way that mid lane went, the way that top lane has gone for G2 has made it very difficult to actually expand on that lead reliably. And now you can look, oh, TP's coming out behind here. Schalke, they're trying to get away.
They are indeed. Mr. Rawls is running for his life. Trick was exhausted. Expect knocks Rawls to safety, in fact, as Fox is on the front foot. He's looking to chase down G2.
Here comes
Fox
Perks.
gets ignited. Here's Perks from behind. First kill is on to Expect. Schalke have got the first of the fight. Rawls is running for his life. Flashes away from the Chaos Storm. A devastating charge. Sends Sprattle to the fountain. But here comes Steve. Picks up the arrow, the axe rather. Looking for an undertow. Fox is running low on mana. Trick's looking for the kill. Trick is forced to run away as the laser bird burns him down. Never move on to Sven. Schalke have won the fight convincingly. It's a 1 for 4, and Mythy's left wanting.
Don't be deceived by the low mana Swain. If you start hitting him, he's going to get some of that mana back and stay alive for a whole lot longer. And there are a few things in this fight that made it very difficult for G2 actually to get a lot of their damage down before the fight. And as we take another look at it shortly, we'll see some of them in effect. So Schalke are already in position here for the initial push, and Trick doesn't quite get his engage off properly. Look, Schalke noticed this, and it's only Rales that gets caught by Trick going in. Once again, we saw this kind of mistake earlier. Expect blast Rales backwards and actually gives him a moment of safety here. Rales doesn't get hit by the Nami wave. And look, Perks does not have the upgraded Chaos Storm, so everybody from Schalke is able to avoid it apart from Rales at that point. He completed the perfect hex core after this fight, and that is what allowed Schalke actually to turn this around. Trick tries to go aggressive because he thinks that Fox and Sven can kill this, but again, they have no way of cutting through the healing, and they give him the mana back. Fox is able to survive as well as Steve, and Schalke are able to take the end of this team fight convincingly.
Yeah, they really do. 4 kills for 1. They grab the inner turret bottom, they grab the Cloud Drake as well, and they now have a 4,000 gold lead. Mr. Rawls, after all of the pain in the early game, he's still behind in total gold, but he's got a Phantom Dancer, he's got an Essence Reaver. And I think very importantly, he's got 2 solo lane champions who might be able to 2v5. Sprotle and Steve, they're running forward. Mithy's in trouble. Ragnarok lets Steve pick up some dinner. Looking for more. Undertow has to connect to slow somebody down. Sven's able to sidestep before he gets caught by the inner flame. Now Perks is in trouble. Chaos Storm will buy him some time. Steve's not done. Keeps throwing out those undertows. Finds another. Reckless swing down. Needs to pick up the undertow again. Onslaught defensively as Trick runs for his life. This Hecarim is not having the impact G2 may have wanted.
No, it really isn't. G2 aren't able to get reliable starts to the fight, and now Schalke are looking perhaps to try and go for the Baron, but Expect pulls himself too close to the fight. Rallis has red buff.
Yes, he does. Boomerang Blade will clear out the wave. I think Expect showing his face at least dissuaded Schalke from the Baron. And they grab themselves, again, another easy kill, and how on earth do you stop that Olaf?
Well, you catch him without Ragnarok and then blast him away from the fight with Gragas, but that's easier said than done, as we're going to keep seeing here. So for the entirety of this, it doesn't matter what the Nami and the Ezreal has got, because now his ult was down in that part of the fight. We were only taking a look at the Nami getting caught. So Trick has his Trinity Force complete, needs to get a little tankier if he wants to be the primary engage and stick around in fights. But speaking of not being tanky, Gilius is getting shredded.
He is. There's no Onslaught of Shadows. Trick had to use it defensively. Gilius is going to be able to rappel up and get away. Again, another good bubble from Miffy that set that up.
And that's Gilius that has himself Chain Vest, a bunch of Giant Spells in there as well. So while he's not the tankiest, still isn't full damage off that. So you can see just how much damage Sven is able to do for his team.
I mean, Sven, Blade of the Rune King, he's gone the traditional blue build. The Lucy Boots, Iceborne Gauntlet, as well as the Mirror Mana already.
It's probably why he hasn't got Execution Calling yet. It's yellow. You don't want to.
Yeah,
don't want to disrupt
no.
the flow. But it's very interesting when you compare G2 from last split with this split. Sven actually brings like 6% more of his team's damage than Emperor did, which is actually a big difference on this. It means Perks has dropped in team percent damage by 3, and the rest of the team have kind of conceded the other 3. So Sven is doing a monster job in fights.
And, you know, when you look at some of the team compositions with the Zillion, for example, where they do play around Sven.
Yeah.
I remember Deficio saying it multiple times in cast, when you have an ADC like Sven, why not play champions like Lulu or Zillion? Keep him alive and, you know, use him as the tip of the spear.
Oh, that's a Sivir ultimate being popped.
Yeah, but for what? Perks is on the back line. Gilius is battling with Trick. Here comes Steve. He's running at a mile a minute. Perks is in so much trouble. The reckless swing, as well as the undertows. Steve's taken down Perks. Fox continues to interrupt and dissuade. That's a giant golden bird. True Shot Barrage will tag Fox, but not do a lot, as he's able to back away. And I think Gilius was able to buy enough time and distract G2 to allow Perks to get taken down. Now Gilius is the target. Look for the explosive cast. Gives, in fact, already used. Expect goes down. Never Move locks him out. He's forced to flash away defensively and body slam to safety. A double bubble slows down Schalke. Defensive flashes from all of G2. Finally, Fox is running low on mana. Not before he takes down Trick. It's Gilius that gets the kill. And G2, they are scrambling.
He didn't even get Rallis at the end of that fight. Still had flash and heal available despite that fight kicking off by Rallis and Perks going toe-to-toe. And Schalke are in such a good position compared to what we were expecting out of them. They've come with 2 strong early games, and in the second game are about to take themselves a Baron and a very strong lead against the league leaders.
This was a game that was going to determine whether or not G2 was one step above the middle of the table. Fnatic showed that they were last week. They had 2 convincing 2-0s. And today, G2, they're just a little all over the place. But I think you have to give credit. Schalke's lane swap in the previous game, and Steve on this Olaf this game.
Look at this. A Victor gets his E and his ultimate off on an AD carry, and between the shields that come out and Rallis having used the Phantom Dancer, gets that damage reduction as well. There was an exhaust that comes out. A lot of things meant that there was ultimately no damage coming from Perks. And at that point, Schalke are just saying, well, okay, there's one of their damage dealers just completely gone. Let's just make sure Sven can't get into the fight and constantly go forward, keep moving in this fight. Fox is confident enough to just flash forward. He's getting enough back here when it comes to the mana that he can stick around for long enough. And Rales gets himself out easily in that fight. Look, touch and go, but here comes the push with the Baroned up minions here. They're pushing onto the tower, but it's not losing health quite yet.
9 kills to 1. Look at the damage from Fox. Ignite over exhaust. You have to start questioning maybe summoner spells. You know what? Screw it. Gragas and Hecarim, they're not working this game. Expect lost the lane, and his barrels have been invisible, really, because Schalke have played her in such a way that's not mattered.
And we saw exhaust Victor last game to deal with an Aurelia, and while it didn't ultimately win Schalke the game, it certainly dealt with the Aurelia on multiple occasions. So, surprising that we're not seeing it again. Oh, Sven nearly caught out.
Oh, Fox,
Safe
he's
for now.
gone golden, gonna pop up onto the gravity field. I think maybe not enough follow-up there from G2. You could see both Expect and Perks had peeled away to the top lane, but it will result in the tower going down. Onslaught of Shadows, it is available for Trick. He's waiting
side.
in the wings. Could come over the wall. Devastating charge is winding it up. He's at max speed before he's forced to back away.
Yeah, he decides he doesn't want it, though. He knows for him that's a one-way trip. There is no way he survives going into 5 people, and he's playing with fire, looking at it now. But G2, they're starting to catch up. Expect has Fox.
That was a good barrel from Expect. Trick's still holding onto that ultimate, uses it defensively to run away, finally gets taken down. Fox is able to pick up a kill as Mr. Rolls takes a second. The undertows Arcane shift away from, and Steve will have another shot. Not gonna find it though. Expect's in trouble and is run down by all of Schalke. 3 more kills.
3 more kills, and it's 3 kills closer to ending this game for Schalke right now. They've already cracked that tower. They've got Fox down on the bottom lane. They are looking to double in here right now against G2.
G2 Esports on the verge of losing their 3rd game of the split. They've had split series with H2K and Rockat. Schalke might just join that very elite crew. Not gonna go for the final push yet. Reset, spend all that money. Over 2,000 gold, in fact, for Fox and Rolls. And this has just been a very good performance from Schalke overall.
It has, and G2 have struggled. They've really struggled to pick up kills in this game. Not only from the fact that they can't really kill Fox, but they've struggled even to lock down the likes of Rales, of Sprattle in this game. You can see Steve go straight into the backline, forces Perks out of the fight. This is the perfect position that Perks wants his damage to come out when everybody's stacked. But from there, G2 just cannot afford to turn around. Just so much damage coming out right now.
Yeah, you can see like all the damage that Fox is putting down. As we've gone over 33 minutes, he's dealt 22,000 team damage to enemy champions. In contrast, Perks 031 has only dealt 12,000. 40% of the total. He may as well have been invisible this game. The Victor's never had the opportunity.
I mean, just through the exhaust, through the lack of AP that he's got. Here we go.
This might be an attempt here from G2, but it's desperate. The tidal wave only buys time. Expect needs a perfect barrel. It knocks Steve forward, I believe. No, he's not even fired yet. That was just Steve running forward. He gets shut down. Finally, Expect is killed. Sven follows shortly thereafter. Gilly's looking for Mithy. Here comes the movement speed from Spartle. Fox is running with the Ravenous flock up, and G2, they get at least 1 kill onto Steve, but Expect, he didn't even fire the ultimate.
Yeah, he couldn't get it out in time at this point. Schalke have to kind of be careful. They're still looking to close here, but there is enough wave clear coming out from G2, and they have enough damage that should they turn this back around, there is a possibility. But Schalke, they've got Fox. They're going to look to TP in on the super minion when it comes under the tower and keep it alive. It's when it has aggro. Here we go. Here comes the play. Gravity field's down already.
Trick still has onslaughts of shadows, but it's up to Perks and that death ray. Perks is running. No Chaos Storm, no Sven. Nexus turret number 1 is down. Nexus turret number 2 is being focused. Schalke, they grab themselves a kill on the way. It's actually Gilius that goes down before they drop Perks. Now they turn their attention to Trick. Sven is respawned. The Nexus is going down. A few more hits, and Schalke have done it. They even the series and secure a point.
You can see how much being able to take a win means in one game for Schalke. Secure a point for themselves. But the other side of this coin is G2 just lost 2 points from what you would anticipate to be a victory that would be in the bag already after game 1 of this series, thinking, hey, we dealt with it in game 1. Schalke even the series.
Yeah, the European LCS continues to prove any team can drop games regardless of expectation and regardless of position on the standings. I quite like that. Meeting in the middle of the stage after a split series.
It's always the awkward thing after the high fives now, because one team's going to block the other. Which takes priority here?
But we're about to find out. Now, there's no traffic. There's no traffic yet. They seem to be looping. Ah, there we go.
See?
Taking the high road as they, of course, picked up the win in game 2. But like 15-4 in kills, 10-1 in turrets, multiple dragons, Baron as well. Game 2 of this series, it didn't even look like there was a chance for G2.
And it's a weird situation when you look at this, because normally when we talk about issues in draft, it's normally there was no engage, there was no wave cleared, they were playing for the late game. G2 didn't exactly have those issues. They had engaged. The problem is their engage was squishy, and when you go in, if there's no follow-up, if you don't have the ability for the victor to come down to the early fights, it's very tough to actually balance that up.
Absolutely agree.
There were issues when you look at like the way Trick was trying to engage. I don't know whether Trinity Force as a second item is quite ideal when you don't have like a full tank like a Maokai coming out from it, but I'm sure there are are a lot of opinions on the matter right now.
And the next question is then this Gragas into Olaf pick, the Hecarim jungle. We are seeing Hecarim jungle ever so slightly more in the last week or two, but it just seems like it has such a small margin of error that if you just fall behind ever so slightly, nothing can happen because nobody could contain Steve. He ended at 5, 1, and 8. He had a +30 advantage over Expect. Really, it was just a great performance, but it's been a good day because I felt Steve played very well in game 1 as well.
Yeah, I feel like he did. Fox had a great game this game as well, 6-0 and 6.
Yeah.
He's playing Swain. It's it's one of those things where it's like, well, if you didn't kill the Swain early, you're not killing him late. Not without being able to cut through the healing. And that came too little too late for G2.
Yeah.
Sometimes there were just fights where there was no Ignite there. They just also didn't have the itemization quite early on. I mean, it does punish you, but still, G2 just did not look like they were able to compete in the early game aside from the 2v2.
Yes.
There was a large lead for Sven and Mithy once again in that 2 versus 2 matchup that it looked like Schalke actually couldn't contend with.
I really, really liked how many bubbles Mithy had landed. But I think we also need to give a little bit of credit to Gilius because he showed his face in lane to alleviate some of that pressure, make sure the window doesn't grow further. And at the end of the day, that was the only tower that G2 secured. So the only sort of inroads that G2 made into Schalke's area of the map was because of Sven plus Mithy.
And normally that's a punishable play. Normally if a jungler walks into lane, isn't trying to gank and just goes, hey, I'm here, normally that's enough to just be like, oh, okay, well their jungler's over in our 2v2, let's punish on the side lane. But G2 couldn't do that at that point. They had a Hecarim who was still needing extra time to get to his ultimate.
And a Gragas that was getting pooped on.
Exactly. Gragas was in a rough situation, so there was no real way to transition that and exploit Gilius helping out his bot lane.
Yeah, there really was no way to do that. For now, though, we're going to head on stage with Pyrotechnic standing by with Steve.
Thanks very much. I'm in fact joined by currently the top laner for Schalke, but also maybe be trying out for the next series of Vikings after that performance. Congratulations on a victory here, 1-1 on the day, taking 1 win over G2 Esports. But let me talk to you a little bit about that last pickup, that Olaf. You made it look just so good. You're not the first to pull it out here in Europe in top lane, but how did you demolish G2 with it?
Well, they had a immobile mid lane, and I think Olaf is a pretty good pick into Expect's champion pool after they banned the Trundle. In the first game, I played the Trundle because I knew he would most likely play tanks or Irelia. Trundle's good into that, so they banned it. So I had to. We had the last pick, so I decided to go for the Olaf. It's also good into tanks and into Irelia, so it's a pretty good pick for me there. And yeah, with the Black Cleaver, you beat the tanks most likely. You outlane them, get an advantage, and then start doing stuff on the map, as I did, like plays bot and stuff.
Absolutely, and in game 1, you didn't seem to be having too shabby of a time either. You want to talk me through that matchup as well?
Well, it's mainly we got the advantage through. I mean, I got the advantage in lane swap because of the way we played as a team, and the matchup is good, which means he had some trouble. He had to always call Rek'Sai to help him out push, and so I had the advantage there. Also, the matchup is good.
Certainly. So being able to get the advantageous matchup, it's really good seeing you guys improve at the draft as well. Also, let's go back to game 2 again, because there was kind of a strange swap around on G2's side. We had the Gragas, which we may have thought was going to be the jungle choice, but then they gave it over to Expect, who's typically been a more carry-oriented player. Were you surprised to see him pick up the Gragas then instead of having the Hecarim top?
So Gillis is a really good Gragas, which means they wanted to pick it, and we knew they would flex it. So yeah, we were not surprised. We thought they would prepare something like Expect will either play Gragas or play, I think, Irelia. I don't know what else he plays. And then, so they had to put carry jungler. We expected it, actually.
You expect? Okay, I know you're trying really hard not to make a pun. That's my territory, right? But yeah, you guys seem to have everything locked down. Masterminds. It's good to see that coming out. Last question for you here, though, Steve. We heard a little bit from you guys earlier on in the comms. We were listening in. You said, hey, we're coming in underdogs. We're coming in underdogs. You just taken out, in one game at least, the best team in Europe. Are you still underdogs? Where do you guys see yourselves right now?
Well, we tied them. We didn't beat them, but still.
That's fair.
Yeah, we had a pretty close game 1 that we could have won, and then we won pretty convincingly the second game. But yeah, we say that because it's how we feel, because that's always the impression we had. You know, and it gives us less pressure, you know. Being the underdog is always better. Like, I think they were ranked 1 right now in the standings. So yeah, we were the underdogs this game.
Well, and you certainly show that you can show up when you don't have the pressure on you. Thanks again for joining me, Steve. Congratulations. A 1-1 on the day definitely ain't too shabby. For now, though, we are going to send it back to the analyst desk to break down that 1-1 series.
Thank you very much. Well, if you're ranked lower than the team you're facing, then you're the underdog. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
The math checks out.
It does check out, though. Very nice performance from Schalke, obviously taking out G2, because, as we said last week, it's a team that even when they are behind G2, you never have the feeling that they can lose, but it was vastly different in this one.
Yeah, before we delve into this game in particular, I think we need to look at the series and like a stylistic mismatch between both these teams. Like Schalke, to me, feel more as a team, but their top lane prioritization is higher. Like they prioritize Steve. Like they play around him. Sometimes Rawls is really good at going low econ. Whereas if you look at G2, everybody always talks about Sven, how hard he can carry, how is he able to carry. But Expect is a low econ top laner that doesn't have the benefit of communication. Like Kikis was great for this G2 roster because he would play in low econ and he was super talkative and always happy. So he wouldn't tilt when he's behind and he can feed information. Expect can't. And that's making a difference this series, I feel. Game 1, Schalke could have easily won 2 with that advantage that they had on Steve. Also doesn't help that they drafted a horrible Aurelion to Trundle matchup for Steve.
Is that a bit of conjecture? Was Kiki's always... Do we know if he was always happy and
Actually,
after?
I mean, he seemed happy to me.
He seems like a happy guy, I'll give you that.
He seems like a happy camper. Maybe he was the biggest rager ever, but it doesn't. He hides it well, at least.
We can ask Perks later.
Yeah.
You want to take a look at the first blood?
Yeah, let's take a look at the first blood, because we have that first blood for you guys. And this also plays into a whole stylistic difference. While Trick is a very efficient pacing jungler, Gilius needs these type of plays to happen to get him back into the game. Because Gilius, again, was being out-farmed because he spent time in the bot lane, but then he makes plays like this. And that's my problem with Gilius. Like, sometimes, yeah, this lands and he's a hero. And sometimes this misses and he's now 20 CS behind in the jungle. Because prior to this play, Gilius walked to the bottom lane. He showed himself. He didn't even get anything done, but he made it so that Expect had to back off. CS advantage to Steve. Suddenly Steve gets rolling. But now Gilius is behind. He needs to make back in the game. This play was that play. And suddenly everything is fixed again for Schalke.
Yeah, the jury was still out on Gilius. It's still out. I think it's going to stay out. He'll go a bit of up and down.
He's a bit of a yin-yang. He just goes like up and down. Yo-yo performer.
Yo-yo performer. Let's just keep it at that. As you said, Steve getting rolling, and he just keeps rolling throughout this game.
Yeah, and this is what I like about Schalke here. We see like teleport initiated this time by Expect, something that's very rare in the series. Immediate reaction by Schalke. They're playing as a team, and they kind of play out this fight very well. We have Fox zoning in the front line, Steve coming in, and he can just bypass all this potential CC with his ultimate as well, worst case. And he just went off this series. As he alluded to in the interview, he's Olaf versus a low mobility mid laner like Perks. Once he closes the gap, there's nothing in Gravity Field can do, and he has like enough slows to keep that Victor down. And he's just too tanky to be focused. So it was a really big catch-22 here for G2, unless they snowball. Who are they actually going to kill in these team fights?
Yeah, we saw that they did try and put up a good fight. Which is what they usually do. They try and rely on their team fight prowess to get ahead. But Schalke was just incredibly far ahead, and I believe you do have one more replay.
Yeah, we have one more closing fight here that indicates more of that. Schalke leading here at the end. Always Fox in the front lines with that Swain buying time, and then it's just a matter of time until Steve says, you know what, I think I'm going to go in and kill some people. Gravity Field ignored, Hecarim is getting exhausted, Perks has to flash out of the fight. Look at Steve, picks up an axe, picks up a target, and they just roll over. Obviously at this point it looks easy because they're this far ahead, but it all goes back to the way they approached the early game. The OF pick I really liked as a counter pick on red side lost rotation. I think G2 Esports should learn from that and help their top laner back into the game with better picks, with better priority too. Mithy alluded to it in an interview last week as well. If we want to go to the international stage, like if you bring this iteration of G2 with this little attention for Expect, they will get absolutely murdered internationally. Like there's no way they probably even win a game.
Well, that's something we can ask Perks about later as well. We do have to declare player of the game, no surprise.
Yeah.
Steve is the one here on his Olaf, very, very destructive. Always a good spirit in that team, I think, even though he's also kind of yo-yo performer, I would say. He has his great days and a bit less.
I mean, we have to see where Steve started. He came into the LCS going like getting the camp to hell out of him, let's just say. And he improved from being purely tank to finally getting some attention once in a while there, and he kind of showed that, okay, Steve can carry. And I like that Schalke are unlocking him more. They're just coming together as a team. They're starting to understand how to play out leads. I want to see more of Steve once Schalke as a team improves.
1-2-1 rather, Schalke and G2. And to recap the series that has just concluded on EULCS2, after a loss in Game 1, the Giants, they managed to fire back 1-1 versus Vitality. There in the end, very good from them. Smitty J was player of the game, and for Giants, that's just an incredibly important victory.
Oh yeah, that point is so important, like in the bottom of the standings. Not only do you keep Vitality below you, you now get an additional point. Yeah, of course you want the 3 points, but I think Giants, slightly surprising after a very weak first few weeks.
Yeah, well done by Giants. Some more question marks for Vitality. As for us, though, it is time for a caster cooldown. But when we return, it is our match of the week between Fnatic and Origen. Before we go, we'll hear from some of the league's top mid laner on Expects and arguably Europe's most famous pro play.
So talking about going back in time to modern day, I want to show you guys a clip. Probably the most famous mid lane clip is the FLICKR backdoor.
You can see this coming in there. Pekka is desperately on towards the Nexus. Kevin is going to be able to go towards him.
Is this Pekka being good, or is this SK being bad?
I think a bit of both. Both. Yeah, both. For sure.
Why is it both?
Because I rewatched it a couple of times, and I saw some players being boosted from enemy team.
What exactly?
I mean, I don't now remember exactly, but Pekka did good like sidestepping and ulting over the Nexus and yeah, hitting the Nexus, you know. But I remember some skill shots being missed and some movement being a bit questionable. It was
Did you just get lucky?
It was like...
Well, not really, because my intention was not really to finish the game at first, but just to not let them finish. But then suddenly they send the only guy that cannot stop me, they send him to stop me. And I'm like, oh nice, an Olaf. Because at first I'm gonna back, like, okay, I stopped, I'm just gonna back. And then he's like, oh, but it's Olaf. So I hit the Nexus for like, I don't know, 5-10 seconds, and then in the last second the Cho'Gath came, and I think it's hard to blame him. I mean, it's not easy to blame him because he did really bad skill shots, but I think he was really nervous because he see the Nexus with 200 HP, and he has to do a Cura W somewhere, and I think he was just super nervous and spam his buttons everywhere where he could, and that was the problem. But yeah, I think if he played that better, or they played that better and sent Cho'Gath earlier or someone else earlier, I wouldn't have finished. So.
If they just sent like 2 people back there, they
instantly,
they could have ended the game, and the Expected wouldn't have been able to end it. So obviously it was well duped by Xparkle, but it was still some questionable decision from the SK Gaming team.
What goes through your mind when you think about that clip? I mean, that's now so many years ago. Is it still?
Well, one funny thing I remember is that I could have actually finished easily because Cyanide was stopping someone in their jungler, and suddenly he stopped chasing him and went back. So he allowed the Cho'Gath to recall. So if Cyanide kept chasing this guy, it wouldn't have even been close. He wouldn't have been like as close as he was. I would have just finished with the HP I had, and it would have been not so impressive.
But it wouldn't be as clutch as it.
Yeah, it wouldn't have been so impressive. So now I remember that thanks to Cyanide,
so just
not giving a fuck about what I was doing, and he's like, I gotta stop chasing this Cho'Gath. I'm just gonna recall to base. That's what made it so close.
You can see this coming in there. Pekka is desperately on towards the Nexus. Kevin is going to be able to go towards him. He's trying to do it. But meanwhile, they're in the base. Yellow Star's trying to defend them in the base. Pekka is trying to take the Nexus down. Is anyone going to be able to deal with this one? Catches him with another axe. He's very low. They're pushing on the Nexus to his Pekka is back to finish. I do not believe it.
Welcome back to our coverage of the European LCS. Joining us here to up the elo on the desk is the mid laner rather for G2 Esports, Perks, and to tank it, the elo Stress.
I was going to say, there was no way it's me that follows that introduction, so welcome to Desk, Perks.
Thanks.
Thank you for joining us. A 1-1 versus Schalke just now. Can you give us a quick lowdown of how you experienced the series?
I personally think we played really bad. Like game 1, we were equal the whole game, I think, or something like that. And then we got some good fights and ended up winning the game because they just, they lost. And in game 2, I think we got heavily outdrafted because we had a losing mid lane matchup and top lane matchup. So they could just pressure mid and top hard, and Swain, and then I died to a gank, which I shouldn't have died. After they got mid turret, they opened up the map, and then we didn't have damage to kill them ever. Like Swain was so tanky, and Olaf was so tanky, and they both have so much damage. And with Sivir and Karma speed, they just run at us, and I can't do anything, and Ezreal can't hit either. So yeah, I think we got pretty outdrafted.
Outdrafted, but a 1-1 on that one. We are going to move over to our match of the week over here between two organizations with a lot of history, Fnatic and Origen. Let's start by talking about Fnatic. 4-0 last week against Schalke and Splyce, establishing themselves as a top-tier team. They are in second, obviously, after you guys. What do you think of Fnatic's strength right now as a whole?
I think Fnatic is actually a pretty good team. They just lost to H2K 2-0. When they had bad picks, like really bad picks, they got heavily outdrafted in those series. I would rate Fnatic like equally to H2K, like anyways. And they have shown like progress with each week. They have like Spirit is playing really good lately. This split, he's been kind of carrying them, and Reckless is playing a lot better than last split too. So that's like what they got for them, you know.
Whole lot of improvements for Fnatic. I also think drafts has been working very well for them, the improvements they made over the last couple of weeks. But let's get to the nitty-gritty. It's mid lane week. He's not here beside you yet. How's Febiven doing this split right now, Perks, in your opinion?
He's doing good. I haven't actually watched too many Fnatic games because it's either in my game, in my time, or whatever. Yeah. So it's a bit unlucky. But sometimes I watch VODs, and he's just playing good.
You haven't been watching a lot, but you have noticed that Spirit and Reckless are doing good.
Doesn't want to give the credit.
No. Yeah.
He has the best KDA out of all mid laners.
That's true, yeah. KDA means a lot, by the way.
Yeah, let's take a look at Origen in this matchup. Last week, we thought things were going better, then they got 0-2'd by the Giants. They are now in 9th place above the UOL coming into this week. Perks, what needs to improve for them?
For Origen?
Yeah.
It's hard to say because Pekka just basically rolls up to AD to help OG out. So I don't know how much time does it take for him to become a really very good AD, which right now is obviously not the case since he's getting caught a lot or flashing in, or he just thinks he's playing middle in Lissandra or something. You know? So for OG, I think they just need strong carries because in scrims they're actually really good. Like the early game is really good. So I think if Pekka and Parallel can carry the games in mid-game teamfights or whatever, then they're going to be a strong team.
Well, one of the things that hopefully will help Pekka settle is give him a little bit more time focusing on the in-game stuff. Origen have appointed a new CEO, so hopefully gives Pekka a little bit more time.
What's his name?
Javier. No, I'm going to murder it if I say it.
Yeah,
my Spanish is terrible. But to really kind of put a bit of a real talk on this, this is not a matchup to the same caliber of what we would have seen last year. When we look at Fnatic Origen, it should be a very close game. Yes, the organizations still have prestige, but right now, Fnatic are miles ahead of where Origen are.
We'll see what happens. The teams are ready inside the arena, so let's kick it over to the casters for picks and bans.
Thank you very much, Shark. Stepping to join me on the cast desk is Mitch Kerpo for Sports. And just before we launch into the draft, let's take a quick roster rundown. Starting on the blue side of Summoner's Rift. For game 1 in the series, it is Fnatic, with Gamsu in the top lane, Spirit in the jungle, Febiven playing mid lane.
That's still our faces.
Reckless the ADC, Yellow Star their supports, and of course, Daylor.
For a second, I thought I was back in the LCS, you know, on Fnatic right now, part of the lineup. But no, they finally rolled in. And as it looks like, I will be reading the red side Origen as the teleprompter tells me. So for their team, we still have in the top lane, Soaz in the jungle, amazing. In the mid lane, expect, it's Power People still. Expect on AD carry and Hybrid.
Yes, of course. I'm glad you've got the flow down. of how this works. Picks and bans, 6.12. We saw the Gragas and the Hecarim from G2. Did you like it?
I actually like playing with and against like Hecarim jungle because I think it's different. You need it to work and you kind of need it to fit, but it's hard to define what makes it fit. But it feels very snowbally. Either it like steamrolls or it's just absolutely useless. What the biggest problem that we saw in that series where Hecarim was playing in the Gragas top was just the fact that Gragas was playing into Olaf and Steve had Olaf plus jungle attention, and then Gragas is not a happy camper.
Definitely not. And that ended up resulting in a loss there for Expect and G2. We're jumping down to Fnatic Origen. In all 12 of the previous games, Origen have banned Ryze. 12 out of 12. This is their 13th game. Let's see if they do it again. Bard targeted towards Hybrid. Jhin targeted towards Reckless.
Yeah, the Braum permaban has been replaced by a very early Bard in many cases, and then maybe a Braum. Recently, Jhin you have to ban against Reckless. If you look at his accounts, Reckless is one of those players that over-practices a single champion continuously. Like, he played Jhin every single solo queue game I've met or watched him recently, and he does phenomenally well on it. Same for Featherman, actually. He's been playing Zilean with mixed success, even admitting it in all chats, like, yeah, I'm still learning this champion. But then when he carries, it's like, I'm actually pretty good Zilean. So maybe it comes out today.
I'll find out, as the next ban will be Olaf. Taking that one off the table. Going to allow Fnatic to get their hands on. So, in terms of what is still up, Vladimir comes to mind.
Oh yeah, bunch of power picks, bunch of meta picks. There's just too much to ban out. If you look at junglers, you have like Gragas, which I just like seeing because of the hard engage component. But you have Rek'Sai if you want to tank. You can still go Elise if you're the kind of the early ganker. So definitely a lot of options on the board. Let's see. The only one that I would agree with is definitely get rid of Vladimir.
And we'll find out if the teams agree. In terms of the Vlad, has been played twice by Featherman. Power of Evil's got his hands on it twice as well. And if Ryze is not the final ban here, it'll be the first time all split long for Origen. And it is not. So Nidalee, so Ryze is up, Vlad is up, Elise is up.
And we didn't mention Nidalee, but you have to ban it against Spirit because Spirit is so good at outpacing and out-jungling his opponents while farming. He is getting to the level that Trick was in Spring, in my opinion. Trick and Spirit shared a very similar style, but Spirit just couldn't make it stick. But lately, especially if you look at their series against Schalke from last week, just look at the early game. The clean shot calling from Fnatic was such a joy to watch. The way they divided the strong and the weak side of the map and played according to it. And then Spirit moving in between all of that, just efficiently taking camps, joining for pushes, ganking. He was really optimizing his time. I think if you go back and you would pause the clock, it's like, okay, Spirit, right now you have 20 seconds to think about your next move. He would still make all those moves because he was thinking perfectly in real time as an Nidalee jungler, and that gives you CS advantages.
And Origen last week, they had some good early game performances against Giants, but it was their mid-game over-aggression that cost them. So this could be an explosive start. Karma, Gragas, there's the Gragas you're liking.
Yeah, on the left side, we have the Vladimir first pick, you know, the S-tier mid laner that everybody's so afraid to play with and against. And then on the other side, Karma gets locked in early as the flex, and honestly, the S-tier support right now. So many teams are prioritizing Karma in their first rotation.
So, does Power of Evil have Anivia in his playbook? Or do they have an alternative? In that midweek roundtable, we actually had a discussion around Anivia into Vlad, and the general consensus was team fight's good, everywhere else, don't believe the hype.
She just has answers against some of the core concepts of Vladimir, like what does he do well, you know, he sustains. Anivia can farm from range pretty well, and then later on she can just wall him off and neutralize the waves, and in team fights, yeah, Vladimir goes in and dives on you, just wall behind him and focus him down. Also, when Vladimir walks out in like, we call it like a linear path, very predictable movement, he wants to walk up and Q you, right? That's when you send a frostbolt towards his face, and like if he wants to pull out, sure, you know, buddy, but you just took a lot of health down, and then you still have a wall that could make you force into my jungler. So that's like kind of the logic behind that. Eventually, Vladimir will out-sustain, but I think Anivia is a fine matchup if you get some help from your jungler.
Yeah, I'm looking at Power of Evil's most played. Victor, Zio's up there. Some of the potentials. Nami Ezreal locked in, and both of your supports. It looks like Nami and Karma becoming your S tier, your top tiers.
Yeah, just Nami's a good answer to Karma. We saw it from G2 as well. They finally got their hands on, I think it was Ezreal, Nami into Sivir Karma.
Yep.
And they really bullied that out due to the sustain advantage. Also, just like, because I think Mithi and Sven were a superior 2v2 lane. Need to see what they pick up here. A range advantage on the AD carry will be Very nice. So I really like the move over to Caitlyn, because now I think Caitlyn Karma can actually win this lane. Super skill matchup, likely on the LCS stage, super far matchup, because nobody really will go to the lengths it requires to start winning in CS, because that exposes you to too many ganks for jungler, teleport, and the payoff is like, what, 10 CS?
Yeah.
As opposed to throwing the game.
Not worth the risk, really. And what do you make of this Kassadin? Into the Vlad, got the magic shield, got the ability to get past Vlad onto the back line. So I guess it's a different approach to dealing with Vladimir?
No, it's a pick we've seen come out. I don't remember where. So this is where I'd be very smart, but I think I've seen it in Korea somewhere. The only problem you have with Kassadin picks is that everybody goes like, but my wave clear, you know, what happens to my wave clear? But that's exactly what happens when you run a Kassadin comp. Like, you shouldn't look at that as a limiting factor. Origen will have to play like 1-3-1 though, because they're planning on putting Xpeke in the mid lane, but Caitlyn is a really good mid laner AD carry. Like, if you put her there, she can trap up, defend for herself. Karma can be around, double poke on the siege onto tower. So like, I think it's a good synergistic AD carry mid lane combo, something people don't often talk about too much.
We'll find out if it works for Origen. 1-3-1 requires a level of communication and coordination that really we're not seeing a whole lot of out of Origen.
Yeah, but Xpeke is really good at the style. He knows how to play, and that's why also they're leaving the pick lane, the top lane here for last, for Soas. We see the Trundle come out. This is usually what you could expect a Gnar here, honestly. And then that way Origen just have to win the side lanes and survive in the mid lane. But Gragas, Caitlyn, Karma is a really robust 3-man combo. As long as you have one like hard tank in that 3-man combo in the mid, you can actually play 1-3-1 as long as you win your side lanes. And then actually Origen could have a nice composition here. With Fnatic, I like that they drafted some CC. We saw the hover on Kha'Zix, and it would be a horrible fit in this team comp. At least Trundle, a really strong 2-man unit that can start winning these top matchups, because they'll have to fight there.
All right, so the last pick in here is actually Kindred. So the flex on the Gragas is something that we somewhat didn't expect. What does this make for the team composition in your mind?
This kind of goes against all the concepts that I just talked about. Like, the 3-man combo in the mid lane is no longer robust. It can stay alive, I guess, but then it'll leave the fight on very low HP. The engage is now centered in their top laner, which feels like he needs to join the fights rather than win his lane on a side lane. I think Gragas does okay against Trundle, but I feel like Trundle will get the upper hand later on. Maybe if Soaz gets the snowball going, he can start influencing the fight. But I would have rather seen maybe a Gnar here in the top lane.
Not going to be the case. Origen instead going to go for that disengage or that team fight presence in Gragas.
And that, you talk about that, right? Disengage and team fight, but if you look at Origen's composition, they have no target hard CC, no really lockdown whatsoever against a rather mobile and kind of nimble Fnatic composition. And Origen have shown in the past that they struggle in those scenarios where it's like, can somebody stun this guy so we can kill him?
Yep.
And that doesn't happen, and then they're struggling.
Well, we'll find out if they're going to struggle. For now, you guys have seen the team comps. It's time to see the solo lane standoff.
I think I personally struggled a little bit finding the right synergy with our bot lane.
For sure, Power Wheel has improved, but it's a team game right now. Like, if your team is not playing good, you're not gonna shine.
People's down. Giants can clean up the fight.
I mean, how can you really shine when you play only like control mages?
Featherman cleaning house, and that's gonna be the ace for Fnatic.
I'm confident playing any champion at any time.
Every mid lane has his strengths and weaknesses, and you just need to like look at them, at the pros and cons he has, and we can win against everyone.
It's the mid lane week match of the week between European powerhouses Fnatic and Origen. But what a different start to the summer split for both of these teams. All right, let's jump into game. Flash teleport for Power of Evil on that Kassadin versus only the single TP on the side of Fnatic. What do you make of that, Crepo?
To be expected, Vladimir really needs that Ghost to kind of speed himself up. Really, Crepo? You need Ghost? But yeah, he needs Ghost to speed himself up in the teamfights and stick to these targets that he's chasing once he gets the 12 from Raya as 2. You rarely see a Vladimir run in with a teleport because he's not going to teleport and land. It's like, Spook, I'm behind you, I have a pool. You know, that's not what Vladimir does. PoE brings the teleport because he wants to join these side lane skirmishes and then later become a side laner himself. So we see a clear 1-3-1 versus, also a 1-3-1 with Vladimir on a side lane. But he doesn't have the teleport, because I don't think he'll be sitting mid with Reckless all the time in a mid-game.
All right, so mid-game questions in terms of summer spells and lane assignments. But first Drake Infernal straight out the gates, and it looks like a lane swap being started by Reckless and Yellowstar. Actually, they're going all the way in for this. Yellowstar started with the ebb and flow exhaust already being used. Defensive flash from Soaz. And that's going to slow Amazing as well.
And again, this is Origen not thinking about every single scenario, you know. You see Karma and Caitlyn walking, absolutely murder trade, telling Reckless, you know what happened right here? It'll happen in lane 2, so you best walk away, buddy. And he walked away. Walked straight into Origen jungle, apparently with no wards whatsoever. They do a blind red buff without dragging it into the brush straight away, and then they get invaded on. Really aggressive exhaust from Yellowstar, because why would he not use it? I mean, he's in a lane swap. His game stops right now. He can literally go AFK in 6 minutes from now, as long as he keeps hitting towers. That's all he has to do. So now Origen are forced to react. Look at their pathing. They went for the
Wolf Camp.
The Band-Aid pathing on the Wolf Camp, and then return to the red buff, which means they'll be super late for push on bottom. We'll see Soaz probably teleport to the bottom to do the lane swap. So at the tail end of this lane swap, Gamsu will have TP advantage, or what's more likely going to happen here is Gamsu going to take this wave bounce, freeze, and on the second part, he's going to TP in, accelerate the second part of the lane swap, and maybe that will actually get an Infernal Drake to Fnatic. Let's see if that plays out that way.
All right, so tempo advantage in the hands of Fnatic on the condition they actually make use of that teleport, right? It's those next phases of the lane swap that we need to measure and equate.
And on the condition that they don't screw up Gamsu here, because last week, in this scenario, Gamsu was told to bugger off, teleport, save yourself, and all the gold went to Reckless and Yellowstar, and Gamsu was very close to single-handedly losing the game for Fnatic against Schalke if Gilius found that opportunity. Luckily for Fnatic, they didn't, and they had some super crisp shot calling afterwards. But Reckless and Yellowstar in this scenario last week went up to top again. But this time, they're doing the conventional laning 2v, like the laning swap strategy where they go bot lane again.
And of course, in terms of the tempo, keeping your eyes on when they AD carry and support recall and return to their new lane assignment, that's really a big indicator of who's dictating. We can see Xpeke and Hybrid making their way up top, while Yellowstar and Yellowstar and Reckless making their way in as well.
I thought they were going for some cheese here, because Amazing's taking Krug's away. And he could get collapsed on. If they go for this fight, teleport can come in from Gamsu, but I think they're wiser than this.
So it looks like Gamsu and Soaz being pushed away from the wave at roughly the same time.
This is exactly how you would normally watch a lane swap. The only subtle difference here is due to the level 1 invade that the teleports are mismatched. So we need to see once Reckless pushes up here, if they're going to funnel that advantage into Gamsu go into the tower and then quick into the Infernal, or if they rather just keep, you know, the emergency teleport available.
Now, we have traditionally seen that Infernal Drake has one of the shorter first Drake lifespans. Memory serves, it was between the 6.5 to 7 minute mark, where it has been taken in the past.
Yeah, I actually heard a comment from Monte Cristo on this, on the LCK broadcast. How it's like, Clown Drake actually is the best dragon, fit for survival, because he, instead of survival of the fittest, for Drakes, is actually the opposite. It's survival of the weakest. If nobody likes you, nobody's gonna like try and like steal your bounty and take you out. Therefore, Clown Drake is optimized for survival, and this is what we were expecting here. Teleport to keep the minion alive.
All right, the question is, do Fnatic then go for Dragon? I might assume so. Spirit is in the area, and there are already Origen pings actually on that objective, so Origen's somewhat aware.
Yeah, we need to look at the speed of the lane swap, because despite this teleport, Fnatic's actually a lot slower. Nami's pretty garbage in lane swaps, because she doesn't really... That's her AoE right there, 65 damage on every creep, as opposed to Mantra Q from Karma, barrels from Gragas, and the Caitlyn Q. So Tower's looking to finish roughly at the same time. Obviously, there's a... You gotta cover some miles to get to that dragon.
Absolutely the case. Luckily for Fnatic, the objective is free to secure, uncontested, and it all snowballs from a play 5 minutes ago between Reckless and Yellowstar.
And that's what's fascinating about League of Legends. If we can actually see this happen in a game where we're like, you know what, play is made here, and it manifests itself 5 minutes later. You know, the invade onto the red buff forced two members to go to the right side of their jungle. Because they would run out of camps, they decided to then go back into the left side of their jungle, and then back to the right side and down. Therefore, they lost precious time, and that time obviously gave Fnatic enough time to not be contested on this Infernal.
Yeah, they took it. In terms of CS and levels, pretty even actually across the board here. Power of Evil, somewhat, I think, expected to be under some pressure in the early levels, down 10. But a big wave in front of him too.
So as his 6 down, and well, 6 CS isn't really that much.
What is the experience like?
He's still freezing, so yeah, he should be pretty similar It's my gut feeling.
Yeah.
He's like slightly behind, but he's freezing right now, so if he can keep this farm going. The only issue is right now Gamsu's pathing on a long lane. Really good that Origen kept this freezing here, because look where Gamsu's stuck now. And this is what happens in many Fnatic games. While I'm also one of the reasons why I'm becoming more of a Gamsu fan. He has to stare adversity in the eye almost every single game. And then crawl out of the pit, you know, whereas Reckless is given like all these like cushion treatments, like, sir, would you like this farm? You know, can we help you here? And Gaps is like, guys, I need some help.
Gaps has been steadily improving throughout the split. I want to keep my eye on if more and more carries start to come into the meta, also how he continues to adapt, because historically he's also been a player that's not really been known for that style of play. Whereas his opposite number, Soaz, one of the most diverse champion pools available across the many years of experience. Maybe he's pushing in Power of Evil, using its Tides of Blood just to continue.
I wonder how scared Fnatic is of a potential rotation mid here, because we see like this really big wave being built up by Karma and Caitlyn. I wonder if they're gonna run mid and siege mid, and because the bottom side is so passive, this stacked wave is going towards Reckless and Yellowstar. Spirit is obviously shifting his attention to the top side and now finds Amazing.
Is a level up predicted or spotted. Amazing coming and easily picks up the kills, all from the vision.
And this is one of Fnatic's strengths. They realize which side of the map is their strong side. Don't go playing aggressively on a side of the map where you have a super stacked wave. As opposed to Origen, Amazing walks into his jungle while his mid lane is pushed in. His top lane was freezing, so voluntarily pushed in. No vision in the river, which means the enemy jungler could have easily pathed it in and warded up your jungle, and you face check and you die. And then, of course, it all pays off for Fnatic. Because look in the bottom lane, that pressure, they may lose some CS on the tower, but they don't care. Reckless and Yellowstar here playing for survival.
Yep.
And this is Fnatic really understanding what part of the map to play aggressive on, and Origen not respecting the danger.
And Crepo, you were saying last week against Schalke, Fnatic did exactly the same thing.
Oh, it was beautiful. They swapped. So they had the one phase in the game where Gamsu was slightly behind and Gilius could have killed him on the Shen. After that, they swapped map every side, left, right, left, right. Every time they took another objective, a dragon, a herald. And right here, the objective is Amazing, because he walks into a fully warded jungle, blind, and nobody can help. Greg is stuck at the tower farming, Cassian is stuck at the tower farming. Look at Febiven, he's already pathed up here as a mid laner.
Yeah.
This shows you the value of mid lane priority.
Really, really good read on the game from Fnatic. So they get first blood, they've earned 1,000 gold advantage from some small CS numbers here and there. Truthfully, just a good start.
And who do you think will win here?
Yeah, I'm not quite sure.
I'm more of a CLG fan with some natural bias, but...
Hey, the Faith Age, I'm still a believer. He converted me at MSI. But back to Europe.
Yeah, back to you.
The mid lane week, of course. We're approaching 10 minutes on the clock. And the early game is looking again strong, is looking good for Fnatic.
Yeah, and Origen returning here to that Karma Caitlyn lane with the pressure. And I think it's better for Amazing to spend time here, because the Karma Caitlyn lane will always win and push, and then you can use that as your strong side, get wards in, and contest his jungle. But obviously, there's nobody a Fnatic here.
Of course, the next dragon up in 2 minutes. Mountain Drake, worth fighting over. I want to see how much vision gets set up.
Still some time. Usually, if teams really want to prioritize this, they put pressure top, use the members from that area, move them to mid, and then into the dragon area, you know, taking step by step.
And that's going to be more challenging when you consider Gamsu actually got that glimpse of the void. Although, this is going to be a 2v2. Soaz's barrel, not the greatest. Gamsu's in trouble, though. There's not going to be enough support. Flash away. Spirit's Cocoon doesn't connect, but it's not needed. Gamsu still has a flash available. Subjugate bought him a lot of tanky stats. Febiven has already left the mid lane. He's running up. Soaz has teleports available. He can use it to escape. He's done it before so many times. The Cocoon goes wide, and Soaz stays alive!
We call this move a Soaz at this point. So Soaz pulling another Soaz right there. Really good TP. Spirit knew it. He had the gamble. Right now, Gamsu getting engaged on it. But again, this was a play on the side where Fnatic had more influence, more impact. And there was a good reaction for Spirit to keep him alive, but they're lingering quite long here.
Oh, this is a trouble. Spirit's going to give up his life. What can Fnatic take? On the bottom lane, Reckless and Yellowstar pushing up. But first kill secured to Power of Evil. That's actually could be impactful.
Yeah, that's impactful because this Cassian needs to snowball on the side lanes. Gamsu switching over here with the teleport. They really want to trade that entire play, the resources spent from Origen, into a turret, because it all started when Reckless and Yellowstar were catching this wave in the bottom lane. They pushed it out. They told their team to like, guys, back off. It's fine, we're pushing. All right, don't back off, whatever. Please don't die. But eventually they push the tower, Gamsu switches over to teleport, and now they can actually maybe go clear out some pinks or keep the area under control, but they look like they want to spend their money before they consider Dragon.
Yeah, but maybe they needed to have yelled it in Korean. But talking about Power of Evil, he's already taking control of the side lane, as has Soaz, and FLICKR, the mid lane ADC, in the mid lane with Caitlyn.
No, I like that really, that gank. Instead of just pathing to bot lane to try and catch that wave against the Nami and an Ezreal, he decided to make an aggressive play in the top lane because he still knew there was some time for that. Worst case, he had a teleport. I think to still maybe go somewhere else, or Soaz could catch that wave. That's the adaptation you need. Instead of just saying, okay, I will go bot, you go top, you will never surprise anybody, and that was very close to being surprised. However, they need to be careful because it was on their weak side of the map, so they need to proceed with the necessary caution.
Yeah, got to read the state of the current game maybe a little more accurately.
And it's so hard to do that with Fog of War. Like, it's so hard for me to figure out sometimes which side is like the preferential side to play on, and I have everything on my screen. Like, these guys don't see all these dots.
You know, you're talking about everything on screen. Every time I look at the minimap, it feels like Fnatic have got deep vision. If you look around the right-hand quadrant, that's 1, 2, 3, it's like 4 wards in the river, and then one of them is just timed around.
I noticed how 2 minutes ago you were talking about how Origen had set up their vision for Dragon already. Well, that's gone now. Fnatic switched it around at the right timings. Now, Spirit's right there on that Dragon. They isolate objectives. They match the minion waves especially.
And nobody's contest. So Dragon number 2 at 13 minutes secured up easily by Fnatic because I think the vision allowed them to start this safely.
Yeah, vision and minions, because side lane, like top laners or mid laners now on the side lane, they're so busy clearing out these waves. Also, Fevin is just always pushing in his mid lane. Like, it's not like they expect he can step out.
Well, mid lane being pushed. I think this is a mid wave. Yellow Star costs the title. Bubble flashed away from FLICKR, stays alive. Fevin actually flashed forward, maybe a little too eager. That's how he gets chunked some more.
Bit of a mistiming on the bubble there from Yellow Star, leaving a couple of frames there where expecting can flash, but the pressure is good. It forces them off the tower, and look, Power Evil is still pushing on the side lane. This is a good hold though for Origen, because right now, on the back end of that play, they can get the aggression because their side lanes are pushing right now, and now they have the momentum because this kill failed.
What do Origen do with it? This is the key. Invade blue buff seems to be step number 1. Number of pink wards in the inventory as well, so they can also set up some good vision control. And there is a sentinel to secure.
This is where it's really sad for Hybrid that he's out of Sightstone wards, because he could have just dropped like 3 super good wards right there.
Yeah.
1 at blue buff, 1 at the right brush, and suddenly your top laner is under perfect vision, and he can push as far as you want, really at the limits of what you can do in the 1v1. It's actually one of the limiting factors recently. Back when 1v1 was super popular, we had, well, ward slaves as support for one. We had junglers with like Oracle.
I lost it a long time.
Yeah, we had double Sightstone meta, you know. Junglers right now have somehow managed to convince the world that Sightstones are bad. So supports take the brunt of that vision, and we don't have 3 or 4 wards. We can't ward both sides of the map, especially not when people realize that we die very quickly.
Yeah.
So vision is a really big limiting factor in 1v1 right now.
And I guess prioritizing how you use the limited wards you have will separate the good 1-3-1 teams from the great.
The last one is literally you Golem being Golem. It's like, my precious, like, you gotta make it count. If you hand it over, it better be for someone.
All right, 15 minutes in, 1-1 in kills, 3 towns to 2. Fnatic still in control. Despite giving up 1 kill by Spirit, I don't feel like they've had any big missteps. You know, used their comps well, applied pressure in the right areas.
They're very similar to H2K or Spring sometimes, Fnatic. They go for the right move, which means the one with, you know, worst case you go even if your opponent makes a mistake.
Like low risk, low reward?
Yeah, something like that. Low risk, like medium reward, because you're always even with these type of plays that they go with their lane assignments. But you'll never surprise somebody. Like the Cassidy move to top where suddenly he jumped on the Gamsu, that is like an atypical move for Fnatic. Like, they keep doing the correct assignments, and then if somebody passes into the wrong side of the map, like amazing into that jungle, then they capitalize.
Well, what about Spirit in the jungle? Soaz actually uses the barrel to clear out the wave. Body slams forward. Has a teleport to escape if he needs it. Might not need it. Bubble into tidal wave. Soaz gets dunked.
I love it when they highlight what we were talking about. Soaz is in the same position that Gamsu's in. Guess who's dead? Because they're making a mistake trying to defend the tower, while his team is doing the exact same. Like, if you're undergoing a play, if you're getting dove 4v1, or 1v1 as Spec is going down.
Yeah, Febiven's gonna look for one last auto. Takes a kill. Right, what does this mean? Origen, a few more hits. They haven't got the tower.
Yeah, they need defense though. It was good for Gamsu to back off, but eventually he needs to step up and hit those minions because almost inhibitor tower goes out, but here's Fnatic coming in with reinforcements.
Yeah, they have indeed. Gamsu still got Subjugate available. Tidal Wave's not available though. So Fnatic take the inner top, the middle outer at the cost of 1 turret.
Yeah, 1 turret, and they take SOS's life.
And of course gives them a substantial lead at 3,000 gold.
Yeah, and that's the difference that we were talking about. Fnatic, they make this move. Origen can make that move too. They can also go for a bottom and we can trade. But if the Origen slips up at any point in making these moves, Fnatic is ready to punish. Here, the slip up was honestly SOS trying to defend the wave he couldn't, and he ended up paying the price for it. He died. So Fnatic get a nice little bonus on their play.
Yeah, paying the iron price for that attempt at defense.
It's not how it goes. I've been like flamed for this so many times, I now have to correct you. It's the wrong use of the iron price.
Can you explain it to me then?
I mean, if you pay the iron price for something, it means you kill somebody for it. So like technically, the bounty, like Fnatic paid the iron price for the bounty because they slaughtered SOAS, they slaughtered the turret, and they've been doing like murdering moves.
Thank you for correcting me. I'm glad I am.
You don't know the wrath of like angry Game of Thrones fans. Oh, a Song of Ice and Fire fans. Don't call it Game of Thrones.
Okay.
That's a television series.
So this is the replay, and of course that barrel.
Yeah, he tries to keep them out, but Spirit was flanking, so he didn't account for Elise being behind him. So he tries to solve that by pathing forward. Obviously, he gets caught out.
Yeah.
It's just a defense. Look at Gamsu posturing much more defensively. And then Fevin's like, I'm a mid laner. You were a mid laner, but you're now an AD carry. And that generally means that Vladimir kills people.
That just looked way too easy for Febivin. Speke. Maybe disrespecting the amount of damage a Spirit Visage Vlad could do if given enough time. Origen have set up a little siege in the mid lane, decent enough traps, decent enough side lane vision as well, so they shouldn't get surprised. Power of Evil might be though. He's standing right next to Gamsu. Oh, that was disappointing. I thought a fight was going to happen. But
yeah, no. Gamsu just wants to not die in farm.
No, I get excited more than I should. Regardless.
Probably a good thing.
Maybe.
The opposite gives you more problems. Cocoon here on Expect It.
Bubble from Yellow Star. That's what I'm looking for. Not going to get in range to pick that one up. And Pekka had flash and heal, so it would have been a challenge to land. But look at Fnatic. Grouped up, setting up vision, literally the second Dragon spawns.
Yeah, because we saw Origen playing with deep vision on enemy blue, but there's no Baron to fall back into. Fnatic, they have the right part of the map in mind, but they get their pickings because there's always pressure in mid lane. Everyone will always win that 1v1 there, and Reckless is still fine playing on the side lanes. Whereas Origen, they can't keep their Cassidy in the mid lane. They're putting it on side lanes because Caitlyn doesn't play that well on the side lane herself. So Fnatic's composition, not only do they snowball decision making, their lane assignments are better, and they're just taking really big control of the game because they're way farther ahead than the gold indicates right now.
Yeah. Traditionally, you know, Origen are down at 20 minutes, but it's traditionally 400 gold. Usually they have a stronger early game. Usually they go toe-to-toe with their opponents. Now they're like 4,000 gold down. And Fnatic have got 3 dragons already, 3 kills, 5 towers. Unless Power of Evil's casted in,
yeah, they need picks.
Goes off. I don't see Origen getting back in this game.
Picks are double teleport, so we need to look for any deep like wards that are not spotted by Fnatic, Sweeper, not spotted by Spirit somewhere if he has the buff from the Raptors, and then they need to capitalize on that by flanking. You know, Gragas E-Flash, Cassidy jumping on a single target. They can isolate some targets. They can blow up Yellow Star, Reckless, even Spirit if his Repel is on cooldown. And that's what Origen's looking for right now. But they can't really buy time with their 3-man combo in the mid lane. We talked about that earlier too. Like Kindred, Caitlyn, and Karma all want to wait for somebody else to get hit. Like you can categorize a champion whether he wants to get hit or wants to wait for somebody else to get hit. Gragas is a champion that doesn't mind getting hit. Like Trundle is a champion that doesn't mind getting hit. But like all these other champs, they're waiting for somebody to take the heat, which means they'll walk backwards. Because nobody wants to get hit.
No, they do not.
Yield the pressure.
That's exactly what happens if you get hit. Bubble, Tidal Wave. Amazing's got enough time to put Lamb's Respite. He's going to get the heal, I think. Forced to flash away. Reckless gets the kill. Gamsu's TP'd in. Throws down the Pillar of Ice and chomps Hybrid where he stands. Pekka's running for his life. Flash and heal. Stands to fight one last time. There will be at least a reply kill onto Yellow Star, but it doesn't mean a thing. 3 for 1. Reckless is not done.
Yeah, very clean and crisp here for Fnatic. A play based around Vision, forcing a face check. Immediate punish here from Yellowstar. He eventually goes down, but sacrifices his life. So Origen go down. 3 kills, only for 1. They're now teleporting in with Power of Evil here, but the Dasher is already down. Quick shot.
Double TP just to watch Baron get killed? Now, the only option that Origen had to find picks and get their way back in has been removed.
So this has been eliminated. So now Origen have to play back and defend the siege, and it's going to be incredibly hard because Fnatic can actually split up now, divide the lanes with these Baron buffs. These champions have a very hard time clearing waves. Obviously, their composition was never meant to be put into a position like this. Look at it, Spirit, unseen in that brush. Amazing first. Why is Soaz not face checking here? Where's the communication? Soaz was literally in front of him. He could have barrel checked. He could have done anything. He could have walked in because, again, you know, in layman's terms, Soaz is the one that should get hit here, but his champion that's not designed for it. So Origen, they're really not approaching the game plan as a unit. They're very making fragmented individual decisions. And Fnatic, they always have a goal in mind, so they are working as a unit and they're punishing accordingly.
Origen maybe not aware or disrespecting the vision that Fnatic have for the second time. Amazing thinks he can walk in his jungle, and simply not the case. All right, under siege is this inner turret. Fnatic not able to take this one just yet, playing with a level of respect. And Fnatic not going to back away, using this Baron to its full potential.
Yeah, and Spirit is actually playing double vision duty here because he also purchased the Sightstone. So that's why Fnatic is making all these picks, because they have so much more to work with. It's no longer just Yellowstar's burden. And obviously Spirit can get into those little corners where it's slightly more dangerous too. Extending your release. And Nami wants to stay at the back skirt, the back parts of the fight. Fevin, he can just play up front all the time.
Yeah, there's no real threat here. Power of Evil. Lichbane and a fully stacked Roa. Not the kind of damage to kill really a lot of people just yet.
It's the AD carry assassin build. Like you just jump on Ezreal, Alt W, QE, and he's very low. Next R should kill him, but you don't have the time to do that in this comp.
No, I don't think they do. And then the next question is, how do you deal with Febivin's Vlad, Spirit Visage, and Rylai's?
I mean, at this point, you close your eyes and hope he disappears.
Unfortunately, if Origen close their eyes, they'll lose their inhibitor turret. Fnatic, they've not let up just yet. It looks like Spirit has moved to the bottom lane. That is a very, very big minion wave.
Yeah, look for the zone here. Probably a pillar on the left. Keep them off the turret.
Such clean game. Reckless landing. Number of auto attacks on the turrets. Febivin's going to pull in. Throws down the Hemo Plate to force Origen away. Inhibitor's been broken open. Power of Evil throws one Rift Walk down, but that was just clean and clinical from Fnatic.
Yeah, Fnatic bide their time. They know there's a massive minion wave. They realize there's a lack of wave clear in Origen's composition. That isn't always necessarily a bad thing, but Origen win condition is based around snowballing or not falling too far behind, and that's exactly what they did. And now Fnatic is reaping the benefits of, honestly, an immaculate early game.
Yeah, they've opened up the base in the middle lane now. Inhibitor not going to be able to be taken down. Soaz fancies an opportunity. Power of Evil, he's gone forward, forced to flash away, running for his life. They're just too far behind. It's approaching 10,000 gold and super minions in the bottom lane and another Mountain Drake.
Yeah, and Fnatic, they're also making these little adaptations in their builds to build towards snowballing. Reckless going for the Triforce, you know, instead of the Iceborne Gauntlet. Right now we have Spirit switching to a vision approach. It says, like, I don't need to do more damage or tankiness. We just need to see where our opponents are and then just punishing them for that movement. And they keep picking up these dragons, and that means if Fnatic make a slip up, they can get Elder and get like a quadruple boost on their true damage bonus, and that's just insane.
Yeah, there's going to be nothing that'll stand in their way at that point. Mountain Drake, Vision is already set up. There's even a ward just outside that big side Vision.
Spirit.
Nexus. Did he smite that?
Well, he now has a blue buff, so just double check. Yep, that's a fresh one. He smoked that.
Well, here we go. So even taking the buffs away from Origen, there's just nothing left for them to do.
Assume fetal position.
Close your eyes until they go away.
Just pray for game two. Game two. It's the best of two.
Well, Fnatic now regroup towards the middle, top half of the map. Only one inhibitor turret still remains. And Origen, let's see what they can do.
Like every single member here has an item up on their counterpart, it seems.
Yeah, there's just so much more damage and survivability for Fnatic to make use of. We're only 26 minutes into this game. This is a level of control not used to seeing. Soaz gets chunked out after Spirit lands a very good cocoon. Inhibitor's not really been focused though. Subjugate, I think, was thrown onto FLICKR.
Look at them dance around the traps though.
Yeah, one of them's stepping forward reckless. Oh, a little aggressive on that arcane shift. It's going to be enough to zone FLICKR out. That allows the inhibitor to get taken down safely.
These arcane missiles from Eccles though.
Over and over, finding the key targets. Power of Evil on this Kassadin. Maybe it had the opportunity in theory, but in practice was never given a chance. Nexus turret number 1 is taken down. Fnatic looking to close this out with a very convincing finish. 5 members get knocked away by the Soaz explosive cast, and Febby, he flashes forward with a charge of Tides of Blood. Amazing, forced to use Land's Respite just to stay alive, and Fnatic gonna play this one controlled, waiting for more supers.
Yeah, waiting for more super creeps. They also have like a third lane they could siege, they could back off. They likely have a lot of gold in their pockets. Roughly 5,000 gold unspent right now on the Fnatic team. Baron's coming up in a minute, and they can easily isolate that objective with some really good warding, so they shouldn't over push it. The only way Origen come back is if Fnatic greed for a quick finish, and then they lose Baron.
And I don't think that's really likely. Fnatic, this iteration of Fnatic, has not traditionally done that type of play. The greed.
No, they're very safe in their approach. We need to see if they start being too safe at points when teams can actually challenge them and keep matching their style. Because if a team plays a similar style to Fnatic, where it's okay, you go left, I go right, then the team with the better late game draft will win. Unless they really start forcing around some of these dragons and win out that way with a slightly earlier oriented composition. But then we need to see in late game if these members of Fnatic, while even have enough individual talent to go against the best of the world, right? We've seen plenty of teams in history, even at World Finals, that had a slower approach.
Yeah.
But then late game, they're just better players than you, and you struggle.
We'll have to find out where Fnatic rates on that scale. I'm quite happy though, because the 2 previous games we cast had a whole lot of Cloud Drakes. Today, 3 mountains in a row, another Infernal on the
Got
cards.
the Cloud, now we get the silver lining.
Exactly. Let's hope it keeps up in the second game of the series.
I mean, at this point, it doesn't really matter what the Drakes had been, though. I mean, I guess the tower
would have
siege,
been irrelevant.
The tower siege definitely was sped up by the amount of cloud, by mountain Drakes here.
Well, Baron's
jungle
dead.
Gragas.
That's so quick.
Yeah.
Soaz was able to throw a barrel in, but
that's probably your preferential 4 dragon composition if you want to take a quick Baron. 3 mountains and an Infernal. It doesn't get much better than that.
No, it absolutely does not. Especially with a 10,000 gold lead as you approach 30 minutes. Supers in 2 lanes, and the only thing left between Fnatic and the Nexus turrets is these top lane inhibitor turrets and hit him.
Yeah, Peck is not even in position to build this wall, so... Because they need him on side lane clear duty. Here he is, 1, 2, 3.
The wall has had little to no impact on Fnatic's ability to run around it.
It's more of a ledge at this point.
A ledge.
We have to build a ledge, and we'll probably pay for it ourselves. The ledge is a little short too, not spaced out, so Reckless gets a free entry point here. Tower goes down to 15%.
They do not fall prey to the ledge. No tripping. It was done this day as Fnatic break open the inhibitor in the top lane. We continue to siege with those 3 Mountain Drakes. Gamsu's keeping 2 members of Origen busy. Power of Evil, you're not defending your base, man! And the rest of Fnatic dive in. Amazing's going low. He flashes away defensively. Hybrid does the same. Peck is caught by the tidal wave, and Feathervin will secure a kill with Tides of Blood. Looking for more. Jumps forward in range to land the transfusion. Nexus turrets are wiped clean. Nexus falls thereafter. And Fnatic put on a dominant display to destroy Origen in game 1 of our match of the week.
What a beautiful sample of Ledge of Legends here from Fnatic. Honestly, I really like the chain reaction and the momentum of these plays. You know, the early invade, snuck through the wards, challenged Origen's jungle, and from that point on played it out perfectly, using their teleport at the right time to accelerate the gameplay. First Infernal, switch the map up every time, and then that pick from Spirit onto Amazing. We need to look back how that was allowed to happen. If there's anything Origen could have done, they were freezing too long. Freezing is always short-term benefit, long-term pain if you get punished, and Origen, they paid the price. It wasn't iron, but they paid it.
They did indeed. Just broken faces on the side of Origen. Still looking at the clients, still looking at their PCs. This is one of the tougher games where we have to talk about player of the game and looking for, because
Right, we have to
This,
select one.
this is a team.
I like that
A
hint.
team victory, right? I'm trying to get the creative juices flowing here because I don't
It's
know.
like right after when we go off air, somebody buzzes us and asks us
I know
about
we
player
have
of the
to
games.
we have to nominate a victor, and this is one of the times I want to say like shot caller, like who.
For me, it's probably Spirit. I'll have the open discussion.
Oh,
here, you
great!
know?
Thank you very much. I'm looking for some advice.
Yeah, no, I think Spirit will be okay because his picks were fundamental. Honestly, it's down to his shot calling. You can argue Febiven too, but at that point, like, do you reward Febiven for playing the matchup correctly with Vladimir, which is AFK push, or do you reward him because he's doing that? You know, is it the champion? Is it the player? It's very hard. I wonder what Perks has to say on all this matter too.
Crepo, we're about to find out as we
What a
have to vote for
surprise.
player of the game. We're going to head to the analyst desk to find out what Perks has to say.
Well, thank you very much. And Vicar Crepo has declared that it should be Spirit. We're going to find out later if that's the case indeed. But we do have Perks here. So let's talk about the picks and bans. We had a lot to say about the last pick, so maybe let's start with the mid lane matchup. Obviously, Vladimir versus Kassadin, Febiven versus Power of Evil. What did you make of it?
Vladimir is just an overall really OP pick right now, so it's like first pick on every blue side, but Kassadin is supposed to have like a free laning phase versus Vladimir, so you can scale and then you can beat him on split push. That's like why they picked it in LCK as well. So it was like okay pick by them, but then they had Gragas, which is like top priority jungler right now, and they decided to put Gragas top and pick Kindred, even though Kindred is bad versus Elise in early game, and honestly Kindred is kind of useless versus their champs, and Gragas top gets fucked by Trundle really hard on lane and on split push. So basically Fnatic had a 1-4 comp or 1-3-1. They will have both winning silence if Trundle goes versus Kassadin, because Kassadin cannot do anything versus Trundle. So I think they got outdrafted and outplayed. So. Yeah.
And it's so frustrating because there were options available, especially when you look at Origen. We know Amazing loves playing Gragas. They could have picked something like a Gnar in the top lane. We were all talking about picks and bans during it as we went. And Deficio, one of the comments he made right towards the end of the game was, I look at this Origen comp and I don't even know how it was going to win. Yeah. Well, maybe Gnar gives you a little bit more on the side lane. You've got the Kassadin for the other. Maybe it would have been better, but nevertheless, Origen flexed, put the Kindred in the jungle, and it just did not work.
Did not work. The draft not great, and then do what you always do versus Origen, as we see them there on the screen. Pick on Soaz.
Yeah, pick on Soaz after you punish the Kindred as well. We wanted to take a look at just a couple of the early plays that really set this game up. So the first blood was in the jungle. This is where we were talking about Elise getting picked off. And in this situation, it's like, look, mid lane's already getting pushed in, top lane, that kind of scenario for you, Perks. When you look at that and your jungler just dies in the jungle, how do you kind of recover from that?
I mean, that was really good by Spirit because he knew the lane's the pressure, so he locked in and put a ward on the raids. And then he saw that he was walking in and just one-shot him with Red Smite, so it was a good play by Spirit. Was somewhat to be expected by Amazing, so kind of reckless move by Amazing walking into the jungle like that with no support from support or top laner or whatever. So yeah, he got punished for it.
Got punished, and then we just saw the Soaz pick as well. We were talking, you were very frustrated that Origen continued to try and push for the inhibitor, maybe you know, trying to overreach.
Oh yeah, every time I see a team in lane sub trying to go for tier 3 turret, I think it's such a waste of time, because Origen was already so far ahead on tempo. Like they took tier 2 while Fnatic hasn't even started it yet, so they could have just recalled, defended, and be ahead on the tempo on the play, but they went for tier 3, which you can almost never take unless enemies are like trolling. So they went for tier 3 and they didn't get it, of course, and they lost mid turret for it in trade because Pekka died to Vladimir, which was also questionable. So there was just a lot of questionable moves, and yeah.
A string of questionable decisions by OG. Then we're going to take a look at one of the team fights, Fnatic's team fight, before getting to the Baron, when everything was basically already said and done in the game, to be honest.
And at this point, you got to look at like the Vladimir we were talking about. Like, at this point, is this what makes him super annoying? That amount of damage that comes out?
I mean, yeah, his team fighting is really strong. I think at this point of the game was already over, so there was like nothing OG could have done to win. Yeah, it was over.
It was over at this point. I do want to, well, question maybe the Kassadin pick. How viable is it if you don't have it up against Vladimir?
If it's not against Vladimir, there's some other good matchups, I think, maybe. But this champ is just kind of worthless to play, because you have so weak early game and mid game too, and you're just only OP late game. You're good on silent if you play versus like Lissandra maybe. That was like picked before in playoffs. So I think the champ is not so strong, but in LCK they did good with it and LPL, so maybe it's actually good.
Or EU's bad.
Or EU is bad. Yeah, that could be it.
One of the above. We'll find out later. Player of the game, though, Spirit, as we had Origen it already. Spirit, incredibly strong jungler, and well, he's been doing very good this season so far. How would you rate him compared to your own jungler, Trick?
Well, I think Trick is the best jungler in Europe, in the West for sure. So I think Spirit is maybe somewhat close to it. He's been playing a lot better this split than he was last split. Like, he's still getting caught time to time, which shouldn't happen. But he's playing really aggressive early game, and he's like winning Fnatic. Every early game Fnatic has won. It was because of Spirit. So yeah, he definitely should get the credit he gets.
In this one, also Fnatic 1-0 up over OG. And now to check in on the series in the LCS studio, let's send it over to Sifa.
All right, thank you so much, Efya. And of course, yeah, as Fnatic and Origen are going head-to-head, Roccat and UOL are going toe-to-toe on the opposite stream. And as they gear up for Game 2, we're going to take a look at their first game. This one started off pretty slow. Both teams just content to farm it out in the first 10 minutes. But action in the top lane happened pretty quickly. You can see full use of the Roccat composition here as they combine the Hecarim mobility with Tashen to secure this first quick kill pickup. However, what we won't see at the end of that kill is that it is traded back, and after a pretty bloodbathy kind of trade on picks, UOL finally get a winning fight here as the Trundle is just able to easily rip through this Roccat lineup, and from there, honestly, Vizicsacsi just gets out of control. Following this excellent fight, instantly Unicorns of Love are able to move over to the Baron, and you can see how dominant they were before shifting into the early game as we watch Betsy try his hardest to defend this one out, and Unicorns of Love taking complete and total control here off of a single team fight and a confident set of objective takes immediately following. You're going to watch them close out the game here, and now that they've drafted a new composition, this is starting to look like a new face for the Unicorns of Love, who are looking significantly better than their last week's performance. But of course, we're going to need to step away for a quick break as Fnatic and Origen retool for Game 2, and our match of the week continues right when we return.
My hands are so cool.
Baby, your hand put on your pants.
In my pants?
Put in your... Yeah.
Shifting his attention to the top side, and now finds Amazing.
Is a level up predicted or spotted?
Look, Gragas. Look this guy. Look.
Ivy.
Gragas.
No, Kate, no summoner. Kate, no summoner. Coming.
I have her.
And Fnatic put on a dominance display to destroy Origen in Game 1 of our match of the week. Welcome back, everybody. After Fnatic's win in game number 1, the pressure is on Origen to salvage their series, firing back in game 2. I don't know if they can. This is a team that has been really questionable, that has had a really tough start to the summer split.
Yeah.
And Fnatic have had 5 games in a row where they've looked fantastic.
I mean, a lot of it will come down to the draft. Very often, Origen have put themselves into positions where it's incredibly hard to win the games.
Yeah.
Like, that was a really hard draft to play. 1-2-1 with a Cassidy. If you're a team that has a tendency to maybe make a little boo-boo or slip up once in a while, that's not the type of comp you want to be playing. Especially not against a methodical, closing out team like Fnatic. Obviously, that's very easy to say, because like, what do you want to play against Fnatic at this point if you're Origen?
I mean, the question is, Spirit, even though the Nidalee was the last ban, still had the same level of impact that you might expect in the early game on Elise. And he didn't seem flustered at all by that pick ban strategy.
Yeah, because he made some picks, though. He couldn't outpace like he usually does. He definitely just was in the right place at the right time. And then for Fnatic, it was more of a... They were asking Origen continuously questions like, are you going to mess up here? Yes, then we'll punish you. If not, like, the game will keep going. Like, that's the proactive team is always asking the question, and the reactive team always has to have the answer. And if you give the wrong answer, that's when you pay the price.
What was it Prolly that said in spring, if you're not playing proactively, you're losing the game?
Yeah, that's because the nature of that lane swap was so versed towards, like, you always have to make the move, and defending was losing was more the term that they said.
Right.
Because if you defended a lane swap, like 2v3 or something of 2v4, you would die. But right now, with the changes to turrets, we actually see some different lane swaps sometimes where people actually defend 3v4, leave an AD carry on a side lane, go for like the double freeze. There's iterations where bot lane doesn't swap to the different side, goes back to the same side of the map. So that kind of robust must-have swap meta is gone. But for the majority, we still see both plays on the same side of the map.
So maybe breaking away from the traditional lane swap could help Origen here. Maybe playing something that's not as practiced by Fnatic.
It's not something you say like going into the game. Like right now, we're gonna like bamboozle them with a lane swap up. Like you can just play the lane swap correctly. They just messed up. Like they didn't ward their invade level 1, and they were forced to pay for it. And then they got punished, and that's what Fnatic did. Like the mistake was made when Yellowstar was allowed to move into the red buff and force a flash on Soaz and slow down the jungle progress.
And then, of course, snowballed the entire game away from Origen. Right, let's get back into picks and bans because they are 6 in.
Yeah.
And no real surprises here. Nidalee, Olaf, Jhin, Vladimir's banned away by Fnatic.
If you just tune into the series, Jhin for Reckless, Nidalee for Spirit, Olaf probably for Gamsu. Technically maybe a flex for Spirit, but I don't think he's gonna do too much for that. Bard is a hybrid champion. Usually Bard and Braum is what you ban against him. This time they do that. So I really like these Fnatic bans. You know, ban 2 comfort champs hybrid, ban out the Vladimir, and he's forced to first pick the Karma as a support.
Yeah, and it's not a terrible thing, but Yellowstar, he's already shown that he can play the Nami. Landed a few crucial bubbles to maintain the lead for Fnatic when they were playing aggressively. Taking a look at what else is available. For the first time, by the way, in summer, Origen have not banned Ryze. It's just interesting when a team changes their priorities. And Ezreal Nami or Sivir Nami is something we've seen a lot today.
Yeah, it's surprising too that Fnatic opts for this Ezreal continuously. It's one of those champions you can put on a side lane longer in the mid game, allowing Feven to stay mid longer with his champion. Because if an AD carry comp on side lanes like a Caitlyn, your mid laner has to swap over to the bottom side. Reckless is actually a player that you find very often farming on side lanes. He's not the typical let's go mid and play it from there type of player.
Yeah.
Whether it's due to his own volition or just team strategy.
Yeah, that's something that you can always speculate on, right? The Ezreal coming into the week was a statistical fantastic champion for Reckless. 3 games played, he'd only given up 3 deaths, secured 20 kills and 20 assists. That's not counting his performance in game 1 of this series.
And those are also performances later, because I think Fnatic in their opening week played like almost exclusively Kalista.
Yeah.
Like 3 of those games.
Threw a lot of bans as well, actually, in 2 and week 3, if I recall correctly. Not seeing as much of that these days. With the Nidalee taken off the table, where does Amazing go? Steal the Elise? Maybe let Spirit play the Kindred or the Gragas?
I'm just a big Gragas fanboy, because I just love E-Flash for ganks. But I think for Origen, what they drafted here is good. They have a jungler that can challenge and join in really strong duels, top or bot. And then they have a really strong mid laner with the Azir blind that can just push in a lot of matchups. Even if you play Fizz into it, I think Azir can still kind of outpush early. You just have to be careful. So Origen, their best bet to play against this Fnatic team is standard lanes and Snowball.
Standard lanes and Snowball.
Because I think you can actually beat Reckless and Yellowstar in lane still.
Even Xpeke and Hybrid?
Depends on the champions. This champion combo is very hard to beat.
It's going to be a challenge. We still need to see what Xpeke wants to play in the AD carry. Caitlyn is available if he wants to run the same combo.
I mean, they would have won last game. That's why Fnatic swapped. Calm down. Fnatic swap out of bad matchups very often. Like last week against Schalke, they really wanted to dodge a particular matchup, and like Gamsu paid the price.
Yeah.
Like they hide in mid then, and then they make sure that they get the matchup. It's beautiful to see how they manage to dodge it, but it always comes at a cost if you move late. And this Ezreal Nami matchup, I think, gets murdered by Caitlyn Karma. So if it's another Caitlyn pickup, you can do that. But then Origen needs to snowball, because again, we need to look at AD carry mid laner pairings. Azir Caitlyn is great if you look at it from a siege perspective. Nice, you know, Azir on towers zone, Caitlyn traps zone, but they both want to play in the mid lane in the mid game. And then you have obviously role assignment issues.
Yeah, going to be difficult for Origen to prioritize where they put the right champions. It's going to be even more difficult when you see some more global pressure in the jungler from Spirit. So first time Elise, yes, in game 1, first time Rek'Sai this split. And it's just going to be another frontline team fight.
Yeah, control mage.
Jungler.
Control mage with Rek'Sai as a tank jungler. I like this comp from Fnatic. It's very Fnatic-y. Rek'Sai will still be in that side lane. We talk about it too much, but like Victor stays mid all the time. It's really good in team fights, but it can fall apart to picks because it has a relatively weak early game. Like Victor, in the first like 6 to 8 levels, isn't that much of a pressure champion. He loses the pressure to Azir. Ezreal can lose the pressure to this Ashe Karma lane. Really, really nice lane. And then Origen go all out on that strategy with the Aurelia.
Yep.
So they say, you know, we're going for lane domination, winning lanes. And then they get obviously counterpicked by this Trundle. But they still need standard lanes, because in a lane swap, the Trundle-Aurelia matchup gets even worse, in my opinion.
I like it, though, from Origen. I think if they're not going to be able to match Fnatic toe-for-toe in terms of the strategical portions of the game, maybe just challenge them in their individual players. And if you can, find standard lanes #1, and then snowball those standard lanes, which Origen have shown against other teams this split. It is a way to get your foot in the door, right? And give yourselves an opportunity to at least take a point away from the series.
Yeah, we could easily see some really nice plays here if Origen gets standard lanes somehow. I think the ideal scenario for Origen is Australia lanes, at least starting in red side jungle, 3 camp into 2-minute 50 gank on Gamsu in the bottom lane. That is like their wet dream at this point.
Right, so follow the checklist.
Yeah.
Australia lanes, clear into 2-minute 50 gank on Gamsu.
Because you want an early gank from Elise to snowball that potential. You want it on Gamsu to put him down, but you kind of want to start with red buff then as Elise, because the strongest like level 2 or 3 gank is with red buff, so that's why you need the Australians. And likely it's going to work because Fnatic will want to dodge Ashe Karma lane in the bot lane.
All right, we'll find out whether or not the teams agree with you. Okay, we got to see.
Yeah, let's see.
The next question is, can you guarantee Australia lanes? Because you can never never dictate what your opponent's doing, but
we see so many failed predict lane swaps lately. I feel like every lane swap we see is just somebody swapping away from a bad matchup and then not being matched at all.
Let's see if the shenanigans happens. We've got a pretty good prediction of what could happen for Origen as we load up onto the Rift. They are now on the blue side while Fnatic are red.
Yeah, and especially too, if you look at Fnatic, at Origen, why wouldn't you want to do that? Because if you start topside as a duo, you take and it ends up being a lane swap, right? You take the tier 1 tower, you swap, you take a second tier 1 tower. Guess what? You're now playing on the bottom side of the map. That's where the dragon is. So that's also an influential factor. It is an ocean, which I think is worth committing for. So a preemptive swap to the top lane could be something that Origen is at least thinking about.
All right. For now, throwing a volley out towards Reckless in yellow. I'm looking to see if either duo starts to recall. For the time being, no recalls, just actually going to run up through the jungle.
Yeah,
so
they're going top.
Lane swap initiated here by Fnatic.
And this is what Fnatic do very often, and they will likely just hover around left side mid here. And then I guess Gamsu and Spirit will start on like wolves together.
Minions have spawned.
So this is where I think if Origen do their research, they just look, there's no wards. Like imagine a world where Origen predict this, they go top, they have Elise starting they have Elise starting on red buff. Like right now Soaz is on the wrong part of the map kinda too. You'll have to pat down.
Oh, this is just gonna hurt Soaz even more.
They see it now though because they got spotted. So Fnatic's dual lane obviously hates doing Krugs together because there's no value and it goes too slow. So they just invade, secure the camps for Spirit later on, so make sure that he gets a camp advantage. And it's just a standard lane swap. Perfect split. Left side is now belong to Fnatic. Right side completely belongs to Origen.
Yeah, we did catch a glimpse of PK and Hybrid. They ran all the way up to the wolf camp, placed a ward down themselves.
Yeah, super standard, you know, level 1 invade.
And I guess in some ways, this kind of plays into Fnatic's hands.
Oh, definitely. They dodged a bad 2v2 matchup. And while Trundle beats Aurelia, I think he beats her even harder after a lane swap. Because when Aurelia really needs levels and items to challenge the backline and dive in.
Yeah.
And her Triforce is so delayed in a lane swap that she becomes kind of useless. Like, a lane swap Aurelia, if she's comes charging at you and you're a support, you're scared, but you're not that scared. Like, if you have an Aurelia with a level advantage charging at you, you're dead. So, definitely a really good start for Fnatic again.
Especially as a very squishy backline for Fnatic. But yeah, so I mean, standard lane swap undergoing. Now we look at the next few steps and if anybody's going to prioritize Ocean, because it was, what, a 5-minute 50 Infernal Drake in game 1. Obviously worth investing some time into after that second tower drops.
Yeah, Ezreal's such a good lane swap champion too. Because he can just get all the attack speed from spamming his Qs. Goes out of mana though, so once Ezreal goes out of mana, this push slows down. And there's slightly more AoE on the side of Fnatic, so technically they should have a quicker tower. But it's very close.
Be very, very close indeed.
I think it'll be more apparent on the second one.
Okay.
Perhaps.
Keep an eye on the second ones. Recall's already started for Fnatic, so they're a few seconds ahead. They also do grab that first tower. So, one last hits. There we go. Easy peasy.
Yeah, we've seen this plenty of times.
Oh yes, oh yes.
We never get bored, right?
It like pauses the start of the game and says, okay, we'll actually go standard lanes in about 5 minutes. And then everybody just picks it back up and carries on playing.
Especially when you see this happening. No bot lane matching in bot lane. So super standard lane swap here. And mid lane's pushing in, but Victor can farm kind of unscathed. No ganks, no early roams. We saw the power of one of those early ganks when Mythi went to the mid lane in his series earlier. He was Karma, and he just got a magic Q from behind, forced Fox to flash. And then later on, Perks and Mythi kind of...
double teamed.
No, it was actually Perks and his jungler came down and just punished that no flash. So that's something you can do in lane swaps.
Perks plus Trick
It
jumping
was.
in with that Rek'Sai gank from the side. Talking about mid laners, Flash teleport for Power of Evil.
Ooh.
And Febiven's running cleanse, obviously, into the Ashe.
This is actually interesting, because while it looks completely normal, Spirit's taking drugs here on top side. Something...
Is this greedy, or...?
Yeah, it's just like he's trying to find more farm on the map here. So potential camp he could steal away. And now Amazing is matching him by going to his wolves. So this is non-standard stuff. Doing for these camps in particular.
Right, so Spirit was thwarted by Hybrid, and Amazing is thwarted by Spirit. Lands a Cocoon and gentle love tap.
Feels like
forced away.
Feels like one of those like math questions. Like, so Amazing is thwarted by Spirit, Spirit's thwarted by Hybrid. What's the circumference of the sun?
And who generates the largest CS advantage once the lane swap is concluded? Did you ever have any of those math television shows that taught you like high school and you know, all different years maths, different concepts and things, especially leading up to exams?
No, I was actually really good at maths.
I was not, see, so I had to watch the show. So my parents were like, well, he watches a lot of TV.
Also, Twitch chat just helps me a lot with math recently. So my basic maths are definitely being kept up to par.
I don't think they can help you in an exam, though, so that wouldn't work out. Look, another early dragon for Fnatic.
If only teachers could like clear your... Hang on, Febiven.
Febiven is, well, we're going to flash over the wall, actually.
He ran the maths, he knew he would die.
Here we go. Has the answer completed the equation and manages to stay alive? The cost, though, the variable that was left unchecked is the damage on the outer turret, and there's a lot of Origen members hammering away. This wave is going to die fairly quickly.
Yeah, Soaz looking to soak up as much as he can out in the top lane. He needs to at least even out experience and CS, because that's a crucial matchup here. Soaz needs to snowball. A lot of the victories that come from Origen are on the basis of Amazing and Soaz controlling the top side of the map, and Peke being utility low econ on the bot lane. That's why I really like it when they play Ashe, because he's a mid laner with good skill shot accuracy, and he can actually use that arrow, especially on a Victor. Yes, cleanse, but it might be enough, you know, just slow him down just a bit for Power of Evil to get in there.
Yeah, let Power of Evil get a potential Emperor's Divide, and all of a sudden things can change.
Because look, now Soaz has decent control of the minion wave in the top lane. He started pushing that out a tiny bit. Peke pushed out in the bottom lane. He could rotate mid. Luckily for Fnatic, he's not 6 yet, but he could rotate mid and put some pressure on the Victor here once he gets level 6 if some similar laning pattern happens to play out.
Good vision, though, from Fnatic. Pink Ward in the river. Febiven being pushed back as well. And no flash available, so because of the mid lane gank.
Yeah, that's actually a really good point. That's why he's playing that far back, because he's continuously so afraid of Power of Evil going in and shuffling him out, and Amazing can come from any angle then. It's no longer being worried about Amazing finding a cocoon. It's about being in range for Power of Evil to scoop you back into a cocoon from Amazing. That forces him to play so far back that right now Origen is a team that can decide which part of the map they want to play on because their mid lane is pushing, so Amazing can always invade.
Yeah, plus 17 CS for Power of Evil from all that chunk damage and from that gank earlier on. And where does FLICKR go? Level 5, no Enchanted Crystal Arrow yet. Reckless and Yellowstar catching that wave up top. And there's a gigantic wave making its way in the direction of Soaz. He's down 15 in a level.
All right.
He's got some support here.
What's he doing?
Using a little late to the party. Pillar of Ice will buy time. I think Gamsu might be in trouble. Yeah, Spirit is not really sure he wants any piece of this. Power of Evil's roaming as well. That will guarantee no support from Fnatic, and First Blood lands in Amazing's hands.
Oh, but the freeze breaks. That's actually... I'm not sure if that's even the correct play, if you can maybe keep Gamsu off that wave and keep it frozen here. But Soaz, he calls over his jungler to come over and join that play, and Power of Evil moves first for the pressure. So it's a really good synergistic play, at least, on the side of Origen.
Oh, there's so much support here. Feathervin's in trouble, and he is killed.
Another strike here for Origen. So first on the top lane, Gamsu's out the map, then they go mid. Reckless is still playing catch-up duty from that massive way that Origen built up in the bottom lane. So now it's Origen in the driver's seat, and they're using the minion wave pressure to create numbers advantages in different parts of the map, and they're getting picks of it. This is exactly what this composition needs to do. Main focus, getting PoE, and Soaz ahead.
Right, now for Origen, they need to make sure they temper their aggression, because they did exactly this against Giants last week. Then they overstepped that aggression diving and threw away the lead that they had generated. So for Origen, it's a very good start to game 2. Now they need to just make sure they temper it. User control. P.E.K.K.A is getting closer to level 6.
Missed the volley. Of course.
Manages to pick it up as he secures the Krug. And Feathervin still no flash. Still a pretty juicy target.
Yeah, and now that Soaz has maybe the upper hand in his match up top, he actually feels more comfortable pushing here. Raptor still goes to Spirit. So Fnatic, signature move here, grouping, challenge enemy red buff. They do this so often, but right now, Origen seems ready to defend, but it may be a little overeager.
Hybrid's only level 4. Pillar of Ice knocks him back into the fight. That's a repel up from Amazing. Hybrid's able to flash away to safety. Power of Evil, no Emperor's Divide. Sends the Sand Soldiers forward. Fnatic, they remain grouped. Bought enough time for the rest of Fnatic to make their way in, and the party ends.
Yeah, remember, this is a 4v5 play generated with Soaz having free reign in the top lane, so Origen, they go for an aggressive defense that could have cost them their lives while Soaz was putting pressure on the top. He was forced to base to kind of get ready for a teleport, but there were no wards to defend that play, so he loses potential damage on the top lane tower, and now Gamsu gets to pick up the brunt of that farm in the top lane too.
Yeah, that minion wave shoved all the way into the inner turret. A number of minions die, but more importantly, Gamsu will get the experience on 2.5, maybe 3 waves, which should give him access to subjugates, and then this 1v1 becomes very interesting now. Still a level and experience advantage to Soaz. Sheen and Phage getting closer to Triforce after a lane swap. So.
Yeah, but they're looking for Feven again here. Cleanses up, Flash is almost up again.
Power of Evil, this time lands. Wow, what a cocoon! That was beautiful!
Yeah, hoop and scoop into the cocoon here, but Spirit comes in over the wall. Obviously, Power of Evil took some tower shots there. Now Soaz is going low.
Yeah, the exchange continues. There's nobody else joining the fight just yet, but mid lane is trade back and forth.
Yeah, perfect timing of Feven's flash there from Power of Evil, and Amazing. They knew it was still down, or at least they were hoping so. And they nailed the combo. Cleanse is not enough to get you out of that one, but good reaction from Spirit coming over the wall.
Yeah, and Origen very clearly showing their game plan. Get Power of Evil in the advantage, invest some resources into the mid lane, and here's a replay of that play.
Yeah, just super straightforward here. Could Power of Evil have made it out? Well, the answer is no.
No flash available either. That was just a really good setup. Of course, Origen now, 3 kills to 1. Plus 1,000 gold.
Oh, I want to see the good old-fashioned Season 1 Ash Arrow from base here in the mid lane onto Feven.
Feben's got flash, though. If he has a... If he's looking in the right place. Okay, observers, challenge. Make sure you catch the Ash Arrow. It's being set up. Come on, it has to. It has to. It's going to get fired. The observers are following. It's going to get fired.
There we go, baby.
And where's the flash? Where's the flash? Yay!
That's what I'm talking about, because Ezreal is stuck in the bottom lane fixing that wave that Expect get put into motion early. You know, this is all chain reaction plays. You push up, you base, now you have momentum. You have about 30 seconds to play the map before Fnatic gets a chance to play the map. How do you make that work? You surprise somebody with an arrow. That's why, again, I love Expect on low econ, high utility, 80 carries, or marksman. And now Fevin's down a flash, so that same hoop and scoop they can do again if Power Evil finds Fevin and Amazing is around.
Yeah, Febivin is under so much pressure this game. He's still down 15 CS.
I'll teleport bot lane.
Origen have invested a lot of resources. Yellow Star standing right in front of that teleport, but the exchange is happening on 2 lanes. Power of Evil's in trouble. No Emperor's Divide available. Tidal Wave comes out from Yellow Star, trying to buy time. Amazing flashes off to the side. True Shot Barrage tags Picker in the face, but it won't be enough. Yellow Star's running for his life. Cocoon gets sunk, and the Spider sinks the fangs in. But Gamsu, he's decided to join the fight, as has Febivin. It's a 3v4. Pekka is down. That makes it a 3v3. Now Hybrid's left alone. He gets taken down with a chomp from Gamsu.
Yeah, everybody was looking at that play in the bottom lane, but Power of Evil did not check his surroundings there. He wasn't even needed for that play. He could have joined later, but he was so tunnel vision on making that pick, and Fnatic did such a great job buying time. Rekus and Yellow Star survived for the maximum amount of time that they were allotted.
Oh, hang on.
Back on the play, we have more people joining the fray here. Spirit.
We do. Gamsu's decided to come back from the river. Soaz just donates a kill.
What? It's French for what?
Yeah, I don't understand.
All right, so he swung around seeing if he could get somebody picked off in the back end of that play, but Spirit right now, he's doing monstrous amounts of damage. Early Cinder Hulk, so he's tanky. He again invested in a side zone, and despite all that, he is still influencing these fights. A 1-0-4 here. 100% kill participation.
Keeping up that vision playstyle that we've seen from Game 1. So this is a replay of Power of Evil getting caught out at the beginning.
I mean, is he checking his screen? That's what we have to ask. Oh, so yeah, he notices. There's no ulti buffered at the same time that Spirit goes for the knockup. Yeah, that's where PoE just needs to instant... I didn't have ulti available, so...
Yeah.
He was just pathing too close to the brush.
It was a few seconds away from cooldown, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, they're buying time here. Funneling their enemies here. Spirit comes in. Takes out Expeke. Eventually.
Yeah.
Takes out Expeke. And then Fevin's in the backline, kind of unchallenged. Doesn't need his ultimate because he used it earlier. And Gamsu gets a few very important assists and kills here too, so he can stay even in this Irelia matchup.
And just Soaz maybe overestimating how far Gamsu was away.
Yeah, no, he's just not thinking about Spirit either. He was looking for Fevin. That Eon Spirit was purely reactionary, so he gets double surprised by people that were just on the minimap. So that's honestly a rookie mistake.
Yeah, not one that you would expect. Let me take that back. Soaz actually has made a few of those.
I thought you were making another G2 pun.
No. It's so hard to cast that dude. I had to
How's
look
your
up.
thesaurus doing?
Pretty good, actually. I actually have the tab open for alternative words, which I shall use the next time I cast them.
Great.
But in this setup, Soaz is most likely going to be the recipient of the Glimpse of the Void. No real challenge here from Fnatic.
Super good on Irelia.
What do you think? Glimpse of the Void plus Triforce. A level down at the moment. That'll get even that close. And
I don't think he can challenge Gamsu at all.
Okay.
I think he still gets slapped around. The question is just whether they will fight each other.
Just push the waves in continuously. Reset.
But I'm actually this is purely speculative from based on some matchups that I've seen. I've seen the matchup played out many a time, but I haven't really delved into the specifics or asked top laners because it's the same with certain bot lane matchups too. Like you can see it play out and a certain matchup will win it. But if you know the tricks, there are ways to beat like a considered counter matchup, but they require you to strike at very specific times and do very specific things. Not even all players realize that.
Gotta make sure you play the matchup a bunch.
Oh, you need to almost one trick the matchup.
Yeah. Like Karate Kid, wax on, wax off, develop the technique, then all of a sudden apply it to an actual
It's gonna be hard to move your character with your mouse in the air.
Karate chop kind of thing. But that's it. You see, like you do the training off air, so that when you get on air,
great,
you can make it work. Febivin now has his flash available. Feels like the first time in about 12 minutes.
It's like flash up.
Yeah.
Flash down.
Where is Pekka actually? Downtown, not likely gonna be the play.
I feel like mid lane would be downtown.
You think so?
It's generally where the center is.
Really?
Isn't like
I figured downtown, not center town. I don't know. Midtown.
Do they call it Center Town LA though?
We'll have to find out. We've got a few Americans on broadcast these days. We'll check in with them. But checking in on top, we've actually missed Yellow Star going down. And Reckless is now in trouble. Soaz is going to look forward. Flashes over the pillar of ice. Ends up being killed. Not quite sure what the objective was there. Regardless, Gamsu teleports it in and helps out.
Like the difference here, build here. Actually hasn't really committed just yet. But I wonder, I want to talk about whether he goes for the Triforce again, Reckless, because I really like Ice Spawn against Irelias later on, because it makes it so much easier to kite.
Well, there's your answer. Phage picked up instead. Reckless going to be leaning towards the Triforce. And Fnatic, look, they've closed back. They were down around 1,500 gold. And it's plays like this that look so good at the start for Origen.
Yeah, this is Fnatic committing to a 2-1 push with no wards. And that's what we're talking about last game too. If you have champions, there are like certain jungler or support champions that literally don't want to face check. Nami's one of them. So it's really hard for Nami to single-handedly establish vision because she dies in face checks. So for Fnatic, any risky vision has to be placed by Spirit at all times, or you just back off.
Yeah, Spirit doing a decent job. 1-0-4, giving the kills to the rest of his team members. Amazing on the other hand. 4-0-1. He's the one that's been able to secure them all for Origen. And it's been quite a chaotic game as far as the skirmishes are concerned. Multiple fights across different areas of the map, mostly dictated by where the minion lane is currently pushing.
Yeah, I'm just really happy to see the even game here, because I really want to watch an even mid game with slightly different comps here from Origen and Fnatic, just to see where Origen's at in terms of target selection, target switching, like communication in these team fights. Because Fnatic is pretty much a well-oiled machine. They may like miss some individual like plays, but generally they're on top of things.
Yeah, generally on the same page.
Yeah,
you know, working as a unit.
Which wasn't the case last split. Like I feel they're still progressing in that regard.
Yeah, feels like there's slightly more progression in summer than we were seeing in spring.
Guess why? Yellow Star's back.
Yeah. I guess it helps, right? You need a little bit of glue to put the group together. Wow, Soaz gets a pretty good chunk in the Gamsu. No flash available. Spirit's looking forward. Amazing will be in range to help out. And that will thwart any further pressure. So Gamsu and Spirit, they back away.
Look for another arrow here in the mid lane. Pekka needs to find Reckless as he goes up for a minion.
Flash and Arcane Shift available for Reckless.
Yeah. Predictable movement is what you're looking for if you expect it. Anytime they walk up and challenge a minion wave, like that auto attack he did right there, that's when you want to strike. When you know he's going to go for a last hit. If not, Fnatic commit for this Ocean, they're leaving mid exposed. I think the preferential move here for Origen is to cut off the right burst from mid lane and just trade for mid lane turret, and then maybe look for a teleport. But they're not even going to do that. They're just trading top lane vision for mid, so they need to pick up the mid lane wave first now and then rotate top, because I think if they don't do that, Fnatic will just go mid themselves. Okay. But Fnatic's challenging this mid lane wave here, so almost like a base race scenario.
Gamsu going top though, not really going to have the greatest ability unless Origen decides to carry on pushing.
But they spotted a Zero in the mid lane, so they know Fnatic or they know that Origen is only half committing to this play. 3 members in the top lane, but they need one more defending there. Fnatic, that is.
Yeah, to be able to hold. If Origen continue, right, out to turret traded,
but they can collapse. They can collapse as well. They can path over and see if they can challenge, but Origen, quicker on the play.
Power of Evil has teleport available. Amazing is closing in the distance. Ash Arrow goes out. I think it caught Gamsu.
It's bad to fight here. It's bad to fight here if you're Origen, because you buy time for Fnatic to come in, swoop around.
Oh, look at this. Power of Evil. He's teleporting in. Origen are trapped. Surrounded. Oh, that was cancelled.
Oh, and they're going.
But that's it. Tidal Wave comes down. Origen running for their lives. Reckless uses the Essence Flux to buff up Spirit, and Spirit knocks out Peke. He's down. Flash and heal was not enough to keep him alive.
One for tower is fine. If Origen can make it out alive here, this is a good trade. But look at Spirit. He went to the tunnel and he's circling around. Soaz needs to one-shot him.
Needs to look out. Soaz is knocked up in the air. Hybrid's flashed away with his life. Cocoon slows down the rest of Fnatic. And with Soaz caught by the bubble, Fnatic get themselves a kill.
Yeah, and more importantly, Fevin's in time to defend tier 2 in mid lane, so Fnatic slightly trading preferentially here, because Amazing is now slowed down.
Yeah, not done yet. The red buff on Reckless slowing Amazing. He's going to repel to safety. But overall, I think Fnatic come away in a much better position.
Yeah, really good to see the decision-making here. Like, Origen, usually when a team goes Baron, you won't challenge mid. Too long to wait for the minion wave, so they went top instantly. Fnatic tried to react. Okay, we hold top and we try to get more in mid. Realized they couldn't because Origen was committing hard. Then Gamsu, I think he did the great thing, which was baiting the engage. Because that bought like 5 seconds for Origen not to disengage, and that was enough for Fnatic to circle around. Reaction from Origen then was a teleport, and Fnatic backed off. The teleport got cancelled, Fnatic went back in again. So really split-second decision-making on both sides. Fnatic slightly better in the overall team play.
Yeah, definitely leaves them still in a much better position, albeit Fnatic are still marginally behind in gold. Now, 800 is not a whole lot to speak of, but everything else is in their favor. They've got more dragons, they've got more kills. There's a lot of vision set up, though, but it is defensive for the time being.
Yeah, but if you look at the gold distribution in some of these players too, where do you want to have your gold, right? The best earning members on Fnatic is still their AD carry and their mid laner, and they're still even or ahead of their counterparts. Top laners are even, so there's a really big disparity in jungle, but at least versus Rek'Sai, that's okay. Rek'Sai is a tank jungler that can be behind. Maybe the side still makes him too squishy.
Yeah.
That can be debatable.
This
But we need to
time
see if Amazing can snowball.
Yeah, this time around, the vision from that side stone not having the same level of impact. Different style of team compositions and Origen.
Very dense map as well, like not as spread out, so no need for like mass wards. Origen, look at it as well. All those pink wards, 4 on the map. 1 should probably be moved up now.
So I think we're late enough in the game to ask the question. Origen, they didn't get standard lanes.
Yes, I will marry you.
Oh, thank you. That makes me so happy.
Wait, aren't you like engaged on it?
Shh. keep that as our little secret. Is Origen's early game team composition now going to start being shown up? Are we late enough in the game?
I mean, they have late game Azir, which is always good for late. I think, yeah, they get a scale to a sense that I think Ezreal has probably more damage. I mean, if an Ashe gets going and she doesn't get challenged, it's
a
tricky.
tough question, isn't
Trundle definitely has more impact than an Aurelia. And Rek'Sai, for me, more than an Elise.
But then again, Azir potentially,
Yeah.
in the right circumstances, more than a Victor.
I mean, we're not late. This is not late game. Like, when you define, like, they have worse late game, you're talking about, like, 32 minutes in the game, 29 minutes maybe.
Yeah. A little while to go. Spirit, ooh, may regret that tunnel. It's going to go forward, but nobody from Origen is pulling the trigger yet.
Yeah, they need to challenge mid lane. Because if you have pink ward set up, you're only 1 step away from a successful Baron bait. Very hard against Rek'Sai, because you need to go all T-Rex and like not move at all.
Through the tremor sense, which is not something that Origen can pull off extremely easily. Looking at the minimap, Gamsu is about to go head-to-head with Soaz down bottom. Both of them have teleports available.
Yeah, both can cancel each other, depending on the health of Aurelia. That's why you see Aurelia sometimes take trades inefficiently in lane, but here Spirit's going in.
He is indeed. Peke is knocked up. True Shot Barrage tags him, and Peke, why are you there? Again!
Well, we can tell you why. We'll get into that later. Let's see if anything comes of this play.
Pillar of Vice knocks Power of Evil back, but it doesn't equate to anything. Fnatic, they now have position on Baron.
Pekka was looking for an arrow the entire time. He was just skirting around an area where he was hoping to not have any vision on him, so he could surprise, just like Feverman gets surprised right now.
So much damage, and Power of Evil sets up a beautiful kill. This allows Origen to engage. 10 seconds until Pekka's alive. A 3-man knock-up, a Spirit jumps on the front line. A double bubble doesn't cause any trouble for Origen because Fnatic have peeled away. They've traded kills and Trick goes down.
Yeah, really good opener from Power View, but the target selection from Origen too. They realize Spirit is squishy enough to be soloed down, or 3v1 down, and then Soaz buys enough time in the backline, goes in, draws the attention, and gets out. So he doesn't try to go for a kill. He knows that his role is no longer assassin, it's just like frontline tank player, and he buys enough time of the 3-man squad of Fnatic in that 4v4, and that way, Origen come out on top.
Advantage, and Origen are going to use the advantage to start Baron. It's going down very quickly. Look at the minimap. Fnatic, they're very far away. Gamsu has a flash available, but he's too late. Baron is secured by Origen.
They've been pinging the tunnel on the left side, though, with Rek'Sai, but they're not going to commit for it. They're just going to trade for a Mountain Drake. So this is Origen on the back end of the fight, taking it home. And a really good move from PoE, finding out Feverman. So this is where it all starts. So they're sweeping the ward. Yeah, Feverman, come on. You play Azir. You can't do this with no flash. And then PoE even flashes out of the gravity field, because otherwise he would have died on the back end of that play. So that's a really solid play from Power of Evil. And right here, they call Spirit, Spirit, Spirit. Soaz goes to the backline. Rex has to shift out defensively. Soaz walks out. Spirit drops. Look at the difference here. And that's obviously because Spirit is playing Sidestone jungler, less tankiness on him. And it's these little decisions. It goes so quickly. Even in the replay, we sometimes miss it.
Yeah, Fnatic though, They come away, so they've got the Mountain Drake. It's Origen that are now in the driving seat. Maybe convincingly for the first time.
Yeah.
Up 3,000 gold.
Baron.
Baron as well. Teleport available for PoE if he wants to play a different lane. Don't expect it though.
I really like Sterek's Triforce combo on Aurelia too, because the items interact with each other, you know, your base damage goes up, and it's just this little surprise whenever Aurelia jumps in, like you see her dropping at a certain rate, and you extrapolate, okay, we took 60% down this quickly, the remaining 40 will go equally fast, but you run out of abilities, and she suddenly gets more health. It's super annoying to play against.
Yeah. She stuns you and kills you in return.
Yeah, because she values low health too, percentage-wise.
Exactly what Soaz is hoping will happen.
This is, of course, the zone that we were talking about. Ashe and Azir don't want to play on the same lane.
No
but
teleport for Soaz.
Yeah.
He's not on the same lane, but he should just escort these minions all the way up.
Yeah. So passive here for Origen. Just play with a bit of respect. But the double zone here, every volley, every cocoon, every soldier that moves up, they have pressure. And they're looking just for, I think, a standard rotation. They're not going to 4-1, it seems.
No, they're not. Gamsu continues to push up top. Soaz will most likely be met by the rest of his team shortly, and that could be a 2-for-no trade at the moment.
Remember, they have Arrow, so if they catch out Reckless somewhere, it looks like they just want to defend. They don't want to gamble on the fact that they can beat and break open the base 4v5, and if that goes too slow, that entire process, they will lose part of their base, so they're settling for happy medium.
You like Sterek's Triforce. What do you think of Sterek's Triforce? Dead Man's Plate.
Yeah.
Instantly picked up by Soaz, spending all that money from the Baron plate and from multiple towers being knocked over.
That's good, just to... Honestly, it's not that surprising of a build. It's not like Soaz is reinventing top lane Aurelia, but I think it's the correct build. He's not going to be challenged by Feven too much, and if he sticks around Feven, Feven's probably dead anyways. So if he can dodge some of the magic damage, he's itemizing correctly.
Big smiles on coaches' faces here for Origen as they're in a good position. Plus 6k. We're approaching 30 minutes.
Beck is looking for an arrow again. Now this time there's no ward on his position.
No, there's not. Let's see if he decides to fire it. All I'm looking at is that cooldown. Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Soaz is up top. He'll get his teleport in just a few seconds as well. So even more of Fnatic's base is going to start being challenged. There's no inhibitor turret either from that play, what, 20 minutes ago, 15 minutes ago? It's another avenue for Origen to extend their lead and maintain this level of control.
They need to be careful, however, if they end up at like post 35 and an Elder Dragon spawns and they trade Nash for Baron. Fnatic have 3 dragons. It's going to boost their burn significantly.
Well, as we're about to crest over 30 minutes, I'd like to welcome EULCS1. If you've just joined us, Origen took control after a very even early to mid game.
Yeah.
Great team fight and secured Baron as well.
Yeah, focus on honestly keeping Soaz even and then snowballing from mid lane. All members worked together to get Feva's flash down. Then he got punished by scoops from Power Wheel going in, connecting cocoons from Amazing. And he's the prime focus in some of these fights. Also made some individual mistakes here.
I think it's also important to mention, Game 1 was a heavy-handed stop.
Dominating victory.
Yeah, Fnatic really, they got ahead early and they really punished. So it's great to see Origen actually bounce back.
Composition also just allows Origen to play more of their game style. They've made this mistake, this Kassadin pickup in low wave clear matchups that they then play incorrectly. They've done this so often in the past, and I don't know why they keep going back to it. It's likely a product of scrim environment, where you take more risks, and you take that extra wave in the side lane, and you have more pressure because you feel like the jungler's there.
Yeah.
Then they ask you, how did you know? It's like, nah, I don't know, man. Sometimes, you know, game sense.
Game sense, bro.
Yeah.
Looking on bottom, Reckless Arcane shifts away to safety. Trinity Force, Mirror Mana, Hex and Recurve. Continue to stack up. This might be interesting. Spirit decides to go in. Tunnels under, Chilling Smite, gets the knockup.
BOE has teleport, Victor does not have, so this could be a really good turnaround here for Origen.
Ash Arrow onto Spirit, teleport from...
Too late.
Power of Evil was cancelled, and Spirit's able to escape, so that's a cooldown blown.
Because he's sporting it's a new fancy edition of the Mercury Threads. See, reduces that cooldown, and because we come out of an era where everybody and their mom was building Swifties, it's really kind of weird to see junglers or anybody with Merc Threads, so it kind of throws off your perception. You see an arrow and in your mind he's stunned for a certain amount of seconds, and heavily reduced.
works out in Spirit's favor at the very least. And I quite like talking about the boots. The Azir is now moving over to Berserker's Greaves in the last few patches. Makes them even more terrifying, especially when you look at that build. Nash's Rylai's Death Cap, Power of Evil is terrifying, and he's on the hunt. Bird is the word as he's looking for Gamsu. Gamsu might get rooted, but he's forced to flash away. Summoner Spellblown.
I wonder if it was worth for Hybrid to preemptively flash there. We've seen a lot of commoners do that. Press W, flash aggressively, which means if they cover the same distance, they will still get snared, and then Power of Evil could scoop in with his flash, get a pick off, and we're looking at a 30-second Nasher timer, maybe.
Would have been close.
Would have been close.
Would have been close indeed. Next dragon is Ocean. It has spawned. Thank you for that one, observers. And it looks like Fnatic are in position to contest. Actually, they might be able to take this down very quickly.
Mid lane's open though, so they could actually... Origen could step away here, pop in a Azir turret behind them, and actually go for Siege's mid. I don't know why Amazing is still lurking around. This is too greedy to play on all these fronts at the same time.
Look at the top lane. Soaz is pushing into the base already. Origen are going to put down the Sun Disc on the inner turret. Flash away from Amazing.
Good. Now this is all right. They're respecting the distance here. Soaz is in top lane. They just need to path over, not get caught in the mid lane here. We see Victor going in, Tidal Wave coming in.
Tidal Wave is going to be flashed away and repelled as well. Amazing's in trouble. The inhibitor was secured, so if Origen can escape with only losing one, that's worth it. Peck has already fired the Crystal Arrow, and Spirit is in trouble. Here comes Spirit. Soaz is able to jump onto Pekka. Pekka is down, in fact, rather. Now Power of Evil's in trouble.
Soaz jumped onto Reckless, but he shifted over defensively and aggressively at the same time, and this is why I didn't like what Amazing and Hybrid were doing. Yes, they slow down Fnatic, but they put themselves too close to the danger, and Origen, yes, they get the objective, which is the inhibitor in the top lane.
And middle, maybe. Soaz is...
They need this one in the middle lane to make this play be worth.
All right, Power of Evil. There is Emperor's Divide available for him. Gamsu and Soaz will be going toe-to-toe on the inhibitor. Baron's down to 2,000. It should be secured here by Fnatic. There's so many members. Soaz does not care. He's able to stun up Gamsu, get the inhib, and back away.
I like it, though. I like the play that Origen produced right there. I think the execution is debatable, but going for an Ocean Dragon trade to then move into the base and get 2 inhibitors down. Now they can easily defend on all lanes against his Baron push. So we will see that fight around Elder Dragon for sure in this game.
So Baron for 2 inhibs, as well as a number of kills to Fnatic.
Like
look, replay.
Because Amazing just used his flash already, right? So Februn will know that. And with the Rylai slow, his ulti just keeps on ticking. Tidal Wave follows up, so he drops. And right now, Origen is fragmented. Look where Expected comes out too. Like, why is Expected there? Spirit circles. Reckless, really good shift here. So as dashes, you thought he was dead, but he actually jumped it over the wall. Very hard to track sometimes.
I had no idea where he went.
This is like, Soaz jumps on, Expected. No, he's on his team.
Yes, exactly. I was like, how on earth did that happen? Regardless, Fnatic, they get the kills. They lose their inhibs, they get Baron. And this is a really interesting question because no scrim gets to 35 minutes with 5 dragons on one team.
I mean, some of them might, but very rarely will the goal be even.
With inhibitors down.
But the inhibitor spawn time is, I think it's 5 minutes. I actually never know the exact amount because nobody times them. But you can definitely tell when an inhibitor spawns by the circle that's around them. So if you ever want to know, you just hover over on an inhib, and there's this little glowing circle that's going on, and that will tell you how long it takes for the inhibitor to spawn. Anyways, the whole point of the story is inhibitor will spawn before Elder Dragon does, I believe.
That will alleviate the pressure.
Roughly at the same time, because they took the dragon and then a play went, and I think they will spawn roughly at the same time.
That's bad for Fnatic though, isn't it? If they're still supers pushing into their base.
They can solve the last wave of supers, and like one wave of supers isn't really going to kill your inhibitor immediately unless somebody teleports.
All right, and there's 2 available for Origen. Power of Evils comes off cooldown in a moment or 2. We are now into the late game. Azir, 4th item completed, Void Staff. And Fnatic are shoving out those super minions. Look, you can see Reckless all the way in the mid lane. Gamsu dealing with the top lane as well.
Yeah, there, you can just see the little spiral that's on the mid lane inhib, you know, that glows, and once that's full circle, that's when you know they spawn again. Call in the observers. Like, give me that picture-in-picture.
Hell yeah, we have the technology.
Enhance!
Pekka was stood on top of a ward. It literally expired as I think he was trying to potentially set up a cheeky play. Nothing comes of it.
But we see where the attention is going this game. Everybody is setting up vision around this dragon area. 3 pink wards here, 1 almost too defensive from Origen. but it's hard to move some of these because everybody's hitting full item slots.
Yeah, Executioner's Calling actually picked up for FLICKR. His 6th item for the time being.
Yeah, for example, that pink ward on red buff, you're asking yourself, why is it there? Well, it's Expecas, and it doesn't have a slot to replace
the pink ward
within his item build.
Yeah, 4 pink wards actually from Origen in the bottom half of the map in that concave.
Yeah, you can actually tell that. If you want to know who placed the ward, you just click on it and hover over it, and the game will tell you. Sometimes it can be important if you're quick enough to click on a trinket ward, level 1 that comes out of Fog of War. You click on it, you hover, you know who placed it, so you know who's there. In times where you need to call lane swaps, it might be useful.
If you've got the dexterity to pull that off. Fnatic, they're
That's
placing
support
the
APM.
Yeah, here we go.
We don't have much to do. We don't really hurt people. We have like 4 abilities, so we pride ourselves on clicking on the wards and finding out who placed them.
Support APM, the true test. FLICKR's actually already sold that Executioner's Calling and picked up a biscuit instead of a ward.
Really?
I am reading that correctly.
Yeah?
So
let me go back in time.
That's a question we may need to ask about.
Alright, biscuit. Executioner's Calling. He probably sold it, thought he could buy his item, realized he couldn't, and then he's like, you know what?
Why would you buy a biscuit instead of a ward? That's a question we'll have to have.
In times of war, quick shot, you go hungry sometimes. Have you never had a day at the office where you're like, damn, I wish I had a biscuit right now?
Sometimes I do, but not sure it's worth in this situation. Sometimes you have to be the bigger man and just go hungry. All right, Power of Evil is able to slide and glide away.
The bigger man doesn't go hungry.
Throws down.
The bigger man eats the biscuit. Quick shot.
Throws down Emperor's Divide. And Crepo, there's no Emperor's Divide for the impending Elder Dragon teamfight.
Yes, but Elder Dragon is quite the tough animal, if we can classify that. So it takes a while to go down, so maybe Emperor's Divide will be up again because the cooldown's only 70 seconds. The current present time. Oh, look at that.
There we go. So super minions going to be less of a problem.
The circle is complete. It glows and it's built up again. Marvelous technology here.
Fnatic have traded their Chaos Storm and they started off Elder. Origen,
you have to contest this Origen. Don't give it up for your inhibitors.
They seem split. Look at the minimap. Origen, they're dancing around the direction. Finally,
look how long it takes, though.
Enchanted Crystal Arrow, that's what I'm looking for. Teleports coming out from Gumsu. He's on the front line. Immediately forced a flash. Crystal Arrow goes wide. Goal as it goes between the goalposts. Elder Drake is able to move out the pit and start to reset.
So Origen wants to reset this objective. Now movement. This is good. It takes too long to re-engage that dragon. 13,240 health points is too much for Fnatic to burn through. Now mid lane is open. We need an Azir turret prompted up somewhere though in the backline to defend Fnatic.
All right, Origen are going to be in some trouble. Inhibitor is taken down, flashed away from the bubble. FLICKR a little late to move away. Spirit looking to move forward. Flash is available for him, but there's nobody else behind if he gets the knockup. Tidal Wave, falls short. Not going to make it past the Raptor camp.
Yeah, no
Elder Drake's
Tsunami.
alive and Baron in a minute.
Yeah, Baron in a minute. Things are getting more complex right now because the decision tree is expanding. Mid lane inhibitor is off that tree, however. Top lane inhib is still open. I like it though from Origen. They don't get any value out of this Elder Dragon. If they get this, their dragon buffs get doubled. 0 is still 0. Yeah. And their burn will be 45 true damage. So that's not worth spending that time. Where Fnatic, they would get so much out of this Elder Dragon buff. But at this point, they're running out of options here. No flash, no teleport on Gamsu. And a lot of zone control. Remember, if we're playing from the front door...
Where's this TP? Soaz afraid they're starting Elder. Yeah. Fnatic aren't there yet.
Yeah, if they're playing from the front door, this zone control from Ashe and Azir is so fundamental to winning fights. So this is Origen trying to take away the objective from Fnatic. Fnatic don't really lose anything here. There's maybe opportunity cost, something they lose a potential gain, but they don't give anything over to Origen.
Well, not yet they don't. Spirit gets caught by the volley. Ashe Arrow's tunneled away from. 2 for 2 that just go wide.
I wish I knew how Spain was doing in the Euro Cup right now, because I could make like a dang football reference.
Pretty sure they made it through to the round of 16. And Origen, they're looking to make it at least a 1-for-1.
Yeah, increases the strength of your elemental Drake buffs by 50%. It actually wasn't double it, but like 1.5 it. But well, they don't have any dragon buffs, so.
Well, luckily the burn will still help them out. For Origen, 5,000 gold lead, 40 minutes into the game. It's still Origen in control, but by a 3, it doesn't feel like it's concrete. It doesn't feel like it's absolute control.
But it feels like Origen is like the king of inefficient politics, you know? last game it was like they wanted to build a wall, but it was a ledge. Now they want to make Fnatic feel the burn, but I mean, just like primaries, it's not quite enough. Not enough burn shall be felt.
That was good. I like that. For Fnatic, though, how did they bounce back? Because they've got a lot of wave clear, but they're afraid of these Ash arrows. If one arrow connects...
I mean, I don't think they have to be that afraid right now. They have Mikhails on the All-Star, and they have QSS on Reckless, and Fevin has Cleanse. So I think the fear is not the arrow. I think the fear is the amount of soldiers that's following and an angry Aurelia. But it could definitely slow down the fight. I think the AoE slow of this arrow is actually more important right now than the actual stun effect. So right now, Expect is looking for a cluster. A flock of Fnatic members.
Hourglass just picked up for both Power of Evil and Amazing. Another teleport. PoE is looking to go forward. And he's just going to join a potential Baron siege. Looking at how the waves are set up, I think bottom lane's pushing towards Fnatic. It looks like Soaz is ushering the top wave in as well.
Yeah, this is where you really wish you built something differently if you're Reckless. Like Triforce is really not as impactful as an Iceborne Gauntlet here. Because any Iceborne procs on an enemy support, jungler just slows them down. It allows Gamsu to get a pillar across. Just makes team fights so much easier. Because there's very little like hard CC in the side of Fnatic. It's all like a pillar to move somebody. FLICKR is damaged. Nami is all conditional. Arrow connects. He still has everything available.
Yeah, Reckless already started the Arcane Shift, so didn't even need the QSS. And there's no one around to get slowed.
Gamsu's heading down to the bottom lane right now. Looking to fix that. Origen immediately reacts to Baron area.
Spirit, Farm Alarms, gonna make his way in. Hawkshot will reveal the members of Fnatic coming in. Teleport's being channeled by Gamsu and Origen. They've peeled away.
They can run top,
Baron.
by the way. Remember, we're at the point in the game where Fnatic, if they want to match, usually this doesn't happen because mid is quicker than top lane. But because mid is not exposed and top lane is, Origen could technically just take that inhib and straight finish. That's why Fnatic can't react with a base race. Usually, this is not what we see. We see some people run mid, and obviously they're quicker on equal turrets.
Yeah, but this is not equal turrets. 8-3. Fnatic have only got the ounce of turrets down from Origen.
5 advantage.
That's it. You do math. You were good at it in high school, I'm led to believe. Not my thing.
Not your thing? What was your thing?
I was always more of a science and a history geek.
How are you good at science and not at math?
No. Chemistry.
All right.
Yeah, you pick chemistry or physics.
So you just like the compounds, and then you just throw them all together. You don't care in what amounts?
Nope.
You're just like, I don't care, 2, 3 moles.
Yeah, the one that creates the biggest boom is the one that I was more interested in. Or the brightest colored foam.
Yeah. Why does that not surprise me?
To go back to the everlasting question, how does Fnatic pull this one back? Because Origen...
I mean, anybody committing to an objective here is prone to getting engaged on. Late game Victor can win fights. Trundle on the backline can still destroy. Key exhaust here too. Look at the value of some of these exhausts in these late game team fights as opposed to potential ignite.
Yep. All right, so we'll keep track of the exhaust in the team fight. Spirit was tunneling in to Amazing. Amazing didn't even...
Both teams are stalling each other out very well here. Elder Dragon was taken like what? 4 minutes ago by now.
Yeah.
It's probably like 5 minutes remaining because after the first one's taken, it's 10 minutes spawn time. Soaz, however, he's not getting beat up too much by Gamsu in the side lane, so he's actually a threat. But what could actually happen here is both teams stalling each other out until both Baron and Elder come up, and that combined with an exposed base here, 0 base turrets for Fnatic, leaves you for very interesting strategic decision making. Any slip up ends the game. The last time Origen this season were in a similar position, it was Amazing getting caught in the enemy base, and they threw it. But here, Fnatic's signature Baron Rush.
Amazing, took so much damage from that last trade. He's low for the ensuing team fight. Teleport comes up from Soaz. He's going to be coming in from the north. Arrow connects on his Spirit, doesn't really matter. Baron, down to 800, is picked up by Fnatic. Reckless is able to arcane shift over the wall. And Origen, they're too late to the objective.
Yeah, Amazing got poked out right there, and there was no help. Soaz was seemingly circling from the top side, but he thought the better of it. He backed off. And now Fnatic is in a driving seat because they can aggressively defend all these lanes, push out the minions, and have the setup for the next Elder.
Next Elder. We're approaching 50 minutes into the game.
These are words you never want to hear when you cast on A stream. or stream 1 rather, because studio games is nice if they go long.
Yes.
Because then they can just join in on the 3rd series. But right now we're in the 2nd series. Still 2 more games to come.
That is a very good point. I had not thought about that.
I have. I get tired.
Well, let's hope for an explosive end. Pick up the energy levels.
At least make it worth it.
Eye of the Watcher picked up for amazing to round out the comp.
If somebody gets caught right now, I'm gonna be angry. Just like make it at least a nice team fight with some really sweet moves. Maybe ending in a mid lane 1v1. Highlight
So that is
reel.
what you want, not what you're predicting, right? Because they're
No.
2 very different things.
Generally, yes. Oh yes.
Oh yes, indeed. But the average game length is going up significantly from last week, and now including some of the games this week. 40 minutes. Minion wave down bottom will be caught by Soaz. There's no teleport available. Remember, he TP'd just before that Baron. So, small window of opportunity for Fnatic to push up here.
Are they looking to collapse on it maybe? Spirit moving in for some wards. I like this. Aggressive tunnel. Deny some wards. Soldier zone here. So,
Damage.
yeah, good shots. Power Evil can't reach his soldiers that he put up on these towers. Yeah, late game.
That's only the 4th tower that Fnatic have taken. It's been a very long time since they've been able to secure one.
Look at this intermission. Oh, get spotted, bro. It's not season 3 where you can just do that.
Gonna get caught up. There's a recall from Gamsu very quickly.
It's actually so... I wonder if that's intentional. That smite on wolves to keep that up there. Let's just assume it is because Spirit is really smart.
Kudos to Spirit.
Because, like, no, but, like, that's a position where you never think about that. Like, when you're this late in the game and it's such a tense game, it's like, okay, I'm going to backdoor guys. Like, what could possibly stop me here? No wards. They haven't been here in ages. Nope.
Yeah,
Wolf strike.
Spirit, yeah. Gonna give them all the information they need. So we're getting closer and closer to Elder. I think it's gonna be around the 50-minute mark, 51-minute mark when that pops up. Fnatic have about a minute left on their Baron buff, plus 2,000 in the Baron power play for now. FLICKR takes a lot of damage from Reckless.
Yes, a
Reckless flash and heals.
Yeah, he's so afraid of the next power of Evo soldier hit. So QSS down 2. Really nice QSS reaction time though. It's actually almost comical when a player fails it on stage because you can buffer it. When you're used to playing like Berlin ping, these guys play solo queue, they're roughly sitting around 40 to 60 ping. You kind of preemptively click your QSS. Because the game will trigger it right after you get hit. If you do the preemptive click here on land, you're dead.
Yeah.
So it's pure reaction timing. It's awareness, it's necessary.
Reckless made it work perfectly. Gamsu does not care what Soaz is doing. Look at that heal! Gamsu throws down the wow! So I guess that answers the question in that debate.
Yeah, so let's delve into this matchup. I think...
that was actually ridiculous, that heal.
Yeah, but that's also why Trundles just love Ravenous, and that's what they used to do all the time.
Oh, careful now for Hybrid. Amazing's caught by the tidal wave, has a flash available. Soldiers from Power of Evil have just bought enough time.
Origen is
Laser comes
pinging
down.
Spirit on the left side, so they know he's there, but Power of Evil is stuck.
Tower of Evil is down, taken out, couldn't even pop his hourglass. That is a 68-second death timer. Fnatic in a 5-on-4.
Yeah, take down the tower, take down the power. Come on, Spirit.
You don't have to call me out on that one.
I know Tower of Evil.
The Tower
of Evil.
Yeah, he hadn't used his passive yet. Yep. Fnatic 5v4. True Shot Barrage will get thrown out to the back line. Ash Arrow onto Reckless. Don't even need to use the Mercurial. The tower's being focused. There's actually a lot of damage onto Gamsu. Origen seem to be holding for now.
Yeah, he needs lifesteal. He has it. Just needs minions to hit. They have to be still very careful. The Soa's going in, proccing like a WQ combo. He could almost annihilate Reckless. Here we see the mark on the wall. Spells the next Elder. There he is. Jumping out.
All right, so 15 seconds is what Origen tried to nearby. Teleport is available for Power of Evil. But the rest of Origen, they're pushing out the lanes. They're not going to contest this.
Yeah, Amazing zoned out here. So that's going to be a lot of regeneration out of fights here. That's it, baby. Mid lane week. FLICKR walks up. No dashes, though. Not quite as fancy.
It's not. So Elder Dragon again for 2 inhibs.
FLICKR flash over the inhib. Homage to the play.
He was cancelled, by the way. Gamsu had started channeling onto the pink ward and decided to back away. The zoom in on the X mid laner, doing his signature FLICKR. Although, does it count if it's an inhib?
It does now.
Okay. That'll work for me.
It counts if it's expected.
All right.
That must be so annoying though. Every game he plays, like Soliki was like, haha, expect it backdoor.
Yeah.
Same when he misses everything. That one clip where he goes, F that shit, too tanky.
Yep.
It's one of the best clips in the game. Because everybody's like, yeah, what happened? You guys too tanky, man.
Too tanky.
Roll the replay. Didn't hit a single skill shot. Although in current iteration of pro play, it would rather be deemed unlucky.
Unlucky. Yeah, that's the modern phrase, isn't it?
Well, yeah. And then some comments relating to Zoo, but let's not go into that one.
2 inhibitors down again for Fnatic. The last time it happened, it didn't really matter because Origen weren't able to do the next steps of pushing onto the base.
Yeah, this late in the game, clearing minion waves is like
trivial.
Yeah, trivial almost. It's thank you for the save. You are my mobile thesaurus. I like it.
I try.
It's good synergy. Yeah, the threat of a super minion kind of goes down when everybody's hitting 6 items. Maybe support struggle with it. This is the only annoying part if you're a support. Like everybody's full on gold. It's like, guys, I would like a last hit. I have 50 DPS on these cannon creeps.
To be fair, Yellow Star's got a Leandries, and there's a needlessly large rod.
And Gamsu's going down.
Gamsu's being chased. There's teleports coming in. Gamsu is down. Power of Evil slid all the way in. The rest of Fnatic, they've gone for Baron.
Oh,
but Origen could go for the inhib.
So Fnatic need to finish Baron because it's quicker to get the buff in under 4 seconds than base with the reduced death timers, with the reduced base timers. But they're now fighting 4 against 5 here. Power of Evil still has ultimate, and Zonia's available. And no Baron buffs here, so these minions will be evaporated instantly by a single laser here. So this might be a decent hold here from Fnatic. Look for a pick. Origen need to go in.
So Baron buff as well as a 4-man stack for Fnatic, but they have to deal with double super minions.
Yeah, and Feverin is targeting the right minion wave at the right time here. So he's not trying to defend from the bottom. He knows the biggest threat is this wave here in the top lane, but there's another wave conga lining in the mid lane.
Let's find out how Fnatic defend the Sand Soldiers from Power of Evil, trying to usher the super minions closer to the Nexus turrets. Spirit has got so much hit points, but even
Yellow
Star's down! He's caught! Soaz picks up the kill. The rest of Origen back away. There's a super minion on the Nexus turret. This is the longest game of the summer split, and Origen are looking to grab a win in the series. Fnatic forced to defend. 15 seconds before Gamsu comes back up.
There's almost nothing they can do, barring a major outplay, single target focus here from Feverin and Reckless, but Origen, they're getting scared. They're waiting for the next arrow. It's available. Look for them to turn it around.
Spirit is in trouble, moving his way out. Reckless, Mercurial Scimitar and Flash.
So as base, he wants to teleport in.
Teleport into a stun. Ash Arrow, Mercurial stun. Let's see if it can happen. Ash Arrow's onto Spirit. Gamsu's a look at the damage. Hybrid gets chunked down by the Mystic Shot. Feathervin kills him. A flash forward into Siphon Power. And Amazing's down. Expected follows quickly thereafter. Soaz with the GA. He's left standing. And Fnatic defends.
Fnatic defend. Origen overplayed it.
Soaz kills Febby.
Oh, that is so influential to the remaining part of this game, because in a world where Soaz drops right here and Feverin stays alive, Fnatic can push and get a lot more out of the enemy base.
Fnatic cannot win the game despite the death time. There's super minions everywhere.
Because the cannon creeps, or the siege creeps, they're doubled in every lane. Remember, when all 3 inhibitors drop down, 2 of them spawn in every lane, and my play-by-play starts jumping.
Yellow Star uses his tidal wave onto the super minions. I love crazy games, no matter how chaotic they may be.
It's wave clear.
Oh, it's been that long of a game. You've resorted to that level, Crepo. That level.
When in doubt, make a horrible pun.
Right, 4 minutes until the next Elder Dragon. I'm
Yeah.
keen. I'm keen. Baron should be around the same time, if not marginally earlier.
All right, let's watch this entire series of events. So the teleport comes in, super telegraph, not on the ward. Hybrid steps in. Oh, he gets he walks into a gravity field. Come on, Hybrid. Really aggressive flashing from Fabi. Specke gets isolated by Spirit. This is Fnatic reading the play here. Origen, honestly, too telegraphed in their approach. If they wanted to go this ham, they should have done it earlier before Gamsu spawned. But they were too afraid. Soaz gets a good reactionary play here on Feverin, who honestly overextends. That is still Spirit. Yes. Still their jungler.
You can see the tension on his face. GA sold. Nobody has one because the cooldowns were popped. Damage dealt. Wow, 6,000 damage from Feverin. Peke, of course, was killed very early on, and the inhibitors have respawned while we were in that replay.
Yeah, but for how long?
That is the question. That is the question. Origen have killed those inhibitors more times than maybe some of the lower ranked teams have killed total inhibitors in just one game.
It's like, how did your game go? Well, we killed their inhibitors a ton of, about like 9 times. Did you win? No.
Well, that's the way it feels, doesn't it?
Still working on that part.
Fnatic trying to figure out when the next siege is coming from.
There is one thing we learned in the last fight, though, is the target selection at the start of fights has to be the support. We need to find, or Origen need to find rather, arrows onto Yellowstar, because he's the one carrying the Mikhails, but nobody is kind enough to carry Mikhails for Yellowstar.
Yeah.
So unless he actually buys a QSS, I think at this point it's better to invest into like a Quicksilver item than a random, like the Yandries, like AP Nami. Not quite sure how I feel about that, but because if you can QSS the arrow yourself, you can surprise a lot of teams.
Yeah.
That's what a lot of Janna players used to do. They played QSS Mikhails, reset and fights immediately.
Have more tools in your arsenal. For Reckless, he sold the Trinity Force, went for the Iceborne Gauntlets a
Oh, so
while
important.
ago.
The difference that makes in the fights is like, can't be understated.
Now we're starting to get to actually ridiculous stages here. There's just... I mean, I mentioned in the last team fight, this is the longest game of the summer split. 105,000 team goal for Origen, 108,000 team goal for Fnatic.
And despite that last fight, Amazing only doing 300 damage, and everybody's like, what is he doing? In total this game, Amazing has done 26,000 damage to champions, as opposed to Expecus 23. So Amazing's definitely carrying the brunt of that. Power View is towering above them, of course. But Expecus is still looking for his mark in these team fights. He kind of steps up, draws the bow once. Unless he has the accuracy of a Bolton, it's not going to be enough.
No, it won't be, unfortunately.
And you know, if Fnatic starts zigzagging, might be better.
It feels like they've already been zigzagging, Crepo. Because they've stayed alive significantly longer.
That's how you beat Ash Arrows. Gotta zigzag.
Gotta zigzag. For Fnatic, zigzagging their way to the next objective. 1 minute to Baron. I think there's been 3 this game. Elder Dragon will be up at around 61 minutes in-game. And all 3 inhibitors have respawned. The problem is, even though Fnatic won the team fight earlier, they still have to get through so many towers and inhibitors.
Oh, but they don't care at this point. Any of their tanks can just tank it up and destroy it. It is just who's defending it.
Gamsu waiting in the bush for SOS down bottom.
It's going to come down to like an ace and or a big numbers advantage. Now Amazing's getting caught out.
Yeah.
Look at Expected. What's Expected doing in the top lane here for Origen?
Ring Smites traded, no summoner spells blown. And Spirit feeling a bit aggressive. Origen actually kind of split up. Not really together on the same page.
Bring around Rosie.
Yeah, SOS does not want to take on Gamsu. But SOS is going to be able to escape.
This is where shot calling is so important. And like, while it looks almost rudimentary, it's like, don't screw up. Being the guy that makes the calls, like, okay guys, go for this fight or this fight, has to be so stressful. I know I've messed up one of those calls in my life. Don't feel good after a game.
And we have so much more information to work with. There's literally no more room for wards anywhere. Even Yellow Stars opted for a Blasting Wand over additional pink ward slots.
Yeah, getting rid of the Sightstone items too. But you don't really need that many wards here. Everybody is compact and dense.
Yeah.
Value of blue trinkets goes up. While you make that point, I think it's a waste to have 2 sweepers in your inventory now. You don't really rely on vision denial that much. I guess maybe if you want to get rid of all the teleport wards for sure. But more blue trinkets might be more beneficial. But that's ward rants, and that's not for this part of the game.
Crepo, this part of the game is about 20 seconds to Elder. Live on Baron.
No denial vision.
Tremor Sense available to Spirit. Every time Fnatic have looked at an objective, Origen have gone for the base.
Yeah, but Yellow Star should have had a pink ward in his inventory here. Look, he has a Blasting Wand. What's that even with a Blasting Wand? What's Gamsu doing there?
Gamsu gets caught out. The divide into an Ash Arrow. Mikhail's Crucible allows him to get unstunned and moves away. The Sun Disc buys some time. Look at the slow from that Arcane Shift. Reckless dashes forward. Expect is in trouble, but Spirit is going low. Nobody's died just yet.
Yeah, well, nobody probably cares. I just really want to reiterate that point. A Nami at this point in the game shouldn't go for a Baron setup without a pink ward if you have a bloody blasting one in your inventory. That is just a major mistake from Xpeke. And Origen, they're punishing this right now. One hit down.
They're looking for the second. Spirit is going to use that Void Rush to look to get in behind Origen. Origen has split up. Power of Evil's caught. He's taken down. The Death Ray and the Chaos Storm. Hybrid and Amazing looking to get a reply. Xpeke, what are you doing? He flashes forward aggressively, gets taken down where he stands. Soaz wants to salvage this by taking out Febiven, but it's at the cost of Amazing's life. It is a 1-for-3 in favor of Fnatic.
Yeah, 1-for-3, a looming threat of a backdoor teleport. Aurelia is only thing that keeps Fnatic away from closing out the victory right here. Maybe if Hybrid goes for a full Marin play here, Mox mid lane, he has to get behind Fnatic and pull the minions away. But right now, Soaz is going desperate here. He wants to lifesteal somewhere on some creeps, maybe. He needs to force Fnatic to base. He's basically showing his hand saying, Fnatic, you want to base right now. Hybrid, you're at the wrong side. You want to get behind Fnatic, tag the minions and get them out.
That's not what he's doing for the time being. Soaz is low. He's decided to teleport back. This might cost Origen more.
He know he can't backdoor. Fnatic knew that. He was just hoping that somebody off screen would have based. Right now he's going to elixir up and he needs to buy 30 seconds. 20 seconds for Power Evil.
This is such a lot of pressure for Fnatic to deal with. They will at least get an inhibitor and they're not sticking around for more. Baron is available. Elder Dragon is available as well.
Yeah, sure call for Fnatic here. Instead of potentially throwing the game, they commit to the objective. Get the Baron here. Because the Baron means more for them than it does. Like, it means the same for them as it does for Origen. And Elder doesn't mean anything for Origen whatsoever. So this is definitely the smarter call. But we have to reiterate, it was Spirit's ulti into flank that really solidified that fight. Power Evil did not see it coming, did not zone us in time. He didn't respect it at all, didn't even flash, so big misplay. Not really awareness and respect for tunnels.
Yeah, not... hopefully we can get a glimpse of that replay, depending on how the next few minutes play out. Fnatic, they're collapsing in Origen. Origen can't even get the Elder Dragon.
They hand it off at 8,000 health here.
There was a teleport invested. Xpeke is coming from way downtown. He had to deal with a very large minion wave.
It wasn't downtown Bala.
From the top lane, Elder Dragon is secured by Fnatic.
So I was looking for a flank. This is Arrow going wide, so no opportunity here.
No. Elder Dragon, Baron buff, 65 minutes, and Fnatic, despite dealing with supers in 2 lanes, they've got supers of their own to deal with. And there's the wave clear that we like to see.
And the Leandri's procs. That's the ultimate Nami wave clear build here. I was a fool for underestimating Yellow Star. Clearly my late game Nami needs work. No, I can definitely see the Leandri's use, but I would still
prefer.
I don't know what the random blasting one is doing there, man. It's rustling my jimmies.
And Yellow's sitting on 2,800 gold, so there's not a lot that's more expensive than that.
I probably just wants to get a Rabadons for those healing.
Why not?
I think at one point, so Nami's bounces for heals, I think they changed it, but at one point, so it's always beneficial for you to heal yourself first, and then, well, if you want to heal somebody, you need to heal that person last, or first, because obviously the more it bounces, the less efficient it becomes. That's the whole point. But if you had more AP at one point, it kind of tipped over. Kind of irrelevant, but I found that was a cool story. If I could tell it better, I'll deliver it better next time.
I have to double check the math. Origen.
But I think they changed it anyways.
Oh, look at this. The enhanced recalls from Baron buff allows Fnatic to get back into base in time. Gamsu's coming in from behind Origen.
Spirit is doing, honestly, because he has a 2-second recall if he ultis to a tunnel, and he's becoming split push Rek'Sai. A really good adaptation here. With the Baron buff, he can single-handedly put pressure, and now Origen, they're stuck here. They're in a bind right now. They all have to retreat. But they're looking for almost a Hail Mary finish, I think. They're going aggressive on Febiven. They're pinging Febiven.
Oh, look at this. Soaz is chunking him down. The Asura comes down. There's no one around. Amazing gets the kill. 77 seconds. Origen have got a 5 versus 4, and they will take yet another inhibitor.
Yeah, he was at least 20 seconds on his flash remaining. He got stunned once, cleansed once, but then the second time, it was a hit for Origen with the arrow right now. There's no more backdoor going on, and now it's 5v4 with the control mage out of the equation.
So much damage coming out of Reckless. Connects with just that Mystic shot, but Fnatic, they still have Baron buff. They still have a lot of damage to deal with, but they cannot afford to get caught out. So he's going fishing, and he's found himself Yellow Star. Merg is gonna get popped and forced to run away.
He wanted himself some Yellowtail sushi, but there was too many people around right there for Fnatic.
Taking a look back, Inhibitor will respawn in the middle lane. Origen not relenting, 25 seconds before Febiven is able to respawn.
That's still a dead Inhibitor.
It is still indeed. Bottom lane came up as well. Spirit got caught out, takes a lot of damage. Inhibitor stays alive for just a moment longer. Origen have killed the 11th Inhibitor of this game. 10 times has Origen killed a Fnatic in him. And we are still not done with this game.
I'm just saving my voice right now.
You do you, Crepo.
No, it's what a crazy game. Match of the week is delivering much more than anticipated. After game one, we were expecting a swift execution almost of Origen here. Fnatic methodically one step ahead, individually almost a few steps ahead. But this game has delivered so much. Really glad the series on stream 2 ended quicker too, so all the viewers can tune in for this masterpiece.
This masterpiece in which support...
The fish is now wearing a hat.
Become AP superstars.
All right, let's see how much has he got.
Deathcap Leandries.
390. But he almost threw the game by getting caught earlier, so one may think he may want to play more cautiously. This is again Febiven here. The hoop over from Amazing, dodging the gravity field too. Onto that Inhibitor, and that's the face of a man who just made an oopsie.
Can't afford those mistakes at this stage in the game. It's almost lucky Fnatic had Baron beforehand. Allowed them to defend 5v4. Not unlucky, Crepo?
I mean, it's almost lucky that it's like, ooh, this team right here, they won that fight. It's almost lucky they were 5,000 gold up. It's like, such a quick shot statement.
There we Just things Quick Shot says. We'll add it to the bingo card for next time.
That's full, man. Need more cards. Gamsu getting poked out here. Remember, we have big zone control here from Ashe and Azir if they can set up. And there's no flank from Spirit, because this time, Soaz, I was looking for words, but he's getting rid of those tunnels.
Doing the best he can, limiting Spirit's ability to come in from behind. There is still a Fnatic ward in the Wolf Camp jungle.
Because it looks so funny when they walk through those tunnels. It looks like somebody's kind of crouching over one end of the tunnel and doing some nasty things to kind of make it disappear. So I always have like really bad perception of that. Now Reckless has to cleanse out.
Yeah, Ashe Arrow hit him.
How does one truly get rid of a Rek'Sai tunnel? Like, since when does standing on a tunnel just like make it disappear? It feels like very bad structural integrity.
It does indeed, but I suppose it depends on the person standing, does it not?
It does.
However, look at the damage onto Reckless. He gets chunked out, forced to back away. The 12th Inhibitor of the game is secured. We're about to crest 70 minutes. And Origen are still not able to get onto that Nexus.
Yeah.
The question is, are they still even in control?
That's a deep question. Who is they? Origen?
Origen.
Yeah, they're still in control right now because they have 3 inhibs down. Like Fnatic can't path out of their base. All their winning fights came from flanks and teleport wards for Gamsu or Spirit. And Origen have realized this and they're taking care of all these tunnels here. Look at the map, it's barren of anything past jungle entrance. And now this is like instant Baron Collie. Why is Soaz a red buff? This startles me.
He has teleport.
Yeah, but Baron goes down quicker than like the span of a teleport. Right now, Origen could technically have just started, but they're going for a map split here instead. So they're not actually wanting to rush that down. They don't want to go for the 50-50. They're looking for the split push. It's probably the safer approach, considering you can have minions at your side, pushing in every lane.
So is this going down bottom? Gonna push that wave up. Yeah. No one started Baron yet, and Gamsu, he's playing defensive duty, catching every single wave. One mistake. Febiven.
Oh, there's been plenty of those one mistakes.
Okay, so I'll finish this. One more mistake.
One very big mistake that results in people dying. Here we see Baron starting here, hopefully to push Fnatic back. Fnatic's going to yield.
Try to defend their inhibitors. Oh, I held my breath. I held my breath for that one. Amazing. Able to smite it down, secured by Power of Evil, so that was very, very close.
And just the additional, like the damage to the last inhibitor going down does is just so massive because it doubles the spawn of these creeps here. And it makes it so hard for you to clear the normal minions because they become so much more tanky with that aura. One Nexus Tower remains here. Origen's gonna add insult to injury, just walk up and two-shot that inhib.
All right, this
Aggressive
is
shift.
This is number 13 if it happens. Mercurial after the arrow hits.
Okay.
Is this unlucky for Fnatic or unlucky for Origen? Spec is going to take it down in 3.5 shots. Spirit's not able to find the engage. Baron plus double super minions momentarily. Surely Origen have the tools now. Soaz is looking for Gamsu, multiple GAs. Tidal wave comes down. Spirit knocks up Amazing into the air. And Bubble connects with Amazing as well. True Shot Barrage will fly across the Origen lineup, but nobody is dead yet.
Yeah, remember, Feven at any point can do Flash QE auto, and he can take out any target on the side of Origen here. With that Lich Bane, a full item Azir is sporting about 900 ability power here, so it's enough to take down anybody in the lineup. So watch Feven, because when the time comes, Fnatic will need their hero.
900 Febby, 400 for Yellow Stars Nami, 467 for Hybrids Karma.
Let's see how much punch a bubble packs right now. An additional 200 damage on that bubble. And the game keeps changing. The heals, yeah, 100 extra on your healing.
Gamsu's taking a lot of damage from Peke. Peke still sporting the DPS. Spirit's Banshee's Veil gets popped, not the target that you were looking for. Bubble, very close to Peke. He's able to just back away. The rest of Origen that continue to siege. Soaz is pushing down from the bottom lane. Power of Evil might be in trouble. Slides and glides with the Sand Soldiers. And the double supers are escorted into Fnatic's waiting hands.
Yeah, Fnatic desperately wave clearing here. Very dense, very compact. You cannot expect it here. Almost going out of mana. Arrows on cooldown. Remember, any time Hybrid can do his RE combo where he gives a surge of speed to the entire team. And they can go for a decisive play here, but looks like Fnatic's holding. Problem is every time this inhibitor spawns, it just gets immediately taken out.
Oh, take a look. This game has gone on for so long. Reckless might set a new LCS record. In fact, he has, but will it be at the cost of the game? Feels like a hollow victory if you're not able to turn it around.
It wasn't for Froggen. He took pride in that record.
It was for Reckless. Will there be pride or not? The inhibitor turret, the Nexus tote's being focused. Emperor's Divide knocks Spirit back. The rest of Origen looking to set up a fight. The tower falls. Nexus is exposed and available. Origen, though, they took too much damage. They're forced to back away.
Yeah, good bubble from Yellowstar at the start of the fight. Bought some valuable seconds. Gamsu's GA got depleted, so he now has to sell that and buy something else. Fnatic hold. There's an Elder Dragon life. Remember, it doesn't do much for Origen. Only 45 seconds or 45 damage in true damage for them. No dragons to kind of amplify that. So this is actually Fnatic being honestly relieved of some of the pressure. And this is the inhibitor spawning. Fnatic have held, but at any given moment right now, any backdoor attempt may finish this game. So we could actually see another iconic, at least expect a team backdoor. Yeah. Soaz and PoE can both end the game on a whim.
I challenge anybody on Twitter to find me a team that has had more ridiculous late game Nexus moments than Fnatic, regardless of the iteration. For years, this team has just been synonymous with games like this, for better or worse.
Yeah.
Oh my word.
I actually like this adaptation.
Who picked that up?
Did Gamsu sell it for his? No.
Oh, Gamsu may have sold it, placed it.
Where is it coming from?
And sold it again.
Oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Yep. That is actually mind-boggling.
Did he have that much money that he could sell it? Sold his GA, bought it then, sold it again and bought Banshees?
I'll go back in time and take a look. Origen for the time being. They are now once again grouping. They want to set up yet another siege. They want to take the 15th inhibitor of the game. And I don't think there's going to be any real contest to preventing that. Crepo, is this what you were expecting from our match of the week?
Oh my lord.
That is unreal.
At this point, analysis just goes out of the window and we're just waiting for some good old action.
That's next level, 75
so I actually
minutes
really like
strats.
the adaptation. It's super intelligent. Like, it helps so much.
So I'm taking a look. Gamsu is directly responsible for at least one.
And then the rest like started it, for sure.
Yeah, I'm busy looking through the replay as Origen continue to set up a siege. Origen grouped up. They took the 15th inhibitor. Reckless is responsible for another, and it looks like Febiven secured the third. A true team effort.
Yeah.
Optimization at its finest.
It's also one of the longer games we've seen here. I'm stalling the sentence because graphics told me they have a nice drop time coming, telling us that this is the longest game in EULCS history. So if you see that graphic pop up, I spoiled it.
Ha! Damn it, spoilers were only meant to be for the analyst desk, Crepo. I love you
What a
here in Berlin
surprise.
for getting excited with us. Thank you for keeping the energy high.
Yep. They need to find... Now they need to clear all these wards out of their base too. Need to go like full resident sweeper. Because if any time they push out and so is his teleport, it's so anticlimactic, by the way. Imagine you get 4 people down, 1 guy bases, you go for the finish, and then you forget about teleport.
Zrot portals doing their work. You can see inventory slot from Spirit. He's just placed a new one. The crowd is anticipating action, but Origen, truthfully, don't know what to do if they're not killing inhibitors.
Yeah, for example, Feven right now is sitting on 10,000 gold. Reckless has 11,000 gold. Yellowstar has 900 gold.
Fnatic have more gold available to spend than some teams earn in an entire game.
Yeah, I don't know, man. They have like 23,000 gold to spend. I'm pretty sure some teams go over 23,000. Call me Captain Buskill, but screw your Hypervolt, quick shot. We have to stay honest here. That was another Baron, I believe.
It was another Baron. Secured by Origen.
Well, guess what? We're gonna push in with that Baron. They can't sync it up though with triple super creep combo. Because that's the end of the game. Triple super creep plus Baron, you lose. But luckily, the pacing has always been either 2 inhibs plus Baron. They're centering these guys on one part of the lane too.
To deal with one supers?
To deal with the 1 dead inhib. Yeah, dude, I love this Fnatic adaptation. I wonder which crazy person... I need to stop. I really have to replace all my swear words here, but I wonder which crazy person, like, in the middle of this game, you're so tense, you're holding on, it's like, guys, banner of command, and then somebody's like, shut up, dude, I have no item slots. No, sell your item, buy banner,
Zrot.
buy Zrot rather. You can even do it with a banner of command, just for that single creep.
Why not? Just add it to the inventory.
Hey man, power cannon creep.
Right, Febiven and Reckless, they're in a race to set the CS record, but it may be the highest CS in a lost game. That's not something Fnatic want. Setting up for a potential busher. Yellow Star looking for the Aqua Prison bubble.
Yeah, tension's coming back into the game. For a play here.
Oh, look at Spirit. He's going in. Power of Evil's caught out. Emperor's Divide followed by Flash. A lot of damage under Spirit. Gamsu's running away from Soaz. Soaz is able to pick up an advantage in that situation.
This is good for Origen here because both Febiven's Flash and Spirit's aggressive move there were being used here. So the counter engage is out of Fnatic's hands right now. Yes, Power of Evil's a little low, but he's basing and he will teleport in. But Spirit is here again and Power of Evil's in base.
This is going to be close. No Flash for
They're looking for a backdoor. Bottom of your screen, Power of Evil's teleporting in and they're looking to just go for the Nexus!
They're going for the Nexus! It's going to die so quickly! Origen! They got FLICKR to take down Fnatic! The chatter in the audience after what is one of the most ridiculous games I have had the pleasure of witnessing or shoutcasting. 16 or 17 inhibitors taken by the end of it. Hashtag 80 minutes the dream. It came real.
This is like when somebody makes that thread, it's like, oh yeah, what was your longest game? It's like, yeah, 110 minutes. I just wonder like how can you be, you know, unable to close that on either side? But even in pro play, 65,000 damage done to champions, high power of evil in its entirety of this game. What a mess! What a beautiful mess this was. You know how sometimes you walk into your room and it's just yeah, clothes everywhere, your dirty dishes, but you're still somehow proud of it.
Love it, yep.
Yeah, it's home, and that's what this game was. It was a bit messy, but there were some really good shot calls. Trading of objectives, 101 here with Origen and Fnatic.
Respect to Fnatic for holding out as long as they did, but truthfully, there is no way you
Everybody
can
gets a
analyze
turn.
a game like this.
This is the most hilarious part about a tie. Like, everybody gets a turn. It's like, okay, you guys go first because you won the game last, and now we go a different side. Nobody thought of this when we made the system. I wonder if somebody was in that meeting where it's like, okay, guys, best of twos, best of threes. But what about the handshakes? What about the high fives? Everybody gets their pick. Femin clearly not that happy.
Watching Amazing's face after the game, it says a lot. Yes, they grab a point. Yes, they split the series with Fnatic, which I think is still a victory for Origen in every sense of the term, but
I mean,
what a way to do
Origen
it.
was 9th place here. And for Fnatic, what this means is they just saw G2 tie a series that was unexpectedly tied. So they could have actually risen to first place with a 3-pointer. They smashed game 1, and then game 2 happens. And it's one thing to lose a game. It's another thing to lose an 85-minute game in this of a way of a fashion. Like, you knew it eventually would happen with a backdoor.
Yes.
You just didn't know like where and how. Like, either the backdoor fails and you throw the game, or it succeeds. And yeah, I really like the play at the end of Power of Evil. Like, Spirit tried to reactively engage because PoE was in base, but they forgot that he had teleport, and instead of teleporting back into the fight to help win the fight, he just TP'd to SOAS and won the game. That was really good, smart adaptation. I wonder if that was PoE's call or an expect classic, because he had plenty of time to shot call.
At that point, it almost doesn't even matter. There were so many calls, so many weird and wonderful decisions from everybody.
Yeah.
And it's a bit ridiculous. Regardless of that fact, we're going to head down on stage. Pyrotechnics is standing by with Evil and FLICKR.
Thank you very much, Quickshot. And on a magical occasion such as this, I only thought it was going to be fit to bring both of you guys in. And what an end to that series. Definitely took a little while getting there, but wow is all I can say. I suppose it seems, Becky, you've been training Power pretty well. But let's get right into it. How do you keep your mental fortitude in an 80-minute game? The longest, by the way, in EULCS history.
Well, for me, honestly, at some point, after the second or third try, I just thought the game was never going to end. So I was thinking, okay, the game is going to be like this for 2 hours until someone makes a mistake. So at some point, I got pretty relaxed because I knew we couldn't finish, but they couldn't finish. So I was like, okay, so let's just keep playing it, and at some point, we will get all the innies, and the creeps will be so strong we might finish.
For me, it was actually a little bit the opposite, because I was actually nervous because in this kind of particular game, if it's so long, one mistake will lose you the game or win you the game. And you could see, like, when I died, they tried to finish the game. When we killed Victor on top lane, we tried to finish the game. And it's like really intense. But as FLICKR said, like, they could not really leave the base, and we didn't really let them leave the base. And it was like an endless game going on. And I agree that I was not thinking that this game will end so soon as well.
Yeah, well, and of course, when it finally happens, it's definitely got to be abrupt. It was such a different game from the first series. You know, you got hit pretty hard in the jaw right there at 30.5. And why was this game so different, in your opinion?
Well, so I think our biggest comeback was when they catched one of us. I can't remember who. They tried to go for the Baron, and we got the catch on the Victor. I think out-rotated them really heavily and sneaked the Baron. And that was like a huge power spike because of the Baron we got 2 inner turrets, and that was an insanely global gold lead we got.
Yeah, and you certainly made it work for you. You guys got an incredible number of objectives just continuing to roll it forward. I was actually going to ask you, but you got like 15 inhibs on the game. It was pretty insane, but after a roller coaster and a finish to take a 1-1 against Fnatic, one of the best teams here in Europe. Pekka, I just got to ask you, as you know, kind of the big rep for the team, is this where you guys start to turn your season around?
Well, hopefully, yeah. It's hard to tell because obviously we still play both games. The problem was the early was not optimal. We were a bit behind, and then we just made mistakes. The difference is that this game, even though we were behind, like he said, they made a mistake, and we were able to come back into the game. And once we were back, we kind of know how to play the game. Like we know what we had to play for, how to do it. It's slower or faster. Once you're ahead, it's easier. But we had to still improve early. And I think that if we managed to get better early games, we could turn it around, yeah.
Well, it's encouraging to see. Thanks again for taking the time, gentlemen. Congratulations on winning that last hell of a game and taking a tie on the series. Good luck to you tomorrow against Splyce. Now, though, we are going to send it back to the analyst desk to break down what is one of the craziest games we've ever seen here in Europe.
Thank you, and I couldn't be happier that I'm joined here by Febiven and Perks to break down that game, because Perks was, how should I say it, excited until the very end about this match.
Very excited. It was a very fun game to watch. Joke, it wasn't.
So Febiven, obviously, tell us a little bit about just how long this game went and how your mindset changed throughout the craziness.
I don't know. It felt like in the game I was already doing a lot of mistakes personally, which kind of cost us the game. Like I was struggling a lot, and then in late game I made mistakes as well. And then I don't know, we just couldn't do anything because they kept backdooring our inhibitors and we couldn't leave our base. And they had 3 inhibs, and then Nash and Drake was up, and then they come again. So at one point our turrets are just dead and we can't do anything.
Did you never think you could win?
No, of course. I thought I could win all the time, but I already knew I messed up a lot in the game, so yeah.
It was there was a lot of moments late into the game where we were looking at it and we're like, oh, Fnatic got the win. Oh, and I guess the question on a lot of people's minds now, especially the casters, because they've never seen it either. The ZZ Rot buys, where you sell an item, place it down, buy it. Was that something that you guys have done before, or is that something somebody in the game was just like, hey, we've got the gold, we can do it?
Yeah, we just adapted the game. My top laner says, everyone sell your item, buy ZZ Rot, put it. And then, yeah, it just helped, I guess, a bit.
Perks said, I think they're...
I mean, that actually that item triggers me, because if you buy an item and you place it on the ground, then you sell it and it still works, then something is wrong, you know, because it like made the game 20 minutes longer or something.
Which is great. It means that we had the longest game in the European LCS, 80 minutes, 28 seconds. The second longest was OG Giants, I think,
and
from this split. It's always OG.
We were 9 seconds off an LCS record.
Damn it.
NA still holds it.
Does that make you happy, Febiven? At least the longest game record, plus the CS records. You broke all of them.
I really don't care. I'm just really disappointed that I let my team down and not performing as good, because I know I should be able to win these games for my team, and we should win as a team. So I don't know. I just a bit sad at the moment.
Yeah, no, I think that's the right approach, to be honest, because you guys could have gotten first place over G2 if you had won this game. So overall, with this loss in mind, how do you think your team's doing, and how much you're off from G2 in that first place?
I don't think we really care about being number 1, number 2, number 3. At least if we just get in the playoff, it's fine for us. Like, we know we're gonna work towards that, and I don't know, we're just practicing every week, like trying to get better. And I don't think we take these losses that hard. But yeah, if you lose an 80-minute game, then it can. I don't know.
Perks, can you give any words of comfort to, I know your friend, but also a competitor? If you would have been in that position, what can you tell yourself?
I mean, I would feel really bad if I lost. I mean, but only for like 1 hour or something. And then it's just a regular season, so it doesn't actually matter if you lose the game, because you just take it as a learning experience. Like, we lost to Schalke today, second game, pretty convincingly. They just like rolled over us in 40 minutes or something, but we just know like what champs are good that they played now and what we did wrong early game, and we just take it as learning experience and play towards playoffs, like you said, because like regular season like doesn't really matter. You just play to learn, get better, and then in playoffs you show them who's the best.
All right, good one on that. Our player, the spirits are being lifted already. The player of the game, however, amazing in this one. Obviously, OG taking game 2 and amazing. And that is not amazing, is it? Oh, yes, it is. I thought it was someone else, the picture. But after a game like that, can you really, could you make out that amazing was the biggest factor in winning this, or is it just the way the game went? It could have been anyone.
Yeah, because amazing was like 5-0-2 in first 20 minutes or something like that. So he was carrying the early game pretty hard. And that's the only reason why Origen was even so ahead of Fnatic. Like, and they still had like struggles close in the game. It lasted like 80 minutes and they backdoor it. So if it wasn't for Amazing's early game, I think Fnatic would have just won because they have better carry players. So, yeah.
Okay, rightful player of the game. And while that slugfest was underway here in the arena, Roccat, they picked up an important win from the Unicorns of Love. One-on-one over there, the UOL versus Roccat. Betsy was the player of the game, playing Varus Flash. Ghost?
Yeah, you had that Ghost. And honestly, a lot of it was because of partnerships of Airwax. We took a moment to speak to Vedius. That was his big takeaway from the game. Betsy, Airwax working together, got Rocket at least one win in that series.
Yeah, that was like 2 hours ago, though.
Yeah,
for now, though, it is time to look towards our final fight of the day, where Splyce will go at it against H2K. Our coverage of the European LCS continues right after this.
Gift you, Gamsu.
Gift?
Be my friend, I gift you.
What kind of friend you are? You're giving him money?
Actually, I'm going back to NA, so yeah.
Power of Evil's roaming as well. That will guarantee no support from Fnatic, and First Blood lands in Amazing's hands. Power of Evil this time lands. Wow, what a cocoon! That was beautiful.
An area where he was hoping to not have any vision on him, so he could surprise, just like Feverman gets surprised right now. Yeah, Feverman, come on. You play as here, you can't do this with no flash.
And
Here,
Spirit is in trouble. Here comes Spirit. Soaz is able to jump onto Peck and...
Nice.
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 Hunter?
Good job. Yeah. Okay, so Victor, wave clear only. Victor? Oh my god.
They're looking for a backdoor. Bottom of your screen, Power of Evil's teleporting in, and they're looking to just go for the next episode!
And it's fucking game!
Origen! They pull an X-Spectre to take down Fnatic!
Welcome back to the European LCS, where we are still joined by Fnatic's Febiven and, of course, Perks as Splyce and H2K gear up on stage for our final match of the day. Also, the Physio has joined us, so it's going to be a whole lot of fun.
A lot of fun. Sadly, our two mid laners here are a little bit tilted. Been a rough day.
A tiny bit, but it's going to all get better now as we look towards this game. H2K, obviously that one-on-one series versus G2 last week, decisive 2-0 versus Vitality on the other end. How do you think they will do in this matchup? And Ryu specifically, Perks?
I think Ryu is a good mid laner who plays all the meta champs right now. He can play the 1v1 champs and mages like FLICKR. So yeah, he should definitely be the player to watch in this game. And H2K as a team, I think they're really good, but they are kind of inconsistent, or their games depend on their picks, like what they play or how do they play. So it's gonna be fun to see this matchup actually.
Fabian?
Yeah, both teams are pretty good in scrims, and I think both mid laners are pretty good, and just all the players in general are pretty good. But I don't know who's the better team actually, so we just have to see.
It's very PR buzzword right now.
They're all pretty good.
One of Perks' praises is he plays the meta champions, and I guess that is a praise technically, but like Ryu as a mid laner, if we talk about him specifically, because I actually think once he came back from Korea last split, he's not been as good as he used to be. I don't think he's like a top 3 mid laner right now. Do you guys agree on that? Do you consider him like lower down the tier list?
Yes, I think he's not top 3 because he have some questionable decision making. Like his laning phase is good, but after that, like in team fighting or his pick sometimes, like I don't really agree with, and I don't think he's the most aggressive player either. So I think he's not close to the best.
Short reaction from Perks. The players are ready, so we're gonna.
Yeah, I agree.
You agree?
Yeah, I agree. Definitely.
Well, fantastic, because the players are ready. So let's step inside the arena and get into game 1.
Thanks, Shocks. We all agree, apparently. Now, while the teams are making their final adjustments for the draft, let's see who's loading up for the lineup on both squads. On the blue side for game number 1, it's going to be Splyce. Let's go ahead and dive right into it. We've got Wonder in the top lane, Trashy in the jungle.
Hang on, Pyro.
Well, I'm getting ahead of myself.
We're waiting on our names coming up on the screen. Then they take our names down. Then these guys come in. Look at these bad boys.
Around. Okay.
Wonder, Trashy, Senkux, Kabe, Mikix, and the coach.
Yamato Cannon.
Yamato Cannon. Now
thanks for taking that one for me. I
full
appreciate
Zen,
it.
and we actually they call us the fill right now because they're getting the second graphic ready, Pyra, and now you can ramble away and take that one.
Oh, well, thank you for teaching me the wise ways of Zen in this game. And H2K, see if they can muscle up a victory here. They are Otawamne in the top side, Yankos in the jungle, Ryu on mid, Freeze the AD carry, and Vander their support along with Coach Prawley. And
hey man,
yeah,
I get it. You're super excited.
Oh, dude, I was.
I'm really
After
tired
the
after the last game. You've probably been waiting.
I was jumping up and down backstage like constantly. And I still have plenty of energy to go. So I got you. I got you this game.
You get the fill then.
Yeah, always. Well, we may not have that much fill, to be honest. Like, Splyce have been a much more, I want to say, active team this split, much more proactive around the map, and their teamwork is really bringing them together quite a lot. And they are looking like one of those better teams in the mid-tier.
They're just, a lot better than they were last split, and only with a single roster change, you know, at the end of that line of the Splyce guys right there, it's Mickey X, or Mikix, whatever you want to call him. I think he prefers Mickey. And his addition to the team has just completely unleashed Kabe. And that's actually making, despite it being mid lane week and we want to look at like maybe Senkux and Rio.
5-man game, Crepo.
Kabe and Freeze is just also just a super interesting matchup.
Absolutely. So taking a look at the picks and bans get underway. The ever so necessary Draven ban up against Freeze, followed by a Trundle and Braum keeping it cold on the side of Splyce. On the other hand, we've got the Olaf and Gragas banned away from H2K, or by H2K, I should say.
Yup, getting rid of that Gragas from Trashy I think is good. Some carry champs out of this top lane here away, so let's see what Odawana ends up playing. Played Rumble last week.
Wasn't quite successful though.
Yeah, he can play, not that great. He can play the Gnar too, to a great effect. And many top laners here in the European LCS have had options to lock in Gnar, but have chosen not to do it. So let's see if Wunder may run into a bad matchup here later on, because top lane is heavily pinched in these bans.
Oh yeah, it is. But you know, we talked about the Gnar possibility. That's something Odawane has definitely showed quite a lot of wonder on his side. Well, question marks on that one, but we'll wait for a little while because we definitely don't expect that to be the first pickup of the game right now.
Bard may actually be very contested in the support too. We saw Freeze and Vander whip out the Ashe Syra lane, which I'm a really big fan of, but both Mickey and Vander have also shown improvements and solid performances on that Bard. So this could actually be a champion that gets picked up early, despite teams really just picking Karma. Usually you would expect Vladimir on the left side here, and then a Karma Civ or something if we follow the trend of the day.
Yeah, but they are going to focus on AD carries. Caitlyn does get the answer for Splyce, so Kabi gets that one. And you know, Kabi as a player, he's been so crucial to his team this split. He's been stepping up actually pretty big.
Yeah, he now gets the space to operate in, and he's actually using it. So last split, I couldn't really pinpoint a single point where I was like, you know what, Kabi outplayed or he carried, and he's definitely stepping into the spotlight that his team creates for him, and he's definitely performing.
Yep. Freeze, on the other hand, don't necessarily need to be picking up an AD carry at this stage since the Caitlyn reveal has already happened, but you know, people have been respect banning this Draven away. Outside of it, he's actually not looked as impressive, although he does boast an undefeated record on Ashe.
Yeah, and that's actually a pick that may come out for him because it's a fine lane into Caitlyn, in my opinion. With Trap Max, it's slightly harder because you get punished more for positioning, but it used to be a fine lane with the ranges being somewhat similar. And the preemptive Gnar pick here from
Followed by the Karma pickup too, so teams they are still following the prioritization. Yeah. Karma just being a very strong pick, both the mid lane and in the support role, in all honesty.
Yeah, barely see it mid though. Very often we always talk about flex, but it always seems to end up as a support pick.
Yeah. Splyce's side, what do they answer with? We talked about top being pinched, but really outside of the Gragas, the jungle has not been touched as much. I guess you can argue for the Olaf being that flexibility, but
I don't know, where's the Vladimir, man?
Yeah, mid lane hasn't really been as prioritized either. It's mid lane week, come on guys!
These guys are scared of the Nivea Zyra comp coming out, I guess, on both sides, but now that the Karma is locked in, I think that's gonna be a free Zyra for Splyce here. Free Vladimir rather, not a free Zyra.
Yeah, Yamato Cannon is looking particularly festive today. He's hoping to bring a little bit of color to his team, yeah. And the Rek'Sai pickup, wouldn't expect anything different from Trashy. He's actually shown up quite effectively on it.
Yeah. I like Trashy on tanks. Not the biggest fan of him playing like pure carry junglers. I'm a much bigger fan of him on tanks and Wundo on something more slightly carry oriented in the top lane.
Yeah, Wonderwear definitely trying to step into that role. But this is why the meta, you know, can favor Splyce now that we have had that switch up between the top, between the jungle matchups in general. But also, you know, with lane swaps just about every game too, it's all about who can deny that top laner as long as possible. Odoamne has shown in most of his matchups that he's been able to be the one coming out ahead. And, you know, he proved that last week up against Vitality.
Yeah, and that's also testament to H2K's macro approach to the game, shot calling. This man right there on your screen probably is honestly a really good strategist when it comes to early game and lane assignments. And H2K as a team have always really adapted to that very well. Right now, they finish up the second part of their draft, and as expected, they're just going to match a jungler, one of the ones that's open. Surprisingly not Nidalee, despite being able to maybe outpace, but...
Well, Yanko seems to be pretty happy about it. At least he gets his hands on the Spider Queen, and Freeze does pick up Ashe once again, so, you know, looking at the composition right now, they've got a little bit of speed boost, they've got some flanking potential if they keep those double teleports. We don't know what Ryu's going to take just yet, but you can bet it'll be something that they can start a fight with.
Yeah, they're leaving the Karma flex. It might actually be Karma mid, because he does okay into Vlad. You can challenge the wave, and I think with Mantra W, you can challenge some of his trades, because he'll regain the health that he takes, and you might be able to chunk him. I really like Bard here. I love playing Bard into Ashe. It's such an easy setup. Like, she has to move for CS, and she doesn't have a gap closer, so you just ulti into Q combo, and she's kind of screwed.
Yeah.
Wait, he's actually thinking about Science support.
I think they're just having a little bit of fun.
No, but it's actually a thing. Science support actually exists.
Well, timer's ticking down. Not this time, Crepo.
Not this time.
All right, we got the Fizz, and that's a bit more in Wonder's playbook, and then the Bard comes out for Mikey X, so you get your wish.
Yeah, finally, the carry top laner is still found in the very shallow pool now after all these carries got taken out, and then a tank. So stylistically, I love this comp from Splyce. They have a long-range carry on Kobe, check. They have something where Mickey can make plays, check. They have a strong mid lane champion, and then they have the tank on the jungler and the carry on the top laner. So stylistically, holistically, for Splyce, this composition makes sense.
So, H2K, what do they need to round their comp out with to build something?
Mid laner, Pyra.
I mean, specifically, Crepo, I suppose the Rise will count towards that.
I mean, if they pick up the Rise, they have a really good fight. Their front line is a bit iffy because at least it's kind of conditional front line, and Gnar kind of joins late, so they don't have anybody really keeping people at bay. But they definitely have a lot of damage then.
Yeah, that's definitely true. I have to play really heavily around the Gnar bar with the Rise locked in. H2K will be taking as much power as they can possibly get, but that late game starts to get pretty darn scary. Splyces, though, on the other hand, can be as well. You look at those guys they've got all across the board. Nice mixed damage, and you know, Wonder on a tanky on-hit Fizz, it's going to be really, really bloody.
Yeah, definitely no lack of late game on either side, so no team needs to rush like super hard in the early or in the late. Splyce definitely playing 1-3-1 again here. They're even taking teleport on their Vladimir, something we usually don't see. Senkooks for going the Ghost here to definitely opt in fully into this 1-3-1. Same for H2K. Let's see who executes better.
Yeah, they got a lot of comfort for themselves too. You know, the AD carries got 2 champions they've done very, very well on overall. Even if Freeze, you know, signature Draven was always taken away, permabanned every game. That's what happens when you do nasty things to it 2 games in a row. But yeah, Wonder on Fizz. I mean, it's kind of textbook. We got what we wanted. Now, can we bring it to you with our best?
Yeah, but Wonder will likely want to dodge this Nara matchup early. Having a range advantage on Fizz and being able to slow him and chase him down, I think is going to be a little bit annoying. He is, however, sporting the Ignite. So if Wonder goes top with the Ignite, it ends up in standard lanes, and Rek'Sai on Trashy shows up early, they can actually shut that lane down, and then Fizz can start snowballing. That's also an option with his Ignite teleport top lane Fizz.
Well, we'll definitely have to see. If you guys at home think that Splyce can take this one away, game number 1, hashtag SPY win at LOL Esports is the place. Hashtag H2K win on the other side. If you think H2K will walk away with game at number 1, it's definitely going to be a hell of a series. And the crowd's still hyped. No exhaustion here in Berlin as we get ready to rock onto the Rift. H2K, Splyce. Very, very close matchup on our hands. Even in the standings, H2K might be a top 3 team, but Splyce are on the edge of it.
Yeah, and especially if you look at H2K, they saw G2 Esports get a tie, kind of out of nowhere. Then they saw Fnatic drop that game. So right now, they really want the 2-0 victory. They need the 3 points. They've always wanted it, but it would mean so much more for this team if they can use that to climb up in the standings. But they'll have to perform in some really interesting matchups here. I'm hoping for standard lanes. I would hate this game to go to a lane swap.
Well, so far, looks like you're going to get your wish unless some trickery happens, but a lot of pings flying left and right. But we have our lines of scrimmage. You know, with so many lane swaps already opening up the week, it's nice and refreshing to see teams just opting to go for the straight up. We're going to brawl each other, standard lanes, let the junglers do their thing.
But Pyro, we need to wait until 1 minute, like 10 seconds before we make that call.
All right, well, 5 to go.
Because that's exactly why people stay in the lane assignments until the latest moment possible.
Yep.
But now finally we see H2K go for the preemptive counter swap, because lately we've seen so many lane swaps end up initiated but never matched, and then end up in a standard lane swap game. I love what H2K is doing here, going for the preemptive swap. I wonder if they're going for their own Krugs or just going to invade on the enemy camp, and they might have a bit of a fight here in the river.
Yeah, warded out, so Vander and Freeze would see when Kabi does move through that jungle, and they're actually keeping
if they hide in
side of it. Going forward for the second brush here. Ooh, they could have the edge, and they see them.
Yeah.
Right as their own.
But Freeze, Kabi is going to play on the right side of the lane here. Yeah, I don't think this is going to amount to too much.
Yeah, they reveal themselves. Quick volley, a little bit of damage onto Kabi.
The whole reason that comes out early is because if they wait too long, they'll yield the push. And in a lot of these ranged matchups, the deciding factor of who convincingly wins the lane or not is the one who is pushing the creeps. And both these rosters, once they start pushing, they can keep the push. But right now, Karma and Ashe have unrelenting poke, and they'll actually have a major edge up in this matchup now because they're pushing.
Yeah, it's the old adage, the strong push, the weak receive.
Yeah.
It's true in all situations, so. Dispensing that ancient wisdom, of course, Crepo. Thank you. Kabi.
I'm wearing that shirt today. Despite you being...
that was the joke.
Yeah.
All right. But yeah, the 2v2 is definitely going to be a little bit rougher despite the range advantage. But you talked about Ashe being a really good pickup into this Caitlyn. It's all about the comfort and, you know, 280 carries that are fairly critical to their team. H2K picking up Freeze and, you know, them trying to see what they can make of him coming here back from NA and, you know, not the strongest split he had back there.
No, not the strongest split there. He's shown some inconsistency so far. Right now, he'll need to dodge this gank from Trashy later on. Trashy went for a 3-camp clear into a Scuttle Crab here to kind of defend this lane from the right side to make it so that only Jankos can really gank from Tribrush or lane, hopefully. And then he's just going to pick that up and path to the top lane. With Portal plus Tunnel, they can actually do some interesting gank combinations. Where you obviously portal over with Bard if Ashe Karma are continuously pushing on their tower.
Yeah, it's a lot of crazy mobility all together. And Kabi, Mickey X, they're still going to be in a little bit of trouble here, trying to catch as much minions as they possibly can, but still not able to get as many as Freeze and Vander are getting. The bully continuing here. It's not a huge CS differential, of course, but you know, take a look more at the bottom side where Wonder's actually doing just that to Ottawamne, 22 to the 18 CS. Not a huge difference again, but
you got the push going.
This is a Wonder champion. He knows how to deal in a lot of these matchups, and you know, Odo's known as one of the stronger top laners in Europe, but still, Wonder is so far not having too much trouble with him.
Not too much trouble because he really valued, again, pushing the lane early as well. Probably has enough threat right now on Ottawamne with the QW combo and then Eing out, whereas Ottawamne can't continuously harass him out of lane. Later on, when Now gets levels, especially level 9, once his Q's maxed, he can start, you know, going for the harass pattern with the boomerangs. But right now, it's not enough, and this is exactly what happened a few times before. Wonder goes in, chunks him, gets out, and that's how he gets lane priority.
Yeah, just little bits, chipping away, and there's no reason for the teams to try and make any big plays across the map. However, with Infernal Drake being our first, we might see a break from the lanes a little bit sooner than expected. Trashy in that bottom side around that Dragon Pit clears out the Scuttle Crab and goes on a little bit of an invade mission, but Jankos is too far back in the jungle to be spotted at this time. It really should be on those two junglers to start to reflect those lane matchups early on when we have these standard lane matchups.
Yeah, and despite not having bin top, I think the jungler has already affected that lane matchup top because Karma and Ashe could have kept pushing, but because they're so scared of maybe a flash exhaust from Mickey into another tunnel from Trashy, you know, or portal into tunnel, hang on.
Yeah, Trashy, he does find Jankos inside of his own jungle. Jankos repelling up, forces the quick flash. Trashy way too low on the health bar. That'll be a quick summoner blown to save his life.
Yeah, and that's just indicative of how any Elite matchup goes. If you get hit by Cocoon, you lose. If you dodge it, maybe you can win. But yeah, again, Vander and Freeze started playing back because they were scared of potential Trashy gank. Now with the information that Trashy chunked out, they can also predict the pathing. They will likely know that he's going to left side of map, so they need to be aware of their pushing. We could see a little move here where Mickey and Kobe push out, reset the wave, and go bot, and play towards that Infernal. Wouldn't be too bad of a map move. Basing on BF timing, going bot, take Infernal, have top lane and TP top.
Vander and Freeze are in a little bit of trouble now themselves. They've allowed the pressure to start turning back in Kobe's favor, but Jankos is in hot pursuit here. Let's see if they can spot this one out. Magical Journey. In comes Mickey into the Cocoon. Instant exhaust, but this Bard is not going to live. Sinks the Fangs in for first blood. Jankos, the first blood king, is back, and Freeze narrowly making it away.
And that's a bit of a mistake from Mickey X because he didn't know where Jankos was. Going for the blind portal here. It always looks fancy, but I think he would better off walking, saving his flash, and then he could have flash portal out on a different wall. This is always speculative, and it's very easy for us to say, but he overextended with no vision. They wanted one more wave before their base timing, and Jankos with a very well-timed gank, and the first blood king is back.
Yes, indeed. Kabi, as it stands, having to burn Summoner heal on that, but he does nearly answer a kill back, and in the end of the day, it was Freeze who actually got incredibly low. Vander sticking around, try and clear the wave out.
Yeah, they want to get this wave into the tower, and then he's going to base. So you never want to leave a Freeze here that you can hand off to AD carry, because then Vander can base and roll himself. Which is, again, so they're really good harass pattern right here, but right here, once Vander goes aggressive, yeah, Mickey makes he tries to preemptively dodge the Q by the pathing he was doing, and then he does, honestly, a bit of a greedy portal. Probably should have kept walking, flashed the Cocoon, and then went into the wall. Could have gotten out there, but that's nitpicking. Just a really good gank from Jankos.
Yeah. Bard taking the Magical Journey straight into a face full of Cobweb. Not a good start for the Splyce. Well, I want to say bottom laners, but now I'm all turned around because we're back in Australia. But either way, 7 minutes into this game, it's not a huge gold lead, obviously, because that's the only big differentiating factor. But the question is, how do H2K start to turn this back in their favor? They had the lane in the 2v2, but then they kind of got pushed back, and now they're starting to turn it back around again. But this is still going to be a long, protracted laning phase.
Yeah, I mean, for H2K, the plays that they are looking for, their main objective is getting Ryze in the game, getting him scaling, and then on 6, obviously some arrows from Freeze. Definitely don't want to play too close to the wall there if you're Freeze. But yeah, some arrows can really lock down his lane. Karma with flash available can always go for the Mantle W. Flash after targeted flashes, then arrow follow-up, so they have the potential to go all in, especially if junglers get into the equation. Double TPs too. Remember, any of these actions here in the top lane can generate a double TP fiesta, almost. Yeah. So you got to be careful with your engages.
Well, we've seen our fair share of those, that's for sure. For now, though, nobody really looking to make a whole lot of early plays on that. Despite the Infernal Drake, of course, just trying to make sure you can get the pink wards around the side. H2K having it in their favor. And Senkux, first time we really talked about mid lane this game, he walks right into a ruined prison. Still Vladimir. This matchup where once you get to a certain point, nobody dies. Just like the Fnatic Origen game.
I mean, nobody dies. I think Vladimir doesn't die. People around Vladimir seem to drop like flies in the late game, however. But yeah, in this particular matchup, 1v1, nobody's going to go down. But this late game Vlad is something we need to watch. How much has Senkox mastered this champion? Does fine right now, even says it's all about the pressure. Whichever of these teleport champions is the one pushing has the advantage and the momentum and the time to go for a preferential teleport play somewhere else. Same in bot lane. Whoever's pushing has more room to wiggle around.
Just waiting for something to break loose. Of course, happen. But yeah, Senkox, as a player, has really changed his identity. And I guess it's really been on the back of the whole team. Really stepping up in a lot of different ways. Kabi, Wonderwear. And speaking of Kabi, he's just able to two-step away from the Ash Arrow. Freeze hitting 6 right on the money. Still have Jankos hanging around for backup in the top side, but you know, without Kabi and Mickey X stepping too far forward, they won't get much of anything. Trashy here, meanwhile, he's spending his time in the mid lane. Let's see if he can get Ryu to bite on the bait.
Yeah, Ryu always keeping his distance. No reason to overchase if Vladimir would still flash available. So top laner was a cheeky little attempt there. Freeze wanted to arrow into a Jankos repel into Kiku follow-up. And we see every time Ryu uses his ulti, Senkox likes to trade. He's like, back off, my farm. But eventually sustains up. It's just a trading of cooldowns every time. Trade Rise ulti for pull, for brain push, then Vladimir sustains up. But every time the push comes in from Ryu, Jankos can at least move up into the enemy jungle here. Joined right now by Vander. So H2K is swapping up the map and it's going to isolate the dragon for them. So they're doing what Splyce could have technically done earlier if it wasn't for that gank from Jankos.
The first team to pull the trigger will go the spoils. Scuttlecrab does spot them out, so Trashy's around the backside. Let's see if he can attempt anything miraculous. Doesn't look like it right here. Dragon 1200 in the pit. In comes Ryu. They've got plenty of backup, and that will be the first Infernal Drake. And they even speed themselves up. Helps to get some inspiration off the back of the dragon.
Get that dragon, get some more inspiration too. No, Vander, that's something you see from Karma. It's kind of, you get lost really easy if you're looking at a team fight and you don't see those movement speed bursts, but that's why people pick Karma, you know? The Mantra E, the Mantra Shield, and Shield for the entire team that speeds up the entire roster can get you out of these binds where maybe somebody would have had to use their flash if Wonderwear went to throw out his fish, for example. Movement speed is such an invisible factor that very often gets overlooked, but it just shows you why Karma is one of the supports that gets picked so often.
And it shows what the prioritization is on H2K's side. Look at Freeze. He completes a very quick Berserker's Greaves after he picks up the BF sword. On the other side, still basic boots for Kabi. So H2K, you know they can take these objectives a little quicker. They're playing a little faster, and as a result, Splyce are the ones falling a bit behind. Yeah. Not a lot in the gold game, though. It's still fairly even on that regard, since no towers have really gone down. We haven't seen much but the one kill.
Yeah, barring any really all plays in solo kills or teleport plays, that's generally how games progress. You trade a little bit of a momentum for a minor objective. So you execute a lane swap quicker, you get an extra herald. You have a higher tempo in the lane swap, you get an extra dragon. You know, you correctly identify the right part of the map to play on, you get the enemy's red buff, blue buff. The gold counts roughly stay the same, but it's pressure and it's waiting for your opponent to kind of make a mistake. Right now, Jankos is gonna path in here, look for a counter gank. And Odoamne has to kind of sell his Oscar, play as dumb as he can, and wait for the counter engage from Wunder.
Wunder's definitely not taking that one. Just waiting for the farm to come right back to him. The boomerang comes out. Wunder dodges once again. But yeah, nothing doing. You hear the farm alarm, ring-a-ding-ding. So now Trashy heads towards that bottom side, and everything's still so nice and even. Big Gnar, but nothing doing.
Now, if Odoamne plays this far up, sometimes top laners know that the enemy jungler is here. They're like, guys, this guy is playing so aggressive, he's baiting me. Which means your jungler can actually make a play on the bottom side of the map. Tempered Fade into Tunnel, into Knockup. Can just be a solo kill here, but really good hawk shot here. That's going to spot Trashy. Pings come out, so they know exactly where he is. But they're just dividing up the map here. Right side now belongs to Splyce, left side to H2K, but they couldn't capitalize on that play. So now Splyce is winning out of this situation. Good defensive play by Wunder, not pulling the trigger.
Yeah, just making sure they keep the defenses covered and don't make those mistakes to allow the teams to start to break open, get bigger advantages. And this has, always been H2K's calling card.
Oh, here we go.
A little bit more smart, but Freeze, he's locked up by the Tempered Fate, and they just keep comboing him. In comes Trashy, in comes Senkox, Ace in the hole will not proc, but they don't even need it. But all of a sudden, Odoamne's there. They pick up Trashy. Freeze actually lived, so they thought they had this, but Splyce ended up losing 2 members very quickly. Mickey, I can't even pronounce his name anymore. He's going low, but they've turned their attention over to Senkux. Vander now. Senkux is trying to chase him down. Quick flash away. He manages to get in with the Tides of Blood, but he's going to pay for it with his life. As soon as he comes out of his pool, that's going to be H2K capitalizing on over-aggression.
And that is the problem with a Tempered Fate engage. Yes, you have 2.5 seconds of setup time, but it's also a free 2.5 seconds for the opposing team to react to your play. And then we need to delve into specifics. If you go on a trap on a Zonia's target, he will immediately get trapped right after. But what Mickey did wrong there is he didn't wait for his CC to be layered. He stacked it. He stacked the Cosmic Binding onto the trap CC, which allowed Freeze to eventually just path away. And Splyce didn't commit to the play. Half of their members were committing. Look at this again. So good setup. You hit both. AD carries always hook the tower. So if you're Bard, just get them and the tower. That way you don't take any pesky tower shots. And right here, half of them are committing. And Cobb is backing off because of the instant teleports. He's going for an ulti channel in a full pack that then goes to Ryu. Freeze survives on 1 tick, and now this play is over right now. They've overcommitted on a target that doesn't drop. And then Odoamne comes in. He can deal with Senkux. And Vander baits out Senkux's flash here, and that's honestly not... I mean, this part is not worth, but at this point, you know, when Ryu flashing in, it's a lot of flashing for Senkux, but the carries are getting fed. Really good counterplay here from H2K. And lack of... yeah, decisiveness on the side of Splyce. If you commit for that play, you gotta go all in.
Yeah, and this is the thing we were praising them for, even that they were seeming like a much more decisive team, but you know, showing that they're not quite up to the standards of H2K just yet. It's a big swing in gold this early in the game. The 2,000 edge to H2K. They have the first Infernal already off the big play they made. There'll be another one in a minute and 15. Now that they control this tempo, yes, they're on the top side now, but it's not hard to move around. In H2K, they're starting to find themselves in a comfortable rhythm.
Yeah, they're pushing out just the remains of the turrets. Obviously, in that replay, both tier 1 towers on the side lanes went down. Proof. Yeah. In case you did not believe me. Yeah.
I believe you.
It's
Thank
gone.
you, observers. We got 1-1. Okay, the stats do not lie. The numbers on your screen are very real. And...
a bit of an optimistic Tempered Fate right
I mean, they got a golden minion, but Rio was able to walk his way out of it. No teleports for a while here, but this Drake is definitely going to be the hot ticket. You can see H2K making a beeline for it right now. All but Odoamne and Wonder are actually right around there, so it will be the 4v4 without any teleports. Trashy gets caught, but he takes the Cocoon under the tunnel with him. And in comes the Ash Arrow. Kabi nets away, but he's still stunned up. Into Rune Prison he goes, having to burn his flash, and narrowly survives. So we've got Ryu and the rest of H2K now looking to push down the mid lane. But Splyce, Trashy, they're going to try to prevent this as best they can. Tower going very, very low. And H2K, they will keep the gold swinging in their favor, looking for the dragon now.
Yeah, some really good arrows. Freeze has been told by Prawley to use arrow on cooldown. You have it, you shoot it. And then, if your coach is Prawley, you listen. The man does not take disobedience very kindly.
And clearly the results are starting to show themselves. Big, big play off the back of Freeze being able to sink an arrow. They may not have killed Copy, but they forced him out long enough for the tower. Now, Splyce, they're moving towards 4 members onto this dragon. This has actually caught H2K in a moment of weakness. It's already down to 2,000, but in comes the collapse. Senkuk's trying to zone, but they land the Cocoon on him. Dragon will go down, secured by Trashy, but will they make it out alive? Senkuk's, yes, they can!
It's such a satisfying sound of like 3 members right after one after the other taking that magical journey. Obviously, never click a magical journey if you don't know where it's going, kids. It's very important. In this case, don't ever click it if you're H2K, because you're gonna magical journey yourself straight into a trap and you will get blasted as a follow-up.
So H2K know a little bit better than that, a little smarter. Still, they get themselves a significant gold lead despite having given up that dragon over to Splyce. And wouldn't you know it, another Infernal's coming up again, so we can expect that all.
Yeah, this is like...
once more.
When you get this many Infernals in a row, you just log out and you go to the casino. Just gotta use up all that luck.
It's gotta go somewhere, guys.
50 on black.
All right. We'll see how Splyce and H2K end up spending the weekend, but they've still got plenty of games to play. Mickey X, he takes a pretty big shot from Evander, And we can see why the Karma is so heavily contested here. But let's take a look at some of our items, because the game's been actually fairly actiony the last couple of minutes. Very quick pickup of the Spirit Visage first item on the side of Senkuk, so he's really trying to deny as much damage as possible.
Super standard on Vladimir. Right below him, we have honestly the standard Caitlyn build. Mickey here lurking. He's looking.
In comes Tempered Fate. They separate out Jankos, but nothing doing.
Good sidestep there from Jankos, and honestly, respect flash from Vander. Supports are starting to do that way more. Or people are just doing that way more right now, flashing the Tempered Fate as opposed to getting hit and then realizing they should flash right after. Mickey putting the pressure in. The next ultimate cool, and he can isolate Vander somewhere. So Vander will have to be slightly more careful. Senkux right now walking to the trade, but it's generally fine with Pool, but
it's all right. Oh, there's a Game of Plague.
Yeah, it's always like a 3-part trade. Like you need them to trade Pool for maybe a summoner, then ultis, and then maybe they can kill each other. So it goes on for quite a while. Very robust matchup.
Yeah, both mid laners pressing all the buttons. Ryu is definitely starting to get a little bit more into that machine gun rise. He's still trying to stack up his tier, but the Rod of Ages completed a needlessly large rod. He's got a little more power in his playbook, and now looking for a 2-man on the bottom side. Senkux and Trashy are here to defend. They get a few pot shots off, but they will not be able to secure it just yet.
Yeah, the more interesting build is the early cowl here from Oruwamne into just straight Black Cleaver here. Going for lane dominance, just enough magic resistance to withstand the all-in from Wunder, but now he's the one controlling the pace. So like at the start of the game, it was Wunder pushing in Odo. Right now, it's Odo will always have top lane priority here. With Ryu on the side lane being slightly ahead of the early game, or cause of the early game, he has bot lane priority. So that means H2K has 2 pushing side lanes and a Nash in the mid lane. They can make so many plays on the map right now.
Yeah, and they have a whole lot of vision too. You take a look at that bottom lane. They've got everything lit up. Not as much in the top side, but they know Oruwamne can just consistently hold the line. 20 minutes have passed. Baron hits the rift, but no one cares about it just yet. We've got Infernal Drake on the brain, even though it's still several more away. This game, we've definitely had a whole heaping helping of them. Still, with Kabi and Mickey X trying to make something happen in that mid, nothing doing just yet. But yeah, 3-1 in towers. H2K still holding that line and still running the game in their way. But Splyce are not, to be completely cowed. They've been trying to make those counterattacks quite frequently.
Yeah, they're trying to make some picks there. H2K's respect flashing, and this 4,000 gold lead, it just can't be understated. That's a very large margin that H2K get to play with. The composition has no issues of getting really outscaled. They can still make picks here. It's basically Tempered Fate versus Arrow right now into double TP joining. What's going to decide who wins the fights, but H2K have more wiggle room because they're just simply ahead in terms of items.
Very true. And, you know, take a look at where some of that gold is as well, especially on the side of Ryu. He's, you know, just taking a look at him right now. He's got about 1,500 ahead of Senkux, and that is worrying when you're going to become a late game rise. Yes, the Vladimir is still ridiculous, and that's why we're seeing him so heavily prioritized, but you know, Ryu as a mid laner, we talked about him on the analyst desk just before the start of this game. He's still sometimes hit or miss, but give him the power he needs, and he can start to step up and really make some big plays.
Yeah, I was giving a rather unchallenging matchup here. The Vladimir to the Azir, and did well just farming.
Yep, hasn't really had too much trouble, that's for sure. So H2K, they keep on growing this lead, but they're letting it be steady and soft, right? They're not trying to make those big catch plays. They're not necessarily looking for picks, but even though Splyce are trying, they're not presenting really too much of an edge, and they just keep moving their way in, dipping their feet in the water and, you know, making sure that Splyce is running slowly but surely out of jungle. Continuously looking for that. So another minute until that dragon, you can expect them to start setting up the vision on that bottom side, but this is a team that just doesn't stay put. They keep moving. You can see the vision following them everywhere they go.
Yeah, they keep moving because they always have the first move. They can dictate which side of the map they want to play out. Right now, they want to kind of give some cushion to Oruwamne. If you're a split pusher, you really like the sense of safety. You want your own safe space.
You always want more cushion.
Yeah, definitely. Not always. Had plenty of cushion in my life. Trying to get rid of the cushion.
But yeah, Oruwamne's looking for it, especially because he's been going hard on that top side.
Yeah, definitely looking to put pressure. Tower's already on half HP. Has some wards around him, so he spots the enemies. H2K will likely want to shift their vision to the other side once that Infernal is spawning. They're kind of late, actually. Usually it's 30 seconds before that.
Yeah, and you can see they're just continually refreshing all the pink ward slots the moment they can get it. One on just about everybody but Oruwamne, who's still sitting on several pieces of all of his items. But it's just not mirrored on the other side. Splyce, they may be a much improved team from the Splyce we saw last split, but they're just not at this H2K level yet. That's what we're seeing so far.
All right, Splyce got the first move into the area here. They're closing out one of the choke points with some traps here, but Wunder's not here yet, so asynchronous plays here. Like, either you go full commit, you teleport in early, because you know if you're here gonna fight for it, you might as well teleport in already. They're going for a flank for the top lane. Look for Tempered Fate here.
There's
They're
the teleport.
pretty clustered.
And it's the flank. Let's see if Wonder can get something done. The Dragon's not finished yet. Freeze gets caught on the Tempered Fate. Wonder, he's trying to find it in. Throws the fish. Lands on Vander. Dragon, all but forgotten right now. And this fight is starting to go real crazy. Odoamne into the back. Throws the big rock at Kabi. And in the back line, we're seeing even more. Vander gets taken down. Yanko slays Wonder. And everyone's low on health bars. Trashy will finally fall. Odoamne on his last legs. Ace in the hole. Knacks Freeze. But it does not do enough. Dragon will finally get smited. And H2K come out with a 2-for-1.
Yeah, it doesn't matter because Freeze was untouched in that fight, and more importantly, the Cluster Fate only hits one, which means the team can block the necessary foul up there. Didn't get the connection on the fish. Wonder did. Vander took that out. He dropped in that fight. The Soul wanted to drop here, and then Odoamne did a really good backline dive jump in. So
oh yeah,
definitely a wrong approach. I think Mickey should have pulled the trigger just slightly earlier. The TP in was late, so Splyce, they could have just aggressively defended that area. Look at it again. Like, if Wonder was here already, it was great. 4-man, 3-man chance here for a Tempered, but they wait for people to kind of spread out, and then they go too much for Freeze in the backline. The fish misses onto Vander, exhaust and Wonder. Look at all on the front line. 2-man into a wall, jump with the Kabi, and Freeze honestly is untouched. He only gets Vladimir ulti in the entirety of the fight up until this point. So H2K play a marvelous team fight.
Yeah. And they walk away with the spoils. An extra 8% AD and AP. It has been all Infernal Drakes this game. That's what we like to see.
Yeah. More damage.
Oh, every single time. So H2K, they're setting themselves up for a wonderful later game. Taking a look at the damage in that last fight. And yeah, Odoamne was a beast. We talked about this guy can play around in Narbar. Boy, did he ever.
And Kobe tried to carry the fight. 3,000 damage output is honestly very high in a losing fight. But if Splyce kited more towards hang off, Freeze caught, teleport.
On Golden, in comes Trashy. They're looking to see if they can get the catch, and Freeze is frozen in place before taken out. The fish is on to Vander, and there's even more following through. They get a double stun. Vander's gone. Kabi with the kill, and all of a sudden, H2K are dropping like flies. Up goes the Spider, but what goes up must go back to Fountain. That's gonna be 4 for 9.
Yeah, down goes Yankos. Odoamne looking to make this tower go down here in the mid lane. That was actually an unlucky portal pointed out in the replay if we get it, but first we're heading to Baron.
25 minutes, the Baron started. Splyce with a marvelous catch, get themselves more. They didn't lose too much, but chip damage on the turret with Odo unable to collapse on it, or get any more on it, I should say. 4-man Baron, easy peasy with no one able to contest. This one's going to Splyce, and they have made the most of that catch.
Yeah, much better. Once Splyce is in sync on their engage and everything lines up, they get some really good pickoffs right there. And Wonder, I mean, Mickey with the beautiful Bard ultimate, and then the follow-up, honestly, the disrespect from H2K as to what it did. So beautiful to see.
Oh, it's awesome. This game, still, the little mistakes, we talked about how they can be punished. Splyce proved they are just as capable.
Right,
Let's see the start of this, though.
So Freeze, no flash, out of position, 100%. They follow up right here. Look at Mickey. Portal has a 700 cast range, so he's trying to cast that 4 Senkuks. But he gets it right at the tip below. But ironically, it gives him the best flash position ever to go for this beautiful double stun here that allows his team to get Baron. So he single-handedly made that play. And now we can go to the topic, Mickey versus Nisbeth. Nisbeth would have not made that play. Nisbeth definitely would have not attempted that play, sadly enough, after a failed play. Because the biggest thing about, as Kobe takes here, the arrow and the QSS, the biggest thing about Mickey is when he fails a play, he doesn't care. He just tries again. Like, we've seen him mess up engages very often and then make a game-winning engage right after. And he really has confident persistence.
And this is, this is the kind of thing that you can't often always see in the stats right away, but when a team picks up a player and there's really no, you don't know how good that player is, you haven't necessarily seen them play on the pro circuit before, and they make that change, this is the kind of reasoning that you're looking for. This is what we trust in Yamato can and trust in this Splyce squad to be able to make those adjustments, those tweaks. Small roster changes in an offseason that just had a ton of them, starting to prove why they did just that. Yeah. 27 minutes and a half into this. This game is dead even on gold, 3 to 4 in towers. The Drakes, they might end up making the entire difference this game, but there's a Baron on the side of Splyce too.
Yeah, so now Wonder has lane prio. Kobe can push on his own. He can definitely shut off the map too with the Caitlyn traps, and Bard has his picking of any of these low mobility champions that he can pick up. Ryze, Ashe, Karma maybe. Karma not so much with the shield, I'm lying, but definitely Ryze and Ashe. is what he'll be looking for. Remember, when Freeze hugs the tower like this, Tempered Fate on him plus a tower is just the easiest setup of your life, and Splyce can commit, so...
When they do commit, you know, we saw that they weren't all on the same page, but by the same token, they're able to come together and make some massive plays like we saw earlier, allowing them to get this Baron, seeing what they can do with it. A downed inner tower now.
Alright, they're going on to Wunder here, but we may see defensive Q, doesn't get double stun.
Playful Trickster's out, that's fine. They can't quite catch him. Slippery fish that he is. And Mickey's still walking through. Now it's Splyce's turn to really get a lot of jungle warding down. You can see it on the top and the bottom side. They've started to push H2K further back. The next dragon might be a bit of a reprieve for H2K. It's Ocean Drake. Yes, you still want it, but you know, it's not going to be, we can't obviously get another Infernal, so we have to move on to a new element this time. And the regen still be useful, but
is it a max of just 3?
I believe it's a max of just 3.
Because technically H2K can get a third one.
Well, maybe it's just max of 3 different elements.
It's a max of 3
yeah,
different
never mind.
I think you can have 4 Infernals in the game. I wouldn't bet my money on it.
Just not in a row, apparently. Not this time, anyways.
Definitely not this time.
Yeah.
But
we gotta cool off after all that hot action.
Alright, I just got the buzz from the master himself. Our stats guy told me you can only get 3, so...
Ah, okay.
Lucky you were right after all, Pyra.
Lucky guess, I swear. But now everyone's kind of got sights of each other in this jungle. You can see H2K's claimed a bit of it back. They've gotten a lot more wards down themselves, but they've been unable to actually clear out as much, and they're really just resorting to trying to clear out some of those tunnels instead. Still, the dragon might just be worth fighting over. Baron buff,
and this is
now gone.
This is a good point you bring up. I love the Caitlyn Bard combo when they have to defend an objective, because Traps plus Tempered Fate here.
Oh!
He gets caught. He's going to flash for the angle.
Yeah, they've caught Freeze. Trashy, he was coming in real slow, but that forced a very quick flash. Wonder up and around the side will not be enough to find anything, but it might force them off of the dragon, or not. We'll see what ends up happening. They're going to start this one off, and Odoamne mid-push decides to TP in, joining his team around the side, but his Narbar is already going low here. Yanko stepping on this trap. Dragon real quickly taken out by Trashy. Can they escape? Do they even want to? Turning the fight around. Odo, he's not got the Mega Gnar, and now Senkuk's around the side looking for Vander, looking for Odo. He's got nearly enough to take him out, but he's forcing flashes nonetheless. And they just keep chasing H2K away. Kabi will grab Freeze. Yankos has already gone down.
Oh, the stun
in the hole,
Mickey.
right in the back. They found Ryu. Yamato Cannon is loving every minute. 3 kills, 3 kills, almost 4 kills.
This is Yamato's dream. Not only is his team winning, he also gets a camera on his face so he can make another gif of himself. So this is like dream life here, but Mickey, so instrumental. Another nice stun here, and honestly, Splyce, as a team, they turn it around. They play defensive, they have the objective, but they realize, hey guys, we can just simply win this fight. Senkuk gets a 3 or 4 man ultimate, and then they chase, and once H2K have to run, their composition doesn't really play in their favor.
No, they're not built for running backwards, that's for sure. No reverse on the H2K train, but that's an inhibitor. At 31 minutes right now, Splyce have just taken a big edge this game. 4,000 gold lead. Let's see where it all began.
Yeah, so they have the option to re-engage. They obviously don't want to disengage too much, because they have Wunder connecting the fish here onto Vander. Arrow doesn't hit anybody, and that's big, honestly. Kobe is getting untouched. Look at how aggressive Splyce play in a lot of these fights. Kobe rarely gets hit, and he's using that to then aggressively flash in. Freeze did not escape there because his flash got burned earlier with the Tempered Fate. Ryu now gets pinned into the wall. If you're running away from a team like this, it's going to be incredibly hard because portals will always catch up with you. So that's why you really need to make sure that you pick the right fight if you're H2K. You need Odoamne to go into the back line, and you need Ryu and Freeze to kind of use their artillery to take down the front line. Escaping after a fight is sadly not an option for H2K.
And they found that out the hard way several times, so big gold lead in favor of Splyce. H2K trying to claim back more of their jungle, but it's starting to look more and more dire for them. Another Baron will come up in another minute, but for the time being, we've got a brief reprieve from the action. 9-6 in favor of Splyce on the kill streak. 6-4 in towers, but that includes an inhibitor down the middle, or rather in addition to an inhibitor down the middle. H2K cannot afford to fall into that trap again.
Yeah, and it just makes me even more excited for this series, because imagine if Splyce win this game and then go 2-0, because they definitely have it in them.
Yeah.
They can become a top 3 contender right now, especially with all the teams above them dropping games.
And this was the big question mark for a team like Splyce. Where can they challenge a team like H2K? Clearly, it's just in picking the right fights, and if they can beat them, if they can even take this one game off them, it already says, hey, we are one of the strongest, if not the strongest mid-tier team, and we maybe deserve to be in that top tier, as you said, with teams across the board now in the top already dropping today, one game.
And as a disgusting Bard one trick myself, I just approve of Mickey's play style, his build, he's going for like an early lockout, which is great because you want to be defensive enough to not drop in fights, play aggressively to position for those Qs, and then because they're ahead, he can afford to build the Mikhails, and he can get people out of these snares, arrows, cocoons. He doesn't really go for the rush Mikhails because it leaves him too vulnerable, too squishy, so big fan of the way he approaches the champion. Everybody here on Splyce is pulling their weight. Let's see how well they can close out, because these teams that have very often have been behind, they know how it feels to be on the worst end of a Baron bait, but setting it up yourself is a different thing here. Look at the straggler ward. Outside Baron pit, there's a ward from H2K. Maybe I'm going to ping our observers to show that.
They're not able to spot it off just yet, but Splyce, you know, they're not interested in taking the Baron right away. They're playing this out very safely, making sure they methodically are sweeping through, grabbing the vision, clearing it all away, and trying to get a 1-3-1 on. But you know, Odoamne still holding somewhat firm here. He has actually still had a fairly good game, but he just hasn't been there all the time when the team needs him. And you know, the last fight, it just really didn't work well around the Gnar bar. He's got a teleport nearly available again. He'll be going down to mini pretty soon, but you know, that just shows why this is such a coin flip of the champion sometimes.
Yeah.
Oh,
teleport engaged here.
He's caught, but is it Ryu and Vander that have fallen into the trap? In comes Wonder, tagging around the side. Instant exhaust, throws the fish. Vander is gone down to half health. Arrow will land and nail Wonder. Is he gonna go down? He hops, he skips, he jumps, but in comes Jankos. Sink the fangs in, that's a quick kill there. Splyce trying for the retreat, but they are getting a whole lot of damage to kite it back. And H2K decide they don't want this after all.
Yeah, having to kite through traps and bar queues is incredibly hard. So not only can H2K not run from a fight, they apparently can also not run into a fight if it's in close quarters. So they need to fight in the open space and hope to find some similar picks. Unless Odoamne is in Mega Gnar, then they want to fight in close quarters. So very conditional team fights here for H2K. At least they disengage in time, and they have a really good reactionary play, because if they lose 2 members there, they lose the next Baron.
Right, 20 seconds on Wonder, but 2 teleports burned, 1 on either side. Both top laners, Senkux and Ryu, are still going to have this, but you can see that the teams were really anticipating these quick fights in the entirety of the games, going with the double teleport strategy. There will be another dragon coming up, and it's bang on the money going to be the Elder Drake. This is actually great for both teams to try to contest, but the Baron still being live, this forces some choices to be made.
Baron, it's usually an easy choice. We'll go into replay first here.
Talk about it after.
It's actually H2K engaging on the Senkux, but because he's Vladimir, he can buy time. Wunder goes to the wrong wall, sadly. So, not the right Wunder wall. And then the arrow comes in here into Cocoon. He barely survives it. Oh! Never mind, it's actually, never mind. Caitlyn's on his team. I was like, the trap misses him, but the Caitlyn is actually on his team. And look here, double Q here. Vander steps in to help his team, but he actually slows down Odoamne. And then obviously Kobe can spam traps here. Both choke points are littered with traps, and it's so hard to chase into that.
And H2K throughout it all just managed to get their inhibitor back up. Just barely. The Elder's about to hit, but now everyone's still spending all their attention up towards the top, and Trashy
but the Warv
takes himself to scuttle.
Is won by Trashy. And that's also the annoying part, because when you give Caitlyn a max range headshot, the Runans also goes that distance. So anybody stepping in on an accidental trap just spells disaster for a team, because then Caitlyn gets access to even longer range poke in these fights.
Becomes a landmine in that case, for sure. So it's definitely been a game of not falling into the bait and switch. Splyce have had the upper hand for several minutes now, but still could change at any time. H2K might be down in the gold, but they've not given up any more ground here.
Honestly, we gotta call it out though. Splyce's vision denial has been garbage. There's a ward in the back of the pit, no pink ward. Like, they have this meager attempt at a Baron bait, which they sometimes move into, but they don't refresh any of their pink wards. They haven't secured proper sweep, so they can't bait Baron if you don't guarantee the area being swept. Instead, however, they move to Elder, so honestly, H2K could just trade this for Baron.
Yep, move the battle over to another front. They've gotten an uncontested Elder Dragon that gives them a lot of bonuses, 1.5 what they've already got on their Drakes, but as you predicted, H2K, they've moved right in position. They're running
H2K's
for
too slow. They're doing it as 3-man. Like, Ryze went to the mid lane for whatever reason, so they're not burning this down, and now Tempered Fate comes in and stalls. Mistake from both teams.
Oh, we got the Baron getting real angry, and in comes Wonder around the other side. Odo is the last man standing in the pit. They have got to bail out, and this is going to be Splyce looking for the chase on Odoamne, flashing into the Krugs. Baron finished off, handed off to Splyce. They make the most of it.
H2K's inability to correctly predict the right play cost them, honestly, probably the game here, and we need to look at Mickey again. he really reads the situation well. He gets a nice Temper Fate to slow the Baron. Then instead of going for a Q on Odoamne, he realizes that Odoamne will path behind Baron, and he uses Baron to extend the range on that Cosmic Binding. Stuns him, portals over, forces the flash. He gets everybody out of that fight. Splyce turn and take the Baron. Honestly, really good reaction from them by putting themselves in a rather precarious position because they left H2K a window where they could have rushed down the Baron.
Still, they managed to grab everything, so Splyce in a very comfortable lead right now. They've got some minutes to work with to use this Baron buff, to use this Elder Drake to try and push in. You might very well be correct. It is definitely the game, and don't be fooled by which side the Baron power plays on. It's definitely Splyce's, that's for sure. They knocked down one inner turret, continuing
almost fooled me
down the line.
It's like, why does H2K?
Well, it should have gone to H2K, but as you said, they just couldn't do it. They've got to defend here. This is real crisis mode right now. It's a very sloppy game on their end.
Yeah. Mickey is fishing right here. Look at the zone from the trap. So once probably gets a fill of them again, he can just put them up.
Wonder keeps the minions flowing down the mid. Still with that inhibitor. Senkux now. He's moving in.
This is the wave. Senkux moves in from the right side too. 3 traps are up. Wunder's challenging Nexus, so that's going to be a dead tower pretty soon once these minions arrive. H2K are looking for a reactionary fight. Look for an arrow, honestly. Freeze is having a gander. Who's he going to go for?
Wonder, he's the one who decides to dive in just a little bit early himself. Sends the fish, doesn't go, but the Tempered Fate lands onto Freeze and Vander. This is going to be the time. Down goes Freeze. Where the hell did his health bar go? Wonder looking for the chase, but it's just to zone them off the inhib. That's going to be Splyce picking that one up at a discount rate.
And that's a mistake from Freeze. If you see the Tempered Fate, you have to flash because Cobbett did the right thing. He immediately put a trap down, and it's similar to the old Zillion Bard combo. Once you come out of the Zonias, you're just instantly trapped. Freeze couldn't even flash out. He didn't have any QSS available in his build. Mikhails wasn't in time for Vander, so because he was flashing out, being afraid that he would get double stunned. So honestly, not respecting what's coming at them again for H2K.
And they're losing so much for it here. One inhibitor dead in the top, one inhibitor dead in the middle. And would you look at bottom lane, there's going to be another inhibitor taken. We're cresting the 40-minute mark, and H2K are going to have to play tower defense.
Yeah, tower defense with only 2 towers. Generally means you're not doing it very well.
No, I think that's a fair assessment this game. Big lead for Splyce now. They make a lot of their Baron buff with still under a minute to go before it ends. Let's take a look at that all again.
Yeah, so here, like, look, Temper Fate onto Freeze and Vander. So to get out of this play, Vander needs to QSS to trap on Freeze. So he needs to flash QSS because he's scared of double binding, but Freeze just like pop. He's gone. There's no time to make that play. So by proxy, Freeze should have just flashed the Temper Fate. Not that it probably would have mattered because they would have gotten steamrolled anyways, but hey, probably want to live longer.
Yeah, it's definitely looking pretty rough for H2K as they'll try to stall out and pull a few miracles. We've definitely seen some today, but all games must come to an end, and Splyce are hoping to put the nail in the coffin here and show that they can tango with the big boys. Complete the routing, I guess, of the top teams here, all looking to lose a game on the day.
At least one so far. Yeah. H2K do worse, or are they gonna go for the good old tie?
Oh yeah, I mean, this game, like, this is the kind of game that can really mess with your mental.
Yeah, I think H2K is one of those teams that may get hit by losses slightly harder too.
Oh boy, well, here it goes, the defense, but the minions just slowly come marching in. Looking like the good old 4-1 with Wonder up in the top side. He's got his Ignite ready. He's got his Chum the Waters. He's looking to pick somebody off and freeze. You know, he doesn't want any of that. Ryu, in comes Trashy, round the side, exhausted. Mickey X, he's getting arrowed, but that doesn't matter in the backline. Yankos, look at all the damage that Kabi's able to deal. Netting forward, he has no fear, and he squishes the spider, looking for Odo, popping the GA, Trashy tanking turrets. This is Splyce just coming up. Massive Nexus turrets fall, 42 minutes, and a huge victory from the boys from Splyce.
And then, yeah, little Bard things. Everybody's tired of me talking about, but if you see a Bard click on an empty Nexus and take a portal, that's when you know he's in a practice magical journeyer. Because you always get the game will trigger you to auto-attack the Nexus or any tower, so you need to hold the attack champion's only key, the tilde key, and then you go through the portal. So that means that's not his first rodeo.
The kind of thing you learn about 750 BARD games in.
Yep.
Thanks for giving me the speed course on it. I don't think I was going to get
Hey man,
that many.
that actually works. If you want to click a lantern that has a ward on it, also use that key. Till the key right here. Champions only.
Easter eggs with Crepo. I like it. Yeah, that was Splyce looking very comfortable.
Yep.
They made some mistakes in the early game. H2K, you know, it looked like it was going to be what we kind of expected, that H2K were just going to outclass them and outmuscle them a little bit. But man, once they started stepping on traps, I mean, they turned into landmines real quick.
Yeah, they just went boom, honestly, and just unrelenting attempts. I loved it. Like, Splyce failed to try again. They failed to try again. Instead of just playing the whole, like, we're losing, let's lose slowly game that they had in Spring Split. And I really like this mental shift from them. I love their draft. Honestly, if you're H2K and you're switching sides right now, ban Caitlyn, ban Bard, because you clearly could not deal with these champions.
Yeah, and that's already looking worrying for a team that's, you know, sitting in the top 3 at the moment. Maybe not for much longer, the way things are looking. But for now, we're going to go ahead and send it off the analyst desk to see what they make of that game number 1.
Thank you so much, Pyrotechnics. Yeah, Splyce overtaking H2K in this one. Let's start by taking a look at the mid lane matchup. Why are you grinning?
There's just so much banter going on here during the game. I'm trying to kind of gather my thoughts about the game.
Okay, so Vladimir Rise matchup. Fevin, maybe you go first. What do you make of it? Who wins that? Who should win? I think it's pretty clear, but...
I just think Vladimir is the most OP champ right now in mid, so I don't think you should try to play against it. Like, we tried to play a lot of stuff against it, but it's just... The lane phase is just too OP, and then in team fight, the ult is too OP. And... I don't know, like if you lose one team fight, you can just like kill everyone. So I don't know, this champ is just so OP.
But in this game, which was actually interesting, it went all the way down to second rotation because Kate got first picked by Splyce. Then it went Gnar Karma, which I don't think Gnar needs to be picked in first rotation. I'm not sure if you guys disagree or not. I think Karma is a fine first rotation. You could have gone like Karma Vlad there as an example if you were on the side of H2K. Or do you think draft didn't actually matter in this game necessarily? Because like the Rise pick was okay in the start, but then didn't do anything once we got past like the mid game.
I think Gnar early pick is a bit risky always. Like they can just go Aurelia or Fizz into it, and then he gets destroyed on lane. So he cannot pressure the lane or silent that much. But Rise pick is really good, I think, and he wins out of pressure. So yeah.
Right, it's time for a replay. What seemed to be very instrumental in this game, player or champion, is Mickey. So let's take a look.
Yeah, Mickey. Guys, you had a lot of praise for Mickey.
Carrying the game alone.
Mickey X is FLICKR, so nothing much. Freeze couldn't flash because he didn't have flash.
So he shouldn't have been there.
Yeah. But wait, it's not done yet.
And then this portal into Q flash was like insane.
No, he didn't portal, he freeze flashed.
I mean, he portal.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and he just carried the game alone here because they got Nash after that and it was over. But yeah.
I just think H2K got caught when they shouldn't. Like, you should never be up mid like that when you have no flash against the Bard. So yeah. It's just a silly misplay, I guess. And then they all die, so.
Is it ban Bard next game?
Yeah, for sure.
Yes.
Ban Bard and don't get cut out.
This champ has just so much playmaking ability, and if you don't play accordingly against them and you don't have flash, then and this happens, then you just lose.
Or specifically Mickey though, or in general?
No, I think against the Bard players, it should always be a possible ban or like a takeaway, because this champ has so much playmaking potential.
Case in point, another replay that we wanted to take a look at with a very interesting reaction as well around Dragon.
Yeah, I mean, Yamato Cannons is always good for reaction and some fancy shirts, but it's another replay where obviously the Vladimir pick you talked about February before, dealing so much damage in the fights, and then
he got a 2000 heal as well. Yeah. 4-man ult, and then he just jumped.
And then the rest of Splyce cleaning up with Mickey obviously one more time, and we got the Yamato Cannon down the corner.
Like in this fight, the Caitlyn was just untouched the whole time, so I don't know how you can even lose.
But if we look at these comps, if we go and like talk about how H2K could have played the game, when you use Rise as a mid lane, because Rise before, from community point of view, was like, oh my god, Rise is OP in late game, he's just insane, he wins every game, which I think is not true. I think actually late game he struggles compared to a lot of the like Azir and Vlad and these kind of champions. So how do you execute a Rise composition now, like in the mid game? What is it you need to do?
So what you have to do is you have to send him on silent as early as possible, and you have to have the Ashe Karma mid duo, so they can get mid priority, and if they want, they can catch someone with arrow, and Rise can push up the sideways really deep, and then
they can get vision for Ryze and then do it again, and then Ryze can TP for Drake or Nash fight or something, and you just have to win with him until he has like 3 items. It's his biggest power spike, like Road of Ages, Seraphs, and Void Stuff. Then Ryze is like super broken, and after that he's just falling off and getting outscaled by enemy mid or enemy team comp, which was like Caitlyn and Bard, and he gets CC'd and outranged by Caitlyn, so he becomes pretty useless. But basically you have to use him as a silent pressure and TP flank, or he will get useless because, yeah, can't do anything else.
Anything to add, Febvin?
Yeah, this champ is like, you have to get ahead with him. Like, he has a strong laning phase, and then you just go on the side lane and try to pressure and try to TP flank before it's too late that you get outscaled, because then it's just over. So it's like a ticking time bomb, and it depends what you play against as well.
We'll see what they decide to go for in game 2. Before we go to break, though, player of the game, Mickey, of course, on that Bard. But not just on Bard. He's been actually really solid, a good addition to kind of... We can't say if it's just because of what he's bringing to the team, but it does seem that that one change has kind of changed Splyce for good.
Oh, I mean, obviously, when you get a big playmaking support, it's a big change for you. But every member on Splyce have just gotten much better, like over their spring split and the off season. We actually talked about supports who had like mechanically insane mechanics who could make these big plays, and we were like Mythy was up there obviously, and then Mickey X was the other one.
So an I and a Y in your name.
Right, yeah, that's the key, and it has to start with an M, obviously, but. Down after these 2 guys, there's actually not really any other support who jumps in who can like really be this impactful on Bard. So I think when you have players like Mickey and Mythy, you should always consider removing the Bard.
All right, we'll see if that happens. We're going to take a quick break because there's still a chance for H2K to get on the board today when they get back on stage versus Splyce. We'll be back with that clash in just 3.5.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. With a win in Game 1, Splyce are only 1 away and one more Yamato Cannon GIF away from securing 3 points in the standings before the day is out. I know you had a certain way you like to pronounce it, but
oh yeah,
there's a right way, unfortunately.
I just love triggering people online. Every day I say GIF because that's how apparently the creator meant it to be. Everybody just online triggers, no, it's a GIF. You gotta say GIF, Crepo. You're doing it wrong.
Well, one team who wasn't doing it wrong was Splyce. That game was... while it started out, kind of as expected, it turned really, really miraculous for them, and they really had some incredibly big plays. And
I mean, miraculously implies that it wasn't kind of their doing. I think it was very impressive, but it was still generated by their own plays. They were having initiative despite being at a 4,000 goal deficit, and despite having failed the same plays right before. So that's, I think, very impressive by them.
Yeah, that's very true. And on the other side, H2K kind of opened the floodgates for them. They stepped in the trap. They got caught a number of times, and they weren't able to effectively trade, giving up that Baron while the Elder Drake was happening. Massive mistake.
Yeah.
Cost them kills, cost them towers. And
I mean, Pyro, what was that? We just gotta call them out right there. Like, either go for either, but they went for Baron and a mid wave.
Yeah,
like,
that's not the decision making of a top tier team. And as much praise as they were getting prior to this, they were starting to look very solid with Freeze now in the lineup and getting more comfortable. The Splyce team just really handed one to them.
Yeah, I really hope we see some shift up in the pick and bans, and then we need to see if Splyce can persevere in like best of series where they have a good game 1 against a top team, but then they get challenged and some of their comfort picks get hit, and suddenly they have to play a different style, different draft, and if they have the consistency to close out a 2-0.
Yeah, we'll have to see if they're good enough to be able to do it. We've already said, hey, can they challenge H2K? They can.
Yeah.
But can they do it enough? Can they do it consistently to say, we now deserve to be a part of that top-tier level of teams?
And it would be great if they could do it in like 22 minutes, because I'm pretty tired right now. It was a long game of Fnatic
Trying
versus
to catch
Origen.
Like 2 minutes of sleep while after that last one happened, just exhausting.
Yeah, I hope it's a lane swap, and you have a really interesting story to tell, Pyra.
Oh, you know
I just get a little power nap.
Hey, man, you're used to pretty long games, just not casting them, I guess.
That is one of the dankest of memes, Pyra.
Yeah, I got to go back in the archives for that one. But H2K, we talked about this being a kind of a mental defining moment, right? Like, after a loss like that, when you make so many mistakes in a game that you were clearly ahead on, that you were clearly comfortable in, what do you do to bounce back? Is it as simple as picks and bans and trying to not deal with the Bard combo, or is it something a little different?
You learn to talk about like how to approach fights, because clearly if they had a better discussion of like, guys, these are the key abilities to watch out for, this is how it will define our team fight strategy, therefore we will do different things, that means there's an error in communication. Like, you don't end up getting caught like that 3 or 4 times in a row if you have proper communication. So that's one thing they need to fix. Other than that, focus on the positives. Hey guys, we got a 4,000 goal lead. Let's just do that again, not throw, ban out 2 comfort picks, and you can go on from there. I think it would be kind of counterproductive if they leave the strongest performance from Splyce up again, because then if anything goes wrong, they'll just instantly tilt.
Yeah, and it's a kind of a game you can't really tell directly from the scorelines, right? Like, Kabi had a really hell of a game, but when you're able to frontline as Caitlyn, something has clearly gone wrong on the enemy team.
I mean, he frontlines at the end of the fights, right? It's like when you're winning, she becomes a frontline, but he was consistently ignored because there was so much threat there. And part of that is due to the Vladimir pickup, but right now H2K is blue side. They don't have to ban it themselves, but they probably should just pick up the Vladimir.
Yeah, definitely might be the key. The rise from Ryu, he had some good individual moments, but when it came down to it, he just wasn't really able to put anything away. And Yamato Cannon, as happy as he was in the end of that game, yeah?
Yeah, you are right about the shirt. It is very festive.
I know,
only saw the collar earlier, and I was like, you know what?
It used to be the turtlenecks that gave them power, but now I'm thinking it's Hawaiian shirts. He's found a new power source.
Why is that a
Well, maybe not Hawaiian, but like...
It's like a clown. It's like a Hawaiian clown shirt.
I mean,
it's
would
bold.
love to hear
I mean,
you
from
tell him
somebody who's wearing really weird shirts once in a while, this is a bold choice from Yamato, and that at his age, like that guy is like 19, so maybe 20 by now. But
welcome to the EULCS, where we're
like
now
he's
talking
29.
about shirts. That's
Why
what
not?
we've done. Yeah, it's a long day.
Let's leave the raw analysis of both these teams' power spikes and mental aspects for in the game. Once we see them butting heads.
When I build it up, I like it, saving the points. But let's talk a little bit about the coaches too, because so rarely do we get a chance to kind of sit back and say, hey, when we have two coaches that are actually very known for particular styles and building up particular players, Prawley on the other side, if anyone can calm a turbulent team like H2K can be after a game like that, he's got to be the guy.
Yes, can he? They obviously still had issues late spring split, you know, because they parted ways with Forgiven. So clearly there was an issue there. But yeah, probably I have just so much respect for him. I used to question a lot of his opinions, or not disagree with some of them in terms of like coaching approach, because he's very like the game is the only thing that matters. Like anything from lifestyle, health around it is secondary. All your time should go into the game. But when I talked to him, the amount of conviction that he had of it and the amount of like kind of self-flame he had, is like, you know what? There's this quote from Prolly. He goes, if I have the perfect explanation for a lane swap and I tell you and you fail, well, it might be your fault. If I have the perfect explanation for a lane swap and after 3 weeks my team is still failing, then it's my fault for not finding a different way of explaining it. Despite the explanation being 100% like correct and truthfully, he always takes the blame and the burden upon himself when you talk to him as a coach. He's never like, oh, my players are so stupid. I told him that 10 times to not get caught by tempered fate. No, right now he'll be thinking, I need to find a different way to approach this subject, a different way to explain this to my team, to get them to understand that perhaps it is wiser to flash out of this ability. And that's the type of man, that's the type of coach that Prolly is. He is very much so devoted to the craft.
Yeah, he's a leader. He's responsible, and you know you can see that reflected in the way the team operates, especially when they are operating well. They tend to do things very closely together. They tend to not, you know, try for hero individual plays all the time. That game, a lot of it kind of collapsed, but they still were sticking together most of the time. And, you know, arguably maybe they should have split up a little bit more because there were a lot of cluster fights, but yeah, that's, I suppose, another argument.
But the lack of standout players is also an issue for H2K. Ryu is, honestly, ever since he got back from his trip to Korea last split, he's not that great anymore. He's a mediocre mid laner right now. Vander and Freeze have built some synergy, but they're still lacking the lane dominance that you would expect of some of these players. And then Odawamne, he generally like hovers as a low econ like tank player. He always refers to himself as the dumb tank player. Like last week, I sent him a message. I'm like, yo, dude, that was a really dope flash over to cocoon into a play. I was like, nah, I'm just a silly tank player.
Well, he gets the double up when he plays Gnar, but we saw what happened when they weren't allowed to play with the timing they wanted. It was a completely different thing from the Vitality series. We're finally into picks and bans, though. We'll see if they do get to mix things up as we load up ready. It's going to be the Olaf ban started away and the Draven on the other side, so no surprises yet. But then comes the Bard.
Take out the Olaf. Maybe the Aurelia is left open if Caitlyn gets to play. Yeah, like it, you know. Get rid of these comfort champs. High performance from game 1.
Yeah, put them in the hot seat. It's game number 2. Splyce. You know, they've got one on the board. Can they take another and hand H2K their first proper loss?
All right, Splyce. Ban Vladimir here. You need to know, I hope that Rio realize that champion is too strong. Because they picked it up, I think, in 3rd pick and ban rotation total. So, Splyce picked it up on 2nd rotation blue side, I think. So, H2K kind of forwent it, but I think H2K have learned right now that they should just pick up the early Vladimir.
Yeah, well, Ryze is banned away, and that seems like the no-brainer play. Let's see if they take it. They've got
It's almost too easy right now.
You smelling a trap, Crepo?
Yeah. It's like, please, pick this Ryze. Pick this Vladimir. But it's Vladimir, so you pick it anyways.
Are you saying we're going to get to see some Anivia this game?
Oh yeah, that's like Splyce always does, but I think it's beatable. Like, you can't play around Anivia Zyra. Worst case, you just pick Zyra Vladimir yourself. There, done.
Well, there you go. Well, H2K definitely taking a lot of time to decide. Do they decide to go for that, or do they instead, you know, take a gander at the jungle pool, at the top pool? H2K been prioritizing a little bit closer to those two.
I mean, if Rio's not well versed in the matchup, then that's a different thing. But then that's lack of preparation, right? Then you can't go through a ban phase and that Olaf should become a Vladimir.
Well, they've definitely got time to decide. You can see discussing back and forth. What are we going to do here? Are we going to grab the Vladimir as our first option? And as the timer ticks down, yes is the answer.
All right, it's going to be Zyra Ashton on the side of Splyce. Or is that too early? Maybe Vander doesn't really play Zyra. Maybe it's... could be. Top tier jungle is still open. Nidalee could be there.
Yeah, Rek'Sai still available.
I want Trashy to play tanks. Gragas or Rek'Sai. Both are available, so technically he can wait.
Yeah, he's pretty much got either opening right now. So Splyce haven't really been thrown too far off the comfort zone. The Caitlyn ban away as well against Kabi, it kind of shows, even though it's still a very, very valuable pick in general, we're seeing it kind of be a specialization here in Europe, and I think it's actually almost a respect ban in that case. Speaking of tanks, though, we've got a pair of them there. The Braum comes in on top of the Gragas.
All right, that Braum's very peculiar. Did not expect that to come in here. Braum in teamfights can block a lot of Vladimir's damage because it's heavily projectile-based. Also, it offers additional lockdown. Generally, you hate using your main CC on a Vladimir because he'll pull out. So having Braum passive to trigger a potential pull and then having his ultimate maybe later on, twofold engage is really nice. but still, it means you're yielding pressure. Like, Braum is risky to play sometimes because you yield the bot lane pressure to a dual ranged push, you know, and that means dual ranged push in the bottom, Vladimir pushing the mid lane, that gives free reign for Jankos to perform in the jungle.
Well, always have to take the trade-offs. I don't know, Splyce, we'll have to see how they round out with their damage since they've only got a pair of tanks here, as H2K have decided to emphasize something a little bit different. So, you know, what happens when one side picks tanks? Well, you want to pick something that can bust down the door. The Trundle looks like it's ready to be locked, and we might see Freeze get to pick up his, a Jhin, rather, as the last seconds tick away. That will indeed be what they take.
Nope.
Ah, I got
bamboozled.
All right, we got an Ashe.
We got an Ashe. An Ashe is always nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, and Freeze has definitely had some good performances on it. In fact, you know, that last game, it was actually the first time H2K has actually lost when he's been on Ashe.
Nope. It's definitely a decent pickup, especially once Caitlyn falls. It is low mobility again, though, and Wunder and Trashy can both close the gap and kind of make Freeze's life a little miserable. But I think they want him more engaged because Vladimir doesn't really bring any engage to the table. Also, their comp right now would be full backline dive, where Jhin is good to follow up, but if they're afraid of getting kited by this potential Anivia pick that's going to come out, I think the Ashe is a better pick because you just force her to play more defensively. Because Anivia, she plays at the front of the fight to then shut off the axis and kite. But if Anivia's gameplay patterns get ruined a lot by the threat of an arrow. So that may actually prompt
something different.
Splyce to put something different here. And they're going for full-on team fight right here, you know. Swain, Braum, Gragas is an incredibly beefy and annoying front line to deal with. Because you can deal with like tanks and beefiness. But like stuff like Swain, which regens constantly, and projectile redirection from the Braum shield, those are things that you have to factor into every single thing you do, and that makes teamfights sometimes very hard to read.
Yeah, and Freeze is going to have to start shooting some serious bullseyes if he wants to hit a squishy target this game. That Ezreal, I feel like Kabi is not going to get touched a whole lot. Hopefully. In all honesty, if Splyce had been playing the Phalanx like they've really been able to, just sticking it all together. And you know, let's see what H2K decide to round their composition out with on the other side. The Ashe Zyra is a very oppressive lane. Will H2K opt for it this time? They'll have a very squishy support, but that's a lot of damage.
We need to hold our horses here, by the way. It could easily be a Swain top.
Yeah, that's true.
That Trundle, and it's still a Nivea mid, and I think they're actually going to go for that.
It's a Wonder kind of champion.
Yeah. It's late, everyone. It's about...
Oh, there's options. We got flex picks.
Yeah.
All right, Kindred comes in for Yanko, so a little bit of aggression in his pocket, but also the Zyra pickup for Vander. Last rotation over to Splyce. We'll see if your prediction comes true there.
I think they're definitely considering it. They have the liberty to look at the top lane matchup here, see what it is. Go for a Gnar to counter the Trundle in the side lane. I mean, he's giving the
Scion again? Yeah.
Yeah. Swain into Vlad is a fine matchup. Swain does fine there.
Well, I think that might be what they decide on, but there's still always the hope of the good old Anivia to start coming back out again. Senkuk's not his first time on the Swain, and it looks like now will be another time for him as the Gnar is locked in for Wonder trying his hand at that champion.
This is tough though. It's kind of waltz over you comp. Kindred can buy a lot of time, and the disengaged power from Vander is huge this game.
Oh yeah, but if they do get caught, I mean, that's a lot more squishy than what Splyce are packing.
Yeah.
Look at that frontline wall. It'll be hard to break through that for sure.
It runs out of damage from behind though.
That's true.
If he gets slightly ahead, it's so annoying to build with, like, play against 3 tanks and a Swain. You just, yeah, that's when you do the mental FF.
I mean, but when you've got, you know, when you've got a blue Ezreal build, if he does end up going that way, we've seen it kind of bounce back and forth in the last couple of weeks. You tag one person, and then the rest of the tanks, they just, I mean, yeah, they literally somersault over you, and you're done. Slowly,
yeah, but at the
done.
same time, though, if Ryu gets a flank with Ghost flashes on Kabe, none of these guys can actually peel him that well. Like, Braum can, but, like, if the damage is done, it's going to be rough, so Kabe needs to be very careful in the backline here.
All right, well, all eyes on him. This time wasn't touched. Last game as Yamato Cannon probably shaking hands, getting ready to get into game number 2. It's certainly been a surprising day already, but we think there might even be a couple more. Now, if you guys think that H2K will manage to get one more win back on the books, hit us up. Hashtag H2K win at LOL Esports, or if Splyce will hand them their first full loss this split. Hashtag SPY win. They've already shown that their ceiling is a little higher than anyone imagined. Let's see if they're going to be able to pull it off again. I can't wait.
Me neither. Moderate excitement, though.
Neither can that crowd. These guys are awesome.
Hype, yeah.
Sticking with us after that real long game. No exhaustion. I love it. And we get into game number 2 here. Last game of the day, H2K Splyce on the Rift. Here we go.
Some nice all chat. Jankos writes, good luck, have fun, enjoy the game. Smiley. That's beautiful.
I do love good manners in games.
Here in the US? Yeah. It's like a...
That's what I get every game. What about you?
Yeah, same.
Oh, good.
Yeah, there's definitely not any higher low players trying to trigger me all the time. No.
If you ever need someone to talk to.
Nah. Then we cheese them. Then we cheese them. We put a magical journey next to their lane, and suddenly we take their LP. Anyways, Trashy on the ward.
Yeah, he's spotted here, and Splyce have actually gone to opt for an invade here. Wonder leading the charge, and Odo's going to have to back out.
They need to dodge this matchup. Like, if Splyce end up playing 2v2, yeah, they're just royally screwed at that point. You don't win that matchup. Zyra's lane patterns is one of the most oppressive and easily executable ones in the game. She gets free seeds like from level 1, so which means from starting with Q, she can start spamming those plants out. Really need to see if Vander and Freezy are going to reveal. The ultimate play would be walk over the ward and base to the other side of the map. But they can arrive late. They can arrive a level down to the lane and still win it. That's how oppressive this lane is.
Yeah, they're spotted. Going to be taking the walk, but now that is indicated, Kabi and Mickey X have some time to move down bot. Taking a look, nothing too different that we've seen on those masteries.
I don't like the approach here from H2K. Going over just some really obvious ward spots. Then you better go for the double mind game, where you walk over the ward and you base in the little brush above tier 1 to find them bot, because this lane swap is exactly what Splyce was looking for.
Yeah, too advanced to the mind games for H2K though, and trying to go back to those basics. Odawamne sees Kabi spot him there, and the junglers are actually, rather, Jankos is getting a little bit of harassment dealt straight to him. Mickey X doesn't quite return as much damage, but Kabi is more than happy to 1v1 Odawamne, who's got nothing on him to start this.
One more auto, and then he could consider going for the auto flash.
All right, well, we could be in for another very early action game as everyone's favorite dragon spawned on the Rift, but we don't need to worry about that just yet. Ryu is able to dodge from Mickey X, but he's had to burn Ghost already to start this off. Splyce are actually doing a fantastic job of trying to put H2K on the back foot. We will eventually, however, settle in to the good old 3v3 fast push.
Yeah, both teleports are being used here from the top laners. When a lane swap generates itself like this, you really need to teleport to the lane. You can't walk because you fall too far behind in tempo. Definitely the right move by both these teams here.
Oh, yeah.
Inefficient lane swap, though, because the minions aren't being tanked optimally here by Splyce. We're nitpicking Zyra. The worst part about this champion is like, you can't lane against it, so you want to lane swap. But she is so good at lane swaps, too, because her plants take tower aggro, and she can AoE creep so easily. So H2K already doing a much faster tower clear, which will propel Odawamne ahead and keep him ahead of the curve here in this Gnar matchup. So this is great still for H2K. That's all kind of because of this bot lane pick.
All right.
Because look at how slow this tower is going down for Splyce despite initiating the lane swap. They actually have horrible, well, inefficient lane swap champs compared to what H2K brings to the table. So you see if Wunder gets the bad end of this stick later on.
Yeah, so the junglers really the ones who are trying to do a little bit more to each other. It's been a very harassy kind of starting phase that ended up just turning into the trades, but Vander comes to the rescue here, and that red buff is going to be fine. But all the same, you know, H2K, a little bit of a number advantage to start things off, and now the Ashe Zyra lane can continue to go back being oppressive. Both AD carries with the Coles right now, but you can see Splyce still trying to dodge that matchup. Senkux moves in onto Ryu and trades back on him. Another matchup with a lot of sustain available. Jankos flashing in, and that's going to have to force the flash into Senkux. Is he even going to get away? One more auto. Jankos first blood again.
Oh, another good first blood. Kindred did so much early game damage. Level 4 with red buff. It's such an annoying gank if you allow her to close the gap, because then she can just flash after you and a ton of damage. Ryu with a good reactive flash there too, and now H2K, they're in a really good spot in this game.
Oh yeah, so that's a good start for them. You can see Freeze and Vander having a grand old time on that bottom, completely unopposed. There's wards in the back, but no teleports to be able to flank. Senkux already had to burn his to get back to mid. Wonder and of course Odawamne had already traded on the earlier swap, but Splyce, you know, again on the back foot. This happened last game, but without the swap.
Yeah, we saw right there. 3 plants spawned by Vander. Plus AoE and creeps. That's 3 tower shots. That means your melees, they survive like 4 extra seconds.
It's just disgusting, Crepo. Let's take a look at this again with the first blood. Senkux
actually flashes in aggressively, and then it's Ryu's flash to trail.
Oh, yeah.
That's really good awareness and just like math from Jankos. He knew he had him right there. And the late flash from Senkux.
Way too late to really stop anything from happening, so Senkux put a little bit further on the back burner as the reverse swap comes in.
Yeah, I was
now,
wondering, Jankos, he was pathing down the Krugs. Why doesn't he immediately go for Infernal? He realizes that too. He loses a couple of valuable seconds.
There's no answer responsible, though. I mean, or available, though. Splyce are way too stacked up on the top side with the turret trade.
Yep.
So H2K are real happy with this now with the first Infernal Drake.
Yep, Infernal is the best dragon you want after like a lane swap lead in terms of tempo. Maybe Mountain if you discomp though, because this H2K lineup can blitz through a Baron. And by the time Dragon is kind of done, that's when H2K only get matched in terms of tower by Splyce here. So this is really good for H2K lineup.
Yeah, 500, 600 gold lead right now. They have the Infernal Drake in their pocket, so this game is already starting off a lot better than how their last game ended. But H2K still got a long way to go if they want to complete this series on a positive note. Just have to see, keeping eyes, especially on the solo laners this game, because they had such a rough time last time around. Odoamne was unable to really capitalize on, people keying off on the rest of the members and being all alone trying to knock down towers on the Gnar. This time he's on a Trundle. As the game goes on, should help him out. But Ryu on this Vlad, be curious to see what he makes of it. They did hesitate a lot on taking that pick, and Vander gets the cheeky steal away of the Scuttle Crab. Trashy
spent like what felt like ages doing that Scuttle Crab, and then he gets taken away by one auto attack from the support.
Yeah,
that's good. That's the mental war game. We need more. Sometimes it's not about the Scuttle Crab; it's about the tilt.
Sending the message, and the message is, "Ha! I got 70 gold, and you didn't." Ryu though, he's caught by the never move.
Yeah, Sprain running out of mana.
Too many, Senkux can't really punish him hard enough just yet.
Yeah, pre Catalyst, you can't win this matchup. You can only play it even up until the point where either you base or Vladimir gets bored.
How often does Vladimir get bored?
Never.
Okay, good. As long as there's blood to drain. Jankos, he's moving up towards the top side. The teams are still trying to eagerly trade these towers and get a little bit of early gold and try to deny out or at least stop the early game skirmishes of the junglers from really being super effective here. Vander gets the plants onto Wonder, zoning the minions away. This gives them more time on the tower, unopposed here. Kabi and Mickey X are pushing Odoamne off the back of it, but Trashy, he's roaming around the side. He's got a big barrel and he uses it, but that's mostly just to clear it. It doesn't matter, they've got it.
The only thing he's doing right now is stealing CS from his top laner. Trashy. I see that trick. It's like, but I'm just helping wave clear,
Yeah, they call that taxing.
That was the dirtiest tax I've seen in a while. God damn it, Trashy.
Wonder won't be happy with him, that's for sure. Let's take a look back at this mid. Senkux, with Vander, he's going to get some help here, but Ryu real low, and Senkux will go down, and Ryu, surprise, I'm Vlad. I can heal it all back up.
Guess what, Trashy? If only you had your ultimate right now to help in mid lane, but you had to tax 10 creeps, hadn't you? That was a really beautiful flash from Vander, though. The follow-up here, double plant into Senkux, whose flash was still on cooldown at the time because of that earlier play, so really good awareness of timers too. And honestly, an opportunity not many people would have seen there for H2K, and they capitalize.
Oh yeah, so extending this gold lead now for themselves. A little over 1,000. They've got the first dragon. You talked about Mountain being something they might want as well. Well, that's going to be the next one. It's still several minutes away, but right now, barring them making any big mistakes, they're in a very happy position.
I mean, watch this again. Ryu turns this fight around. Vander flash, double plant into E-spawn, which slows, and then Ryu just gets the pull underneath of Trashy. Trashy doesn't connect anything. If he had ult, he could have knocked him into the tower maybe or finished off Vander, but ironically, you just used that in the top lane.
Yeah.
So H2K walking away with 0 deaths and a kill there.
Well, I think we answered the question, is Ryu comfortable in the Vlad matchup? And that answer is a resounding yes. When you can go right up into tower range and pull when you're on about 50 health. Yeah, okay, I'm good. And he definitely had a lot of trust in Vander, though.
Yeah, I need to see how he plays it in teamfights. Versus a heavy tank line, Vladimir is different to play. You really need to buy your time and choose your time when to flash in, but you can kind of poke them out here. Vladimir is really good at playing, honestly, into a big tank like just continuously EQ spamming until you see the opportunity, and then you just flash on the AD carry who's so used to having all the zone in front of him that he becomes a little bit overbearing, overzealous, and then you need to punish if you're Ryu.
And Ryu does try to trade a little bit with Senkux, who actually gets the better of him here, and Trashy, he's moving around towards this top side. So, never a moment's rest to try and siege down those towers. It's still 3-2-3 as we've had the trades back and forth. but they aren't able to knock them down for now. So 3 Splyce members trying to create themselves a little death brush here and see if any H2K members wandering by. Not going to happen for now. Ward up by Jankos, not in the brush, but it was close enough to see if they moved on out of it. They will be able to defend here. 10 minutes into the game, we've already had a lot of back and forth trades, but only 2 kills. They've been to H2K.
And Kabe wants Senkux to move to a side lane, but he's not ready for that yet. The map opened up a lot, and Splyce is behind. So he needs to farm on a side lane, but ideally in the future, Splyce play 1-3-1 with 3 in the mid.
Yeah, I think that seems pretty reasonable. Still trying to buy a lot of time for some of these power spikes to start happening. Senkux, he's got his catalyst, but he needs to work a little bit further towards some of the damage that he's looking to put out here. Still very early on in this game, but another Mountain Drake will be coming up in about a minute. And the dual lanes are both up in the top side. And this, of course, is Kabi and Mickey's worst nightmare, but they do have Trashy around. Unfortunately, Jankos is also there.
Yeah, Jankos is not looking for a gank. It's more pathing secure here, like escort duty. Just making sure his bot lane is safe, does not walk into the brush.
I'll get a mark out of it too.
Take the Scuttle Crab, you know, on the way, and then path towards the dragon. You know, look at the next objective here.
Yeah, Splyce, there's not really been able to do anything here. The H2K that was presenting big weaknesses hasn't shown itself again just yet. In comes the Ash Arrow. It's dodged out by Senkux, but that is still enough time to get some damage on the tower, and they've zoned him off.
This kind of goes against what we were just talking about, how H2K was like super smart planning for the next objective. Clearly they weren't, because then you wouldn't use this Ash Arrow here. You would path to the dragon, de-ward it, and then use it defensively when people were face checking, and it's a guaranteed arrow hit. So not the biggest fan personally of that play. I think moving over to go for a contest with Zyra and Ash aggressively defending choke points, Splyce will not enter. Like, they shall not pass, and then you have a free Mountain Drake. So I think that's a bit of a strategic mistake from H2K.
Well, so Splyce have some breathing room here. With everyone from H2K going back, it just resets the map for a brief moment. A lot of vision invested by H2K up towards that top side, but pushing out minion waves were Kabi and Mickey. And Senkux trying to do the same thing. So H2K needs some time before they can move towards this dragon. Now pinging it out still, but yeah, they gave up a big opportunity.
Yeah, but now Splyce can move in and at least get some vision. Maybe slow down the fight. They need to look for like a pick. Somebody on the outskirts, stuck in the setup phase. To be very careful of the counter engage here. Or just the arrow coming out once it's off cooldown.
Well, they can send Senkux up topside because he's still rocking that teleport versus what Ryu has. And, you know, the double teleport advantage is not something you can totally underestimate. Last game, they made a very, very confident use of it.
H2K solved that problem by sending Ryu to the bot lane, which is in close proximity to the next objective. If you're playing 1 TP versus 2 TP, you always want to make the designated side lane player closer to your objective. So later on, they obviously want one of the TPs in the bottom lane if you're H2K.
I love what Jankos is doing. He looks to go in, and then he sees, oh, Wonder's about to Mega Nart. We'll just wait until it runs out. Jump on him. You can see Ryu hanging just in the outskirts here. It's the long setup. Wonder goes back into Mini. In comes Jankos. In comes Ryu. Instantly Wonder having to flash away, but he's Hemo-plagued, and he is out of there.
And it just shows you that Splyce is so far behind because it's only spelling like a 1,500 gold, but in this entire setup phase where Jankos was literally doing nothing that's sitting in the brush, there is still no cross-map play available for Splyce. They don't have anything to counter with, despite Jankos sitting there for absolutely ages and then going for a play in full vision afterwards. So Trashy is lost. He's passed from left to right a couple of times now, but he's not finding any opening.
Yeah, but H2K have found openings. On this bottom side, Ryu's able to herd a wave of minions all the way into that bottom tower. Wonder respawns, but he doesn't use his teleport, so there's a serious amount of chip damage going on. 14 minutes into this game, a lot of objectives traded, but H2K having the advantage. They have the map control down towards the bottom. That's a big Tides of Blood. Jankos is pretty much able to solo the Mountain Drake.
Yeah. Kindred can definitely do that. And now Mickey is also a champion that console influence engages his heart, and he's stuck in a lane swap, which is even worse. Because supports under-leveled have a harder time making these engages.
Banning that bar was a good decision. H2K, you know, we're close to 15 minutes on the game. They've got a 2,500 gold lead. They've got 2 very essential Drakes, Infernal, Mountain. They're happy.
Yeah.
After the performance last game. Not enough. Vander, real quick respect flash. Gotta do that.
Gotta do it. Even if Trashy doesn't go for it, you still made the right play 80% of the time.
And the other 20%, I think you can be forgiven.
Yeah, because you got mind gain, and that's fine. If the Gragas E's in and you flash, he mind game it better. But like if you flash his E flash, like which happens more often, you made the superior reactionary play.
So Vander stops himself from getting popped. Jankos, he has a lot of power in his pocket right now with the 2 kills he picked up early on in this game, or the one we just saw a few moments ago too. But still, a Kindred. Maybe not as valuable as getting the Ashe fed right now, but still, it's a very early on in this game. I mean, what does H2K really want to prioritize their gold onto?
Yeah, pile it into some of these carries. Maybe we may even see Jankos path down his bot lane here, pick up some more farm. Freeze and Ryu are doing like tag team, sharing a wave in the mid lane. But it's likely just going to be Ryu to the bot catching this wave. We need some vision right side here if you're H2K. Playing to at least secure the Vladimir a tiny bit. However, the area of the map that they want to secure is left side for later on. It's debatable. Either you make a Herald play, which you can, or you make a very early setup for Baron that you then keep refreshing. Both options here. Likely they're just looking for a pick, so we probably see another arrow fly soon.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of options here. And as you call it, Kabi.
I hate these arrows.
Raises right by his ear.
It's like, what are you going to do? Like, even if they hit, it's not going to work. Wait for the siege. Arrow here. Boom.
All right, well, they still brought the minions to the tower.
Teleport left
side. Got the plants on, teleport, double teleport coming in here. H2K might have bitten off more than they can chew, but they do put up a pillar. Wonder has to walk around it. And they don't get punished for it just yet. Senkuk's around the side. He actually takes a lot more. 3-man Hemo, and Ryu is running wild, looking to polish that Senkuk's. And meanwhile, in the mid lane, Jankos pinballed around as Wonder picks up the revenge kill. It's a 1-for-1, and they're still going strong.
Oh, that's some really good plays here. The fact that Jankos got pinballed out of his own ultimate was good, but Ryu with a massive and beautiful flash there into proc enough damage for then Hemo Plague to kill off the Senkuk Swain right after. And we saw the struggle Splyce had with engaging, though, if H2K have vision. Disengage from Zyra and Trundle is so potent because you just slow down everything on the front and then you re-engage. But Ryu, what a beautiful play with that Vladimir.
Oh, yeah, he came up real big. Vander had a awesome Stranglethorns to zone everyone right away, and they managed to get a lot of damage out on the back of it. So it actually ended up being a 1-for-2 with Wonder going down at the end. But really, and crucially, the tower as well for H2K. They continue to move this lead forward. Let's see the flank again.
Yeah, so it's a double TP, one we didn't notice from below. And that's the one that's going to jump onto Freeze here. Freeze has to flash in. Ryu comes for the zone. Good sidestep from Freeze. And then right here, Ryu turns around. 3-man ulti. They step up into the backline. Vander's keeping Jankos busy. Let's watch what happens to Jankos. Yep. Gets pulled out. It feels like the damage up for that keg applies at the end. Or maybe it was just some trailing damage because something hit Jankos once he was out of his ultimate. I'm pretty sure Gragas Cask actually applied at the start of it, so it must have been the body slam finishing him off.
Decisive though for H2K. You know, they were the ones who were trying to siege, but they counter-engaged. This time they came out ahead. Mickey is caught on the arrow, but they're just going to get some more poke damage. Yeah, not a whole lot apparently.
I think we need to re-strategize if you're H2K here, because probably it's like fire arrow on cooldown. That's his mantra, and then you get picks. But sometimes, you know, think before you pull the trigger.
Yeah, you definitely got to aim a little bit better than that one.
I mean, it was great aim. Like he was aiming to hit Mickey.
Oh, I mean the rest of the team. Sorry.
Yeah.
They're off in the back, and they're not getting a whole lot done. But yeah, Freeze.
His aim was solid. It was just the wrong time to fire.
And as it stands, they can't get anything more from it. Still, 3,000 gold lead for H2K, trying to march down the mid. It's Ryu. 2-man Hemo Plague on to Kabi and Mickey. Jankos, he's around the side. They burn him down. Stranglethorns up, and they just don't care about towers. Even more for Ryu, even more for Freeze. Trashy will get some revenge, but not enough. H2K come up big. And
probably knows.
Yeah, he does.
That's where if you do that in solo queue, somebody in alt chat goes like, "Nice champ, by the way." It's just stupid. This is why this champion should just be banned or heavily camped in lane.
And Ryu knows it. He doesn't care about your tower damage. He's a Vladimir. This is going to be a tower falling. Senkuk's trying to make the miracle defense, but there are way too many people here. Why is he even sticking around? Look at how low his health bar's going.
Yeah, they're trying to buy time, slowing down the double tower push here, but it's incredibly hard for Splyce to crawl out of this hole. This triple tank lineup works well if Kabi can kind of go untouched, but as we saw, we talked about in champs, like, next flash Ryu has to do the same thing, and he won't need the help from Jankos to finishing him off. Like, look, so what can Kabi do realistically here? It's one full spell rotation and a couple of hits from Jankos. And then beautiful combo here from Vander, though. He's really putting in his weight, too.
Yeah. Oh, I said the Gragas got revenge. It was the tower that did most of the work. So Jankos gave his life for that effort. It definitely was well worth at the end of the day.
Seems to have a lot to say today.
Yeah,
Yanko's
very
very
vocal.
talkative.
He's had a lot to do this game, that's for sure. So, Baron's hit the Rift. We've got an Ocean Dragon. You know, H2K, they're not powerful enough to maybe take this Baron down solo, but they can start getting the vision set up around it. Or do they now focus a bit more on the Ocean Drake, get themselves a little bit of extra power?
They're probably just gonna, yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna predict it, Pyra. Yanko's is literally...
Oh, wait, yeah, never mind.
Yeah, I predict that H2K's next objective is the Ocean Drake. Yep, there they go.
Beat me to it. All right, so pretty easy take. Now the question is no longer a question.
Yeah, we saw something right there. The hawk shot from Freeze is definitely helping too. Splyce are making some almost like desperate pick attempts, and every time they hide in the brush, Freeze just reveals them with a free hawk shot. So definitely working in their favor, that ash pick now.
As long as he's able to two-step away from the never move, Jankos is fine. Trading out well with Senkooks as we settle a little bit in this game. Still a big lead for H2K, but they are taking it the clean and controlled way for now. No need to push too far deep in enemy territory. No need to let Splyce get a chance back into this game. Just squeeze the life out of them.
Squeeze him out. The next one is the Baron. Honestly, base. Push in mid, push in top. Deep vision red side. Deny vision. Wait for the inevitable bait into arrow.
Teleport. Arrow onto Trashy. Wonder, though, he was zoning Otawamne away, but will Splyce be able to get out of the pincer? It doesn't look like it. Trashy already down. Otawamne still doing work. Double kill over to Jankos, and Ryu might get knocked in, but Kabi way too low. Odo takes a bite out of him, and the rest of Splyce are limping away.
Kabe is not enjoying this game of League of Legends. You have a Ghost Flash Vladimir charging at you. You know full well that he's coming for you. You know exactly what he's going to do, and there is no counterplay possible. You eat the W, EQR combo, and you're dead.
And that is going to be H2K on the Baron. Desperate attempt here. Senkooks, or rather, I should say Wonder, teleporting around the backside, but this Baron is already gone. And that's a boomerang in response, but that is not what you want. Now he's got to get out of there. Keeps trying to zone him. Actually gets a kite away.
Yeah, he's fine walking out, but what is next play here for Splyce? Down 7,000 plus gold at this point.
Very hard to see them coming back into this game. And after such a big game number one, let's see this again. Teleport flank into the Ash Arrow, and the rest is history.
Big splash.
You can take that, right, Trashy?
Trashy's like, you're supposed to tank these objectives. You're Braum. Put up your shield. Sadly, shield doesn't stop you from being stunned here. And then the follow-up in the backline. Kabe is enjoying a beautiful game of League of Legends.
Yeah.
Wonder's trying to peel, but it's not enough. Odo comes in, finishes up the kill. And then the immediate Baron. Really clean play here by H2K. Good ward somewhere in the backline to get that teleport in from Otawamne. Ball enough time, did not drop. Clean execution, well played.
Yeah, H2K getting right back to the roots. So, you know, dropped a game where they made a lot of questionable decisions, but this is H2K getting back on form.
And then they went back to the Zyra pick.
Yep.
Back to the roots, Pyra.
Oh, wow. I didn't even mean to do that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It's natural.
That happens every now and again.
Got a little bit of freak in you.
Like 10% freak DNA. Just enough to make
Just enough.
puns. All right, we got another Infernal. So obviously we've seen time and time again Jankos can solo these with relative ease. Splyce have to do something because they're just getting choked out.
Yeah, I don't think Splyce care too much about the next Infernal. The game may very well be over before that one spawns.
Yeah, they gotta do something somewhere, whether or not it's on Dragon.
It's so hard right now. This composition does not play well from behind into this team comp.
Yeah.
Honestly, this is inevitable demise for Splyce. I'd be honestly flabbergasted and surprised if they find a way out. So
flabbergasted, that's a good word.
Yeah, I love that word.
I should use that more often. All right, well, we'll go back to mid lane. Ryu gets a 3-man ulti, but he gets shut down. Wonder.
That was flabbergastation there.
All right, he bit off way too much there. And that Splyce able to defend for the time being. Still have to deal with Otawamne up top.
Yeah, I wonder what happened there. That's a really good pick off. Vladimir stuck in the silent, probably playing a little bit overzealous, not matched. If you push in without, or if you push in these 3 lanes at once, you really make sure that your lanes are synchronous. But right now, still kill for tower is still a worth trade. So
yeah,
Splyce, they're choosing between bad trades and really bad trades at this point.
And that's when you know you're in danger of losing at just about any moment. It's only 24 minutes, but H2K, they're knocking on the door. They managed to get down a tower, Trundle beating it down, I should say. Jankos, he steps right into 3 Splyce members, and he's able to hop away to safety. Very mobile, though. I mean, with the exception of Freeze, they're able to get in and out really quickly. And Freeze has been staying in very good position this game. He's not really challenged by the big front line.
No, this time he has people creating space for him in these fights. Let's watch this. Probably coming in the kicks. Yeah, this is his Ryu. He's going for a ward to make sure that this doesn't happen. It's like, yeah, I really need a ward there. I need some vision, so make sure that 3 people don't collapse on me like this. So that's when you wait for them to show somewhere else before you place that ward. You got caught up in the moment.
Well, mistake from Ryu, but there have been not that many this game.
Nope.
So H2K well on their way to marching down to victory. It'd be the one on the series. Obviously disappointing for a top-tier team, but you know, at least they can take solace in the fact that everyone else has done it.
Yes, exactly. So all of the 3 top teams here tied. So
if this game continues as we expect.
Yeah. Let's out of all assumptions that we made today, I think this is one of the the safer ones.
I mean, we've been proven wrong on a lot of fronts, but yeah, I think this game 10K in the lead. It's 25 minutes in. They've got every objective. 7 towers to 3. I mean, Splyce are going to need a miracle Gnar ult or something to even win a fight here, and then what can they get? Because they've lost so much ground.
Yeah, they've lost so much ground here. They need another whiffed arrow from Freeze. But he's holding it a little bit longer now. He's thinking.
Taking the time, making sure he's got them in the sights. Next Dragon, 30 seconds away. Splyce are trying to make a power move down at the front and trying to deny the 1-3-1, but how long can Wunder deal with Odo is the question. Who are they going to send to deal with Ryu is the other.
Yeah, the likely solution is probably just to engage on everybody that's not Ryu and then hope that he doesn't join the fight.
He's got no teleport to burn that Ghost. Jankos is already in position here, but there's the ward down. In comes Ryu. They found Jankos. Oh, what was he doing? Gotta be shot, but in comes the arrow, but it's not gonna connect. Jankos is gone, and Sunkux gets the kill, but Splyce are caught in Stranglethorns. Now an Odoamne will get a kill onto Kabi, and Splyce are just melting. A double kill over to Freeze, looking for more, chasing down Mickey.
I mean, the enemy jungler is literally AFK, not noticing this ward. You bop him on the head without him using a single ultimate, and you still lose the fight. That's how far behind H2K Splyce is right now, due to a really good early game from H2K. Jankos, oh, he was snoozing. It's a little late here. Probably got hit by the Fnatic OG game. Did not see the ward behind him. Just too focused on the bait.
Luckily, H2K don't seem to need it right now. They're able to knock open the bottom, grab themselves inhibitor number 1. They will get inhibitor number 2. Still some time on the death timers. They can grab it and get out. And 27.5 minutes in, the chances of Splyce coming back in this game are slim. 2-0. Wunder trying to change it, but they've got no follow-up.
Swain's behind them, though. This is the play.
Oh, in comes Senkux, but look at his health bar. Ryu says, just kidding. I'm Vladimir once again, taking out Wunder, looking for even more. Splyce, they run out of gas, and H2K are on the offensive yet again. Trashy trying to save his own life, but the rest of Splyce, there's nothing they can do to try and stay alive. Trashy, the long game, but you can't walk away from the Troll King, not anymore. The base is in shambles. This is gonna be lights out.
Yeah, Odoamne just wants to prevent him from basing so his team at least can finish. Numbers advantage, keeping away from the minions is great. He drops Splyce, I like it. Just go for a Hail Mary play, otherwise you lose the game anyways. Not much to be done. The mistakes were already made, and H2K was just waiting for the execution.
So after a very disappointing game, a lot of mistakes from H2K, they turn it around, play it clinically, massive lead, and they will close out here to 1-1 with Splyce on the day as soon as they decide to finish padding those stats. 28.5, H2K victory.
Still caught the cameraman by surprise.
After a day like today, well, I guess I'm not surprised. So, we get a full day of our favorite
so many
here
ties,
in EU.
Pyra. I
There were
have
so many
never
ties.
felt so European like I do now. Europe's Cup is on. There's so much football being played. Everybody's tying. Oh, I'm loving it.
Yeah, I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it here. Even though I'm American, I still feel the EU. It's all around me. And that was H2K stepping up and say, all right, let's see you do that again.
Yeah.
Not today.
Not today. What have we learned, though, from the series? Vladimir is strong.
Yeah.
Surprise, surprise.
And Ryu made some serious plays on it, too. I mean, you can put a lot of it into, like, how good the champ is, right? And you can say nice champ all you want, but, like, Ryu, if you give him the right power, he will step up and do he might not necessarily carry the game for you, but he will make it look like he's carrying the game.
He at least carried this game.
All right.
Honorable mention to Vander, honestly. Slightly biased here as a support.
Yeah, that's okay.
But definitely
you had
Vander.
your Bard game.
Yeah, had my Bard game. Definitely triggered some people. Crap, I was talking about Bard again. But Vander, I like the flash he did. He's present in teamfights 3-0-8 in a champion that's notorious for feeding and dying. I think Riot did a great job removing that passive, not rewarding Zyra players for death anymore, teaching them the merits of life. Beautiful, but Ryu showed up, took control of the game from the mid lane axis, and H2K played around that beautifully.
They did what they needed to. And Splyce, despite that loss, despite there was very little they could do in game number 2, they could definitely be happy knowing they took a game off a team in the top tier, you know, and at least made us question putting them, you know, even though they're in the standings, in the middle of the pack, putting them around with everybody else. They do seem to be on a slightly higher level.
Yeah, like the tie here. No, all memes aside, for what it means for the standings, because we have another team that at least can challenge top 3. Top 3 have shown some weaknesses here in Europe, so it does make the grind towards playoffs a lot more enjoyable. So many games left here, so much progression to be made now that we are playing best of 2s instead of just the singular best of 1s here. Definitely excited for the later weeks of the split.
Oh yeah, and once we start to see those rematches as well, it's going to get really interesting to see how people adapt and, you know, double the number of games. It is really so different when you see these teams having to play like double on the day and still prepare for another team the next day around. I'm really, really excited to see how it goes. For now, though, the analyst desk is going to take it away and close out the day for us.
Thank you so much, Pyra. Now, it's us. Now that we've wrapped up our first day of week 4 of the EULCS, it is time to load up on the post-game lobby, or we can also dub it the mid-lane week lobby today, as we have Febevan here with us still as well. So, first let's take a look at H2K Splyce. You said in the beginning, I don't know which team is better, I don't know how to call it, and I don't know if it was a joke, but it's a 1-on-1 in the end. It is a tie. What did you guys think of this second game? There was a lot of, well, they got Vladimir, so that's very strong.
Yeah, when the Swain died like 2 times, then I don't know, they just snowballed so hard, and I don't think they could really come back. And yeah, I don't know, like they were just getting out teamfighted, getting kited. Yeah, and then the Vladimir was making, like, killing everyone.
Not only that, makes it even more difficult when the opposite team's so far ahead, they end up playing like Executioner's Calling on the jungler, and suddenly Swain actually can't do anything. What were your thoughts on Ryu in this game? Because he seemed to do a whole lot of work for H2K.
Yeah, with Vladimir you can just sit under the enemy tower all game, so that makes your jungle be able to do anything he wants. Like, he can just invade all the time, like we did when I had Vladimir today as well. And yeah, and then it's just unkillable. Like, you cannot really gank that guy because he can always escape, and then yeah, he just outscales.
So I feel like a lot of our segments here, mid lane week, involves Vladimir, and involves Broken or something like that. Is it just permaban? Like,
yes, I think it should be permabanned. People are trying to leave it open in scrims and in LCS, but I don't know what is the win rate at the moment on this champion, but
pretty high.
It's just too OP, I think.
Pretty high. I think the only time we're releasing it through is that situation. And, you know, we were talking about, you know, if a Swain gets ahead, he can carry. If Vlad gets ahead of Swain, it's super tough. So I think really the only times we're going to see it is when both are up. You can take one, trade away the other. Whoever gets the lead is just going to win the game, seemingly.
The thing is, like, when you practice champions in scrim, like, you open Vladimir and you play, like, Rise into it, it's not like you're gonna farm up for team fights like for 30 minutes. So it's like mostly the games are like decided by early game, and then it's really hard to judge like which champion is actually better in team fight, because the games are so one-sided. So it means that it's not like even, so you can actually see like which champion is clearly better.
But isn't that the big problem for Europe right now? Because we had Freeze on the desk saying exactly the same you just said now, that in scrims in Europe, there's so many kills early game, so many fights early game, and then teams like at 20 minutes is like FF, or like it's like the game is just lost already. So you don't probably get to test these champions and practice macro. Like, isn't that just a big problem overall for you?
Yeah, I think that's a really big problem, because it makes me and my team question a lot of stuff, like which champs should we prioritize like really high, which shouldn't, and then maybe one scrim block you win 5 games in a row with one champion, and then the next time you lose. So, and then when you play an LCS, you win and lose. Like, it's just, you really have to theorize yourself, like which champions are really good, and you have to understand like comps against comps, and yeah, it's you cannot just say like, oh, this champion's OP because we won in scrim. And it's maybe not even because of the pick, it can be because of your team winning. So.
Which, funny enough, is something we actually saw quite a lot of this week.
Yeah.
Like picks like FLICKR that have done really well in scrims. Kha'Zix was one from Fnatic. We keep hearing from some players, not going to say any names, that like Swain is super broken, and then suddenly he shows up and he gets camped early game and he does absolutely nothing, because that's the problem with Swain. Like, he's a snowball champion. And in a scrim, with what you're describing, you will have these games where you get 2 or 3 early kills on him, and then he looks fantastic. But then you pick him now, and you get camped early, and then that's it.
Fraugen also sent a tweet out today. There's so many good picks mid lane now. It's kind of hard to decide what to pick. Do you? Is that a difficulty for you personally? The fact that there's a lot maybe that you don't know is OP, and how do you try and work through that?
No, I think I understand mid lane pretty well. I can play most of the champions, and I think right now mid lane can do a lot. Like you can play for your team, you can play to be a really big threat in team fights. You can maybe even try to play early game composition with an assassin, but mostly people are playing. And I think what is the best right now is just control mages and maybe sometimes a rise with TP or so you can give pressure to your team.
Yeah, I definitely say from watching not only Europe but like also a lot of Korea when it comes to the picks. Like Vladimir, Azir, Victor are like the S tier picks.
Yep.
And then everything under that, there's like this big bubble of like, oh, do I need to play an assassin? Then like LeBlanc can be picked. Do I need like a mid-game split push? I can go Ryze. Do I need some engage or whatever? You know, there are different picks you can go for. There's some counter picks like Varus as well that needs to be considered. So there's this massive group, and that's probably what Fraugen is talking about.
Yeah. That's great though.
Yeah, it is.
And not only that, there are also matchup-specific picks. You've got like the Vel'Koz we've seen into the Azir. We've seen Anivia come out. Well, we've seen it more and more. Like we've seen it this week in LCK. We saw it come out. I mean, there are a lot of matchup-specific picks as well, and I think that's what Fraugen's alluding to. Is like to have every matchup ready. I think is a very tough thing for a player right now. But Febby, you sound confident. You say you understand mid lane. So let's see if we got anything fun to pull out in a matchup.
We'll see. And also, Fraugen, if you're watching, just tweet at us and stuff as well. Okay. Player of the game for Splyce versus H2K is Jankos, as we asked it on the desk as well. And you were saying he actually had a pretty good time because of the Vladimir mid to come there and then do some things. But what do you think of Jankos if you play against him? Are you always afraid he's going to try and get that first blood on you? Or
Yes, actually, when I play against Jankos in solo queue, I actually played against him yesterday, and he's the only jungler who level 3 ganks me after red buff. So he takes 3 camps and then he just flashes on me and then I'm dead. So, but I think he's a pretty good jungler, and his decision making is really he makes you think a lot. Like he does things that you don't expect and things that other players don't do, and then it can snowball.
You realize you just gave away how people beat you in solo queue, right? You just basically told everybody playing jungle to camp in from level 3.
I never get level 3 ganked, and after that I just always hug top side. So when I'm against Jankos, I'm never hugging bot side again. When
Okay, that message is sent out. Let's talk a bit about your series, a bit more OG versus Fnatic. It was our match of the week as well. And of course, we went into it thinking that maybe it would be kind of a walkover for Fnatic. And game 1, that was the case.
I mean,
game 1 it was.
Game one I had Vladimir, so.
Yeah, okay, so.
Basically, that Vladimir is the one. No, but I actually think game 1 was how this game was supposed to look. Very often in the EULCS, a lot of players will go like, you know, a lot of teams are even, and it's unfair to say one team should like beat the other like that. But honestly, I think it was disappointing that Fnatic didn't 2-0 here, even though we have Fibben out on the desk, not to offend you or anything, but...
He agrees.
No, I agree.
Febben, was there maybe overconfidence going into game 2? How you performed in game 1?
Yes. Definitely.
Well, I guess that answers that, because this game went
I played a really bad second game.
But like,
shit happens. Look at my face.
Yeah. No, but it's the first thing you said. You said, hey, it was my fault. I got caught out a lot. And very unfortunate in that one. And I think Perks on the desk also said, well, this is going so long now. OG should have closed it out 20 times already, and it's still going. So the door must have been open for Fnatic. But it's so hard when those...
Yeah, sure. Of course, it gets really hard late game. No one wants to make a mistake. OG were super afraid of like pushing. Like they would actually get a kill, and you were like, okay, now they're gonna push in with Superman. And then they're like, one guy would get chunked, they recalled instantly, and then just ran away. I just feel like every time a game goes past like 55 minutes to an hour, it's because the teams are doing something wrong. Like it's never because both teams are just playing perfect and they just keep matching each other like till like 80 minutes and then suddenly the game ends. It's always something where one team falls super far behind, or they have a composition that maybe can't properly deal with like an Azir in the late game as an example, and then they just can't do anything, and the other team is too bad at closing the game, and then it just keeps going and going and going.
What do you think?
Yeah, the thing is, in that game we didn't really have any control, because we were basically in our base all the time because they had so many inhibitors. So I think if we were in their position, we would have closed it like way earlier because I think they just played really safe for no reason.
In any case, it did give us a lot of records that were broken. We had, first of all, a very, very long game time, an EU record in 80 minutes and 28 seconds. We had 858 CS for Reckless, which is a global CS record. We also had Febiven in second place. Then we had 4,845 minions killed, the most in the EULCS, and 299,000 total gold, most in EULCS, as well as 15 inhibs.
And like, you want to be proud when you get an achievement like
but
this.
You have to look at the silver lining.
Yeah, but this is like, congratulations, you actually had a real long game that was in a way bad, and now you won all these awards. Congratulations.
Yeah, I mean, I thought it was still interesting.
It was exciting in the end.
It was. I mean, it's exciting, and we wanted to track all these things. We also wanted to track something else. Actually, we talked a lot about the OP strat of the ZZ Rod as a 6th item of BioStar, and we wanted to take a look at a replay.
Good idea.
It's really good, actually.
Good idea. I'm gonna do it.
What? So, buy put zero then. It's so funny.
Wait, what do you sell?
Just sell and buy your game. Just put zero then sell zero.
Yeah. Buy your game.
Yeah.
You're a genius.
Really funny.
Still laughing then.
I like how this is their...
I was surprised.
The 75-minute communication on a pro team is laughing and laughing.
I wanted to cry.
But how do you keep a level head? Or do you think you did? Keep a level head or a good mental?
Yeah, I think it's impossible to just let yourself go and just like tilt yourself in the game and just lose it. I think everyone was focused until the end, and even though we're joking around, I don't think it's a bad thing.
Yeah, in the end. Cool that we had that listening, but I'm not going to say this is always the Fnatic communication.
Just laugh.
Just
Tell
laugh.
your eyes
Just
and
laugh.
buy ZZ Rod every time.
I wish I could explain how tilted Perks got up here. Watching that happen when he was like, wait, you can do that?
That's
Why?
unfair.
That's so broken. This item is insane. He's like, you can't do that. I don't get it. It's so tilted.
No, very long game though. And now let's take a look at the standings after that at the exact halfway point of the summer split already. Whoa, the top 3 remain the same, but
wait, don't we have one more game?
Are, well, 4.5, and it's 9 weeks, right? So that's the half of the show.
You're right.
Yes. Anyway, G2 Esports is in first, Fnatic in second, H2K in third, so that still remains unchanged. But I want to take a look at that middle. Schalke, Splyce, Giants there in the middle of the table. Origen and Unicorns of Love still all the way at the bottom. But I think we talk about it a lot, but I think it's really, really commendable that teams like Giants and Splyce, they're finally turning it around.
We were really worried about Giants the first couple of weeks, but now that it's settled, we realize that strength of schedule is kind of a thing. Giants hit a lot of tough opponents in the first couple of weeks. I'm not saying Giants are a top of the table team, but what I'm saying is perhaps they look more middle of the table than we gave them credit for in the first couple of weeks.
I just think this whole middle of the table, bottom right now, it's just such a pointless discussion almost, because we have 7 teams
Actually, yeah, I agree.
who are just like so close in level. Okay, I'll probably put like Splyce and Schalke slightly above the other 5, but it's not enough for me to say they're going to 2-0 them every single time. It's only like Fnatic, H2K, and G2, I would say, have looked better overall. And yet this week, G2 played 1-1, you guys played 1-1, and we just saw H2K play 1-1. So we just have this massive pile of teams smacked together right now where no one is clearly that much better than anyone else.
Yeah, it doesn't really say much at all. Like this kind of games, like I don't think, like it's just practice right now. That's how the teams see it, and there's so much change still coming into the playoff.
Does it bother you that people then go, wow, EU is really bad, we're not going to do anything at Worlds this year? Does that bother you?
I really don't care.
I mean, you may not care, but I think for me, like, they're close because of mistakes. They're not close because this is high-level league that's coming out of these teams. Like, you look at Rocket, disastrous early games. You look at Unicorns, they can get a lead in the early game and then just lose it completely. So for me, it's just every team has so many different mistakes they need to fix that right now everybody's taking games off each other and just getting ties in the middle of the
But
pack.
it's the same in every region right
That's
now.
fair. It is fair.
And like the only thing that tells me about this whole EU suck right now kind of thing is the fact that people, because it's the circle jerk now, everyone will just jump on it and be like, they watch a game and they go, huh, I didn't see February go 10-0 and win the game in 25 minutes, so I'm going to write, yeah, this game was really low level, EU is bad. I'm like, you can't say it for every game. Like, that's not how it works. And yeah, you can I agree. I don't think Europe is like a fantastic region right now. I think around playoffs, a lot of the teams will improve a lot, like they always do. But a lot of teams around the world struggle in every single region.
So do these opinions come from? Reddit people or?
I mean, maybe it's my secret Reddit account I'm sitting on and like writing. But yeah, no, it's stuff. It's just overall community opinion when it comes to like a region being weak. A lot of people will then always have that mindset instead of actually judging themselves if they think. And it's also super hard to judge like a match in Europe, or middle of the pack match in Europe compared to a middle of the pack match in NA. Like a lot of it is the same anyway when it comes to the mistakes being made.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just saying.
Just saying.
We swear we don't read it all.
Real talk.
Never, don't read any of it.
Yes, we do. We also read your tweets. And earlier in the show, we asked you guys to tweet us your burning questions for our resident mid laners. From @TonyWeber97 asked, Fabivin, which champ are you crushing on that Perks is really bad with? He's not here anymore. But is there any champion without, like, you know, giving away any strats, but that you're like really good at and he's not very good at?
Maybe Azir and Victor.
Maybe just the two best champions.
Maybe Victor. I think I'm a better Victor than him.
Who's the best Zed before he got nerfed to the ground?
I don't think there was much. I don't know. It's really hard to tell. But like how many months do you?
Let's go like last split.
I think I was a better player overall. So I guess that makes me a better Zed.
Do you think you were a better player overall than you are now? How do you feel about your own performance?
I think I'm actually worse than last split because. You mean last split or last year as well?
Last split and last year.
I don't know. Like the meta has changed so much, and like we're trying different play styles and stuff. And I think I'm doing a lot of random mistakes because maybe I'm overconfident or something like that, or getting caught for no reason all the time. And I don't know. I just need to take it more serious and like really try hard to become better.
Do you actually feel right now, I know we're firing a lot of questions just straight your way here, but it's very interesting to hear your opinion of like mid lane, because we obviously had a discussion during some of the games about the impact of mid lane right now. Like, do you feel that mid laners are able to, I'm not saying 1v9 the game, but like have a massive impact and just be the main carry? Or are we just 100% stuck in the meta where it's teamwork, like it's every player, every role has to do a lot to win? Or do you feel like mid laners can still really just be the big carries if you're playing a fantastic game?
Yeah, I think mid laners can still, like everyone should always like try to play as perfect as possible, obviously. But there is some champions right now where you can really hard carry with, like Azir, Victor and Vlad. They have the most damage output. And then you have champions with teleport, like Ryze, Lissandra. You can also make plays on, like you can coordinate your team and you can help your team out. And then you have champions like Zillion and Varus and stuff like that. So I don't know. It's just you can play everything, and I think with the hard carry champs, you can make your team play around you, which makes you the main carry. But sometimes you just have to adapt in the champ select and play around your team, and then you just play around your team, and then your teammates should carry the game because you're adapting. So I think everyone should play everything which is good in the meta, and then you just have a 5-man threat team.
All right, well, we'll see how that evolves. We got another question from @xthemurf. He's reached out to the post-game lobby for advice. He asks, what can I do when I fall behind in lane and my opponent out-roams me? So let's take it, this is not in the LCS, when you're just yourself in a game, so you don't really know what the opponent's going to do, obviously. Well, you never know, but what would you do?
Wait, what would I do if I was getting out-laned and then...
And he goes roaming.
I would just tell my team everything that he can do and just ask for wards, and then always tell my team what the opponent can do and what I can do to stop any action.
Yeah, one thing a lot of mid laners will always try and do if you are like losing the lane is try and focus just on pushing your wave, because like if you can always keep him in lane because you always push the wave and he has to like farm it and pick it up.
That's very basic.
I know it's very basic. I know it's very basic, but like when it's something people in ranked like often don't understand. They're like, I'm behind, so I'm going to try and like outplay him and all in him and see if I can get a kill. And that's obviously the absolute worst you can do. Like, don't even try to do that. Instead, water your lane, you know, push out your wave, and then, again, super basic, but like, communicate.
I have no money. Why do I have to spend it on something that's not an offensive item?
You have a trinket. You can click it, click, and you can place the ward. And then just, you need to communicate. I know it's basic, but I think that's the kind of things a lot of people forget when they play alone. And then they just end up like doing it even worse and die like 3 or 4 extra times.
That's worse.
I like how he's gesturing at me the entire time for that. It's okay. I learned something. It may be basic. I always thought it was just flame your team and rage quit, out F4 and you're out. No?
Okay. We're almost done here. Febivin, if you had to give one word of advice for someone who wants to play mid lane in ranked, what is it?
Just play Aurelion Sol, Twisted Fate, and Talilia, and just perma push and perma roam, and then you will get some elo.
It's very basic.
Great.
Very basic.
No.
Push again there, and then it's roaming. Yeah.
No, but that's really how you get elo, and that's still how some challenger players play, which really annoys me because I'm practicing my my mages, and then I'm basically stuck in mid, and then these guys are just killing my team, and then these people will write in chat like, you're getting out roamed and stuff. And then, yeah, you can get a bit salty sometimes.
You just push the wave back. It's easy.
And then hug your tower.
Yeah, and then of course.
And then your team dies.
Great stuff. All right, let's take a look at tomorrow's schedule. Week 4 of the EULCS continues then, as Giants take on Schalke. Roccat will battle it out against Fnatic, and we'll close out the day with Splyce versus Origen. Roccat up versus Fnatic. I believe they had a 1-on-1 versus Unicorns of Love today,
yes.
And their problem has been the early game in this split. How do you think you can do against them?
I think we can do pretty well against every team. It just depends on how many silly mistakes we make. And I think we're always, like, I think we're a stronger team than them for sure. So I don't think we should lose against them.
I'm looking forward to casting that game tomorrow, but I'm kind of off the Roccat hype train. I'm sorry. I know weeks 1 and 2, I was saying I like their drafts, I like their plays. Early game's too weak right now, I think. So interesting series, but I think it's probably going to be Fnatic's way.
All right, well, we'll see what happens. Tomorrow's pre-game coverage will begin at 5 p.m. Central European Time, summertime rather, and 8 a.m. Pacific. Febivin, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
It's always a pleasure and a lot of fun, and also thanks to all the players that will be joining us and have joined us for the show during mid lane week. We'll see you tomorrow as we continue to celebrate the region's legendary mid laners, and week 4 of the EULCS continues. Good night.
So you push it out?
Your mouse is letting you down?
I think that's the problem, yeah.
His mouse is not appreciating him enough.
He's not appreciating my insane mechanics enough, so...
You're mechanically hype player.
Whoa! Whoa! I just got juked by Trundle bots.
With Expect coming into this lineup, and here he goes! Done! Through the exhaust, he gets 2! He's inspired by Miffy, not before Steve chomps him down. Expect needs a perfect barrel. It knocks Steve forward, I believe. No, he's not even fighted yet. That was just Steve running forward. And Schalke have done it. They even the series and secure a point.
Yeah, we were the underdogs this game.
I can gift you, Gamsu.
Gift?
Be my friend, I gift you.
What kind of friends you are? You're giving him money?
Oh, actually, I'm going back to NA, so yeah.
And Spirit is in trouble. Here comes Spirit. Soaz is able to jump onto Beckett.
Nice. Nice. Good job.
Looking for back to the bottom of your screen. Power Revo's teleporting in and they're looking to just go for the Nexus! And this Origen! They pull an Expector to take down Fnatic!
Kabi will grab Freeze. Yankos has already gone down. Ace in the hole. Right in the back. They found Ryu. Yamato Cannon is loving every minute. Oh, in comes Senkux, but look at his health bar. Ryu says, just kidding. I'm Vladimir once again. Taking out Wonder. Looking for even more. Splyce, they run out of gas, and H2K are on the offensive yet again. And they will close out here to 1-1 with Splyce.